Family, this is unbelievable. I just awakened my martial soul and activated the super god system, achieving innate full soul power through the system. But then I was suddenly ambushed, and after counter-killing the assassin, I received a huge reward. I even calculated the breakthrough success rate with the system. What an exhilarating start to this journey. Who understands this, family? I just awakened my martial soul, and the whole audience cheered for me, calling me on sin 1,000 years genius. But the next second, a needle coated in deadly poison came flying toward the back of my head. At that moment, the sound of wind was less than 2 meters away from me. No, let me start from the beginning. My name is NingYe, and I'm a transmigrator. 6 years ago, when I was still an infant, I was abandoned at the entrance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and by coincidence, I was picked up by the sword Douluo, Chinexing. Wow, what a start. I was directly adopted by a title Douluo, and the sect master NingFengji became my teacher. This script is truly a heavenly start. But what happened next? Reality slapped me hard. My body was as weak as Lin Dias. I would be out of breath after taking 2 steps, and running would cost me half my life. With such a fragile body, I was hoping to awaken an impressive martial soul and reach the peak of my life. I was afraid I would die from exhaustion in my dreams because of this body. Today is the day of judgment for my fate martial soul awakening. Early in the morning, the door was knocked loudly by that little girl NingYe. NingYe, you lazy pig. If you don't get up, the sun will shine on your butt. I opened the door with a messy hairdo, bleary-eyed, and looked at her. Young lady, keep your voice down. You're disturbing the peace, you know? Guess what? She pouted, her eyes instantly turning red, looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. You actually scolded me. Well, what could I do? I could only pat her head and coax her. All right, our Rong is the best. Thank you for waking me up. This little princess immediately brightened up, her joy almost overflowing from her eyes. She urged me to hurry to the main hall, saying today is the big day for martial soul awakening. I felt a deep sense of dread with my weak body. I'd be lucky not to awaken a scythe or hammer. I slowly made my way to the main hall, and goodness, the scene was packed with people, as if I was about to ascend the throne, everyone waiting for me alone. My pressure instantly skyrocketed if I awakened a useless martial soul. Or would I put my old face? A sickly body and a useless martial soul, how would I survive in the sect in the future? At the front of the hall stood 3 big shots. My teacher, the sect master of 7-treasure glazed tile school, NingFengji, along with 2 gatekeepers, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Their gazes all fixed on me, and I felt my calves cramping. Forget it. If I'm going to die, then let it be. I steeled myself and walked up to the awakening platform. As the presiding elder infused soul power, 6 crystals emitted blinding golden light, enveloping my entire being. Countless golden light particles surged into my body. The feeling was indescribable, like the land that had been dry for 800 years, finally receiving rain. So refreshing. Instinctively, I raised my right hand, and a black hexagonal body appeared in my palm out of thin air. The whole place was stunned, and the presiding elder gaped for a long time without being able to say what it was. At that moment, I heard a ding in my head. Ding! Dark MatterComputer detected, activation completed. System startup finished. Dear host, the Super God system is at your service. Family, my 6-year late cheat has finally arrived. I was so excited that my face turned red, almost performing a backflip on the spot. I quickly thought in my mind, system, please introduce yourself. A light blue panel popped up, stating that my martial soul was called Dark MatterComputer, soul power level 0. And it even gave me a rating of very weak, sickly person. Thank you, keeping it real, right? At this time, NingFengji and the others also came up, examining the black hexagonal body in my hand for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Bone Douluo, with his big bony frame, even patted me, telling me to eat more and not to be so skinny as if I'd been abused by them. I was silently complaining if I looked like you. How would I attract girls? NingFengji asked me to test my soul power, and my heart sank. The system panel clearly stated 0. Level. Would it be embarrassing to test and find out? Where would I put the face of my dark MatterComputer martial soul? Just when I was awkwardly thinking of using my toes to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment, the system chimed again. System, host, you have an unclaimed beginner's gift package. Is there such good luck? I quickly shouted, claim it. Hurry up and claim it. The system gave me 2 options. First, directly grant me innate full soul power. Second, implant a soul power gene that would automatically cultivate for 24 hours. I was overjoyed. Only children make choices. I want them all. I immediately asked the system, can this dark matter computer program itself to create a program to automatically absorb soul power? The system was silent for 3 seconds before replying with 2 words, yes. Wow, I found a bug. I decisively chose the first option, innate, full soul power. In an instant, an indescribable energy surged throughout my body, completely reshaping my frail body from the inside out. It was like cyber Wadawa. The feeling was so comfortable that I almost let out a sound. I walked up to the testing crystal ball, took a deep breath, and placed my hand on it. The next second, that light blue crystal ball buzzed and exploded with a blue light that was even more dazzling than the sun. The entire hall was illuminated as bright as day. The presiding elder's beard trembled as he shouted with all his might, innate full soul power. The entire hall erupted. Everyone was exclaiming, the noise almost lifting the roof off. Who would have thought that I, the sickly person recognized by the whole sect, would actually possess the rare innate full soul power? NingYe looked at me, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. He knew that as long as I didn't kick the bucket midway, the future of 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would surely add a top-notch title. Douluo. NingYe, who was secretly watching from the corner, had her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it, her face full of disbelief. However, just when the entire audience was immersed in shock, I suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness behind me. Danger! My newly activated dark matter computer martial soul instantly powered up, and data popped up in my mind. Attack weapon, needle-shaped, 80 probability. Poison, 95 probability. Deadly poison, 99 probability. Hard resistance, 100 mortality rate. Best solution, squat down. Evasion success rate 99. 999. In a split second, without thinking, I suddenly crouched down, curling up into a ball. With a whoosh, a dark needle flew past my hair, piercing through the wall of the hall and leaving a hole. Who is it? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo shouted in unison. Sword Douluo shot out a flying sword, chasing after a sneaky figure in the crowd. The assassin burst out in a golden light, unexpectedly revealing an invincible golden body, withstanding the flying sword and using the momentum to fly out of the hall like a cannonball. Trying to escape? Bone Douluo's massive figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, slapping down with a single blow. In less than half a minute, that assassin lay on the ground like a dead dog, all limbs broken and covered in blood. I stood up, leaning on NingYe, and looked at the grandson who almost took my life, my gaze icy. If it weren't for the system giving me a full upgrade, I would have been a corpse by now. I slowly walked up to the assassin and said to my grandpa, "Grandpa, may I borrow your sword for a moment?" A sword flew beside me, and I gripped the hilt, my hands trembling slightly. The assassin actually dared to laugh, using his last ounce of strength to roar, "Do you dare to kill me?" I said nothing, simply closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, there was no emotion left in my gaze. With a swift motion, the sword fell. Thud! Warm blood splattered across my face. Ding! Killed level 51 Soul King. Gained 1,000 Super God coins. Soul power level increased by 2 rewards multiplied by 4. I ignored the system's prompt and expressionlessly said to NingYe, "Teacher, I'm a bit tired, want to go back and rest." Back in my room, I sat on the bed, staring blankly for a long time. I spoke to the air, actually talking to the system. System, I killed someone. The killer must pay for his actions. The system's voice remained mechanical. I forced a bitter smile. What about me? I killed someone too. The host's actions are not wrong. I knew it wasn't wrong, but my heart felt heavy. I mean, in my last life, I hadn't even killed a chicken. But guess what? That little bit of melancholy vanished the moment I saw the system's rewards. Let me tell you, the dead have no emotions, but the living do when they see rewards. Goodness, I struck it rich right there. My soul power shot up to level 10. I received over 4,000 Super God coins, and the best part was I got a full 9 soul power orbs. One of these can level up soul power by 1. I immediately thought, can this be used by others? My grandpa, the Sword Law, has been stuck at level 96 for ages. If he could use this, the system said yes. But then it took a big breath and said that the higher the level, the less effective it would be. I thought to myself, I knew it couldn't be that good. But then it slowly added, although it couldn't directly level up, it could increase the success rate of breakthroughs. I quickly asked it to calculate, and guess what? My grandpa's current breakthrough success rate was exactly 10, and 1 orb would add exactly 10. I just happen to have 9 orbs. Family, who understands? This system is simply calculating my family background, doing precise harvesting. It made my heart ache, but there's no way around it. The grace of upbringing is greater than the sky. These 9 pearls must be arranged for my grandfather. Once this is sorted out, I'll start working on my automatic cultivation program. But the system, that old trickster, refused to help me write code. Instead, it pushed a book called Introduction to Programming on me. Let me tell you, that thing was as thick as 3 stacked bricks, and it wanted 10 coins from me. I almost lost my temper, but since I was under its roof, I had no choice but to buy it. It even called it a wonderful opportunity, saying I could learn with my dark matter computer and become a super learner in no time, with incredible efficiency. Fine, you're impressive. You're my only dad. So, I locked myself in a small dark room and started grinding hard to learn programming. I have been in seclusion for a whole week. Once my skills are perfected and I finish the automated cultivation setup, as soon as I step outside, I see the people in the sect rushing around like headless flies, all hurrying towards the main tower. I casually pulled over a guy and asked what was going on. As soon as he saw me, he quickly said, "The Spirit Hall is here." He even lowered his voice to tell me a piece of insider information, saying these people seem to be here to propose to Rome. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Those oddballs from the Spirit Hall think they can come to court our little cabbage? What a pipe dream. I sneaked to the entrance of the main hall, and sure enough, a guy wearing a ghost mask, who looked very creatively ugly, was there nagging me to have my Uncle Ning marry Rong off to the little brat beside him. The little brat had a constant expression of disdain, clearly brought in to be a tool. Of course, my Uncle Ning refused outright, but this old ghost just wouldn't give up, sticking to us like a stubborn plaster. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going to work, I directly dragged Rong, who was eavesdropping inside. I shouted at the masked man, "Ugly grandpa." Let me tell you, the look in his eyes beneath that mask was like a knife aimed at me. My old bones grandpa was fanning the flames beside me, saying, "Xiaoyi, you really shouldn't speak such big truths." We were in sync, almost making that old ghost have a heart attack. When the old ghost realized that his proposal tactic wasn't effective, he immediately revealed his true intentions. He said that his junior was invincible and wanted to spar with the genius of our sect. Then, he shifted the conversation and directly named me, saying he heard that our sect had a genius with a martial soul that could assist itself. Now it was all clear. The earlier proposal was just a distraction. This brat's real target was me. Uncle Ning was about to refuse, but I stood up right away. Why? Because the system had given me a new task. As long as I win, the rewards would be amazing, and I couldn't refuse. When the old ghost saw that I took the bait, he immediately revealed his fangs, suggesting that instead of wasting time, we should have a life and death match. A life and death match, it is. Who's afraid of whom? The guy opposite me was the later Evil Moon, declaring his level as a level 20 strong attack system soul master, flaunting a yellow 100-year soul ring, acting all high and mighty. Meanwhile, I was only a level 10 support type. Everyone thought I was crazy, and Rong was tugging at my clothes, her eyes filled with worry. I patted her on the little head and walked off the stage. Then, in front of everyone, I took out a dark alloy greatsword that I bought for 1,000 super god coins from the system hall. Wow, it stunned them all right away. They all thought I had some kind of spatial soul guiding device. Without saying a word, I directly activated my dark matter computer martial soul and then launched the Great Sword Mode program that I had been working on in seclusion for a week. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like the sword god had possessed me. Various sword techniques came effortlessly, and, as a support type, I relentlessly chased down that level 20 attack type, hacking away at him mercilessly. He had no power to fight back. Folks, this operation was simply amazing. That evil moon turned green with envy, and in a desperate move, he activated his soul skill, and both of his broken blades started glowing, with his attack power skyrocketing. Everyone thought I was done for. Uncle Ning and the others became anxious, but they didn't know I was about to cheat as well. I first activated the rapid absorption mode, and my soul power instantly replenished. Then, I shouted the most critical command to the system: activate the Nox Star Blade. With a loud boom, a terrifying power exploded within my body. I could feel my soul power burning wildly, but this strength was exhilarating. At that moment, the evil moon, who had activated his soul skill, charged at me with his 2 broken blades, roaring as he tried to slice me into 3 pieces. Let me tell you, the scene back then was unbelievable. I just watched him rush over like a fool, with his mouth almost reaching the sky. Is it over? Yes. It was me who said it. At that moment, I didn't think much at all. It was a reflex. I casually swung my right hand with the big black sword. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, and those 2 crescent-shaped broken blades flew out as if they had been hit by a high-speed train, clattering to the ground and instantly returning to soul power, drilling back into his body. What is absolute power suppression? This is it. I couldn't be bothered to sheathe my sword, so I swung it right at his head. That kid was something else. As he watched the sword come down, there was actually a look of relief in his eyes. Hey, you want to die? Not that easy. Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of that bony figure who had somehow made it to the side of Ghost Dalu, one hand firmly pressing on his shoulder, as if to say, "You dare to move?" Ghost Dalu's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He huffed and simply closed his eyes, probably thinking about how to explain this to their pope when he got back. Family, who understands? They originally came to show off their power, but ended up with their genius almost sent away by my sword. This KPI was definitely not going to be achieved. And what happened next? The whole place was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. My big sword was just hovering above his forehead, the tip barely a hair's breadth away from his scalp. Just a little lower, and his head would explode like a rotten watermelon. I shook my head, retracted my sword, and said 2 words, boring. I'll tell you, I'm using a cheat here, focusing on a dimensionality reduction strike. This move is called the Star Blade, and it cost me a full 5,000 Super God coins. It's a product of the 2nd generation God-making project in my system, specifically designed to enhance physical combat abilities. Once activated, don't even mention that evil moon. Even if a soul sect showed up, I could still take them on. That last strike took just 15 seconds from start to finish. In real combat, there's no time for nonsense. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. And it was my cheap father-in-law, NingYe, who first reacted. He walked over, clapping his hands and smiling brilliantly, saying, "What a wonderful sparring session, Ghost Dalu. Wouldn't you agree?" Ghost Dalu's old face turned from pale to a pig liver color, and after holding it in for a while, he finally squeezed out one word from between his teeth. Yes. Could he say otherwise? NingYe's words seemed to offer a way out, but in reality, it was a slap in the face. He was mocking him for bringing people to our 7-treasure glazed tile school to show off, only to be taken down by a junior. That evil moon was quite interesting, staring blankly and asking me, "Why don't you kill me?" At that time, I was too lazy to look at him. While putting away my great sword, I said, "There's no need to kill you. Besides, my sister Rongrong is still here, so let's not make a bloody mess." After saying that, I deactivated my state, and that surge of power retreated like a tide, and my body returned to the automatic cultivation mode. Xiaoyu was silent for several seconds, and then said to me very seriously, "I owe you a life." I waved my hand. "Do as you like." Then I turned around and walked towards the stage. Just kidding, in that state I was in earlier, my combat power was almost at the level of a soul master at level 40 or 50. Why would I care about him? That old Ghost Dalu was probably plotting my downfall with his gaze behind me, calculating the chances of successfully ambushing me. But the bone doll beside him and the sword grandpa on the stage had their eyes locked on him. If he dared to move, he wouldn't be able to leave this place today. In the end, Ghost Dalu had to leave in a huff with the wilted Xiaoyu, throwing me a glare before he left, which clearly meant, "This isn't over." Once he was gone, Bone Dalu's big hand clapped down on my shoulder. Goodness, he almost knocked me to the ground. What a kid. When did you become so fierce? I immediately put it on. My meager strength is not worth mentioning. I was already overjoyed inside. I finally earned back some face today. NingYe also had a beaming expression. I had just called out Uncle Ning, and he directly waved his hand to interrupt me. No need to explain. Xiaoyi, as long as your heart is with our 7 treasures glazed tile school, nothing else matters. If the sky falls, the sect will support you. Hearing this made my heart feel warm. I'm working so hard not only because of the task, but also because they truly treat me like family. Then, the big mouth of Bone Dalu came over. "Tell Grandpa Gu, what was that explosion just now? Your soul power jumped straight to level 30. NingYe's face darkened. "Uncle Gu, you just said no need to explain, and now you're asking, isn't that slapping me in the face?" I quickly tried to smooth things over. "It's okay, Uncle Ning. That was a method of using my martial soul that I figured out myself. It's just burning soul power for a brief burst, lasting about 30 seconds, after which my soul power is depleted and I become useless." I had already thought out my explanation. Exposing too much strength isn't a good thing, so I just said I'm around level 30, which allows me to show off without being too outrageous. Upon hearing this, NingYe nervously asked, "Are there any side effects?" I thought for 2 seconds. If the soul power is exhausted, does that count as needing to be retrained? They looked at each other, speechless. Of course, if the blue bar is empty, it needs to replenish. NingYe seriously said to me, "Xiaoyi, your ability is very strong, but the Spirit Hall will definitely not let this go, so be cautious in everything from now on." I nodded, understanding. I suspected that the last assassination attempt was done by the Spirit Hall. After talking with them, I quickly found an excuse. "Uncle Ning, I'll head back to cultivate now. I need to hurry and get stronger." In fact, I was eager to return and check my mission rewards. NingYe thought I was very diligent and was quite pleased. even leaving my sister Rongrong behind to discuss something with her. I quickly made my escape. I couldn't handle Rongrong's resentful little gaze. Just as I was about to leave the main hall, NingYe called out to me again. By the way, Xiaoyi, don't go out recently. If you need a specific type of spirit ring, let Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu go catch it for you. I didn't look back and wave my hand. You don't need to worry about the soul ring. I can handle it myself. I dashed back to my room, closed the door, and excitedly shouted in my heart. System, my divine soul ring. Give it to me now. The reward for this mission is a divine soul ring. This is a super cheat from a novel, which can provide you with the most suitable soul skills and soul rings that your body can withstand for the maximum number of years. The system prompt sounded, saying the soul ring is in the item slot. I quickly took it out, and when I looked at my palm, I was left speechless. Is the system joking with me? Family, who understands what I am holding in my hand is a glass marble, the kind you can buy for $1 at a street stall, colorless and transparent. The system went on to explain that the essence of the soul ring is the embodiment of the world's rules. And this is an energy body created based on that principle, which can be used when crushed. I asked skeptically, are you sure this thing will work? The system confidently assured me it would be fine. I steeled myself and thought, well, since I'm here, let's crush it and see. With a crunch, I crushed the glass marble. Boom! A surge of wildly violent energy instantly rushed into my body, and it felt like a bomb had exploded inside me. I spat out a mouthful of blood. System, you bastard. The pain twisted my face. Aren't divine soul rings in novels supposed to be gentle mist, gradually applying pressure? Why did it go straight to a nuclear bomb with me? This energy was completely uncontrollable and wouldn't stop. I was completely drenched in sweat, my body flushed red, but the fierceness within me surged. I refused to believe I couldn't deal with you. Nova Starblade, activate for me. I roared inwardly. The soul power within me was instantly drained, and a powerful force enveloped my body, temporarily enhancing my physical strength. The violent energy sensed the resistance and surged even more fiercely. In less than 20 seconds, my soul power was depleted, just as my genes were about to enter dormancy. I raised my right hand, and my martial soul, the dark MatterComputer, manifested, glowing faintly. I directly commanded it, absorb its energy from me. This seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction, and the Nova Starblade gene began to frantically absorb that unknown energy to maintain its activation. And after completing the final operation, I fainted from the intense pain. When I woke up again, my mind was filled with system notifications. Soul ring absorption complete. Dark MatterComputer upgraded. Computing power increased to 100. Attribute panel updated. I immediately started complaining. System, did you already know it would turn out this way? The system responded quite eloquently. The divine soul ring is beyond what ordinary people can endure, but clearly, the host is not an ordinary person. Ha, don't give me that. I replied somewhat irritably, but as I felt my body, the joy on my face was hard to hide. I could feel that my physical quality had at least tripled. My soul power had also increased significantly. System, what level am I at now? The host's soul power has reached level 15. What? I was shocked. I absorbed a soul ring and leveled up 5 times. Then this soul ring. I quickly summoned my martial soul, and a halo slowly rose from beneath my feet. The color was a deep purple, intertwined with strands of black patterns. Damn, 1,000 years. I couldn't help but curse. The first soul ring is 1,000 years. This is against the heavens. System, how many years exactly? 9,999 years. Goodness, just 1 year short of 10,000. It's a pity, but this is already scary enough. I opened the new attribute panel and found an additional attribute. Computing power, 100. The system explained that my martial soul core is computing power. The higher the computing power, the stronger and more numerous the programs I can run. Wait, I closed my eyes to feel it and my expression changed. System, explain to me, where are my soul skills? Due to the special nature of the host's martial soul, absorbing soul rings does not grant soul skills from this world. I was completely stunned. After a long time, did I just absorb loneliness? My physical and soul power increased, along with that so-called computing power. The system added that the higher the year of the soul ring, the greater the increase in computing power. It was then that I realized, although I didn't have fixed soul skills, if I used this computing power well, it would be more flexible than any soul skill. As long as I know how to program, I can create any soul skill I want. Just as I was thinking about how to utilize this 100 points of computing power, I frowned and suddenly looked towards the corner of the room, shouting sternly, "Who's there?" If it weren't for the increase in computing power that enhanced my perception, I wouldn't have noticed someone standing there. In the corner, a figure emerged. It was Grandpa, Sword Douluo. Grandpa. I breathed a sigh of relief. When did you arrive? Just now. Sword Daluo's gaze was fixed on the purple-black soul ring under my feet. His eyes filled with disbelief. After a long silence, he finally uttered a word. Not bad. Hearing those two words from him was incredibly rare. I felt so pleased inside. He asked if this method could be replicated, and of course I shook my head, saying it was due to the 30 seconds of soul power explosion that I managed to withstand and absorb. Others couldn't learn it. He didn't ask further. Then he reminded me that the first soul ring was 1,000 years old, which was too eye-catching and could easily attract attention. I laughed. Grandpa, am I not targeted enough yet? But he was right. As soon as I thought of it, I said to the system, "System, change the color of my soul ring." No sooner had I spoken than the color of the soul ring beneath my feet changed from purple-black to ordinary purple, and finally to the yellow of 100-year level. Sword Daluo was stunned. With his keen eyesight, he couldn't find any flaws at all. "Grandpa, did you come to see me for something?" I asked with a smile as I put away the soul ring. His expression became serious. "When did you learn your swordsmanship?" I shrugged my shoulders. After awakening my martial soul, I was just fumbling around with my computer martial soul, and it turned out to be a mess. Who knew he would nod and say, "Indeed, it's a mess completely chaotic and terrible." I pouted. "Grandpa, you're really discouraging." He smirked, probably finding my defeated expression quite amusing. "Do you want to learn swordsmanship?" "Yes." I nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Of course. Who wouldn't want to learn from the continent's #1 sword saint? The Sword Douluo nodded. "I'll give you a day to adjust to your body's changes. Come to the Sword Pavilion to find me tomorrow morning." After saying that, he vanished, and I didn't even see how he left. I respectfully bowed my head and said, "Yes, it seems I still have a long way to go." At 4 o'clock the next morning, I ran towards the towering mountain of the sect that resembled a sword. When I reached the Sword Pavilion square at the mountaintop, I immediately saw that Grandpa Sword Daluo was actually practicing his swordsmanship. At first, his sword moves were so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up. Each strike aimed to kill, a pure killing sword. But soon after, his sword slowed down, each move carrying the heavy pressure of the heavens and earth. In the final strike, the sword's edge was even more pronounced, as if it wanted to pierce the sky. I directly maxed out my computer martial soul's computing power. Wow. Every move he made just now replayed frame by frame in my mind, analyzing, deconstructing, and reorganizing. In just a few seconds, I mastered all his sword techniques. But that kind of artistic conception still needs to be pondered slowly. I don't know when, but he had already sheathed his sword and stood in front of me. What did it feel like? I have shared everything I saw and analyzed, from the killing sword to the sword of heaven and earth. As for the last sword, I can't quite put it into words. I just feel that it is not meant to be used against people. The Sword Daluo's expression became serious yet gratified, and he told me that this is the unique sword technique passed down in the Chun family, which they originally thought would be lost. As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up, and with a playful smile, I leaned in and said, "Grandpa, now you can be without regrets. Just pass it on to me." He was amused by my words, and, feeling a bit helpless, replied, "You really have no shame at all." I chuckled and continued to act cute. "Just be straightforward, Grandpa. Are you going to pass it on to me or not?" And guess what? My grandpa shot me a glare and said I was dreaming, that it wasn't time yet. Wow, this old man is really toying with me. He glanced at me and said, "I saw you recording that set of sword moves with your computer just now, right? Go, practice it 100 times without using your soul power. If you can't finish, don't even think about eating." I was dumbfounded at the time. Who understands what my family went through? This is pure child labor abuse. But what could I do? I could only force a smile and obediently run over to pick up the sword on the ground and start practicing. To be honest, I knew very well in my heart that no matter how familiar it was in my mind, it was still just a concept. I had to turn it into muscle memory, making my body react faster than my brain. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed just like that. 5 years. I was no longer that little kid from back then. On this day, I brought Rong Rong to the city of Soto in the kingdom of Balak. Let me tell you, this place was bustling. We headed straight for the most luxurious hotel in the city, the Rose Hotel, but as soon as we walked in, wow, the lobby looked like it had just been torn apart by huskies. 3 people were fighting fiercely, making a cacophony like a symphony. I pulled Rong Rong along, as if strolling through our own backyard, crossing the battlefield and walking to the front desk. The lobby manager was already stunned. I gave her a slight smile and said, "Hello, 2 rooms." Only then did she come back to her senses and said with a troubled expression, "I'm sorry, but there's only 1 room left." Those 3 were just fighting over it. The look in her eyes seemed to say, "Please, just leave and don't cause any more trouble." I haven't spoken yet, but beside me, Ning Rong Rong was unhappy and pouted, saying, No, I want to stay here. I turned my head to look at her, and she nodded firmly. All right, let's indulge her. I turned back to the manager, my gaze suddenly sharp. Then give us 2 rooms. The manager was about to continue explaining, but I directly took out a silver card from my pocket and handed it over. She initially wanted to refuse, but as soon as she saw the emblem on the card, her pupils shook and her waist immediately bent down in respect. Okay, I'll go prepare the rooms for you too. But then Ning spoke up again. 1 room will be fine. I was anxious at that moment and softly yelled at her. Rong. She, on the other hand, immediately switched to her cute mode, with tears sparkling in her eyes. Looking utterly pitiful. You promised me that you would listen to me on small matters outside. And isn't this just a small matter? What can I do? I'm completely speechless and can only sigh at the manager. Just listen to her. There's only 1 room. At this point, the little girl in the pink outfit among the 3 fighting next to me became unhappy and shouted angrily. Why is that? Why do they get a room as soon as they arrive? Do they look down on us? Let me tell you, the next scene was incredible. The manager instantly straightened his back, glanced at the girl, and said lightly, "This hotel belongs to him." After saying that, he turned to the 3 people, and his tone was completely different. "Gentlemen, if you want to fight, go ahead. I won't pursue the damages from before, but if you continue to make trouble, you'll bear the consequences. That's right, this hotel is my property. I haven't been idle for the past 5 years. With my forward-thinking business acumen and the assistance of dark matter computers, my business is spread across 2 great empires. This silver card is proof of my identity as the highest boss." The tall guy, named Dalu, looked at me with a playful expression. "My friend, you're making quite a bold statement." I didn't even raise my eyelids, just opened my mouth, listing off like I was naming dishes. Dalu, 15 years old, Assault System Soul Master, Martial Soul White Tiger, 37th level Soul Power, from the Douluo Empire. His expression froze at that moment, shifting from surprise to caution. Let me tell you, knowing that he is from the Douluo Empire is the key point. It struck right at his core. At this point, the manager had already handed over 5 keys to the reserved rooms. I casually took one, grabbed Rong, and was ready to head upstairs. "Don't go." Dalu stepped forward, trying to block me. I didn't even look back. A surge of energy directly knocked him back several steps, leaving him unsteady on his feet. The look in his eyes was filled with shock. I chuckled lightly and said, "You don't need to know who I am for now. We'll meet again anyway. Remember my words, troublemakers will pay the price." As we were leaving, the girl in the pink outfit downstairs, who was Xiao Wu, was still unconvinced, saying, "He's just a hotel owner. What's there to be so arrogant about?" But then Dalu said with a serious expression, "He has the capital to be arrogant. That attack just now definitely surpassed my soul power. He might even be a level 40 soul master." The boy in blue named Tang had a look of caution in his eyes. But what's funny is that just as I reached the door, I used my new ability, the Eye of Insight, to hear his thoughts. Can you guess what he was thinking? He actually believed that if it came down to a fight, he had a 50 chance of taking me down with him. Folks, I almost laughed out loud at that moment. This guy really understands confidence. He has practically a ceiling of average confidence. "You're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Once inside the room, Rong immediately threw herself onto the big bed covered in white roses, while I sat cross-legged on the sofa, starting to review the situation. I wasn't afraid of them. I was just used to it. Rong teased me, saying if the sofa was uncomfortable, I could sleep on the bed, but I flatly refused. No way. Tonight is going to be anything but peaceful. I have to stay vigilant at all times. Sure enough, in the dead of night, once Rong was fast asleep, I sensed something with my ears. "They're coming." I swiftly slipped out of the window, silently darting into the empty street, and finally landed on a rooftop. I let out a light laugh into the desolate night. "If you've come, don't hide." For dark figures emerged from the shadows, encircling me. One of them spoke with a sinister laugh. "I didn't expect you to discover us. Are you so confident that we are here to kill you, rather than luring you away to take the head of the little princess of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile sect?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. My eyes filled with disdain. "You can give it a try. NingYe dares to let us come out alone. He must have some backup, right? On Rong's side, whoever goes will die." Another rough voice impatiently interrupted him. "What are you wasting your breath on? He's just a soul master. Kill him quickly and don't let him escape." A soul master? The smile at the corner of my mouth grew wider. Have you heard a saying? No one answered me, and the 5 soul Emperor Spirit rings instantly lit up, various attacks coming my way. It seems they didn't know, so let me teach you. With a wave of my right hand, a sharp blade appeared out of thin air, and then 4 spirit rings slowly rose from beneath my feet. Purple, black, black. When the fourth spirit ring appeared, that dazzling blood-red color instantly illuminated their faces filled with horror. That is, never underestimate anyone. As the words fell, I casually swung my sword. In that moment, a strong sense of death enveloped them. They wanted to run, but it was already too late. The sword light passed through, and the world became quiet. Listening to the reward notification from the system in my mind, I stood with my hands behind my back, gazing at the moon on the horizon, and sighed. How boring. Why are all the assassins like this weaklings? I just sighed when I felt someone next to me. Without turning my head, I laughed and said, "Stop hiding, Tang-san. If you don't come out soon, it won't be beneficial for creating a harmonious society." Tang-san's figure stepped out from the shadows, looking very alert. I raised an eyebrow and laughed. I was just teasing. "And you actually follow me?" He looked surprised and said, "Didn't you feel me?" I pointed at the corpse on the ground and asked with a smile, "Do you think your little hiding skills are enough in front of these professional killers? Do you really believe you are stronger than them?" He instantly fell silent. His body tensed up. I could tell he was scared. He hoarsely asked, "I saw you make your move. Aren't you going to kill me to silence me?" "Not interested." I shook my head, walked over, and patted his shoulder. He stiffened all over, and besides, I never intended to hide. Who knows? We might still be classmates in the future. After saying that, I quickly disappeared, needing to rush back. Rong, that little girl, doesn't T sleep well. I would be worried if she woke up and couldn't T see me. Not long after I left, two figures appeared at the scene. A short man finished inspecting the body and reported to a tall man wearing a mask beside him, "My lord, they were all killed. One sword strike to the heart." The masked man nodded, seemingly already anticipating this. The short man added, "My lord, there are words carved on the dead body." "What words?" "Garbage." The masked man's gaze instantly became extremely dangerous, but he restrained himself. "I understand. Where are they headed next?" "Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy. Flanders of the Golden Iron Triangle, and the immovable king Zhao Wujin. A place that harbors filth. The masked man sneered, "Since that's the case, let's make it his burial ground. You clean up the mess. I'll go intercept any reinforcements that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School might send." I really want to see what expression Sword Master Qinshin will have when he hears the news of his precious grandson's death. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Rong woke up naturally, stretched lazily, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw me sitting cross-legged on the sofa. She curiously asked, "Brother Yi, you really didn't sleep at all last night?" I opened my eyes and nodded at her. As a result, she exclaimed and froze, "Your eyes." My heart sank for a moment. Oh no, I may have overdone the improved insight eye last night, and that emotionless indifference hasn't completely faded. I quickly laughed it off and conjured a mirror. What's wrong? I don't have dark circles under my eyes, do I? That would be a shame for my unparalleled beauty. Seeing me clowning around, Rong hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Maybe I was mistaken. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to get through it. To be honest, I was really a bit on edge when I came back last night. I've sneaked out to do things like this more than once or twice, but this time it was different. Rong, that little ancestor, was sleeping right in the next bed. If she found out, I wouldn't be able to explain myself no matter how much I talked. I remained calm and quietly activated my insight. Let me tell you, this skill of mine is really useful, but there's a bug. Once I open my eyes, my pupils instantly turn white, like I've activated a special effect for colored contact lenses, making it obvious to others that I'm cheating. So recently, I've been optimizing this thing, toning down the effect so that now it just gives a fleeting sparkle in my eyes, emphasizing a low-key luxury with depth. Fortunately, when I glanced over, I saw that Rong had no doubts in her mind, which put me at ease. I cleared my throat and said, Rong, that's enough. It's time to register for Shrek Academy. However, this little ancestor reacted by shaking her head vigorously as soon as I mentioned going to Shrek Academy, saying no. She wasn't done having fun yet. I was just speechless at that moment. Who understands my family? This young lady always puts her errands behind shopping when she's out. She even glared at me indignantly. And don't think I don't know. The registration is tomorrow. You just want to take me out today? What is your game? Well, I was caught off guard. I didn't know where to put my old face. I really did want to go and check the place out in advance. There was no other choice but to change the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to go out? Let us go. Time to set off. As soon as we stepped outside, it was a sea of people. Rong, this country girl who had never been far from home, was wide-eyed. I, on the other hand, acted like a tour guide, explaining, "See, this is the monthly market in Soto City, specifically designed to serve you soul masters." I told her that the water here is deep. Most of the vendors are ordinary people, while the buyers are actually soul masters. These merchants are quite bold. For the sake of money, They dare to trade face-to-face with soul masters and even sell counterfeit goods. There was once a soul king who bought counterfeit goods and tried to cause trouble. But he ended up being beaten to a pulp by a soul emperor that all the merchants pooled money to hire. From then on, it became an unspoken rule. Once you buy it, you can't return or exchange it. Just as I was saying this, an old man at a nearby stall chimed in with a smile. This young friend knows quite a bit. Care to come take a look? I raised the corner of my mouth and pulled NingYe over. I glanced at the items on his stall and knew right away. They were all junk. But the old man was quite slick with his words, boasting extravagantly that his stall was the best in the entire place. I haven't complained yet. NingYe pointed at a black stone and asked, "Boss, how much is this?" The boss, being an old hand, immediately said it was a family heirloom, a treasure left by my ancestor, the Soul King. Seeing that you, little girl, are fated, I'll reluctantly part with it for 10 gold soul coins. But who is NingYe? The little princess of a 7-treasure glazed tile sect, a fierce bargainer. She pouted and directly interrogated him. Does your ancestor have a soul king? Then show me your martial soul. The old man was stumped on the spot, stammering for a long time without saying anything. NingYe lifted her chin, exuding a queenly aura. If you don't say, it must be fake. 10 copper soul coins. Take it or leave it. After saying that, she grabbed my hand and walked away without looking back. I was shocked standing next to her. Sister, this is not haggling. This is directly cutting to the ankle. When the boss saw that we were really leaving, he panicked and, with a mournful face, shouted, all right, 10 copper soul coins. Let's just be friends. I smiled and took out 10 copper coins to hand over, casually dragging that black stone over. It felt quite heavy in my hand. I quickly stored it in my spatial soul guide. The old man's eyes nearly popped out. He probably didn't expect that we really had something valuable. Once we walked far enough away, I held her little hand and said, do you know what you just bought with those 10 copper coins? A deep-sea copper mine, worth at least 100 gold soul coins per pound. This piece in your hand weighs at least 100 pounds. The little girl was stunned at that moment and chased after me, asking how I recognized it. I tapped her on the head. I told you to read more books, but you didn't listen. My martial soul comes with a supercomputer. I can't forget what I've seen after just one glance. She pouted in annoyance because I never let my abilities help her cheat on her studies. Just as we were bickering, we slipped into a strange place. A shop that didn't set of stalls at the big market, very aloof. The sign on the door had a hammer, a sword, and a dragon. When I saw it, I understood. Wasn't this the stingy old den of Dean Flander from Shrek Academy? NingYe also found it interesting and insisted on going in to take a look. Once inside, wow, a musty smell hit us, and it was dark. An old man with a hooked nose was lying on a chair, pretending to be dead. I got straight to the point. Flander, stop pretending. Get up and serve your customers. The old man sat up abruptly, his eyes sharp like knives, and a powerful aura pressed straight towards me. NingYe was startled. Who are you? His voice was deep enough to drip water. I shrugged my shoulders and acted nonchalant. Don't get excited. Who else would come here to study? It turned out to be a student, and as soon as he heard that, his momentum faded, and he lazily lay back down again. However, he added, don't call so early. You might not be able to enroll. This remark riled up NingYe. Who do you look down on? We can go anywhere we want to study. I quickly stopped her. Arguing with this kind of person is useless. I pointed at a broken stone on his shelf and asked, how much for this? He didn't even lift his eyelids and replied, not for sale. If it's not for sale, why display it? NingYe retorted again. That old guy, Fran, got into the spirit of it. It's my shop. I can display whatever I want. Moreover, you called the dean by name. That's disrespectful. Everything in this shop is not for sale to you. I laughed. There's only one way to deal with this kind of person. 100 gold soul coins. I quoted. He didn't react. 1,000 gold soul coins. This time he opened his eyes, looking disdainful. Kid, are you trying to pressure me with money? Do you even have 1,000 gold soul coins? I shook my head and pulled out a silver card, waving in front of him. Those in the know would understand what this card represents. Flander's pupils instantly contracted, and he sat up straight, staring intensely at us. Are you from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school? His attitude did a complete 180 as he magically produced 2 rickety chairs for us to sit on. But he wasn't done yet. Suddenly, he released his soul saint aura and said fiercely, this card recognizes the card, not the person. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you and take the card to enjoy myself? The old man unleashed his soul saint aura fully, and the 7 soul rings lit up with a buzz. The pressure was enough to make any other soul sect kneel instantly. In the end, his hand was almost at my face, and I casually uttered 5 words, 200,000 gold soul coins. His hand abruptly stopped right in front of my nose, as if he had pressed the pause button, staring at me in bewilderment. I smiled and repeated word by word. I, personally, will unconditionally sponsor Shrek Academy with 200,000 gold soul coins every month. Flinder was completely stunned, looking at me, then at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong cooperatively added, "My dad said that all resources in the clan can be freely allocated by Brother Yi, and this amount of money, he can cover it himself." Now Flinder looked at me differently, with shock, wariness, and a hint of ecstasy. He took a deep breath. "Speak, what are the conditions?" "Unconditional." I shook my head, "But I have a personal request. After we enroll, I hope we can have sufficient free time to cultivate in our own way." He was about to put on airs and say that rules cannot be broken, but I immediately followed up. "I am willing to add an additional 50,000 gold soul coins every month." "Hey, what you said?" Flinder's face broke into a smile, and he slapped his thigh. "At Shrek Academy, we have always respected students' individuality and taught according to their abilities. Freedom is a must." Once the deal was settled, I prepared to take Ning Rongrong away. However, the little girl had her eyes on an inconspicuous crystal on the counter. I feel as clear as a mirror. Isn't this the crystal that Tang Xin used to show off and defeat Zhao Wuji in the original work? Hey, this is interesting. Today I want to see what you, Tang San, will use to show off your skills without this stone. Flinder is looking at me like I'm a god of wealth, waving his hand. Take it, take it. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. I was also not polite and let Ning Rongrong carry the crystal. As soon as I stepped out, guess who I ran into? Just as they say, speak of the devil, there stood Tang San and Xiao Wu at the door. The moment Tang San saw me, his body instantly stiffened, and his eyes looked as nervous as if he had seen a ghost. I went up and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey, Xiao San, don't be so nervous. I'm not going to eat you." He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Just as we were about to pass each other, he suddenly called out to me, "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" I turned my head. He was staring intently at the crystal in Ning Rongrong's hand and asked in a deep voice, "I want to ask, can the crystal in her hand be transferred to me?" I looked down at the crystal, then raised my head to look at him and smiled. "Transfer?" I shook my head, chuckled lightly, "Huh?" The little girl beside me was not happy and shouted with her hands on her hips. "Huh, what, huh? If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. What's so great about it? It's just a broken crystal." I completely ignored her and just watched Tang San with great interest. "Do you want this crystal?" Tang San nodded vigorously. "Yes." "Then you should be aware of the value of this crystal." "Value?" "Let me tell you, you have no idea about the value of this thing at all." I exchanged a glance with Rongrong, and with just one look, we understood each other. I grinned as I took the crystal, which was as big as a human head, and tossed it in my hand. Wow, it looked big, but it was actually quite light. This thing is called hair crystal. When a crystal grows crooked due to external forces, it will have golden threads inside, right? I glanced at Tang San. Usually, just one golden thread is worth a lot of money. But look at this piece. Its golden threads are so dense, they're almost like a gold ingot. I call this board crystal, and it must be at least 100,000 years old. The value of this thing? Trying to put a price on it is simply an insult. I squeezed it, feeling the direction and sharpness of the golden threads inside, then suddenly changed the subject, smiling meaningfully. Besides, for those who are skilled with needles, this thing is simply a divine artifact. Am I right, Tang San? It feels so good to show off in front of the protagonist. Tang San's face stiffened, and after a long pause, he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. I was too abrupt. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Wu and was about to leave. "Hey, don't be in such a hurry." I called him back directly. "Although this crystal is impressive, it's just a useless trinket for me. It's not that I'm pretending. Family, who understands? I have an entire super God systems technology library on me. Isn't a dark matter sniper rifle more appealing? Isn't an antimatter bomb powerful enough? Why should I manually toss needles here? Isn't that tiring? I can give it to you," I said to Tang Sin slowly, "but what will you trade for it? Money? I don't lack money." When I said those 3 words, I felt my life was complete. Tang San fell completely silent. He knew I was speaking the truth. He was just a poor kid now, unable to offer anything. He stared intensely at the crystal in my hand, and that look, TSK, was full of desire. "All right, Xiao Wu, let's go." He finally gave up and turned to leave. "Wait a minute," I called him back again. "There might still be a chance to want it." Xiao Wu exploded and shouted at me. "What exactly do you want? Speak up quickly. Don't keep us in suspense here." Hey, this rabbit is quite protective of her husband. I completely ignored her and just stared at Tang San's back. "It's very simple. Do me a favor. From now on, whenever I need it, you help me with one thing. This piece of crystal now belongs to you." This is an early investment, planting a bomb for the future sea god, just in case it's needed later, right? Tang Sin turned around, his expression very complex. After hesitating for a long time, he finally nodded. All right, but it can't go against my principles. Deal. I raised my hand and threw that priceless board crystal away like it was garbage. That kid Tang, Sam was really fast. He caught it steadily in midair and held it in his arms like a treasure. All right, Rong Rong, let's go. I took Rong Rong's hand and walked away without looking back. After walking a long distance, Rong Rong couldn't help but ask me, what's going on with you? It feels like you're very familiar with him. Didn't you say you didn't know him? I pinched her little hand and smiled, saying, we don't know each other now, but we'll be classmates in the future. So I thought I'd say hello in advance. Classmates? Rong Rong looked puzzled. How do you know? I can't see anything special about them. As we talked, her expression suddenly sharpened, scanning me like a little radar. You don't have a crush on that girl named Xiaowu, do you? Goodness. I immediately had the expression of an elderly person on the subway, looking at their phone. This little vinegar jar turned over way too quickly. I quickly explained, what are you thinking? Both of them are almost at level 29 in soul power, and their age is similar to ours. Isn't that talent impressive enough? I'm investing in potential stocks in advance. Rong Rong was half convinced. Do you really have no other thoughts? I was both amused and helpless, so I could only reach out and ruffle her hair. My mind is filled with thoughts of our Rong Rong. How could there be any room to think about others? I don't believe you. Rong Rong's little face turned red, and she lowered her head and quickened her pace, saying she wanted to go back to the hotel to practice. But in fact, she was just shy. I smiled and caught up to her, and in that moment, she lowered her head and exclaimed, oh no, as she bumped straight into someone and then fell right into my arms. Hey, watch where you're going. A particularly lewd voice rang out. I looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s, a little over 6 meters tall, with a dark complexion. He was wearing torn shorts and flip-flops. And while he looked quite simple-minded, his gaze was greasy enough to fry a dish. I felt a bit embarrassed. Anyway, it was indeed Rong Rong who bumped into him, so I apologized first. The man was initially ready to scold us, but when he saw Rong Rong in my arms, a glint of malicious intent flashed in his eyes. Although he quickly hid it, he cleared his throat and pretended to be composed. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Me call it Boule. What are the names of the two little friends? Boule. My heart sank. Wow, isn't this the legendary mobile roast chicken? What a coincidence. Rong Rong was already impatient. She wriggled out of my arms and shot back at him. What is it to you? Boule not only wasn't angry, but laughed even more happily. May I ask where you two live? Do you want Uncle to give you a ride? No need. She's impatient. We're leaving now. I pulled Rong Rong and turned to walk away, but out of the corner of my eye, I had already locked onto this guy. Sure enough, we hadn't walked far when we turned into a small alley, and Rong Rong whispered, Yedidai, why did you apologize to him? He clearly isn't a good person. His gaze at me just now was disgusting. I tightened my grip on her hand, my gaze turning cold. Yeah, I know, but if he dares to act recklessly, I'll make him understand what regret feels like. As soon as I finished speaking, Rong Rong spoke up again. Someone is following us. Yeah, I know. I smirked. They really have some guts. It's that lecherous uncle, and it seems like he brought along two more, equally sleazy. The names Dalu, Tianya, and Lao popped into my mind instantly. Well, isn't that a coincidence? It's a perfect opportunity to strike. Why aren't you saying anything? Rong Rong noticed my silence and grew a bit anxious. Don't worry, I'll get you back to the hotel first. No, she rejected it without a second thought. I want to see you make them suffer. Besides, they're after me. If I'm not around, they won't follow you. She even winked at me, putting on a pitiful expression. I really have no way to deal with her. I sighed and said, all right. Then you remember this. Stick close to me, don't run around. Don't speak out of turn, and definitely don't move your hands recklessly. Got it. You're becoming more and more like my dad. Rong Rong stuck out her tongue. I didn't say anything and directly pulled her along, relying on my memory to head towards the most remote corner of the city. The three guys followed behind. One of them seemed quite cautious, saying that the place we were going to fell off. But the other guy immediately got worked up, thinking we were just two clueless little nobles trying to lure them in for a counterattack. Soon, we arrived at an abandoned corner where no one would go. I exchanged a glance with Rong Rong, and we both raised our lips in a similar, mischievous smile. Huh, what are you two little guys doing in such a remote place? That lewd voice of the guy came from behind. In the next second, Rong Rong transformed into a dramatic actress, turning around with a terrified expression, her voice trembling. You. What do you want to do? I almost couldn't hold it together. Her acting deserves an Oscar. Wow, this girl is truly exceptional. Another guy called Old Goose was licking his lips, his eyes nearly popping out. Of course, do I even need to say how good my taste is? Not to mention, the girl is looking pleased. Come here, little girl. Let Uncle take good care of you. Don't come over. Rong Rong was backing away in fear while quietly informing me. There's another one who went around to our back. I really can't stand her. Just then, another more unpleasant voice came from behind. We're here, little girl. Rong Rong hid behind me, tightly gripping my sleeve, her voice pitiful. Protect me. Bulu glanced over and became impatient. You little brat, go away and don't get in the way. With that, he swiped a claw toward my chest. I sidestepped and shook my head, letting out a sigh. Hey, why can't you guys just wait to be roasted by Ma Hongjun? Why do you have to run into my gun barrel? Well, Ma Hongjun, the one called Old Goose suddenly became alert. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's scared silly. Bulu shouted loudly, and in an instant, for soul rings lit up around him. One white, two yellow, and one purple. Two pink domes appeared in his hands and flew directly towards me, trapping me from the front and back. He smiled triumphantly. Just stay put. Then he walked toward Rong Rong with a lewd grin on his face. I tried to struggle a bit, and the cover was surprisingly resilient. It had good flexibility. I nodded slightly, and then in the next second, I exerted a bit of force with my hand. Unfortunately, it was too brittle. Crack! With a crisp sound, the cover shattered. The displeased face instantly turned green, filled with disbelief. Just then, Rong Rong's voice rang out. The 7-treasure glaze tile has been activated. 1 for strength, 2 for speed, 3 for soul. 3 beams of light instantly merged into my body, and I felt a surge of power fill me up. Awesome. Rong Rong put away the 7-treasure glaze tile and playfully winked at me. My soul power can only assist you for 5 minutes. Okay? Good luck. 5 minutes? You think too highly of them. I shook my head helplessly. 1 minute is enough. Not good. It's the people from the 7-treasure glaze tile school. NingYe, make your move. The old goose reacted the fastest, shouting loudly. The smallest NingYe suddenly appeared with a broken blade in hand, charging madly towards Rong Rong. Seeking death. Boom. The ground beneath my feet exploded, and I transformed into an afterimage, instantly blocking NingYe's path. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the broken blade, glowing green, slashed towards my neck. I couldn't even be bothered to look. I just reached out and grabbed his broken blade. In my hand, his knife was like a plastic toy, and with a loud bang, I crushed it into pieces. NingYe spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, his martial soul shattered. He was done for. He still wanted to move against Rong Rong in front of me. Ridiculous. I glanced over at the already terrified Bulu and Old Goose, and it was your turn now. Run. Old Goose pulled Bulu and turned to flee, even using a soul skill to whip up a gust of wind to try to block me. Can you escape? I closed my eyes in the midst of the swirling dust, and a silver, brutal beauty of a weapon, the Desert Eagle, modified, suddenly appeared in my hand. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a specially made bullet whistled out, instantly exploding in the air and transforming into 2 pellets that pierced through their thighs with precision. The 2 of them screamed in agony as they fell to the ground, looking at me in terror as I walked over as if I were just taking a stroll. I dragged the unconscious NingYe over and tossed him with the other 2, then asked Rong Rong with a smile, what should we do with these 3? Rong Rong, curiously playing with another gun I had given her, answered without thinking, break their legs and leave them here to fend for themselves. Her words scared the 2 who were awake, making them tremble all over. Just then, a sound rang in my head. System task issued. Re-educate the 3 spirit masters. Task reward. A mysterious gift package. My system, which hadn't made a sound for ages, suddenly came to life. I tried to ask in my mind, re-educate. Doesn't mean what I think it does. The system's cold mechanical voice replied. Host to make the judgment. All right, I got it. I looked at Rong Rong seriously and asked, Rong Rong, what do you think if I say I can reform them, but the method might be not very proper? Rong Rong looked at me strangely and said, what does it matter if the method is proper or not? Turning bad people into good people is the greatest righteousness. Is it right to let them continue to harm others? Hearing this, I smiled. As expected of my Rong Rong, her worldview is just right. I understood. I walked up to the 2 of them, knocked them out with 2 swift strikes, then sat cross-legged, my eyes instantly turning pale. The Eye of Insight fully activated, forcibly invading, suppressing, modifying memories. This process consumed a tremendous amount of my mental energy. By the time I finished with the last one, my vision was already starting to darken. Ye brother. Rong Rong's voice rang in my ears, filled with worry. I should have known better than to let you do this. It would have been much easier to just kill them directly. I felt my body sway and leaned against her. Then I lost all consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning. The warm sunlight was shining on my face, and Rong was poking my face with a small stick she had somehow gotten. "Get up, you big lazy pig." Rong? I looked at her, still a bit dazed. Right? Who else could it be? As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw that girl named Rong waving a small wooden stick in front of me. "Hurry up. If you don't get out of bed soon, the Shrek enrollment office will close." Goodness, my head is still buzzing. Enrollment? My memory is still stuck on when I finished altering her memory. Let me tell you, the side effects of this eye of insight are really something. It completely made me lose track of time. I looked around and thought, wait, how did I end up in bed? Rong hit my forehead with her little stick twice, looking at me like I was an idiot. "You climbed up here yourself in the middle of the night. Who are you asking? Did you expect me to carry you back?" Fine, if she didn't want to talk, I'll pretend I don't know. Anyway, my buddy's operation this time was solid. After washing up, we headed straight to Shrek Academy. And guess what? Family, who understands? This so-called elite academy is just a broken village. The sign at the village entrance had a green slime face, and it was so worn out it was about to fall apart. Rong was dumbfounded, her mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. "No way. Is this it? This place's conditions don't even compare to 1/10,000th of our family's bathroom." I remained calm, pulling her inside. Let me tell you, the amazing part is here. In a broken village, 7 gods could emerge in the future. Where can you reason about that? I glanced around and found that everyone was here. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai, plus me and Rong, and also Ma Hongjun and Oscar who were already inside. The original Shrek 7 monsters have successfully gathered today. But when I looked a little longer, Rong immediately became unhappy and nudged me with her elbow. "What are you looking at? Are you looking at that girl in black? Is she pretty?" As soon as I looked, I realized she was referring to Zhu Zhuqing. To be honest, that figure, that temperament, is indeed top-notch. Rong, this little jealous pot, was pouting and glaring at a certain part of her body, angrily saying, "I will have that too in the future." I quickly patted her head to comfort her, say yes, definitely. What I was really thinking was that improving our strength is the key, sisters. All of this is just superficial. Just as I was saying that, Dai Mubai's eyes lit up, and he walked directly towards us. "You really came." I smiled and shot him a sideways glance, just in time to see Zhu Zhuqing walk up to take the test. "Do you think that girl has a special connection with you?" Let me tell you, her background is not simple at all. Dai Mubai was stunned on the spot, and before he could ask anything, the test instructor, Li Yusong, called him over. We both followed along and paid the registration fee of 20 gold soul coins. I casually took out my spatial soul guide, which immediately made teacher Li's expression serious. Rong went first, extending her little hand for the bone age test. 11 years old, qualified. "Release your martial soul," she was told. The girl turned back and gave me a playful smile, and in the next second, the 7-treasure glazed tile tower appeared with a flash. The 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, shone brightly, and the entire venue fell silent. Xiao Wu's mouth dropped wide open. My gosh, she's actually a soul ancestor? Zhu Zhuqing's icy expression couldn't hold up any longer. Her eyes filled with shock. Teacher Li was even more excited. "A member of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? Does your family know you're here?" "Of course they do." Rong put away her martial soul and proudly tilted her chin at me. I was quite surprised as well. So I leaned over and asked her, "Are you 31? This girl has a soul guide with hidden soul power. I couldn't tell without her showing her martial soul. She just broke through yesterday." The little expression on her face was so happy. "It's your turn now." I stepped forward and Teacher Li pinched my arm, his brows immediately furrowing into a knot. "Your hand. Have you also practiced special soul skills?" He said he had seen a ghost today, but he couldn't gauge the bone age of 1 or 2. Tang San's hands were too soft, but mine were as hard as steel. I thought to myself, this super gene is amazing. I lifted my leg. Teacher Li, not believing in evil, came to pinch my calf again. As soon as he applied force, my body reacted instinctively, and I kicked him out with one swift motion. Goodness, a 63rd level Soul Emperor was pushed back 2 steps by my kick. Everyone in the room was stunned. Their expressions seemed to say, this guy must be out of his mind, daring to kick his teacher. I quickly apologized. "Teacher, I'm sorry. It's muscle memory, muscle memory." Teacher Li not only wasn't angry, but instead laughed. It's okay at the age of 11. That's acceptable. Turning body defense into instinct is a talent. Now, unleash your martial soul. All right then, don't blame me for going all out. I spread my right hand, and the dark matter computer appeared. Immediately for soul rings, yellow, purple, suddenly emerged. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Four-ring soul master? How is this possible? Xiao Wu let out a piercing scream. An 11-year-old four-ring soul master, and with the best soul ring configuration. This concept is roughly equivalent to just starting elementary school, while someone else has already published their doctoral thesis. Everyone present, except for Rong, was stunned. Tang San remained relatively calm, but the confusion in his eyes was about to overflow. He was probably thinking, my last soul ring configuration wasn't like this. How could this kid hide something? Teacher Li's eyes widened even more, his voice trembling with excitement. You are the legendary prodigy of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I smiled slightly and said, what genius? Just an ordinary soul master. But inside, I was already thrilled. So what if he asked the main character? ISNT, he's still eating dust behind me? Mubai. Teacher Li waved his hand and directly took the 2 of them to the 4th round. Treat them well. Xiao was unhappy. Why? This isn't fair. Dai Mubai quickly explained that according to the Academy's rules, those with soul power exceeding level 25 before the age of 13 can directly skip rounds. After hearing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu also met the criteria. And what about her? Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing. As soon as I saw the situation, I thought to myself that I can't miss the famous scene of the 4-man team battling Zhao Wao Qi. So I immediately replied, Teacher, no need to trouble yourself. I believe this student can go directly to the 4th level. As a result, Dai Mubai awkwardly chimed in our academy, there's only a crystal for testing soul power in the 2nd level. I exchanged a glance with Rong, both of us speechless. How poor has Shrek become? A soul power crystal only costs a few coins. Flander, you are too stingy. How about this? I'll take out a white crystal from my pocket and use mine first. Teacher Li nodded. I handed the crystal to Zhu Zhuqing, and she infused it with soul power, but the crystal showed no reaction. Just as Xiao was about to ask if it was broken, a deep voice with a hint of AI synthesis came from the crystal. Martial Soul, Netherworld Spirit Cat. Sensitive attack type, Beast Martial Soul. Innate Soul Power level 9. Current Soul Power level peak at 27. Expected to break through again in 77 hours of training. The entire room was once again petrified. This crystal can even report in voice? Xiao Wu was stunned. Tang San also had a look of having his knowledge system overturned. Teacher Li was even more excited, standing up. This is no longer just ignorance. A crystal that can measure innate soul power, martial soul status, and even calculate the expected breakthrough time is probably one of a kind in the entire continent. He stared at me, his gaze as if he were looking at an alien. Did you create this? I calmly nodded. It's just a piece of crystal, nothing to mention. In fact, the amazing part about this thing is yet to come. It can generate a detailed analysis report of all the tester's data, including soul skills and physical fitness, and directly transmit it to both my and the tester's minds, while also backing it up to my own database. It's simply a personal combat power scanner, way ahead of its time. When Zhu Zhuqing returned the crystal to me, she said a quick thank you with a cold face and then caught up with the main group. I was just about to marvel at how cool a cold girl can be even when saying thank you, when Rong's death stare came over. What are you looking at? Did your soul get taken away, or something? I quickly grabbed her little hand and moved forward, walking. What am I thinking about? A group of us followed Dai Mubai deeper into the village, introducing ourselves along the way. I casually claimed that my martial soul was mutated and could only assist in my own cultivation, which was why I was so fast. Xiao Wu actually believed it and patted her chest, saying she would protect me in the future. Dai Mubai tried to strike up a conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, but she silenced him with just one glance, and the scene became quite awkward. We arrived at the testing grounds for the 2nd round, which was just a large open space. As soon as we got there, we heard a sharp voice shouting, Teacher, what's wrong with them? Why do they get to go to the next round directly? Your academy is biased. A boy in a yellow outfit, with an expression that screamed arrogance, was pointing at us and yelling. Dai Mubai's face darkened as he retorted, if your soul power exceeds level 25, you're welcome to join our biased team. Upon hearing this, the boy in yellow exploded, impossible. I'm the top genius of Soto City, and I'm only level 24. I don't believe it. His eyes scanned over us girls like a radar, finally landing on Zhu Zhuqing, almost drooling. I originally didn't want to pay attention to this kind of person and was about to leave with Rong. As a result, this guy was shameless and actually reached out to grab Rong and Zhu Zhuqing. I quickly pulled Rong behind me, and Zhu Zhuqing instantly summoned her spirit, skillfully dodging. That kid saw Zhu Zhuqing's 2 soul rings and still pretended to be tough, saying, oh, not bad. I was getting impatient at that moment, turned my head, and slightly squinted my eyes. You want to see, huh? He was still shouting over there. What are you pretending for? If you have the ability, measure your soul power. I ignored him and instead smiled at Zhu Zhuqing, who had a frosty expression beside me, and asked her, "Can you let me have it, please?" Zhu Zhuqing coldly nodded. "Sure." Let me tell you, when no one was paying attention, my brother NingYe directly slipped in front of that test teacher. Testing soul power? How boring. He smiled at that troublemaker with yellow hair and said, "Why don't we just have a match? Let's see who is really cheating." Wow. He directly challenged him to a fight. The guy with yellow hair, named Wu Jinsong, was stunned at first, but he couldn't lose face. So he gritted his teeth and agreed. The two of them stood on a nearby empty spot, and Wu Jinsong's momentum instantly changed. He revealed his martial soul. A black gold spear and 2 yellow soul rings appeared under his feet. He introduced himself. Wu Jinsong, level 24 strong attack system. Hey, the little tyrant of Soto City. That sounds pretty intimidating. Dai Mubai watched with his arms crossed, while the teacher looked a bit worried and asked if NingYe would be okay. Dai Mubai's expression was simply, just watch, looking forward to the good show. Then, everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. My brother NingYe calmly raised his hand, and something that looked like, a calculator appeared in his palm. Then he lightly said, "NingYe, level 45 support system." As soon as he finished speaking, I tell you, 4 soul rings shot up from beneath his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple. The color combination was simply textbook perfect. The most impressive part? When those 4 soul rings appeared, there wasn't a hint of soul power fluctuation, just like they were fake, showcasing a low-key luxury. The group of little kids waiting for the test went into an uproar. It must be fake. Soul Master? 12 years old. Who are they trying to fool? It's definitely an illusion. Look, he has no aura at all. They would rather believe their eyes were deceived than accept this as real. But the testing teacher wasn't dumb. He gasped in shock, his face turned pale. And he turned to Dai Mubai. He really is 11 years old? Dai Mubai nodded with a bitter smile. And the teacher nearly ground his teeth in disbelief, blurting out, "What kind of monster has come to our Shrek?" Wu Jinsong on the scene was also stunned. But he knew that this thing couldn't be self-deceived. He encouraged himself in his heart. It's fine, he's just a support. I still have a chance. Strike first. I tell you, he shouted loudly, and the first spirit ring lit up. He charged forward like a cannonball, stabbing at NingYe's chest with a move called Overlord Thrust. Just when the tip of the gun was about to poke in, my brother's mind went ding. The system activated, insisting that he use the spear to win, rewarding him with some super gene. In that moment of distraction, Wu Jinsong thought the opportunity had come, and the second spirit ring lit up as well. The tip of the gun shining brightly, looking like he was about to succeed. What happened next? Clang! With a crisp sound, NingYe slowly extended his right hand, a layer of pitch-black light emanating from it, and he grabbed that unstoppable gun tip with one hand. Not a single movement. What the hell? Wu Jinsong's eyes were about to pop out. The next second, a surge of immense force came, and he, along with the gun, was thrown out with a bang, landing face first in the grass. The whole place fell silent instantly. Dai Mubai and the others were dumbfounded, not surprised that NingYe could block it, but shocked at how he did it. What was that on his hand? Ning Rongrong, standing beside him, had a proud look on her face and explained with a smile. It's a glove, made by Yi brother himself. Made by himself? Who understands? Family members. In this day and age, aren't spirit-guided devices already lost to time? Tang San and the others rushed over, and Ning Rongrong even demonstrated on the spot, showing the black and gold gloves that could appear with a thought and disappear when not in use, merging with the skin as if they were part of it. Simply black technology at its finest. And it didn't stop there. Ning Rongrong said these gloves could shoot out chains. She pointed at the ground, and a dark chain shot into the earth over 2 meters deep. Dai Mubai, not believing in evil, directly activated his martial spirit, his muscles almost bursting through his clothes. And with the 3rd 1,000-year spirit ring lit up, he pulled with all his might on that chain. What happened? The main character was scraping the skin, and the support was cheating. That chain didn't budge at all. The testing teacher walked over and said something fair. Don't waste your effort. This thing can't be broken unless you reach the Spirit King level. Then he gently tugged, and the chain snapped with a crack, leaving us all dumbfounded. Even more outrageous came next. Ning Rongrong injected a bit of spirit power into the broken chain, and it actually reconnected by itself. It could even self-repair, and it could grow stronger with the owner's spirit power. My goodness, this is not just a soul guide device. It's simply a walking artifact. While we were here stunned into silence by the glove, NingYe on the field started to show off again. The calculator martial soul in his hand floated up and transformed into an unremarkable black greatsword. Then, that sword suddenly emitted a burst of black light. Let me tell you, that light was like it had magic. All of our gazes were instantly drawn to it. Our minds went blank, and we couldn't move at all. It was still that testing teacher with profound skills who shouted loudly to wake us up. When we came to our senses, goodness, the black sword in NingYe's hand had already disappeared, replaced by a shining silver spear. The teacher, looking dazed, said, "I saw it. That sword, disassembled, and then reassembled into a spear." We all fell silent. This was beyond our comprehension. How many secrets does this person have? Tang San took a deep breath and suddenly, as if seeing through everything, pointed to the stage and said, "Look, he is waiting for Wu Jinsong to wake up." Ning Rongrong also realized this and said she had never seen NingYe practice with a gun. Now we all understood. This guy doesn't know how to use a gun at all. He plans to wait for his opponent to wake up and learn from him on the spot. Relying on his overwhelming strength, he treats his opponent as a training partner. That Wu Jinsong, really I could cry. He had a hard time waking up from the mental shock, taking a full 13 minutes and 47 seconds. NingYe even recited the time, like he was calling out a menu. Looking at the long gun in NingYe's hand and listening to the discussions of the little brothers nearby, Wu Jinsong wilted, asking with a sad face, "Is it still necessary to fight?" NingYe just smiled at him and said, "Whether it's necessary or not, you decide." I tell you, his expression was just short of directly saying, "Hurry up and admit defeat so I can finish work and collect my reward." As a result, Wu Jinsong actually showed some spirit. He took a deep breath, summoned the black gold gun again, and his gaze was serious. "Let us fight. Even if I can't win, I want to see how much of a difference there is between us." Good gracious, his mindset shifted directly from a fight to the death to paying for a class. He kicked off the ground and charged over, and with that momentum, it was clear he was bringing out all his hidden skills. At that moment, I saw NingYe's eyes narrow slightly, and the small square floating beside him, the dark MatterComputer, lit up with a buzz. Guess what? He performed a demonstration of AI-generated shooting techniques right there. Just 1 second. I tell you, just 1 second. His mind instantly processed countless sets of shooting data, directly compiling and combining them, then achieving a perfect understanding. It felt as if he hadn't trained with a sword since childhood, but had grown up practicing shooting. This was no ordinary person. He was simply a walking shooting technique GPT. He had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and the bright silver gun in his hand seemed to come alive as he faced the charging Wu Jinsong head-on. Ding! The two guns clashed together. Dai Mubai was stunned beside him, bitterly smiling as he asked Rongrong, "Are you sure he's never used a gun before?" Rongrong nodded firmly. "I'm sure." Xiao Wu twitched the corner of her mouth and shook her head. What a monster. Tang San was straightforward. His eyes sparkled with purple light, like a battlefield commentator. And he made a judgment. NingYe has won. He said that although Wu Jinsong's attack seemed fierce, he was completely led by NingYe's rhythm. Now, just struggling in vain. In Tang San's words, if Wu Jinsong's shooting technique could be considered somewhat accomplished, then NingYe was at the peak of excellence. Just as he finished speaking, NingYe flicked his wrist, and the gun barrel casually thrust up, directly disarming Wu Jinsong's black gold gun. Before Wu Jinsong could react, NingYe's gun tip was already steadily pointed at his chest. The whole venue was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After several seconds, Wu Jinsong finally let out a breath, retracted his martial soul, and lowered his head to say, "I lost." NingYe also put away his gun, smilingly nodding. "Thank you for your kindness." The system's prompt sound his mind had probably already started celebrating. The gun of the star was in hand. Just then, the testing teacher walked over, clapping his hands with admiration. What a splendid duel. NingYe was still being modest, but he was likely already calculating how to use this newly acquired super gene. "Brother Yi, you are amazing." Rongrong was the first to run over and directly hug NingYe. Dai Mubai and the others also gathered around. Their gazes towards NingYe were quite complicated. NingYe smiled and rubbed Rongrong's head, and Rongrong, with a twinkle in her eye, said loudly, "By the way, Tang San and the others are very interested in that soul guide you used midway." As she spoke, she revealed the black gold glove in her hand. "Oh, this?" NingYe smiled upon seeing it. Then came the most impressive move. I tell you, my eyes were almost about to fall out. He quickly pulled out 4 identical gloves, just without any engravings on them. "These little gadgets, if you like them, I'll give them to you. Family, who understands? Those are treasures that can withstand soul skills." He distributed them like handing out flyers, giving one to Tang San and stuffing them all into Xiao Wu's hands. Xiao Wu was stunned, stammering, "This is really a gift for us?" NingYe was so relaxed, Just some little things I made myself, nothing special. I had only one thought at that moment. I don't understand the world of the big shots. Tang San and the others were so excited that they couldn't even speak as they held the gloves. Ning Rongrong was encouraging them from the side. You guys should try them on quickly. There are surprises. As soon as they put them on, wow. The gloves actually adjusted their size automatically, fitting perfectly. Tang San's eyes lit up, and he probably triggered his artisan spirit again. NingYe smiled and explained that these things could recognize their owner by blood and could change styles at will. Unless they were broken, they couldn't be lost. As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, she immediately carved the character for dance on her glove and even added a pattern of a rabbit eating grass, while throwing some dog food at Tang San. The testing teacher next to them looked envious, his eyes full of desire. NingYe was quite clever and took out another pair, handing it over. Teacher, do you want one? The teacher was stunned. There's more? How come these things seem to be free? There are too many in stock. He took the gloves, weighed them, and with a serious expression said to NingYe, I owe you a favor. NingYe was probably overjoyed inside. Trading a pair of gloves for a favor from a Soul Emperor was a huge profit, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. Teacher, you're joking. It's just a pair of gloves. Dai Mubai gave NingYe a thumbs up. I've never admired many people in my life, but you were one of them. Now everything was great, and everyone was happy. The teacher urged Dai Mubai to take us to the fourth test. After we left, the teacher walked over to Wu Jinsong, who was still dumbfounded, and asked if he was unwilling to accept it. Wu Jinsong shook his head, saying he lost convincingly and felt that NingYe was still holding back his soul power when they fought. He said NingYe's marksmanship was even better than his old man's. And the teacher casually said, what if I told you that he had never practiced shooting before fighting you? What? Wu Jinsong was completely stunned, staring blankly for several seconds before finally sighing. What kind of monster did I just face? The teacher also felt quite emotional. There are always some monsters in this world, and he is the monster among monsters. After saying that, he made an exception and allowed Wu Jinsong to pass the test, telling him to hurry to the fourth test, as this might be an opportunity for him. Meanwhile, we followed Dai Mubai deeper into the academy. Xiao Wu curiously asked what the fourth test was about. Dai Mubai's expression was like he was constipated, hesitating for a long time before finally saying, the fourth test will be conducted by me. As long as you can last for a stick of incense under my hands, it counts as passing. Puffed. Xiao Wu burst out laughing. Then what are we waiting for? Boss Dai? Let us do it here. Let NingYe go first. Zhu Zhuqing rarely chimed in. Dai Mubai turned green. You guys are trying to get me killed. Are you kidding? Fight against the current NingYe? Does he want to live long? Fortunately, NingYe came to his rescue and suddenly said, all right, let us head to the testing area first. I feel like someone is waiting for us there. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere instantly became serious. If even NingYe said it was strong, then what kind of character could it be? We followed Dai Mubai around the corner, arrived in an open space. In the middle of the open area, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s and was extremely muscular was sitting on a chair, dozing off. I tell you, this person looks ordinary, but as soon as Dai Mubai stepped forward, he respectfully called out, Teacher Zhao, I brought people for the fourth round of assessment. The uncle opened his eyes wide, and wow, his gaze was sharp. He glanced at us and smiled, saying, oh, there are actually so many little monsters this year, 5? No, 6. Looking back, Wu Jinsong ran over, panting, and sincerely apologized to us. At that moment, the middle-aged man, known as Teacher Zhao, stood up, his muscles like iron lumps, giving off a tremendous sense of pressure. He smiled and said, originally, this test was supposed to be conducted by Mubai, but I decided to personally join you for some fun. Dai Mubai was shocked. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Wujia waved his hand. The dean is not here. I have the final say. He looked at us and said, I'll give you an incense sticks time to discuss. After which the 6 of you will team up against me. As long as you can last through an incense sticks time under my hands, you pass. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 soul rings rose up beneath him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Soul Sage. Immovable King, Zhao Wujia. He casually lit an incense stick and inserted it into the ground, starting the timer. Xiao was a bit panicked at that moment. Soul Sage? How are we going to fight this? We quickly gathered together, and Dai Mubai directly placed his hopes on NingYe. Guess what NingYe said? He casually replied, a soul saint, it's not a big problem. I almost knelt down to him at that moment. His heart is just too big. While he was speaking, he glanced at Zhao Waoqi and said that the old man was eavesdropping with his ears perked up. Then, NingYe thoroughly exposed Zhao Waoqi's background, a level 76 battle spirit saint, with a martial soul of a mighty golden bear, invincible in defense. But the drawback is his slow speed. Dai Mubai quickly poured cold water on it, saying the difference in soul power levels is too great, and slow speed is relative. I didn't plan to win by speed. NingYe smiled mysteriously, saying we just need to seize the initiative. Tang Sen asked what he meant. NingYe replied with 4 words, soul power chains. Xiao Wu immediately retorted, saying that thing could at most restrain a soul king. NingYe then gave Ning Rongrong a look, and Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue. It turned out that the gloves had a hidden function that wasn't mentioned. Without saying a word, Ning Rongrong raised her hand and shot a chain at Xiao Wu, wrapping it around her arm. Tang Sen instantly became nervous. NingYe quickly told him not to get agitated, then said to Xiao Wu, try using your soul power. Xiao Wu tried it, and her eyes widened instantly. My right hand soul power is completely sealed. Wow, this chain can not only bind people, but also seal souls. Dai Mubai gasped in shock beside them. This thing was simply unheard of. NingYe then slowly explained that as long as someone is bound by the chain, the soul power in that area would be sealed. Although our soul power is low, one chain can't restrain a soul saint. But if we use a few more chains, we can completely lock him down. His plan was very simple. As long as one person successfully seized the initiative, Zhao Waoqi's soul power operation would be affected, and others could take the opportunity to follow up and bind him with chains, rendering him unable to move. This plan was simply the perfect answer. After NingYe finished speaking, he took out a pair of gloves and threw them to Wu Jinsong. You join in too. The 5 of you working together will just fit 5 chains, which is enough. Wu Jinsong was stunned, not expecting to be included. NingYe had paved the way, then conjured a chair for himself, sat down beside them, and, like Zhao Waoqi, began to rest with his eyes closed, acting as the manager. Tang Sen also didn't hesitate and immediately took over command. Everyone introduced themselves and their levels, and Tang Sen quickly formulated a tactic, letting the fastest Zhu Zhuqing go first to seize the initiative, followed by him, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Wu Jinsong in order. Meanwhile, a stick of incense had just burned out. Zhao Waoqi stood up, his joints cracking loudly, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire arena. Dai Mubai retreated to the side, reigniting a stick of incense and inserting it into the ground. Just a second before the incense ignited, Zhu Zhuqing moved. Her entire body transformed into a black shadow, silently rushing toward Zhao Waoqi, so fast that it made no sound at all. I tell you, Zhao Wuji laughed at that moment, and his expression seemed to say that he wanted to crush that little brat. His palm, as big as a fan, reached out directly towards Zhu Zhuqing. But in the next second, Zhu Zhuqing made an extreme sideways dodge and swiftly escaped. She didn't know when she had a pitch-black chain in her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, it wrapped around Zhao Wuji's waist in an instant. Zhao Wuji was stunned at that moment, feeling a chill at his waist. When he tried to use his soul power, guess what happened? It got stuck. His soul power was delayed by half a beat. In that half a beat, Tang Sen seized the opportunity. Goodness, the ground went crazy, and countless blue silvergrass vines shot up, quickly tying Zhao Wuji into a giant green rice dumpling. We all thought this was stable. That little girl, Xiao Wu, even started popping champagne and cheerfully said, "What is so great about a soul saint?" Who knew that this one sentence would poke a hornet's nest? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and that dumpling burst open. Zhao Wujia was enveloped in black energy, his eyes turned red, and he shouted at us. I initially planned to let you off easy, but now it seems I need to teach you what it means to respect a powerful opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body began to swell, his muscles inflating like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant brown bear over 5 or 6 meters tall. Martial's soul, true form. Goodness, the sense of oppression was incredible. Without saying a word, he charged straight at Xiao Wu, who had just been too cocky. Tang San's eyes turned red in that moment, desperately rushing towards Xiao Wu. But the bear's speed was too fast. There was no time. Just as the bear's paw was about to hit Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong's support arrived. A beam of light struck Tang San, instantly boosting his speed as if he had activated nitrous. And with a leap, he pushed Xiao Wu out of the way with an extreme maneuver. Zhao Wujia, having missed his strike, immediately changed direction and charged at the support, Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing didn't think twice and directly lunged a block in front of Ning Rongrong. As we watched the massive bear paw, the size of a pot lid, about to come down, our hearts were in our throats. And guess what happened? NingYe, that guy who had been sitting back the whole time, had somehow appeared in front of them, extending just one hand and effortlessly caught that bear paw, which was the size of a small car. The entire place fell silent. He turned to look at the giant bear and smiled calmly. "You want to touch my people?" Zhao Wujia was stunned, but still said in a deep voice, "Kid, you have some skills. But the incense hasn't burned out yet. The assessment continues." NingYe smiled back. "All right, then please, Teacher Zhao, give me your guidance." I was stunned at the time. This guy was going to challenge the soul, saint's martial spirit in regular clothes. Zhao Wujia wasn't polite at all. He punched the ground, and the shockwave rolled in like a tsunami. As a result, NingYe lightly leaped, and with a grab in midair, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. Countless black metal armor pieces appeared out of nowhere, making a series of spine-tingling sounds as they combined. By the time he landed, he was already wearing a set of explosively cool, dark alloy battle armor. The teachers were stunned, and Ning Rongrong explained that this armor could directly boost NingYe's soul power level to 60. Then, the battle situation reversed instantly. Before, Zhao Wujia was chasing us to fight, but now it was NingYe in armor, chasing after the giant bear that was 5 to 6 meters tall and pounding it. Every punch landed with a thunderous impact. Zhao Wujia got anxious and activated 3 soul skills in one go with his soul rings glowing. Gravity enhancement, gravity compression, instantly restricting NingYe's movements. Just as a powerful Vajra palm was about to hit him in the face, NingYe was even fiercer. Suddenly, a glowing dark matter computer appeared beside his right hand, hovering in midair, a beam of light shining on him, and a cold electronic voice sounded. Power amplification program activated. Current amplification factor 3 times. I thought to myself, it's already 2025, and even cultivators are starting to embrace technology. This is simply cyber Douluo. With a loud bang, the two of them clashed palms, each taking 2 steps back. NingYe seemed to be getting carried away, his eyes filled with fighting spirit, shouting, "Come again." The computer in mid-air chimed again. Amplification adjustment, currently 5 times. Warning, exceeding the body's tolerance. Crazy. This guy is simply insane. He charged forward again, despite the warning. Zhao Wujia also unleashed his true fire, activating the immovable king body, bracing himself against NingYe's attack, striking towards NingYe's chest, clearly intending to trade injury for injury. As a result, with a loud bang, both of them staggered back 7 or 8 steps. NingYe stood firm, as if nothing happened, while Zhao Wujia had a small dent in the bear fur on his chest, clearly having taken a big hit. NingYe pointed at the incense that had already burned out beside them, and said with a smile, "Teacher Zhao, the incense has burned out. Can we consider this past?" Zhao Wujia gasped for breath, dispelling his martial spirit true body, looking at NingYe with a complicated expression. "You have passed." Just as we were all breathing a sigh of relief, a figure descended from the sky. It was Dean Flander. He initially looked furious, questioning Zhao Wujia if he wanted to dismantle the academy, but as soon as he saw NingYe, his expression changed faster than flipping a book, instantly becoming friendly and approachable. Then, a shocking revelation was made. Flander announced in front of everyone, "NingYe, every month sponsors Shrek Academy with 250,000 gold soul coins." We were all petrified, and Dai Mubai's jaw almost dislocated. 250,000 a month. What does that even mean? Ning Rongrong on the side casually said, "Oh, this is just a small matter that ye talked about with the dean. Family, this wave of Versailles is a perfect score for me." But just in this harmonious atmosphere, a cold voice suddenly came. To carry it forward? Unfortunately, there's no chance for that anymore. When we turn around, good grief. We didn't know when we had been surrounded by a group of men in black. The short leader casually threw the unconscious Oscar and Ma Hongjun onto the ground. Flinder immediately became furious. "Aiden, what do you want, you from the Spear Hall?" The one called Aiden laughed and said that Shrek Academy's qualifications had been revoked, and they were ordered to capture the escaped criminals. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 people behind him simultaneously revealed their spirit rings. Oh my goodness, 7 soul saints. A full 7 soul saints. The spirit rings shone like neon lights, dark and oppressive, almost making me kneel on the spot. This wasn't just about capturing people. This was about exterminating a whole family. Instantly, a fight broke out. Flinder and Zhao Wowqi were immediately restrained by 2 against 1, and the remaining teachers were also outnumbered. Completely caught in a bitter battle that couldn't last long, Dai Mubai saw the situation. His eyes turned red, and he heroically wanted to rush up to buy us some time. But NingYe pulled him back, shaking his head lightly. He looked at the 3 soul saints across from us who had team moved, watching like they were at a show, with a meaningful expression. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt that this situation was definitely not that simple. These people's target was not Shrek Academy at all. Sure enough, I used my inside eye to scan, and good grief, these three soul saints weren't even looking at us. Their gazes were fixated on the two old men in the distance. My heart sank, I understood. These three were just a decoy, and the real big move was being held back by those two old men. To make three soul saints so wary, the opponents must at least be a soul, Douluo, and perhaps even a title Douluo. I told you at that moment I was not only calm, but also a bit excited. In such a situation, how could the system not send me a task? This would cost a lot of super god coins, and my soul power would definitely surge. I turned to Tang San and the others and asked, "Brothers, what's the situation? Are we running away?" Tang San frowned and firmly said, "Run away? No way. We are now part of Shrek. The Academy is in trouble, and we must fight." The others didn't say a word and directly summoned their martial souls, their attitudes clear on their faces. Even the newcomer Wu Jinsong tightened his grip on his spear. "Hey, this is getting interesting." I nodded and said, "All right, fair enough." I casually pointed to the soul saint across from us who looked the weakest and said to Dai Mubai and the others, "Boss Dai, that one is yours, no problem, right?" Dai Mubai looked at me with a complex expression and asked, "What about the other two?" He probably thought that if I wanted to take Rong away, it would be a piece of cake, and there was no need to get involved in this mess. I raised my eyebrows at Rong, and she returned me a reassuring glance. Our tacit understanding was such that one look was enough. I turned my head and smiled, "Just two soul saints. Leave it to me." As soon as I finished speaking, a sound rang in my head. System task incoming. It said someone was disturbing my leisurely time, which was unforgivable, and I needed to kill or repel the people from the Wuhuan Hall, with rewards depending on my performance. I was just looking at the task when the soul sage in front of me, holding a long sword, heard my words and burst into laughter. "What big words!" He shouted loudly. "Today I'll let you know how terrifying a soul sage can be." After saying that, he turned into a phantom and charged towards me. I smirked and thought, let's just get it done. The dark alloy armor buzzed as it covered my entire body, and I gripped the pitch-black great sword in my hand. The dark matter computer hovered beside me, instantly powering on. Family, who understands? His speed is fast, but under the analysis of my computer, I can clearly calculate whether he will step with his left foot or right foot, and even how many times his eyelashes will blink. This move is all about a dimensionality reduction strike. I didn't hide at all. Instead, I charged straight at him. I gently shifted my body to the left, and the dark alloy great sword in my hand thrust right at his heart. The soul saint was dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock, "What?" The sword that was originally aimed at me had to be forcibly pulled back to block. He didn't dare to take the risk. He couldn't gamble on whether my strike could pierce through his defense. He couldn't afford to exchange his life for the life of a mere soul master like me. As soon as I saw his cowardly appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. As long as he's scared to death, my movements didn't stop. The sword constantly aimed at his neck, heart, and temples, these vital points. Enough. That guy was forced to the point where his face turned red. A dignified soul sage was being chased and beaten by a young lad. He couldn't save face anymore. His first, second, and third spirit rings all lit up, and 3 spirit abilities were unleashed in one go. The cold light on the long sword surged, and he roared, "Die." He actually wanted to go down with me. Did he think he could take me with him? Laughable. What do you think my dark alloy armor is for? He couldn't even cut me standing still. With a crisp clang, his sword struck me, leaving not even a white mark. His pupils shook, first in shock, then instantly turned into greed. He must have set his sights on my equipment. Unfortunately for him, he didn't have a chance. In the next second, as he stood there dazed, my great sword pierced through his chest as easily as cutting tofu, killing a level 71 soul sage, triple rewards. The system notification rang out. A warm current surged through my body, and my soul power shot up to level 48. Awesome. The 2 soul sages opposite stared blankly as they watched their teammate go down in an instant. Xiao Wu and the others were even more shocked, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. One soul sage just like that, gone? I didn't have time to give them a chance to be shocked. With a move, I charged directly towards the remaining 2 soul saints. Tang San and the others over there had already begun to question their lives. Do we still need help? Zhu Zhuqing looked at me, single-handedly fighting against 2 soul saints. Her expression was quite something. Tang San swallowed hard and said, "I'm afraid it's not necessary." The 2 soul saints, battered and bruised from my attacks, were finally enraged. This is too much. They exchanged glances, and their 7th soul rings lit up simultaneously, summoning their true martial spirits. 2 powerful auras erupted at once, and they went all out. As soon as I saw the situation, I didn't want to waste time with them. I silently thought, "System, give me the trial card." The The cosmic level computer trial card has been used, lasting for 30 minutes. I tell you, at that moment, the whole world looked different in my eyes. What soul skills and soul power? To me, they're just a bunch of codes that can be modified at will. I closed my eyes, stood still, and felt this invincible power. Flanders and the others thought I was scared silly, shouting anxiously, "NingYe, be careful." The two soul saints, seeing me standing still, thought I was doomed and showed expressions of delight. As a result, I just slowly extended a finger, pointed at their attacks, and gently tapped in midair. With a buzzing sound, the two soul saints' devastating moves vanished in an instant, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, as if they had never existed. Their eyes were about to pop out. I chuckled lightly. "Soul Saint, is that all?" I pointed my finger at them again and lightly uttered a word. "Lock." The next second, the fluctuations of soul power on their bodies instantly disappeared. Their martial souls were released, and they stood there like they had lost their bones, turning into two ordinary people. But that wasn't all. I saw that Flanders and Zhao Wuji were having a tough time, so I decided to take decisive action. With the computational power of the celestial computer fully activated, I lightly shouted, "Freeze." The entire battlefield seemed to freeze in time. Everyone from the spirit hall, one and all, was stuck in place and couldn't move. At that moment, the leading werewolf, Aiden, who was frozen, desperately squeezed out a few words. "Sir, please make a move." Finally, the two old men who had been watching the show all along moved. One had a sharp, piercing voice, while the other was soft like a woman. Flanders's face changed dramatically, and he shouted in shock, "The Xianming twin demons." Good heavens, beneath these two old men, 8 soul rings slowly rose. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, 2 soul Douluos over level 80. Dai Mubai and the others gasped in shock. Flanders and Zhao Wuji hurriedly flew to my side, their faces heavy with worry. The teacher next to them explained to Tang San and the others that the Xianming twin demons were tough characters that both empires were headache over. The most terrifying part was that they had a martial soul fusion skill, and back in the day, they had used this move to take down 3 titled Douluos sent by the Spirit Hall to hunt them down, killing 1 and injuring 2. I scanned with the celestial computer, and wow, the rules of these 2 old fellows were indeed more than 10 times more complicated than the previous few soul saints. Flinder was still communicating with me through a secret sound transmission, telling me to find a chance to lead everyone to run quickly while he and Zhao Wujin fought desperately to delay. I directly replied to him, "Dean, there's no need for that." Before I finished speaking, the Xianming twin killers had already made their move, directly activating their true martial spirits. 2 massive shields merged into one, transforming into a gigantic shield the size of a door, unleashing a beam of white light towards us. Wherever that light passed, the ground cracked from the freezing. Flinder and Zhao Wujin's battle instincts went wild, urging them to run. Flinder wanted to rush over to pull me, but I didn't move at all. I watched the beam of light that contained a hint of the world's original source of the ice rule and smiled. I had touched the way, but unfortunately, there was still a long way to go. I once again extended my finger and gently tapped the white light that had rushed in front of me. The light and shadow instantly froze in place. In the rule-bound world I perceived, I directly copied and pasted the ice rules from their attack. In the next second, the light and shadow dissipated, and the 2 old men of the dark abyss suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, looking utterly dejected. Considering that you contributed a new skill to me, I smiled slightly and decided to gift you an ice sculpture set. As I spoke, the ice elements in the air erupted, instantly freezing the 2 old men into lifelike ice sculptures. The entire arena fell silent. Flandre flew to my side, forgetting to flap his wings, nearly plummeting down. Just then, the werewolf Lord Aiden actually broke free from my bindings using his martial soul's true form. He let out a wolf howl and turned to run. Family, who understands? One moment he was all-powerful, and the next he was bolting. I laughed. "Want to leave? Did you get my permission?" I snapped my fingers. "Let's give it a try." The surrounding ice sculptures, including the fleeing Aiden and all the Spirit Hall members, instantly shattered with a crack. People and bodies alike turned into piles of ice shards. Goodness, let me tell you, that scene was like a massive action figure cleanup. Spectacular to the extreme. But the next second, my mind felt like it had been infected by a virus, and it started to pop up notifications like crazy. Ding, ding, ding. It was relentless. Wow, the system message bombardment has arrived. Killing a soul saint rewards 10,000 super god coins and levels up my soul power. Another soul saint. Another 10,000, and I level up again. I have to tell you, I was over the moon at that moment. This move was something I had planned for a long time. I took down one enemy, and my soul power shot up to level 48. At that point, I thought, if I keep killing one by one, killing the second one would get me to level 50, but then the level difference for the subsequent kills wouldn't be enough. And the rewards would shrink, right? That wouldn't do. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. So I decided to go all out and froze the rest of those guys into popsicles, gathering them all together. This way, when the system judged, I was still at level 48, and every kill counted as a tier 3 kill, doubling the rewards. Who understands this joy of exploiting a bug, right? I was gambling on whether the system would give me this favor. And guess what? It did. It really did. Awesome. Before I could even count my rewards, ding. The ultimate mission was completed, and I got the wormhole technology as a reward. My eyes widened. A wormhole. This is the ticket for interstellar travel. Right after that, another time-limited mission popped up, saying that the data for this wormhole technology was too large, and I had to accept it quickly while my celestial computer trial card was still valid, or I'd have to wait until the next millennium. The mission reward? A wormhole engine. At that moment, I was faced with an ultimate choice: to accept this future technology or to take advantage of my sharp mind to decipher the icy rules of this world and become a master of ice magic, so that everyone who played with ice would have to call me their ancestor. It sounded pretty cool, but the limitations were too great. What I, NingYe, wanted was an all-round, no dead-angle crushing power. So I made up my mind. I choose to accept. The next second, let me tell you, it felt like someone was using a fire hydrant to flood my brain with water. An overwhelming amount of data rushed in, and I almost screamed out loud. My whole body started to tremble, so I quickly closed my eyes and focused on receiving it. Just when my CPU was about to overheat, the system popped up another notification, saying I had reached level 50 and it was going for a major version update, with an uncertain return date. Goodness, is it going to run away? I'm currently undergoing a tribulation, and Zhao Wujia and the others surrounded me, looking worried and asking what was wrong. Fortunately, our Rong was understanding. She made a shushing gesture and told them, "Don't make noise, my brother Yi is downloading a new skin." Xiao Wu and the others were nearby, astonished, saying that if I leveled up again, I could probably easily defeat even a title Douluo. Seeing that I was fine, everyone started to clean up the mess. Dean Flander looked extremely troubled. The whole village was almost flattened, as if it had been raised by a husky. He sighed and decided to hold a meeting to ask everyone about their plans moving forward. He called Tang San and the others over and said gravely, "Folks, our academy is finished. The official certification has been revoked, and we have made a deadly enemy with the Spirit Hall. We need to run soon. Now I'm giving you a chance. If anyone wants to leave, I won't stop you, and consider it a personal favor." So guess what happened? Ning Rong was the first to express her stance, her eyes never leaving me, smiling and saying, "I'll follow Brother Yi." Flander's mouth twitched. Well, it seemed this one wasn't going anywhere. He then looked at Tang San, who was as steady as ever. "The teacher introduced me, so I won't leave." Xiao Wu immediately chimed in. "Wherever San is, that's where I am." Zhu Zhuqing was even cooler. She glanced at Dai Mubai, then gave me a deep look and shook her head at Flander. "I told you, Flander is focusing on listening to advice this time. Look at these little monsters, each more determined than the last." And finally, they turned their attention to the newcomer, Wu Jinsong. He earnestly advised him, saying that if he mixed with them, his whole family would be targeted by the Spirit Hall, and it would be best for him to go home and discuss it with his parents. As a result, that kid Wu Jinsong looked at me with fiery eyes and shook his head like a rattledrum. "No, I'm not leaving. I want to stay and learn from Brother NingYe." After saying that, afraid that we wouldn't wait for him, he ran back home to report. When I finally finished downloading that damn wormhole technology, just 10 seconds before the experience card expired, I breathed a sigh of relief. As I opened my eyes, I saw a group of people surrounding me as if they were watching a giant panda. Dai Mubai came over and punched me. "Are you still going to let us live?" I smiled humbly. "Just a small gain, just a small gain." In fact, I was already overjoyed inside. This time, I made a fortune. Dean Flander walked over and gave me a 90-degree bow, which caught me off guard. He thanked me for saving everyone. I accepted the bow calmly and then got straight to the point. "Dean, where do we go next?" This left Flander at a loss. "The entire continent is the Spirit Hall's territory. Where can we hide?" I smiled and directly threw out my olive branch. "I have a suggestion. How about we go to a small city protected by our 7-treasure glazed tile school?" Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes lit up, but he hesitated a bit, fearing that the 7-treasure glazed tile school would also get dragged into this. I pushed back directly. "Dean, at this point, why pretend to be an outsider? The Spirit Hall is already attacking us head-on. and this feud has long been established. After I said this, Flander finally came to a complete understanding. Now, apart from holding onto my thigh, there was no other way to go. So I made the decision to let everyone rest for a night and set off again tomorrow. I needed to spend some time studying my new cheat and see if I could directly open a wormhole for everyone to teleport collectively. That would be quite a spectacle. It was settled. I called Rong back to the hotel. As the two of us just left the village and entered a small forest, I suddenly stopped. Rong thought I was going to do something, and her face turned red, but I lightly said to the empty space ahead, "Come out. You've been following me for so long." Rong immediately took out the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, looking vigilant. After waiting for a few seconds with no response, I smirked and added some spice. "What's wrong, Your Highness Haotian? Are you too disdainful to meet this junior of yours?" As soon as those 4 words, Your Highness Haotian, came out, Rong's eyes widened. The next second, a tall figure cloaked in black robes slowly walked out from behind the trees, and a hoarse voice came. "You can discover me?" I looked at him, feeling a bit excited inside. "This is Tang San's father, the legendary Haotian Do, Tang Hao." I calmly said, "Of course, no one can escape my perception." As soon as I finished speaking, suddenly, the 9 soul rings on Tang Hao's body lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. And the last one was an eye-catching red, 100,000-year soul ring. That overwhelming aura pressed down on me like a mountain. He said coldly, "You have quite the attitude. Aren't you afraid I might kill you to silence you?" I can feel the pressure that almost crushes my bones. My body is tense, but my face remains calm and even smiles a little. "You can give it a try. I just don't know if the one who walks out of here in the end will be you or both of us." And guess what? The big shot's face turned dark at that moment, clearly feeling that the price of my soul bone was too high and greedy. I couldn't help but laugh inside, "Buddy, your vision is too narrow." I shook the soul bone in my hand and shook my head, saying this thing is not enough. Tang Hao's brows furrowed so much that he could crush a fly, and his tone instantly dropped by 8 degrees. He was probably already starting to consider whether to change the tutor. As soon as I saw his reaction, I quickly smiled and explained, "Hey, don't misunderstand. It's not that the value isn't enough. I just want to ask for a little extra. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you." He stared at me, as if to say, "If you have something to say, just say it. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I'll get straight to the point. I want the address of Haotian sect." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the air froze. Goodness. Tang Hao's aura exploded again, even more intense than before, and that big hammer started to emit a dark glow, as if it was ready to split my head open in the next second, coldly tossing out 4 words. "This is impossible." I was under pressure and didn't even raise my eyelids. "Don't rush to conclusions, let me finish. You've seen the gloves your son has, right? What do you think?" This guy is also a straightforward person. Although he was furious, he still held back and managed to squeeze out 4 words. "A rare treasure." "Exactly." I smirked and threw out my bombshell. "What if I told you that I can mass-produce these gloves? And I can give a pair to every member of the Haotian sect?" The expression on Tang Hao's face at that moment, let me tell you, I could feel his pupils shaking even through the helmet. He himself is a top-notch blacksmith at a divine craftsman level. He understands the weight of the words mass production too well. He could replicate this thing, but to produce it in bulk? Dream on. He was shocked and asked me if I was bragging. I took out a new pair of gloves and waved them in front of him, even adding, of course, "These gloves are not invincible. They have their flaws. They can only help soul masters grow up to level 70, after which they won't keep up." Rong beside me looked puzzled because I had told her that they could be used up to title Dalu. But this clever girl knew not to speak carelessly in such situations. So guess what happened? By revealing this shortcoming, Tang Hao completely believed me. He thought it made sense. If they could really be used all the way to title Douluo and could be mass-produced, then the entire worldview would collapse. The killing intent on him instantly vanished, and he asked me what I really wanted. The opportunity had come. I directly started my business pitch. "We, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, are the strongest support on the continent. No doubt about that, right? But there's a problem. We lack combat power, and the child mortality rate in our sect is frighteningly high. And you, the Haotian school, are the #1 offensive force on the continent. Everyone fears your hammer. My conditions are simple. You Haotian school provide bodyguards to protect our new generation disciples one-on-one, and I will give each of your disciples a pair of these gloves." I deliberately pointed out a sentence. "You probably can't make this decision on your own, can you?" This sentence struck him right in the gut. After all, he has been expelled from the Haotian sect, so he has no right to make decisions for the sect. He was silent for quite a while, and finally, a voice transmission directly entered my ear, giving me an address. "All right, The first deal is done. After he finished his business and turned to leave, I immediately called out to him, wait. He stopped, and his tone already showed some impatience. What else is there? I laughed. The sec business is done. Now, let's talk about some personal matters. The look in his eyes, even through the mask, was piercing enough to feel like he could see right through me, warning me not to overstep my bounds. I walked up to him, smiled slightly, and presented him with an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Help me with this task, and it will benefit you as well. He looked at me with an expression that said he was curious to see what I could come up with. I didn't say a word and slowly made a few mouth shapes in front of him. The next second, whoosh, this guy instantly appeared right in front of my face, grabbing my shoulders with a voice trembling uncontrollably. Speak more clearly. Seeing his reaction, I knew I had him. Everyone has a weakness, and I knew exactly what Tang Hao's was. I looked into his eyes and whispered word by word, I can bring her back to life. Boom. Tang Hao froze completely. I could see clearly with my insight. Beneath the mask, his face bore an expression of both tears and laughter. Who understands a moment when a top-tier warrior's defenses crumble? After several seconds, he finally steadied his trembling body and slowly removed the mask from his head. A weathered face, filled with determination, emerged, with traces of tears still on it. He stared at me intensely and said in an almost oath-like tone, if you can do it, Tang Hao, will give you my life, to command for this lifetime. I waved my hand. I don't dare to take credit. I'm just somewhat confident. But don't worry. What Tang San can do, I can do too. This second deal has also been settled. After we reached an agreement, I grabbed Rong and was about to leave. Before we left, I casually tossed him a bead. Infuse it with soul power to contact me. On the way back, I noticed that something was off with Rong. She seemed completely deflated and didn't say a word. I asked her what was wrong, and she quietly said that she felt particularly useless. In that situation, just now, she couldn't even get a word in, and the whole time she felt like a decoration, like a burden. As soon as I heard it, I understood. This girl has a strong sense of self-esteem. While I was chatting and laughing with the title Dalu, she could only stand by and felt uncomfortable inside. What's more critical is that my martial soul is special, and her 7-treasure glazed tile has no amplifying effect on me, which makes her feel even more useless. She stopped in her tracks and looked at me very seriously. I want to stand by your side and fight with you. I don't want to hide behind you anymore. After listening, I felt a warmth in my heart and directly made a promise with her. All right, let's make a deal. As long as your soul power reaches level 35, I will give you a tough task, a surprise that you will absolutely love, guaranteed to turn you from support into a war god. The little girl's eyes instantly lit up, and she happily hooked her pinky with mine, promising not to change for 100 years. When I returned to the hotel, the lobby manager looked at me as if she had seen a savior and quietly told me that she was worried when she saw I was gone for so long. She had already used the emergency communication pearl to call for help, and it was likely that the news had already reached the sect. I couldn't help but laugh. I said, it's okay, it's already resolved. I just need to inform my teacher. While I returned to the room, Rong had already started meditating with her legs crossed. This girl has a goal and is full of motivation. I set up a soundproof barrier and took out my communication orb. This thing is something I made myself. The technology still needs improvement. The signal isn't very stable, and it's still in black and white. As soon as I infused my soul power, the screen lit up, and my teacher, NingYe's handsome face appeared, though he looked obviously tense. I quickly smiled and reported my safety. Teacher, look, I'm just fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. And after confirming that Rong was also safe during her training, his expression instantly turned cold. Has the Spirit Hall made a move against you? I nodded and casually reported the lineup opposite. Quite a formidable presence. 8 soul saints and 2 soul Douluos. Then I added, Teacher, you don't need to get angry. I've made sure that those who came won't be able to return. Such a huge loss. I estimate that even Bai Dong would feel quite distressed for a while. I tell you, the expression on my teacher's face on the other side of the screen was completely frozen, like the internet cable was unplugged. It took several seconds for him to react, and he stared wide-eyed and asked, Dead? Do you mean, you killed them all? I smiled and asked back, Can I kill? He paused for quite a while, then sighed that my strength had progressed too quickly, jokingly saying that even Grandpa Bone probably couldn't beat me now. I quickly flattered him, saying that Grandpa Bone was incredibly powerful. How could I compare? After the playful banter, I began discussing serious matters, reporting to him about Shrek Academy, mentioning that I wanted to bring Flander and the other masters back to our Lioli town, and asked him to greet the Snow Knight Emperor to restore the Academy's qualifications. When I mentioned that besides Flander and Zhao Wujia, there was also a level 71 food system soul sage at Shrek, my teacher's jaw almost dropped, exclaiming that I had struck gold this time. Finally, I revealed the real bombshell. I straightened my expression and said in a serious tone, "Teacher, I met Tang Hao." NingYe was immediately shocked. I continue. His son, Tang San, is right here in our Shrek. Moreover, teacher, our academy is quite unusual. With a total of only 9 students, including a prince from the Star Luo Empire, the heir of the Zhu family, a possessor of the Phoenix martial soul, a food system genius with innate full soul power, and one more. I paused for a moment, looking at NingYe's increasingly shocked face, and slowly revealed the final bombshell. The transformation of a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years. Let me tell you, my teacher is really broad-minded. I said we don't lack this 100,000-year spirit ring. And besides, the person can transform into a human. We can't do something that goes against our conscience, right? NingYe immediately gave me a thumbs up, saying that his 7-treasure glazed tile school has principles and looks down on doing such things. However, he quickly caught on to another key point in my words. That innate, full spirit power food system spirit master. Goodness, I could feel his subtle killing intent at that moment, fearing that someone might shake our 7-treasure glazed tile school's position as the #1 support on the continent. I hurriedly reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, teacher. I've already stripped that kid's martial soul clean. Its quality is still a bit lacking compared to our 7-treasure glazed tower. At most, he can be considered a special student." Only then did he relax and immediately asked me about Tang Hao, afraid that I would get beaten up by that old madman. I said, how could that be? Not only did we not fight, but I also made a deal with him, exchanging information about a black gold glove for the whereabouts of the Haotian school. The whereabouts of the Haotian school. My teacher was shocked at that moment. Let me tell you, since the Haotian school went into hiding, it has been like evaporating from the world. No one can find it. I directly laid my cards on the table, saying, "Teacher, I want to ally with the Haotian school. Right now, we've already torn our faces with the Spirit Hall, relying solely on Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa. The pressure is still too great. We need to find external support." My teacher was silent for a long time and finally smiled, saying, "You can decide. Who understands this feeling of being unconditionally trusted? It's simply incredible." He said that the sect had long acknowledged that I was the next leader, and I could just go ahead and do it. At that moment, I promised him that I would definitely not let his trust down. I confidently told him that the people of the Haotian sect had been repressed for decades, and as long as they were given a way out, they would definitely step down. At that time, I must make the whole continent remember the fear of being dominated by the might of Haotian. After chatting for a while, I thought to share some good news, and it had to be something big. I said, "Teacher, there's one more thing. I have broken through level 50. And guess what?" He looked at me with a calm expression and simply said, "Is that it?" I was stunned at the time. I said, "Teacher, your expression doesn't seem right." He glanced at me and said, "Isn't it normal for you to break through? Don't tell me about such trivial matters next time." After saying that, without waiting for my response, he abruptly hung up the communication. I was stunned here. Good heavens, I'm the Soul King at 11 years old. Is this still a small matter? But what did I know? On the other end of the communication, my chief teacher was standing there, secretly delighted and shedding tears of excitement. "Huh, man. All right, forget about him. Let us quickly assess my own gains." I concentrated and opened the system. Goodness, the system is actually updating? This is the first time. Before it updated instantly. But the functions are still usable, so it's not a big problem. I directly opened the attribute panel, and when I saw the Super God Coin section, I stopped breathing. A full 3 million. Can you believe it? Most of this is the gold coins dropped by those unfortunate souls from the Spear Hall. My heart raced like a drum, so I quickly opened the shop, clicked on Super Gene, and when I saw the price, well, the 2nd generation gene starts at 2 million, so my 3 million can only buy a mediocre one. Instantly calmed down, still a poor guy. Looking at my soul ring configuration, it was explosive. The first ring was 9,999 years. The second ring was 40,000 years. The third ring was 80,000 years. And the fourth ring was 100,000 years. Moreover, they were all God-given soul rings, highlighting their nobility. However, I also realized that the World-S rules seemed to cap the soul ring age limit at 100,000 years. Anything beyond that wasn't allowed, which limited my calculation ability and gave me a bit of a headache. Forget about that. Let us check my inventory. 35 soul power orbs. This thing is auxiliary for others, but for me, one is a solid first level. If I use them all, I would directly soar to level 85 soul Douluo. But no rush. I'll keep them for now. Oh, there is also a gift pack. I was too busy before and forgot to open it. Quickly opened it. The next second, a book as thick as a brick appeared in my hand. Intermediate programming. I tell you, I have already mastered the basics of programming, and now this intermediate programming directly involves core technology, genes. Once I learn this, I can compile super genes myself. That is amazing. Suppressing the impulse to open the book right away, I first claimed the rewards for the time-limited task. A black cube appeared in my hand. And this thing is the biggest gain this time. The wormhole engine. Let me tell you, the effects are simply incredible. Effect 1. It enhances the wormhole calculation speed by 5 times, making it easy for me to do space jumps with a Soul Saint. Effect 2. It ignores spatial blockades, which is a top-notch life-saving skill. Effect 3. It allows the creation of 2 permanent wormhole bases each year, the strategic value of which is simply immeasurable. Without saying a word, I immediately channeled my soul power to integrate it into my body. In an instant, the world in my eyes changed. It was filled with countless tiny wormholes. This feeling was amazing. I glanced at NingYe, who was still cultivating, and in a flash, her data was completely analyzed by me, flowing smoothly and comfortably. I have to give it a try. I analyzed the situation on the spot, and suddenly a pitch-black portal opened in front of me. I glanced at Rong and stepped right in. As a result, well, what a surprise as a newbie. My positioning was off. I originally intended to teleport to the place where I dealt with Lele, but instead, I ended up in a strange courtyard. In the courtyard stood a girl with short hair and a fitted outfit, practicing throwing knives. As soon as she sensed my presence, her gaze became sharp. Who? Before she finished speaking, a short blade flew toward me. I extended 2 fingers and easily pinched it. Got it. I recognized her. This is NingYe, the granddaughter of the legendary NingYe. This girl is tough too. As soon as she saw her first attack miss, her hands moved like magic, shooting out a dozen flying daggers in quick succession, while she charged at me with a snake staff in hand. I couldn't help but smile wryly at that moment. I wasn't in the right here. I had trespassed into someone's home. I flicked my fingers and shot out the flying dagger that was caught. It seemed to have a mind of its own, tracing a strange arc in the air and knocking all her flying daggers off course with a series of clinks. Then, I pointed my finger in midair, directly freezing her in place. I sincerely apologized, as I could already sense 2 powerful waves of soul power rushing towards us. It must be her grandparents. I really didn't want to clash with those 2 old-timers. So I smiled apologetically and said, "Today it's my fault. Consider this as compensation." Saying this, I opened a wormhole and, amidst her startled exclamation of "Where are you going?" I vanished. Back in my familiar room, I chuckled. The first time had a bit of deviation. I just needed to adjust the values. As for the item I left for NingYe, that was an experimental piece I had created before, a gun that combined soul power technology. I even left a little surprise inside, primarily playing on an information gap. It would be interesting to see when she discovers it. This pawn might just help me recruit the formidable forces of the legendary dragon and serpent in the future. I brushed this matter aside and just opened intermediate programming to prepare for the open book exam, when suddenly I frowned. I let out a cold snort. "Since you're here, just come out." Who is so rude as to casually enter my room? A black figure slowly emerged, and when I saw it, my expression softened a bit, but my face was still cold. Zhu Qing? This ice-cold beauty was startled by my cold face and lowered her head, saying in a very soft voice, "I'm sorry for disturbing you at such a late hour." I was stunned at that moment. Is this really the aloof Zhu Qing? She actually apologized so straightforwardly? I suppressed my doubts and asked her, "So, what do you need from me?" Zhu Qing hesitated for a moment, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. She looked at me and said word by word, "I want to ask you to teach me how to become stronger." She even used honorifics, saying that as long as I was willing to teach her, she could pay any price. I looked her up and down. This girl was not very old, but her figure was undoubtedly impressive. However, I'm not that kind of person. I told her that I was also a student, and that the dean and others were more skilled at teaching. She fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became cold. I sighed and had to ask again, "Why do you think I can teach you to become stronger?" Zhu Qing's gaze instantly shifted to the figure on the bed who was cultivating NingYe. I understood right away. "So this is what you think. That's great. Let me tell you, I can help you with this, but I have to say it up front, my method is a bit unconventional and carries some risks. So you'll have to take responsibility for it yourself. I need a guinea pig to test my new idea. If you're really not afraid, then you're the most suitable candidate. All right, follow me." As soon as I finished speaking, I tossed the intermediate programming book into the storage space, rolled over, and jumped out of the window. Wow, this Zhu Qing is also quite a tough girl. Without saying a word, she followed me and jumped out too. Her movements were clean and swift. It was late at night, and the street was dark, Not even a ghostly shadow in sight. I originally wanted to find a quiet place, but then I thought better of it and returned to the Rose Hotel. Sir? The front desk lady stood up straight as soon as she saw me, her eyes conveying an understanding look. I quickly waved my hand, signaling her not to call the manager, and asked her to get me a room, quickly. You know how it is sneaking out at midnight with a girl to get a room. If Rong wakes up, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Let me tell you, that silly girl Rong, when she cultivates, it's like she falls into a deep sleep, showing no alertness at all. I definitely need to give her a good lesson later. All right, sir. The front desk lady glanced at Zhu Zhuqing behind me, showing a smile that seemed to say I was in trouble. But her movements were quick as she immediately took out a key and handed it to me. Blue Enchantress, it's right across from your room. I nodded and went upstairs with the key. Pushing the door open, wow, a sea of blue. This hotel manager has an eye for aesthetics. I sat down on the sofa and waved to Zhu Zhuqing, who was still standing at the door. Come over, why are you standing so far away? This ice princess shivered slightly and walked over slowly, her face tense, but those slightly trembling eyebrows had already betrayed her. She was extremely nervous. It was quite fun to tease her a bit, but business comes first. I put away my smile and got straight to the point. Show me your martial soul. She clearly froze for a moment, probably not expecting that to be my first sentence. But soon, her expression sharpened, and her martial soul directly manifested. This was the first time I carefully observed her in this state. Her eyes were two different colors, one blue and one green, and the cat claws at her fingertips gleamed ominously, clearly not to be trifled with. Another cat spirit, huh? I muttered, and my eyes began to race with data streams. My dark matter computer in my brain was operating at high speed, creating a 3D model of her martial soul from the inside out, analyzing the internal and external structures, as well as the energy circuits, clearly. In about half a minute, I closed my eyes and said, all right, that's enough, retract it. Zhu Zhuqing then came back to her senses. The slight blush that had just appeared on her cheeks instantly faded as she retracted her martial soul. I opened my eyes and stared at her intently. So, what do you give me? Now, it was her turn to be silent. Who understands a family? She was confused at that moment, probably calculating what I was after. In terms of strength, I had just defeated 8 Soul Saints and 2 Soul Douluos during the day. In terms of resources, my 7-treasure glazed tile school was wealthy enough to rival a nation, and I could easily throw around a few million gold soul coins. I lacked neither of the 2 most valuable things on this continent. So what else could she give me? I watched her face turn red again, her gaze drifting. Could it be that she was thinking of something strange? Forget it. I directly interrupted her wild thoughts. All right, I can help you, but you have to promise me 3 things. She immediately returned to her cool demeanor. Go ahead. First, whatever I do to help you, you must not reveal a single word to anyone during the entire process. Heaven knows, earth knows, and I know. She nodded. Second, when I need your help in the future, you must unconditionally assist me with one thing. Without a second thought, she nodded again. I felt relieved. That's how a transaction should be, straightforward. Third, I looked at her, my gaze sharpening. When you eventually take control of the Zhu family, regardless of what happens, you must never harm anyone from our 7 treasures glazed sect. She was taken aback this time, probably not expecting that I had thoroughly understood her background, and even more so, that I believed she could become the leader of the Zhu family. She remained silent for a long time, but finally nodded heavily. I will do it. Great, you can go back now. Wait for my news. With the deal settled, I directly issued an eviction order. And guess what happened? This girl suddenly flashed and jumped out of the window. I was truly amazed. Do these people have some kind of problem? Is using the front door going to shorten their lifespan? Speechless, I walked over to close the window, sat cross-legged on the bed, and pulled out that book on intermediate programming, preparing to pull an all-nighter. Early the next morning, I had just sneaked back to my room from the Blue Enchantress when Rong, that little girl, came rushing over like a little cannonball. Brother Yi, she said with a proud expression, looking quite pleased with herself. As soon as I looked, wow, my soul power has reached level 32. I leveled up in just one night. Is this a rocket? Did I break through? She nodded vigorously, her little eyes darting around, almost as if she was about to write praise me on her face. How can I not understand her? I immediately gave her a thumbs up. Our Rong is a genius, truly amazing. Of course, she tilted her chin up, and there's still 3 levels to go. So be ready for my surprise. I nodded with a smile, pondering over the research results from last night, planning to give her something big. Suddenly, a strange sound broke the atmosphere. I looked at Rong, whose face instantly turned bright red, and I couldn't help but laugh. This girl had been practicing since she came back yesterday and hadn't even eaten dinner. How could she not be hungry? She glared at me and said, "I'm hungry. Let's go out for breakfast." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. With a wave of my hand, the door opened automatically, and the hotel manager led in a row of young and beautiful ladies, each carrying a delicate breakfast. This scene was quite extravagant. I glanced at NingYe beside me, who was already pouting, and smiled at the manager, saying, "Thank you for your trouble, but we'd like to go out for a walk. You can eat these yourselves." The manager was an understanding person. Seeing the situation, he didn't say a word and led his team out. "What are you laughing at?" Rong glared at me. "If you want them to serve you, I won't stop you." I walked over with a smile and gave her head a good petting, instantly transforming the feisty girl into a well-behaved little kitten. I took her hand and headed straight out the door. Just as we left the hotel, Rong frowned. "I feel like someone is watching us. Isn't that normal? Our Rong is naturally beautiful, so it's expected that we'd attract attention." I reassured her with my words while sneering inwardly. Those sneaky followers really thought I was blind? While joking with Rong, I secretly focused on a thought and cast a cyber immobilization spell on those few who were tailing us, forcing them to stand still and reflect on their lives. Kill them? They were too low level. The system wouldn't even bother giving me a reward. It was better to send them back to inform their master, letting them know I'm not to be trifled with. We bought some snacks on the street, and were eating while heading to Shrek Academy. Rong was still hinting at me, asking what the surprise was. I pondered for a moment and decided to paint a picture for her. I promised to make her dreams come true. Guess what? The girl instantly blushed, and I couldn't tell what kind of colorful nonsense was running through her mind. When we arrived at the academy, sure enough, all the people from Shrek were there waiting, looking like startled birds. Dean Flander had a worried expression on his face, and when he saw me, it was like he'd seen a savior. Wu Jinsong hasn't arrived yet. I was taken aback. What is this kid up to? Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly sensed a familiar, yet powerful aura. I immediately changed my mind and smiled at Flander, saying, "How about I go instead? I'll send you all off first, and then I'll go check on the Wu family by myself." "You go?" Flander looked puzzled. "I have a soul skill that allows me to traverse space." I smiled slightly and directly activated the dark matter computer, the 4 soul rings pulsating, especially the third purple one, which was shining brightly. I explained to them that it was a space soul skill, since they wouldn't understand it anyway. A space soul skill? Zhao Wujia and the others were astonished. This thing was extremely rare. I had them stand in a line and told them not to resist. Then I instructed Rong, you go with them. Once you reach Baishur City, take them to the auction house. Take out the black card I gave you, and someone will arrange everything for you. After giving my instructions, I activated my ability, fully mobilizing my powerful computational power. An enormous wormhole, invisible to the naked eye, opened behind them and instantly swallowed everyone. Wow. This move completely drained my soul power, and I almost couldn't stand. Level 50's mana still wasn't enough. I took a deep breath to calm the swirling soul power within me, then turned around and smiled at the empty space. I wonder if Hao Ian Douluo has come this time for something specific? We just met yesterday, and now he's back, even deliberately leaking his aura for me to notice him. There must be something going on. Tang Hao's figure appeared like a ghost. This time he made no attempt to conceal himself, still wearing those tattered clothes, but his aura was imposing. He looked at me and got straight to the point, saying with a serious tone, "A titled Douluo has arrived." I felt a stir in my heart. How long until we arrive? The efficiency of the Spirit Hall is impressive. They sent a titled Douluo right after losing 2 soul Douluo. That's quite an investment. Tang Hao looked towards the west. They should reach Soto City in about 2 hours. Who is coming? I asked. Knowing ourselves and our opponents makes it easier to fight. That's right. I never thought of running away. An opportunity for experience is too good to pass up. Tang Hao shook his head. I'm not sure. I just sensed their presence. I laughed. Putting on such a show from so far away, afraid that others wouldn't know he was coming. This move really stands out for being so high profile. Tang Hao initially wanted to remind me to run quickly and even prepared to hold the rear for me. But when he saw me using space teleportation to send everyone away, his eyes were filled with shock. He probably hadn't seen this kind of play before. I looked at him, chuckling softly, my eyes filled with eager fighting spirit. Why hide? I stared directly at one of the strongest men on the continent, extending an invitation, wondering if Hao Qiandao was interested in having some fun taking down a titled Douluo. Tang Hao gave me a deep glance, probably wondering if this soul master of level 40 or 50 was crazy to say such a thing. But in the end, he nodded and said 2 words, interested. I knew he would agree. He has deep enmity with the Spear Hall. That's good. I grinned and said, I'll go to the Wu family to fetch that kid first. Let's meet here in 2 hours to fight. After saying that, I prepared to set off, but Tang Hao said, I'll go with you. Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Wow, let me tell you, this titled law is really different. He evaporated right in front of me without leaving a shadow. It gave me a jolt in my heart. If this were an assassination, who could withstand it? No way, I must raise the security level around Rong Rong to the maximum. There absolutely can't be any accidents. While I was pondering this, my feet didn't stop, and I stepped out several meters using my modified wormhole technique, which was incredibly smooth and consumed almost no soul power. The address Flinder gave was very accurate. Before long, a huge and imposing plaque of the Wu residence appeared in front of me. At the entrance stood 2 security guards. Wow, their gazes and fierce aura clearly indicated they had crawled out from a pile of dead bodies, although their soul power was only around level 30. Their killing intent was even stronger than Daimu Bai's. I directly stated my name, Shrek Academy, NingYe, here to see Wu Jinsong. Guess what? The 2 guards exchanged glances and immediately made way for me without saying a word. One of them politely said please, while the other went inside to lead the way. I realized then that the Wu family had already made all the arrangements and was just waiting for my arrival. As I followed them inside, I was truly amazed. The Wu residence was as large as a park with dozens of courtyards, and there were lots of little kids playing inside. But strangely, what they held in their hands weren't toys. They were all real weapons. Miniature versions of knives, guns, and sticks, made of either iron or silver, all of solid materials. The guard leading me seemed unfazed, wearing a calm expression. Does anyone understand? The Wu family is really bold. Aren't they afraid that the kids will accidentally hurt each other during play? The guard probably saw my expression, which looked like an old man on the subway staring at a phone, and smiled as he explained, all these weapons have our Wu family special mark on them. Before they are activated, they are duller than firewood and can't hurt anyone. Upon hearing this, I thought, oh, that's interesting. I quickly extended my perception, and sure enough, each weapon had a Wu character mark, which suppressed its sharpness. This technology was quite intriguing. It seemed that the blacksmiths of Douluo continent couldn't be underestimated. While I was contemplating this, I was brought to a training ground. In the center, an old man with white hair was wielding a spear, surrounded by 5 people, including Wu Jinsong, who stood at the edge taking notes with paper and pen. I overheard them praising him, saying things like the old man's spear technique had improved again and was incredibly profound. I didn't hold back and directly found the best spot to watch. I have to say, this old man really knows how to perform. His gun skills are impressive, and every move targets the vital points. You can tell he has been in the game for decades. As soon as Wu Jinsong saw me, he immediately jogged over, looking like a guilty elementary school student, whispering Brother Yi while sneaking glances at me, afraid I would get angry. I nodded expressionlessly and asked him, why didn't you go back to the academy? Even if you don't want to join, you could at least inform the dean. He stammered for a long time without saying anything, and then a middle-aged man came over, whom Wu Jinsong referred to as his father. So, he asked the head of the Wu family. The head was polite, saying it wasn't Wu Jinsong's fault, but that they insisted on keeping him. I got annoyed upon hearing that. The people from Spirit Hall will be here soon, and I don't have time to play guessing games with you. I turned to leave, saying, all right, I understand now. You don't want to, right? Goodbye. The head quickly stopped me, saying that wasn't the case, and that the old man had something to discuss with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man with the gun came over, smiling and asking, you must be NingYe, right? I instantly sounded the alarm in my heart. The old man's profile said he was a soul emperor, but I felt he was at least a soul saint. What did he want? To take revenge for his grandson? My body tensed up, ready to fight at any moment. But then the old man's next sentence completely stunned me. I want to spar with you in marksmanship. What the heck? Spar in marksmanship? I had rehearsed 100 plans to break out of the Wu family, but I never accounted for this. The old man explained that he heard Wu Jinsong say I had never learned marksmanship, yet my skill surpassed his, so he was itching to compare. I chuckled inwardly, thinking, I believe you not at all. After such a commotion yesterday, wouldn't Wu Jinsong come back and be interrogated thoroughly by you guys? Just then, Tang Hao's voice rang in my ear. There's still an hour and a half. Plenty of time. I looked at these people and calmly asked, how do we compare? The old man replied, we'll only compare marksmanship, no soul power. As I raised my eyelids, what benefits do I gain from winning? If you win, our Wu family will be at your disposal. I laughed out loud. Goodness, they are betting on my fight with the Spirit Hall. If I win, my whole family will join me. If I lose, they'll sell me to ensure their safety. I tell you, these old foxes are playing a game of heartbeats. I retorted, what if I lose? The old man smiled innocently, saying that it would be fine, just that Xiao Song couldn't join Shrek, and if anyone asked about yesterday's events, we could only let him answer truthfully. Upon hearing this, my face immediately turned cold. Are you threatening me? The old man pretended to be innocent, claiming that the Wu family was a small and humble household, caught in the middle and hard to navigate. I was almost laughing crazily inside. If you were truly afraid, you would have fled long ago, yet you are still here? You just want to speculate and find a new backing. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them and said directly, all right, since we're going to fight, let's fight. The old man's triumphant smile flashed for a moment as he gestured for me to proceed. I walked to the center of the arena, looked at him, and sneered inwardly, thinking, you want to scheme against me? Fine, let's see if you can handle it. The contest used a type of blunt gun that children play with. As soon as I got my hands on it, the dark matter computer instantly analyzed the principle of the mark on the gun. It was very simple, but the idea was indeed clever. The old man reminded me to be careful, and then he charged at me. As a result, the old man came at me performing, and it was flawless. His shooting looked flashy, but the force was weak and the speed slow. It felt like if this continued, he would soon fall down himself with a groan. It would be unreasonable for the Oscars not to give him an award. I don't have time to play along with him. With a cold glance, I instantly switched from defense to offense with my long gun in hand. My marksmanship is top-notch, and I directly delivered a psychological blow to him. The smile on the old man's face vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. He wanted to fight back, but found it utterly impossible to defend himself. Each shot I fired carried a mental pressure, weighing down on him like a mountain, continuously eroding his will. He couldn't hold on any longer, and just as his spirit was about to collapse, the tip of my gun was already firmly pointed at his forehead. The entire arena fell silent. The few Soul Emperors were dumbfounded. Their plan was for the old man to let me win, but now it was the old man being pinned down and unable to fight back. I withdrew my gun and smiled slightly. I concede. As soon as the words left my mouth, the fine iron-long spear in my hand could not withstand my intent. The markings on it instantly vanished, and with a crack, the entire spear shattered into powder. The old man watched this scene, swallowed hard, and asked in shock, is this what intent is? I nodded. It's nothing worth mentioning. At this point, he was completely convinced and let out a long sigh. I can't complain about losing. He knew that, with my understanding of the essence, it wouldn't matter if he practiced for 70 years. This old man was tough as well, quickly adjusting his emotions and directly stating, our Wu family keeps their word. Then he rubbed his hands together and made another request, wanted me to take Wu Jinsong as my disciple. Wu Jinsong, being quite perceptive, immediately knelt down with a thud. I sidestepped to avoid him kneeling down. Take on apprentice? I still have a lot of my own matters to deal with. However, seeing their expectant faces, I was about to mention some conditions when suddenly, I felt two earth-shattering auras rapidly approaching from the distance. I suddenly glanced at the empty space beside me. The Wu family members were still following my gaze. And in the next second, Tang Hao walked out from behind the pillar, draped in a cloak, startling them with widened pupils. Tang Hao ignored them and just looked at me, his eyes seeming to ask a question. I laughed. Just write two of them, one for each of us. Tang Hao asked in a deep voice, are you confident? I glanced at my Super God Coins balance, feeling confident. Don't worry, it's you who should act quickly. Don't let me finish here while you're still at it, or you'll lose your reputation as the Haotian Dalu. Tang Hao was silent for 3 seconds before replying. Of course not. The few Soul Emperors from the Wu family wanted to show their loyalty, revealing their martial souls and saying they wanted to help. I directly shook my head. No need, you won't be able to participate. It's a joke. When titled Douluo's fight, you Soul Emperors would just be cannon fodder. As soon as I had a thought, the dark gold armor instantly covered my entire body, and a terrifying aura that surpassed all of theirs erupted violently, directly overwhelming the pressure from those Soul Emperors. Wu Jinsong, who was kneeling on the ground, rolled his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. I looked at Old Man Wu and threw out a sentence. Let's talk about it when I come back. The countless data in my eyes had begun to jump wildly. In the next moment, in front of everyone from the Wu family, I directly tore open a wormhole and stepped in, saying goodbye. When I came out again, I was already outside Soto City. Let me tell you, this feeling can be summed up in 2 words. Silky smooth. Wormhole technology is simply a lifesaver, a tool for speeding up travel and a way to show off. Even someone like Tang Hao, a top-tier title Dalu, would have to eat dust behind me when it comes to speed. Just as I stood firm, I felt 2 powerful energies rapidly approaching from the west. Wow, Something big is coming. To be honest, I was a bit excited inside. This would be my first time seriously going head-to-head with a title Douluo. As my mind stirred, the world before me instantly turned into data. My entire vision became pure white, the eye of insight fully activated. A black dark matter computer emerged directly from my body, swirling around me. In this state of absolute rationality, I calmly said to Tang Hao, who had just arrived beside me, "Two have come, title Douluo. The one on the left is called Magic Bear, and the one on the right is called Ghost Leopard. The bear is mine." Tang Hao glanced at me, said nothing, and simply replied with one word, "Okay." This big shot really has an air about him. It doesn't matter who you are, he just gets it done. On the other side, those two also noticed us. The Ghost Leopard, thin as a monkey, instantly became alert. He sensed that Tang Hao was a tough opponent. He quickly communicated with the bear beside him. "Be careful, the adult next to that kid is not right. And that kid also gives me a very dangerous feeling. However, that magic bear, let me tell you, is pure muscle." He retorted, "You're just too timid. An adult and a kid, what is there to be afraid of?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao moved. He charged forward like a black cannonball. Just as he was about to collide with a loud bang, 9 soul rings exploded, and he wielded an enormous Haotian hammer, smashing it down at the two of them. The momentum was incredible. 1 against 2, and he was pressing them down hard. Seeing that hammer, the Ghost Leopard's eyes nearly popped out, his voice cracking. "Haotian hammer. You are Tang Hao." He grabbed the magic bear beside him and retreated frantically. The magic bear didn't react slowly either. His soul rings flashed wildly, opening shields and enhancing his martial soul. His muscles swelling up like a small mountain, and he slapped his massive bear paw towards the Haotian hammer. What was the result? Tang Hao's hammer smashed through the shield like it was paper, and with a loud bang, it landed solidly on the bear paw. The magic bear immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. Folks, who understands? This is the value of version T0. Seeing this situation, the magic bear knew he was going to fall today and immediately shouted to his teammate, "I'll hold him off. You go first." After saying that, he completely transformed into a giant bear with black fur and white stripes, his eyes turning red, and he charged towards Tang Hao with a roar, ready to fight to the death. But Tang Hao didn't even pay him any mind. He swayed his body, dodged the bear, and continued to chase after the Ghost Leopard. Just as the magic bear was about to turn back to pursue, I made my move. A black chain shot out swiftly, tightly binding him. His soul power stagnated for just a moment, and in that instant, Tang Hao had already chased far away. The magic bear roared in anger, directly breaking my chain, his blood-red eyes glaring fiercely at me. I looked at him expressionlessly, and the information in my mind had already been retrieved. Blood Fiend Demon Bear. Level 91 Assault Type Title Douluo. Weakness, slow speed, prone to losing rationality when blood is seen. The plan was successful. I gently tapped my finger, and the ice elements in the air instantly gathered, freezing him into a massive ice block. Let me tell you, this move consumed 30% of my soul power, and freezing a soul Douluo for 5 seconds was no problem. However, less than a second later, with a crack, the ice block shattered. With a roar, he broke free from the ice. I was completely stunned. The gap between Douluo and Douluo was truly enormous. There was no time to think, so I quickly swung out my chains to bind him, then poured all my remaining 50 soul power into it, launching a super doubled Xianbing freeze at him. At this point, my soul power was instantly depleted. A second later, I heard his furious roar from inside the ice block. "You really want to D." Boom. The ice block exploded, and he charged straight at me, his sharp bear claws glinting coldly. I also became fierce and charged forward with a pitch-black dark alloy greatsword in hand. With a loud crash, we passed each other. My chest armor was slashed open with 3 gashes, blood gushing out. But that magic bear was worse off. There was a deep sword wound on its neck, visible to the bone, and blood was pouring out like water. It looked down at its wound, its gaze terrifyingly calm, and said word by word, "You should die." Wow, this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes is playing tricks. According to the data I analyzed earlier, it was said that he would go berserk at the sight of blood, but what happened? He was incredibly calm. This was a lesson for me. No title Douluo is a fool. The next moment, its 6th soul ring lit up. Who understands this? It was like it had activated a cheat. The rules around me instantly transformed into chains, pinning me in place. I couldn't even move my mouse. This is the legendary mandatory rule soul skill. Its enormous bear paw came crashing down toward my face. I focused my mind, and the great sword instantly transformed into a large shield in front of me. With a loud bang, the shield was knocked away, but the immense force sent me flying as well. As my body moved, those rule chains shattered with a clatter, and I was free again, but it didn't give me a moment to catch my breath. The seventh soul ring lit up, revealing its true spirit. It transformed into a giant bear, 7 to 8 meters tall. Then, the ninth soul ring lit up, and a blood-red domain instantly unfolded. In this domain, its speed and power skyrocketed. It looked at me as if I were a dead man. Then, the eighth soul ring lit up, and its figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, it appeared behind me. It was a space soul skill. Yes, it's over, I muttered softly, looking at the bare paw that had already struck my back. I sighed inwardly. Without activating a cheat, I was still a bit lacking. Just at this critical moment, I heard the distant ghost leopard let out a heart-wrenching cry. Magic bear. The magic bear paused for a moment, confused about why its teammate was crying. Then, it felt an intense pain in its waist, something it had never experienced in its life. It looked down in confusion, only to see its lower half drifting away from it. Bang! Its upper body crashed heavily to the ground, life extinguished. I stood in place, watching his body transform back into a human shape, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of my mouth. A flash of silver-white light flickered across the pitch-black great sword beside me. In the system backend, the record of 1,500,000 Super God coins consumed stung my eyes. This was the dark, soothing silver experience package I purchased with 3 chances, and I had used one. This stuff is a bug-level material that can even cut through divine bodies. However, right after that, a new message made me burst into a smile. Killing the title Douluo at the 4th rank rewards 2,500,000 Super God coins. Produce 8 soul power orbs. All in all, I made a profit of 1 million. My savings instantly returned to 4 million, and the soul power orbs were enough for me to directly level up to over 90. This wave is strong, focusing on an extreme counterattack. Unfortunately, Tang Hao was almost done beating the ghost leopard to death, and if I went over to finish it off, the system wouldn't reward me. Otherwise, I would have taken off right there and leveled up to 100 to play as a god. Just as I was thinking about this, Tang Hao came over, carrying the already unconscious ghost leopard, with a hint of wariness in his eyes as he looked at the great sword beside me, and said, "It seems you're still faster." I let out a, "It's not as easy as you think." Tang Hao looked at me seriously. "Your practical skills are very strong. If you don't die young, you will surely become a god." I nodded slightly, thinking to myself, becoming a god? That's just the starting point. Tang Hao didn't say much. He knew I understood. 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall had died, and next time, it might be the Pope Bibi Dong herself who comes. He finally reminded me to leave quickly, then took the ghost leopard and disappeared into the depths of the forest. I watched his disappearing figure, then lowered my head to glance at the unconscious ghost leopard on the ground, and my heart was crystal clear. I directly raised my hand and opened a wormhole, and with a whoosh, I vanished. I had left, but my dark alloy greatsword was not idle. It transformed into a beam of black light and charged forward. With 2 swift strikes, it sliced the unsuspecting ghost leopard Douluo into 3 pieces, just like cutting tofu. After finishing, the sword shook off the blood droplets and slowly disappeared. I tell you, this is called professionalism. One must eradicate the roots when cutting down the weeds. The next second, I found myself back at the Wu family courtyard. As soon as I returned, I saw the old men of the Wu family staring at me, as if they had seen a ghost, their expressions incredibly complex. I was as clear as day in my mind. With such a big commotion outside the city just now, a battle at the level of a titled Douluo, these people must have been spying from a distance. I deliberately pretended to be confused while knowing full well what was going on, smilingly asking, "What's going on here? Why is everyone looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face?" The old man from the Wu family, who had the best attitude, was the first to react. He quickly bent over and said, No, it's just that the adult is so impressive. We just want to admire and learn from you." While saying this, he was also swallowing, and his expression was incredibly amusing. I could see clearly that the old man is trembling slightly all over. He must be regretting it now. Yesterday, he heard his grandson Wu Jinsong bragging about how I, a soul sect, took down 8 soul saints and 2 soul Douluos. He probably didn't believe it all, thinking I just had some disposable treasure given by the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He even wanted to scheme against me, trying to get the upper hand. But after witnessing me and Tang Hao fighting 2 titled Douluos today, he finally realized how wrong he was. Trying to scheme against me? Who understand the family dynamics, this is just too bold. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. With a thought, My dark alloy greatsword appeared beside me with a hum, the blade vibrating. The faces of those from the Wu family turned pale as if they had seen their father. This was the effect I wanted. If I didn't give them a scare, they really would think I was easy to talk to. I ignored them and walked directly to Wu Jinsong, who was still kneeling on the ground, and said, "All right, I can take you in, but you have to agree to 3 conditions." I had considered this kid. He had good talent and belonged to the top tier of the second line. With proper training, he could definitely challenge the so-called geniuses of the golden generation from the Spirit Hall. I thought to myself, those guys from the Spirit Hall must be keeping a close eye on me. I can't just play house with their kids every day, right? I need a substitute. Wu Jinsong is the substitute I've chosen. In situations where I can't show my face, I'll let him step up and target the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, extinguishing all their hopes. As for Rongrong and Zhuqing, I couldn't bear to let them take that risk. When Wu Jinsong heard this, he was so excited that he quickly cowed out. "Master, please say it. I will do my utmost." I stared into his eyes. Although this kid is a bit arrogant, his mindset is okay. He knows how to assess the situation and can be flexible. It's normal for him to have those little feelings for Rongrong. He's just a kid. I'll give him a little guidance later to make him understand that some girls are beyond his reach. I said in a deep voice, "First, within 3 years, your soul power must reach level 40. The kid was taken aback for a moment, then calculated carefully for a while before nodding firmly. "Okay. Hey, he even knows how to think and isn't just blindly agreeing. Not bad." I smiled. "Don't worry. The resources are abundant, and I'll give you a boost." Then, I glanced at the elders from the Wu family beside us and said lightly, "Second, your Wu family must unconditionally pledge loyalty to the 7 treasure glazed tile school from today onwards. Even when facing the Spirit Hall, you must not have any doubts." Wu Jinsong was stunned and said that he couldn't make that decision. Just as he finished speaking, the old man from the Wu family stepped forward and announced on the spot, "From today, Wu Jinsong is the new head of the Wu family with full decision-making power. If anyone has objections, come to me." Goodness, this old man is quite clever. The other higher-ups immediately nodded in agreement, and no one dared to oppose. Now it was Wu Jinsong who was dumbfounded, but he quickly realized that all of this was because of me. The look in his eyes towards me was filled with awe. He lowered his head and said solemnly, "Teacher, I promise." I nodded, flipped my hand, and took out a small object that looked like jade. Since I had promised, let's swear with blood. I started boasting to them, saying this was the oath stone. Anyone who dared to betray would suffer if I crushed it from afar. The person who bled would be severely harmed, at best becoming an idiot, at worst dying on the spot. In reality, it wasn't that mystical. It was just a high-tech product from the system, costing 1,000 super god coins, mainly aimed at psychological intimidation. Without a second thought, Wu Jinsong took out a small knife and made a cut on his hand, pressing his blood onto the stone. He was quite decisive. That wasn't all. Old Wu followed suit, cutting his finger and letting his blood drop, while saying, "Rest assured, my lord, the Wu family will never betray." The other senior executives followed suit, all dripping their blood onto the stone. I secretly laughed to myself. These people are really scared and have realized that clinging to my thigh is the only way out for the Wu family. I satisfiedly put away the stone and stated the 3rd condition. "Third, regardless of the circumstances, you must risk your life to ensure Ning Rongrong's safety. This condition would also be recorded by the oath stone. I will strictly follow the master's orders." Wu Jinsong did not hesitate. Just then, I heard a ding in my head. Good grief, my system, which had been offline for a day, finally finished updating. As soon as it came back, it sent me a notification that the disciple task was completed and even gave me a beginner's gift pack. I quickly opened it and found congratulations for the host for obtaining a set of black armor, simplified version, an exclusive divine soul ring, and an exclusive soul bone. It was specifically for Wu Jinsong. Even I, as the master, did not have such treatment. Forget it, I can't shortchange my own disciple. I casually pulled out a set of pitch black armor that floated in the air. I said to Wu Jinsong, "Here, it's a gift for becoming my disciple, made by me." Hey, they wouldn't know it was a gift from the system anyway. I had to play the part. With a thought, the armor clanked and fitted itself onto Wu Jinsong, instantly boosting his soul power from level 24 to 35. I explained lightly, "This armor can withstand attacks from soul masters below level 50, making it a life-saving piece of equipment." The old men from the Wu family nearly had their eyes pop out. They're also involved in forging, so how could they not recognize the value of this thing? They must be thinking, is this kid a human or a ghost? 11 or 12 years old, can fight a titled Douluo, and can also forge? Isn't this just pure absurdity? Has he been stunned by the big shot's superpower? I ignored their shock and added, "There are 2 more gifts which I will give you when you reach level 30. Having taken care of everything, I was ready to take Wu Jinsong and leave, needing to hurry back to Baishur City to check on Rongrong and the others. But then that old man Wu came over again and said, "My lord, don't rush to leave. Our Wu family has an ancestral item we would like to present to you as a gift for becoming a master." An ancestral item? I was a bit curious, but didn't think much of it. What good could a small Wu family have? Have you seen the treasure vault of my 7-treasure glazed tile school? Seeing that I wasn't very interested, the old man quickly started telling a story, his eyes filled with nostalgia. "My lord, you may not know, our Wu family has made a living through forging for generations. With the black gold spear as our martial soul, our ancestors were always active in the imperial city of the Tiando Empire." Tiando City? I'm familiar with that place. It's a mixed bag, and without some strength, one really can't survive there. With the current resources of the Wu family, having a soul sage doesn't really count for much in Tiando City. Of course, my teacher NingYe is an exception, although he's also a soul sage. He travels with 2 titled Douluos and has a large number of soul Douluos and soul sages under him. But this old man, Wu, still cares about his reputation. As soon as I mentioned their family's thin resources, he immediately started reminiscing about the glorious past. He said that back in the day, the Wu family was also wealthy, with several soul Douluos in the family and soul sages starting from double digits, which was considered quite prestigious on the continent. I thought to myself, fine, I'll give you some face, and I nodded. As a result, the old man got really excited, his wrinkles on his face laughed wide. And he said that the most impressive thing about their family was that they had an ancestor who had a soul power level of 89. Wow, 89 level. I was left with a question mark. What does that even mean? Just one level away from transcending and ascending, right? Let me tell you, being a soul master gets harder as you go further. Those with slightly poor talent might hit a wall at level 30. To reach above 70, you have to be someone with innate soul power of level 6 or higher. So, 89 level, that talent is definitely top-notch. I played along a bit to show my surprise, and the old man immediately perked up, opening up completely. He said that his ancestor was not only a level 89 soul Dalu, but also a divine craftsman. A divine craftsman, folks, who understands? It's the highest rank among blacksmiths, on par with Tang Hao, and there are hardly any on the entire continent. This ancestor practiced soul power while forging, and to achieve the status of a divine craftsman is simply a master of time management. Then the old man got to the point, saying his ancestor poured everything into creating a legendary set of armor. I was a bit dismissive at the time, thinking no matter how impressive a blacksmith's creation is, it can't compare to a martial soul. But the old man's next words left me speechless. He said, back in the day, with this set of armor, a soul Douluo took down a title Douluo. Wow, defeating a title Douluo by leveling up in Contra? This cheat is even more ridiculous than I expected. I quickly asked, what happened to this ancestor later? Did he become a title Douluo? As a result, the old man Wu looked regretful and said that his ancestor was just too proud. After breaking through to level 90, he insisted on going to the Stardow Forest to catch a 100,000-year soul ring as his graduation project, and then, well, there was no then. He just ended up dying there. I felt a jolt in my heart. Truly, if strength allows, this is the first place to seek death. However, I had guessed it. This old man had been laying the groundwork for a long time, and he was definitely going to give me that set of armor. I asked him, so what you're giving me is a replica of that armor. Guess what? The old man shook his head and said seriously, no, it's the real deal. I was really shocked at this point. People have died deep in the Stardow Forest. Who in your family has the ability to go in and retrieve it? That place is filled with soul beasts that have existed for ages. Even with my grandpa Bone following me back then, I had to be extremely cautious. Then the old man said that their ancestors had left a way out long ago. As soon as someone dies, that set of armor will automatically space jump and be directly teleported back home. When I heard this, I was amazed. Wow, black technology, and it even understands quantum entanglement. However, the old man also mentioned that this one-time teleportation completely emptied the Wu family's resources, and from then on, the Wu family declined day by day, ultimately having to move from Heavendo City to this Soto City. As he spoke, the old man led me to a dilapidated little wooden house deep within the Wu family, saying it was where his ancestors used to live. Once inside, it was bare and empty. The old man walked to the bedside, moved the nightstand aside, and knocked 3 times on the floor. Lo and behold, a piece of the floor opened up, revealing 2 wrenches underneath. I looked at this mechanism and almost burst out laughing. It's 2025, and they're still using this kind of secret room trick from martial arts novels. Back when I modified the treasury of our 7-treasure glazed sect, I directly implemented a dual fingerprint and facial recognition system, along with a weak AI butler. When my teacher and my grandfather first saw it, their jaws almost dropped, and they nearly sliced the AI screen in half with a sword. Just as I was reminiscing, the old man pulled down one of the levers, and the bed rumbled and moved aside, revealing a stone staircase leading down. He went down first, indicating that it was safe. I followed and asked him, with such impressive armor, why doesn't anyone from the Wu family wear it? The old man smiled wryly and said, it's not that we don't want to wear it. It's that we can't. This armor has a spirit and will automatically choose its master. None of the descendants of the Wu family can get within a meter of it. If they try to force their way closer, they get thrown back. I laughed. Is there such a thing? You guys are discriminating against your own ancestors' creations based on bloodline. The old man felt even more awkward and said that this thing doesn't look at bloodlines, but at talent. He himself has a natural soul power of level 7, which is not enough. He was originally hoping that my newly accepted disciple, Wu Jinsong, who has a natural level of 8, would come and try it out when he levels up a bit. I asked him, can it be forced? You're a soul sage, and you can't handle a dead object? He replied that forcing the inheritance is possible, but the armor's spirit would disappear, and its power would be weakened by at least 30%. So unless it's a matter of life and death for the family, no one would dare to do that. As we were talking, we arrived. On the wall ahead hung a set of bright silver armor. Although the light was dim, it stood out like a luminous body, very eye-catching, and exuded a sharp aura. The old man stood at a distance and said, Sir, this is it. Please help yourself. He also specifically reminded me that if the armor was unwilling to accompany me, I shouldn't force it and shouldn't ruin its spirit. I glanced at him and thought to myself, do I look like that kind of person? I took a few steps forward and suddenly felt a very peculiar spiritual fluctuation. I squinted my eyes, did nothing, and just gently beckoned towards the armor with my finger. In the next second, who understands what family members feel? That shiny silver armor flew down from the wall, as if it had received a divine order. Obediently hovering in front of me, the previous sharpness instantly dissipating, as docile as a little kitten. The people from the Wu family were wide-eyed. Their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. They must have been roaring inside. Why is that? We've been licking it for so many years, and it ignored us. But with just a beckon from you, it's all about mutual pursuit. I didn't pay attention to them. I reached out and touched it, and the bright silver armor instantly transformed into a stream of light, which enveloped me in an instant. A powerful explosive force surged from within me, and I felt my soul power instantly peak at the soul saint level. Old Wu reacted the fastest. Although I saw a fleeting thought in his mind about the frustration of his prize cabbage being trampled by a pig, he immediately put on a big smile and quickly stepped forward, saying, Congratulations, my lord, on acquiring a divine outfit. I let out a cold laugh in my heart and decided not to argue with you for now. I moved around in the armor. It really is a good piece. I said to him, I want to go out and try this armor. You all can chat among yourselves. Then I turned to my disciple, Wu Jinsong, and said, Come find me later. Just before leaving, I suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask the old man Wu, Does everyone in the Wu family know how to forge? The old man was taken aback and quickly nodded. I asked him what level of forging it was, and after thinking for a moment, he said it was probably at the master blacksmith level. I had a clear idea then. One step above a master is a divine craftsman. That's impressive. I asked him, Do you have any books on forging? I'm a bit interested. The reason I asked is that the moment I put on the armor, I received a message. This thing is definitely not ordinary armor. It's a top-notch soul guide device. The method for making soul guide devices has long been lost. Yet the Wu family actually has one. This is simply a windfall. Old Wu is quite clever. He immediately understood and hurriedly sent his son to bring all the family's forging books, including the original blueprints for the shining silver armor. He even came over to say that I should stay and learn, and that I would soon become a divine craftsman. I directly shook my head in refusal. Just kidding. As long as there are books, my brain is like a supercomputer. Do I still need someone to teach me? Besides, if I stay here, what if the spirit hall comes looking for me? Can your Wu family handle that? The old man immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that even if they couldn't handle it, they would swear to protect me to the death. I smiled and said nothing. This talk is just for listening. People's hearts are hard to read, and who can say what will happen when the time comes? Anyway, I've finished my business here and can't be bothered to watch their family put on a show of filial piety. I thought I shouldn't be a third wheel here, so I casually tore open a wormhole, waved goodbye to them, and just left. Once I came out, I found a quiet little courtyard pavilion to sit down in and started studying the newly acquired shiny silver armor. Let me tell you, when I pulled up the data, Wow, it was really good. The soul power boost was 2 to 3 times. It could increase attack and defense. And it even came with a soul skill called the Overlord Gun, which sounded quite impressive. However, the enhancement principle of my old black armor was completely different from this one. So I was pondering whether I could create a dream collaboration between the two and get a 2-in-1 upgraded version. I casually asked the system, and wow, it immediately asked for 3 million Super God coins. Do they really think I'm an ATM? Without a second thought, I just passed. 3 million would be more than enough for me to buy a set of black armor for my family Rongrong. Why would I give it to you? What a joke. I calculated that it's better to rely on myself than on others, so I decided to take matters into my own hands and be self-sufficient. Just as I was figuring out how to magically modify these 2 sets of armor together, Old Wu came over carrying a large box, filled with their family's treasured forging manuals and blueprints, clearly showing their sincerity. I stood up, and they wanted to bring me a stool, but I said no. It's too much trouble. The next second, with a thought, the entire box of books and blueprints flew up, hovering in front of me like a nebula made of paper. Once I activated my brain's computing power, it was like scanning a QR code. In just a few seconds, all the content was copied and pasted into my mind. After finishing, I waved my hand, and those books neatly returned to the box. The whole process was incredibly smooth. The Wu family members were completely stunned, with their mouths agape, probably having their worldview shattered. Who has ever seen someone read like this? I told Old Wu that your family's skills are indeed impressive, and then I pointed to Wu Jinsong, saying that I was taking him away. I warned them to be careful, as the spirit hall might cause them trouble. After saying that, I used 2 wormholes and directly teleported away with my newly accepted disciple. In a flash, we appeared in a small alley in a place called Baishur City. Let me tell you, this place is known for a special mineral called Baishur, which is a treasure for low-level soul masters to make weapons. So in this city, there are 2 major players. One is the Baishur mine, and the other is the auction house that I had someone set up. I need to go to the auction house to check the situation and practice with this kid by letting him ask for directions. Guess what happened? The kid was so nervous that he handed over a silver coin before even asking for directions. The shop owner, seeing this, was clearly a seasoned player. He accepted the money with a smile, but was secretly plotting something behind the scenes, trying to trick my apprentice into some new experience. Wu Jinsong even foolishly asked the owner which city this was, leaving the owner completely baffled, probably cursing under his breath about where this naive fool came from. I watched the whole thing from the side and noticed that the boss had something on his hands, trying to mark my apprentice. I pointed at him from a distance, and he fell directly from his chair, unable to move. I warned him telepathically, and only then did he regain his normal state. Goodness. He immediately got up and bowed to me, causing his head to bleed, and then he ran away in panic. After handling this little episode, I didn't feel like walking anymore, so I opened a wormhole with Wu Jinsong, and we arrived at the auction house's entrance in the next moment. Wow, what a scene. The guards at the door were 2 soul kings. They came up to stop people, saying the place was closed for 3 days. I knew immediately it was our people. One with good eyesight asked if my surname was Ning, and I confirmed it. He wanted to verify, being quite cautious, which I appreciated. I showed him my exclusive business card, and their eyes widened. They immediately respectfully invited me in, while the other one darted inside like a rabbit on fire to report the news. After we entered, it wasn't long before the main person arrived. Let me tell you, this person's name is NingYe. Back in the day, he was just an ordinary little guard in our sect, whom I promoted on a whim. Now looking at him, wow, he's a level 60 Soul Emperor, and he even has a Soul Sage as his bodyguard. He's doing quite well. Upon seeing me, he was incredibly excited. I asked him how things were going here, and his eternally poker-faced expression couldn't hold back anymore. He started to smile. He said that the things I did in Swoto City had scared the opposing side's Baishur mine enough that they voluntarily gave up their territory. Even more impressive, he told me that the spirit hall in this city had been mostly infiltrated by him, and he is now the hall master here. I was stunned at the time. Is it really that easy to get into the spirit hall? Then, right in front of me, his face changed, and he switched to a different face. I suddenly remembered that I had given him a small gadget I made back then, a transforming mask. Who understands this? It comes with a price. Once you put it on, you can't take it off, and eventually, your face will become completely stiff, turning into a paralysis. This guy is really willing to go all out for his mission. I noted this favor and thought I'd have to find a way to cure him later. He told me that he used 2 identities, one openly running the auction house, and the other secretly infiltrating the spirit hall, performing several big acts, and finally becoming the branch master. This operation is simply a real-life version of Infernal Affairs. In the end, I asked him, since he had already dealt with the spirit hall, how could that white stone mine still be against him? He said the problem lies with the mine owner's daughter. Not yet 40, a level 75 soul saint, with a plant-type martial spirit called Vine. TSK, this is interesting. This small place actually hides such a genius. I tell you, let's put aside whether this genius is really a genius for now. I was just pondering when the door suddenly swung open with a bang, and a small cannonball came flying straight at me. Ye brother. Goodness, apart from that little girl NingYe, who else could it be? My hand had already formed muscle memory. I raised it just in time to pat her on the head and gave her a good rub. Have you been good while I was away? She shrank her neck and, hey, she even learned to change the subject. Why did it take you so long to come? I got held up by something. I glanced at NingYe, who had followed her in. His poker face was filled with helplessness, as if saying, I tried my best, but couldn't stop her. I knew she must have been quite a handful. Dean Flender and the others also came in, and I quickly greeted them. Dean, my subordinate hasn't neglected you, has he? Flender's old face was smiling like a blooming flower, waving his hands repeatedly. Of course. How could they be neglected? They had the top suite arranged, complete with maids and bodyguards, and all sorts of rare fruits were being served as if they were free. I tell you, the way the old Dean's eyes lit up was almost corroded by this capitalist candy-coated bullet. He was probably thinking that if he had known the treatment at the major sects was this good, he wouldn't have started a business back then. Of course, he also knew that this super standard treatment was mostly due to my face. I nodded and waved to Wu Jinsong, who had been standing in the corner. This kid was quick-witted and immediately ran over, bowing to Flender. Dean, I still want to join Shrek Academy. Please allow me. Flender was about to welcome him with a smile, but Wu Jinsong's next sentence sent everyone's CPUs into overdrive. I have already taken the teacher as my master. The room instantly fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Family, who understands? Flender's expression turned to one of disbelief, his eyes wide as he looked at me, then at Wu Jinsong, who was half a head taller than me, and, after a long pause, he managed to stammer out, You accepted him as a disciple? I calmly nodded. What's the big deal? He's a good seedling. After taking him in, he can help me run errands, which is quite nice. But my calmness didn't mean others were calm. Flender and the others were shocked. How could someone my age and with my strength accept a disciple, and one whose talent wasn't even top-notch? Meanwhile, Tang San and his group of little monsters had complex expressions. Just think about it. Their peers were still struggling as students, while I had already transformed into Teacher Ning and started accepting disciples. The pressure and frustration instantly hit the roof. They used to think they couldn't catch up with me, since I was a hidden member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but now even my disciple might surpass them. Who could take that? Only NingYe was carefree, blinking her big eyes, first glancing at me, then turning her little head to Wu Jinsong with a serious face. Your name is Wu Jinsong, right? Well, since you are my Yi brother's disciple now, then the previous matters will be considered resolved. Wu Jinsong hurriedly nodded, but then this little girl suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. Quick, call me Shirshu uncle. I couldn't help but laugh. This girl, being the youngest in the sect and always being bullied by her seniors, finally found someone she could treat as an elder, so she had to enjoy it. Wu Jinsong was completely at a loss, standing there stammering, Rong, don't mess around. I pulled her back, my hand pressing on her head to continue rubbing it. She immediately lost her temper, obediently standing beside me, her eyes squinting comfortably like a little kitten, mumbling softly, I'm not messing around. We're of the same generation. Him calling me Shirshu is only right. I smiled and asked her, Are you being obedient? She pouted her little mouth, turning her head to the side. Humph, you just know how to bully me. I'm not talking to you. Though she said that, her body was quite honest, not moving an inch. After dealing with this little girl, I turned to Flender to explain that accepting a disciple was Wu's family and his own decision. Flender regained his composure and jokingly asked if I wanted to skip being a student and directly come to Shrek as a teacher. I quickly shook my head. That wouldn't he do. I still had to continue studying. Besides, teaching Tang San and this group of future gods. That overwhelming wealth should be left for the dean and you all. I can't handle it. Flender didn't insist. He looked at NingYe and asked if we were discussing serious matters and whether they needed to leave. I waved my hand and said no need. We are all family. Pulling Rong to sit down, I asked NingYe, What were we talking about just now? NingYe respectfully replied, We were talking about the woman with the martial soul of the purple vine. Just then, I keenly caught a detail. Among the teachers at Shrek, one of them clearly stiffened for a moment. I continued to ask, What is her name? NingYe. As soon as this name came out, the teacher's body trembled slightly. Although his face showed no expression, he was shifting uncomfortably on the sofa, As if he had been pricked by a nail, his eyes filled with both tension and reminiscence. My gossip radar buzzed. Those who understood knew there was definitely a story behind it. But this matter had nothing to do with me. I continued with my rhythm, intentionally pointing at Flinder and the others, especially lingering for a second on that peculiar teacher, smiling at NingYe. If you need help, all my teachers here are soul emperors and soul saints. You can use them as you wish. NingYe dared not, shaking his head repeatedly, saying that it was quite good to coexist peacefully with the mind, and he didn't want to trouble the dean and the others. This kid still had some backbone. I told him I would be taking the academy's people away tomorrow. After all, I was just a passerby. Flinder also thought that the longer we stayed, the more dreams we would have, and it was better to get to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect sooner to feel at ease. NingYe couldn't keep us, so he could only settle for second best, insisting that we must have a good time in Baishur City today and let him show us some hospitality. I directly refused, saying I was busy with research and had no time to play. However, I did ask him to arrange for Tang San and the others to go out and relax. These kids were quite stimulated by me and needed to find something to do. Meanwhile, at the other end of Baishur City, the atmosphere in the Nalan family's mansion was tense. A man, the shopkeeper who had directed Wu Jinsong earlier, was kneeling before an old man, his voice trembling. "Sir, it's bad." The old man frowned. "What are you panicking about?" The shopkeeper stammered. "The person you asked me to monitor. He has appeared." He recounted how he had tried to manipulate Wu Jinsong, only to be seized by an invisible force the next second, with a voice echoing in his mind, warning him that if there was a next time, he would bear the consequences, and he confessed everything in detail. Let me tell you, the shopkeeper was almost scared to death. He said he felt like he was possessed by a ghost, completely unable to move, and didn't even get a clear look at what the other party looked like. After hearing this, the old man stood up from his armchair, his face pale, and after a while, he sat back down, letting out a long breath. "Fortunately, you were lucky this time. That adult did not directly kill you." This operation left our little brother in silence. As a soul sect, being controlled from afar like that was basically a dimensional strike. The old man immediately made a decision. This matter must be smoothed over. He issued 3 orders. First, let the shopkeeper go and accept his punishment. Second, notify everyone below to keep their heads down and not provoke those people again. Third, and the harshest, immediately cede 30% of the territory from the mine and send people to deliver it to NingYe, saying it was an apology. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. "Sir, isn't 30% too much?" The old man exploded. "What nonsense. I just hope that adult won't hold this against us. If NingYe can say a few good words for us in front of him, otherwise the entire Baishur mine will be finished." He told the shop owner that among that group, there were 2 soul saints and several soul emperors, not to mention that mysterious adult who might intervene. If a fight broke out, 10 white stone mines wouldn't be enough to fill their teeth gaps. Only then did the shop owner realize the terrifying existence he had provoked, and he broke into a cold sweat, scrambling to send a message. The old man sat alone in the room, sighed deeply, and took out a scroll from his ring. The painting depicted a pair of intimate men and women. He stared at the painting for a long time before finally getting up and walking deeper into the mansion. The scene shifted back to me. The others had gone out to have fun, and I was alone in the room, pondering NingYe's expressionless face. His shape-shifting mask was an early product of my black technology. The idea was beautiful, a mask with 1,000 faces, but the technology was immature, and the side effect was that prolonged use would cause the facial muscles to solidify, resulting in a true case of facial paralysis. To solve this, he could either remove the mask, which would mean his years as an undercover agent in the Spirit Hall would be in vain, and he definitely wouldn't do that. So the only option left was to use medication to enhance the activity of his facial muscles to counteract the mask solidification effect. I immediately activated the supercomputer mode in my brain, unleashing the dark matter computer's full power, and various pharmacological knowledge flooded my mind. I worked on it until late at night, and finally, I held a small black pill in my hand. I called NingYe over and tossed the pill to him without a word. "Take it." This kid was also tough. He swallowed it without even furrowing his brow. I teased him. "Aren't you afraid it's poison?" He replied nonchalantly, "My life belongs to the adult. You can take it any time." TSK, such loyalty. As soon as the drug took effect, his facial expression twisted instantly. It felt like millions of ants were having a wild party on his face, itching to the point where he wanted to tear his own skin off, and his body shook like a sieve. I looked at him and thought, well, this experiment was a partial failure. My reasoning was correct, but the process of the drug's sustained release was too torturous for an average person to withstand. However, there was still some effect, Just from him enduring those few minutes, he would likely prevent his facial condition from worsening for the next 6 months. I gave him the remaining pills and told him to use them sparingly in the future. Afterward, I asked him how everyone enjoyed their outing today. He said Tang-san and the others came back to cultivate after a while, all very serious. There was only one exception. I asked who. Ningfeng looked a bit awkward. That classmate called Ma Hongjun. He went towards. I understood immediately and chuckled. He went to the brothel, right? The evil fire phoenix, the side effects of that martial soul. Who understands it? It's really hard to explain. Ningfeng continued. Rong asked him to tell you that if you don't accompany her to play next time, she will go to my teacher and report that I'm abusing her. This little girl has such tactics. Finally, Ningfeng's expression turned serious. He said, after the dean and the others returned. Teacher Xiao Xin went out alone and hasn't come back yet. I asked where he went. Ningfeng hesitated for a moment and said, our people saw him, heading towards the Whitestone mine. I laughed and said, adult, how do you know? Ningfeng looked shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. I knew all too well. I even knew he hadn't returned yet. I told Ningfeng not to panic as a soul saint. If he didn't want you to find him, you wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him. He was intentionally letting you see him. It was obvious he was going to the Whitestone mine to find someone. Anyway, if he hasn't returned before we set off tomorrow, we can just go look for him then. No need to rush. I told him among this group of people, the two I valued the most were Tang-san and this Xiao Xin. As for Tang-san, you understand, his father is Tang Hao, and I took his soul bone, so I have to protect him out of professional ethics. But Xiao Xin is different. Good guy, he is currently the highest level food system soul master known. His value is greater than if you combine Flinder and Zhao Waoqi. Our 7 treasure glazed tile school lacks everything but battle soul saints. But we don't have a single food system one. If he joins us, wouldn't the Tiando royal family treat us as ancestors? Ningfeng understood immediately, but he seemed a bit hesitant. Seeing his expression, I knew there was something up, so I urged him to speak. He finally said, in the evening, someone from the Whitestone mine came and directly said they wanted to give him 30 of the mining area, just asking him to say a few good words in front of you, hoping you wouldn't be angry about the previous matter. As soon as I heard it, I burst out laughing. What happened before? The person didn't say anything and just left after dropping that line. However, I sent someone to check, and they really did withdraw, taking away the few plots of land with the highest or yield. Ningfeng looked at me cautiously. My lord, what about these mining lands? Just take them if they're given to you. Handle them however you like. I waved my hand, my mind as clear as a mirror. That shopkeeper who was showing off in the store was most likely from the Baisha mine. This intelligence network is quite impressive. Seeing me close my eyes, Ningfeng understood and quietly retreated. As soon as he left, I immediately opened my eyes, and a piece of paper appeared in my hand filled with plans. Ningfeng's matter is a minor issue. Right now, my mind is occupied with 2 major tasks. How to give my family Rong a huge surprise, and how to deal with Zhu Zhuqing's super genes. As for my own upgrade, there's no rush. I'll practice with the 2 of them first and accumulate some experience before that. I have to tell you, the plan I designed for Rong in my mind is incredibly complex, with close combat, long-range attacks, healing, and escaping all arranged clearly. The only thing missing is a desperate skill. Just kidding, with me around, my Rong will never need to fight desperately in her life. I directly activated the dark matter computer, and wow, the data flow in my brain is so intense that the CPU is about to overheat, with a model being constructed at light speed that is dozens of times more complex than the previous generation of super genes. The next morning, as the sunlight came in, I woke up feeling even stronger. Awesome. Give me another half a month, and Rong's exclusive external plugin will be fresh out of the oven. Just as I was feeling good, I heard hurried footsteps outside, and Rong rushed in anxiously. Brother, it's bad. I watched her run with a flushed face, calmly scanning up and down. Developed not bad. What's wrong? I stood up, and with a shake of my soul power, the dust on me disappeared. Then I slowly walked into the washroom to start brushing my teeth and washing my face. Rong followed me like a little tail and said, Teacher Xiao Xin is missing. Missing? I mumbled while brushing my teeth, my face showing no signs of worry. The principal said he didn't come back last night, thought he was staying out, but hasn't shown up until now. The principal and teacher Zhao have already gone out to look for him. Tang-san and the others are waiting for you downstairs. Got it. I nodded, secretly praising Tang-san in my heart. This kid is really calm, knowing to wait for me, the mainstay. When I finished tidying up and went downstairs, good heavens, the atmosphere downstairs was gloomy. Dai Mubai was anxiously pacing. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were as tense as if they were about to take an exam. Only Tang San and Xiao Wu seemed relatively composed. I looked at their psychological quality, TSK, not good. As soon as they saw me, they all rushed over. I waved my hand to signal them not to make a fuss. Then I moved my lips, and that big-eyed Soul King suddenly dashed out from the corner, asking, "What orders do you have, sir?" I pretended to know nothing and casually asked, "Do you know where Teacher Xiao is?" The sharp-eyed ones immediately picked up the cue and replied, "Replying to you, my lord, we paid a little attention. And the last place he was seen was the Baisher mine." Baisher mine? I raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Tang San and the others, yes. Because that is another major force in Baisher City, so our people didn't follow him in. I looked at the group of young people who were so nervous they could hardly breathe, and said to the one with big and small eyes, "What to do next?" I don't need to say much, right? You gather the people right away, flatten the Baisher mine, and bring back the adult's teacher. After the one with big and small eyes finished speaking, he was about to leave. "No need," I stopped him. "I'll go with my classmates to take a look. You go inform the dean and the others to meet at the Baisher mine." "Yes." The one with big and small eyes flashed away and disappeared. Dai Mubai immediately asked, "So we going now?" "Not in a hurry." I smiled and shook my head, took Rongrong's hand, and headed to the cafeteria. "We haven't had breakfast yet." "No matter what, eating is the most important. After we eat and regain our strength, then we'll go." After I finished speaking, Wu Jinsong and Zhu Zhuqing immediately followed without saying a word, and Tang San smiled, pulling Xiao Wu along. As a result, Oscar, who had been rather inconspicuous, suddenly exploded. His peach blossom eyes widened in shock as he shouted at me, "Still eating breakfast? The teacher might be undergoing severe torture right now, and you still have the heart to eat breakfast. Family, who understands? Now we have to face the pressure." Dai Mubai was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He rushed forward in a single leap and covered Oscar's mouth tightly with his furry tiger paw. I stopped in my tracks, turned around, and quietly stared at Oscar. I didn't even release my soul ring, but the invisible pressure instantly made the air in the entire hall feel solid. "Do you have any objections?" Dai Mubai was almost in tears, suppressing his voice to apologize to me. "NingYe, please don't be angry. Xiao Ao just speaks too quickly. Let him talk." A faint smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. I realized that sometimes, if you're too easygoing with people, they really think you have no temper. Dai Mubai had no choice but to let go. Although Oscar seemed a bit intimidated, he still stood his ground. "Regardless, Teacher Xiao Xin is also your teacher. If he is in danger, you should help him." I chuckled lightly, too lazy to argue with him. It was too degrading. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand." After saying that, I pulled Rongrong and continued walking towards the dining hall. Just after taking a couple of steps, Tang San spoke up from behind. His voice not loud, but very clear. "The Baisher mine knows that Teacher Xiao Xin came from us. They don't dare to go too far." Oscar was stunned on the spot. Then, Wu Jinsong stepped forward, gripping his black golden spear in his hand, 2 soul rings shining on his body. Staring fiercely at Oscar. "The teacher isn't holding it against you because he is considering your concern for Teacher Xiao Xin. If they're essay next time, even if you're a classmate, I'll still have to fight you." As soon as he finished speaking, something even more explosive happened. The Soul King with small eyes who had just left appeared ghost-like on Oscar's left side, with 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, and 3 purple. The pressure from the Soul King directly made the Shrek group turn pale. Immediately after, Ningfeng appeared on Oscar's right side, playing with a small knife in his hand. 6 soul rings, a soul emperor, and it didn't end there. 2 old men appeared next to Wu Jinsong. Also, 6 rings soul emperors. Good heavens, 1 king and 3 emperors. They directly surrounded Oscar and his group. The momentum was like the sky was falling down. I perceive all of this. A slight smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. Being nice to classmates is polite, but if you don't understand the rules, then I have to teach you myself. In this world, after all, the strong are respected. In the cafeteria, I leisurely finished the last sip of my kanji, looking at Rongrong, who had already finished eating and was propping her chin up, gazing at me eagerly, and smiled. "Are you full?" "I'm full." I glanced at the table not far away, where the members of Shrek looked heavy-hearted, and the table full of delicacies had barely been touched. "Well, it's time to go." I spoke softly, but the entire restaurant heard me clearly. As soon as I finished speaking, Ningfeng appeared in front of me, smiling as he reported, "My lord, the personnel have gathered, and as long as you give the order, we can wipe out the Baisher mine at any time." I nodded, watching the Shrek group approach, and Oscar's face was darker than a pot bottom. I closed my eyes, the wormhole engine fully activated, and 3 seconds later, I suddenly opened my eyes and gently pointed my right hand forward. Buzz! A huge blue wormhole appeared out of nowhere in the center of the restaurant. Before everyone could react, the wormhole instantly expanded, swallowing all of us in one gulp, then disappeared. In the next second, the scene changed. The Shrek group was fine since they had experienced it once before. But NingYe and his few subordinates were nearly speechless. NingYe looked at the plaque above his head with the three big characters of the Nalan family, swallowed hard, and his eyes were filled with admiration. The master skills are truly becoming more and more incredible. Of course, in just a few seconds, crossing over half of Whitestone City and directly airdropping to the doorstep of someone else's lair, had they ever seen such operations? I ignored their shock and calmly said, "There are many strong ones." As soon as I finished speaking, two powerful auras of soul emperors surged into the sky, and two figures flashed in front of us. When a newcomer saw it was NingYe, they paused for a moment and then shouted sternly, "NingYe, don't go too far. Our Nalan family has already retreated time and again, and you still bring people to our door. Do you really want to start a war?" As they spoke, several purple vines sprang up from the ground, exuding a murderous aura. Just as the atmosphere was tense, an old voice came from a distance. "Second brother, third brother, stop." An old man hurriedly ran over. NingYe whispered in my ear, "This is the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Hong." Nalan Hong came over, first scolding his two brothers, then cautiously glanced at me. Although he was speaking to NingYe, his eyes kept darting towards me. He knew very well that I was the one in charge today. "You're here to look for someone, right?" he said, lowering his posture significantly. Just as NingYe was about to speak, Nalan Hong quickly smiled and said, "The person you are looking for has been well taken care of by us. It was he who refused to leave, and we only allowed him to stay for the night. I will take you to him right away." I shook my head and said, "Wait a minute. After all, Xiao Xian is a college teacher, and Flander and the others, who are colleagues, haven't arrived yet." Just as I said that, Zhao Wuji's massive body came charging over like a tank, with Flander flapping his wings behind him. When Nalan Hong saw that two soul saints were coming again, her scalp tingled, and she quickly explained, "We haven't trapped your friend." Flander blocked the furious Zhao Wuji and looked at me, his eyes filled with questions. I spoke up, "Dean, there's no need to rush in. You should know a bit about teacher Xiao Xian's situation, right? I'd like to hear about it. Otherwise, barging in like this doesn't seem right." Fran Di sighed, his eyes filled with stories. He glanced at the silent Nalan Hong and began to recount the events of those years. "Let me tell you, it gave me goosebumps. To put it simply, many years ago, our chubby and somewhat silly teacher Xiao Xian was in a passionate relationship with a talented girl from the Nalan family, NingYe. Flander was a witness to their love. He said that back then, they ventured into the world of soul masters together, experiencing countless life and death trials. And their feelings were incredibly deep. One time, they encountered a 50,000-year-old spider demon, and Xiao Xian, a food-type soul master, actually wanted to use his advantage of having more flesh to hold the demon off and give Nalan Yin time to escape. Xiao Wu, filled with righteous indignation, directly questioned Nalan Hong. "Then why did they break up later? Was it because you, as a father, intervened?" "It had nothing to do with him," Flander shook his head. "Then what was it for?" "I don't know," Flander answered quite bluntly. I thought to myself, just give it a rest. Your expression clearly shows that you know everything. Sure enough, even though he said he didn't know, his gaze had already drifted back to the past, clearly recalling some secret he promised Xiao Xian he wouldn't disclose. I watched these people guessing riddles here. It's simply ridiculous. Just break the deadlock and speak up. Since no one knows, why not go ask the person involved? Nalan Hong felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and quickly led the way ahead. We followed him through the courtyard and saw Xiao Xian standing there in a daze. In front of him was a petite maid. The maid coldly said, "The young lady said she doesn't want to see you. She asked me to tell you that she's doing well and has someone she likes now, and hopes you won't disturb her life anymore." "She has someone she likes now?" Xiao Xian's voice trembled, and he looked as if his soul had been sucked away, making a sound that resembled both crying and laughing. Bang! With a loud crash, Oscar kicked the courtyard door open and rushed in, supporting the swaying Xiao Xian. "Teacher, are you okay?" Upon seeing this scene, Nalan Hong turned pale, yelled at the maid, and after shouting, turned to me, bowing deeply with a thud, almost bending at the waist. "It is the old man's failure in teaching his daughter. Please, Lord Ning, do not blame the Nalan family. If punishment is to be given, let it be taken with my life." I glanced at him and ignored him, instead smilingly looking at Xiao Xian. "Teacher Xiao Xian, how do you want to deal with the Nalan family?" I kicked the ball directly to him. Xiao Xian smiled sadly and shook his head. I came in by myself. It has nothing to do with the Nalen family. Let's just consider this matter settled. All right, since the teacher has said so, I certainly won't pursue it. I nodded, then changed the subject, a glimmer of excitement flashing in my eyes. But I am quite curious. What does the pride of the Nalen family look like? I wonder if I have the honor to meet her? I really don't care about any cliché love stories. The reason I came all this way and made such a big fuss was not to help the teacher. Just now, my system task was updated. Task requirement: subdue Xiao Xian. Task reward: Haotian hammer analysis data. I have to tell you, I really need the analysis data of the Haotian hammer. This thing is directly related to the core of the second-generation super gene I am going to develop, the power rule. Just as I was happily plotting, the atmosphere in the Nalen family's hall was incredibly awkward, so quiet that it was uncomfortable. Flander and the others were frowning and staring at Xiao Xian, not saying a word. As for my people, they were all there to watch me show off, so they definitely wouldn't speak up. Luckily, I didn't have to wait long. A savior appeared. A figure showed up at the entrance of the hall. An old Nalen Hong rushed over, as if he had seen his long-lost father, rolling and crawling, while babbling about something. Lord Ning, this is my little girl. He brought me forward, his expression tense, as if he was about to open a blind box. As soon as I opened my eyes, wow, I was completely taken aback. Not just me. I tell you, everyone present, except for Flander and Xiao Xian, had their jaws dropped. How can I put it? Family, who understands? I thought whoever could make our romantic hero, Xiao Xian, so infatuated must be an unmatched beauty, right? Even if not, at least a pretty girl, right? But the person in front of me, she was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see her face, but with that weight, that body type, it felt like she could arm wrestle with our teacher, Zhao Wujia. My mouth twitched for a moment, and when I glanced at Xiao Xian, that guy's eyes were fixated on the girl as if they were glued to her. All right, I get it, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I understand. I cleared my throat, suppressed my urge to sarcastically comment, and tried to maintain an aloof demeanor. Why are you wearing a mask? Do you think I'm not worthy of seeing your face? Guess what they said? As an adult, I have my rules. Only my beloved can see my true face. Their voice was quite cold, which was all right. It barely managed to cool down my CPU a bit. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, squinting my eyes and pointing at Xiao Xian. So your crush is just standing right there? As soon as I finished speaking, a wormhole transported Xiao Xian from his chair to her side. And then the bombshell dropped. NingYe's voice instantly dropped to freezing point. He is not my crush. Wow. Xiao Xian had been full of anticipation, but upon hearing this, his face went pale as if he had been coated in a layer of putty, trembling as he asked, "Then why did you lie to me in the first place? When it comes to matters of the heart, how can it be called a lie? Feelings can change. I just don't like you anymore." Oh my, those words were truly heart-wrenching. Xiao Xian held back his heartache and asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Just listen to what this woman said next. It was simply a top-tier emo statement for 2025. My ideal partner will be a great hero who will shield me from the wind and rain. Xiao Xian still wanted to fight for it. I could do that too. NingYe directly mocked him. Come on. You're a food-type soul master. Aren't I the one saving you every time we fight? Without me, you would have been gone long ago. Don't you know that? So, this is what you think. Xiao Xian was trembling all over, and I could feel his heartache from 800 meters away. Oscar quickly ran over to support him, his peach blossom eyes glaring at NingYe, furious. Do you look down on food-type soul masters that much? NingYe shook her head, looking particularly innocent as she said, "No, food type is fine, it's just not combat effective." Oscar was so furious he could almost bite his teeth to pieces. My teacher is a soul sage. He has many powerful friends. Then that girl directly gave Oscar a lesson. Kid, remember, only your own strength is true strength. Friends can't protect you for a lifetime. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Because what she said was, damn it, the truth. Just as it seemed the show was about to end, NingYe actually wanted to leave, and before she left, she said to me, "I believe the adults won't hold a grudge against the Nalen family for such a small matter, right?" I haven't said anything yet, and Xiao Xian's body trembled again. Yes, in the eyes of the person he loves, everything between them is just meaningless, trivial matters. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, looking at Xiao Xian, who had already closed his eyes and appeared to be devoid of any desire for life. I called out to NingYe's back, "Miss Nalen, wait a moment." She paused, turned to look at me, her eyes filled with confusion. I smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. I just want you to witness something." "Witness what?" "Just watch." As soon as I finished speaking, I stood up directly, and the four soul rings lit up with a buzz, while the dark matter computer operated at high speed above my head. Nalan Hong, that old man, turned pale with fright and shouted as he rushed over, "My lord, let's talk it out. Don't make a move." The people on my side, Flander, Zhao, Joaquin, and Tang San, all stood up at once. Their martial souls manifested, soul rings fully activated. The momentum was such that the air in the entire hall seemed to solidify, as if we were about to wipe out the Nalan family right there. The two soul emperors from the Nalan family outside tried to come in to help, but they were directly pinned to the ground by my rule power, unable to move. Just when Nalan Hong was closing his eyes, waiting for death, I stopped beside Xiao Xian. I raised my right hand and gently pointed in the air. Let me tell you, in the eyes of others, my hand appeared to be a ball of light growing brighter. But in the realm of rules, I was writing code for him on the spot, copying, dismantling, reassembling, directly crafting a simplified super gene. That ball of light finally became blinding, and with a lift of my hand, it shot into Xiao Xian's body. Xiao Xian let out a muffled grunt, and in the next second, family members, a miracle happened. His entire demeanor changed. 3 segments of memory, 3 external enhancements, directly enlightening him. In the first segment, he transformed into a gun god, with a set of supreme gun techniques engraved into his DNA. In the second segment, he became a divine shield, understanding what it means to protect. The third segment was even more astonishing. He turned into a worm, directly mastering the essence of space jumping. When he opened his eyes again, the martial soul candy bean was still floating in his hand, but that aura was sharp like an unparalleled divine spear. A food-type soul saint was astonishingly transformed by me into a powerful attack-type war god capable of confronting a soul emperor. Flinder and the others were dumbfounded. Was this still the old Xiao they knew? This was simply a war god incarnate. Xiao Xian himself was also bewildered, feeling the presence of a gun, a shield, and a worm in his mind, looking at me with a complex expression and deeply bowing to me. I nodded at him and then smiled at NingYe. Don't you want a powerful being? I'll create one for you right now. But guess what? That girl still had a tough mouth. Even so, I still don't like him. All right then. Xiao Xian had also come to terms with it. After going through 3 lifetimes, his mindset had stabilized. He gave me a wry smile and said, "NingYe, let's go." Just as I received the system notification in my mind that the task was completed and the data for the Haotian hammer was in, I took one last glance at NingYe. In that glance, I directly pierced through her mask. I nodded, taking everyone with me, and a wormhole took us away from the Nalan family. Do you think this is the end? How is that possible? Just when the people of the Nalan family thought we had left and breathed a sigh of relief, NingYe slowly took off the mask from her face. I told you at that time I was with Xiao Xian and Rong Rong, and we went back through a wormhole just in time to see that scene. Goodness, under that mask there was no face left. It was all scars, crisscrossing and deep enough to see the bone. 2 lines of clear tears slid down that scarred face. It turned out that in the Nalan family, there's an inherited soul technique called Bauhinia Blossom, which is incredibly powerful, but the side effects are also terrible. If a woman uses it once, she will have 10 more scars on her face, lasting for 20 years before they disappear. She had used this ultimate move to save Xiao Xian, who was being chased by a powerful soul beast, sacrificing her own face. It wasn't that she didn't love him. She felt that she was disfigured and unworthy of Xiao Xian, so she deliberately pushed him away. Xiao Xian broke down on the spot, rushing over to hug her tightly, crying and shouting, "Silly inner, no matter what you become, how could I ever dislike you?" Oh dear, these two were hugging and crying, and the cold dog food was slapping me in the face. Beside me, my Rong Rong also got emotional, pinching my arm with tears in her eyes, saying, "If I become ugly in the future, you must not abandon me." What can I say? I rubbed her head in amusement and said, "What are you thinking? How could I ever not want you?" Xiao Xian had already started asking how to recover. Nalong siged deeply, saying it was the curse of the martial soul and there was no hope. NingYe, Xiao Xian shouted at me like he had found a savior. "You must have a way, right?" I originally just liked to watch the excitement without caring about the trouble, but as soon as I heard the word curse, my DNA reacted. 20 years of automatic disappearance? Isn't this just a debuff of the time rule? I'm really interested in this. I pondered for a moment, then took out a black pill and threw it to NingYe. Take this. This pill can strongly promote facial activity, and I wanted to see how the curse of time would react under such powerful recovery. NingYe swallowed it in one go, and soon after, a severe itching sensation spread across her face. She nearly scratched it. Don't scratch, I shouted. A miracle happened. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, the scars on her face were actually healing at a visibly rapid pace. Although it was slow, it was truly improving. After a few more minutes, most of the scars had become very faint, and 2 of them even disappeared completely. But just then the effect stopped, and the remaining scars were as if they were welded onto her face, not moving an inch. This is promising. I felt a thrill in my heart. This proved that my guess was correct. I flipped my hand to produce a palm-sized mirror and handed it to NingYe beside me, giving her a glance. She understood immediately, took the mirror, and hurried over, holding it right in front of NingYe's face. Let me tell you, a woman's obsession with her face is truly etched in her DNA. That girl was barely hanging on, propped up by AwakensDark. But once she saw her almost restored face in the mirror, wow, her eyes instantly lit up, her breathing quickened, and she straightened her back, fully revived in an instant. At that moment, it was clear she could last not just another minute and a half, but even half an hour without any problem. The entire hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring intently at NingYe's face. A minute and a half felt like a century. When the time was up, the medicine worked perfectly, and the scars on her face completely disappeared. Her skin even better than before. Just when everyone thought there would be a happy ending, let me tell you, the most outrageous twist came. A strange and sinister mysterious force suddenly emerged, and with a swipe, it was as if an invisible hand held a knife and restored those dozens of scars back on her face without any change. Who understands this, folks? This is just like the second phase of a boss fight in a video game. After depleting 1 health bar, it locks your health and makes you go through it again. NingYe was stunned and quickly pressed the mirror down to prevent her from looking. AwakensDark's smile instantly froze, and he hurriedly grabbed her hand, fearing she would touch her face. The 3 brothers of the NingYe family were also acting, their faces showing a fleeting discomfort before forcing smiles, pretending everything was fine. But NingYe wasn't too foolish. Seeing everyone's reactions, she understood everything in her heart, and her eyes dimmed instantly. Playing this game in front of me? That's just rushing headfirst into the muzzle of a gun. I smiled and casually said, "It's interesting, but that's all there is to it." The dark matter computer within me instantly ramped up its computational power, and the center of my pupils transformed into a small white dot. All the data of that mysterious force was laid bare before my eyes. I raised my right hand and pointed at NingYe from a distance. A beam of light shot directly into her body, on a level of rules invisible to others. My data stream directly engaged in battle with that mysterious force. Although that force was strange, to put it simply, it was just an unregulated piece of wild code, and its quantity was particularly small. What is my data stream? It's a firewall specifically designed to eliminate viruses. With a charge, it completely shattered it into pieces. A few seconds later, the scar on NingYe's face disappeared as if it had never existed. This time, AwakensDark and the others were truly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out, completely unable to comprehend what I was doing. On the surface, I seemed calm and collected, but inside, my mind was in chaos. Because just now, I suddenly realized I had acquired an incredible new skill. It's called time displacement. The effect is simple. It can rewind any of my abilities back to 2 seconds ago. It has a cooldown of 15 days. Let me tell you, this thing is way more impressive than any wormhole technology. This is the power of time. When the 2 brothers from the NingYe family saw that their sister was fine, they immediately rubbed their hands together and approached me, their intentions obvious. They wanted me to help them remove the curse of aging from their faces. I just smiled and said nothing, maintaining an air of mystery. The guy was perceptive. Seeing my attitude, he immediately understood and gritted his teeth. "My lord, our NingYe family is willing to merge with your auction house and follow you from now on." Not bad, they got the hint. I nodded in satisfaction and casually flicked my fingers, sending out 2 beams of light. The wrinkles on the faces of the 2 brothers smoothed out as if a beauty filter had been applied, instantly making them look 20 years younger. Job done. I directly pulled NingYe and opened a wormhole to leave, leaving behind a message. "Teacher AwakensDark, you handle the rest. We're heading back now." As soon as we returned, to my surprise, the Shrek gang and NingYe were all waiting for me at the door, each of them looking like curious kids. Xiao was the first to rush up. "How was it? Did you make up?" I directly pushed NingYe out as a shield. I asked her, and she recorded the whole thing. "NingYe, come here for a moment." After saying that, I created another wormhole and slipped away. Back in my room, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, Rong Rong would definitely come to me to act cute and ask for compensation, and my head was already spinning. After a while, Ningfeng knocked on the door and came in. I told him directly that the Nalan family had surrendered and asked him to take over. I also mentioned that, for teacher Xiao Xian's happiness, we might need to stay here a few more days. Finally, I added, by the way, I need to research something these days, so you help me block Rong Rong. Just say I'm in closed-door training and I won't TC anyone. Ningfeng, that old fox, held back his laughter as he left. He must have thought I was hiding from Rong Rong. Little did he know, my gains this time were truly significant. I opened the system panel and had just finished analyzing the power rules obtained from the Hao Ian hammer when it automatically granted me enhancements all over my body, increasing my strength by 20% out of thin air. This was just an appetizer. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit me. Weren't these power rules supposed to provide continuous boosts? What if I modified it for a one-time explosive output? Wouldn't that look incredibly cool? Without hesitation, I got to work. I mobilized my computational power and began to modify the code on site. After completing the data modifications, I took a deep breath and activated it directly. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from my body. The furniture in the entire room was instantly reduced to dust. The entire auction house trembled under this pressure. People downstairs with weaker abilities fainted on the spot. Ningfeng, Flinder, and the others rushed to my room like crazy, but they couldn't even get within 10 meters of my door, all blocked by an invisible wall. Seeing that it was about to go out of control, I quickly retracted my power and shouted outside the door, it's fine, just conducting a small experiment. The noise got a bit loud. I looked at the mess around me and the sofa that had already cracked beneath me, letting out a bitter laugh. My soul power was depleted, but it was worth it, because I gained a special soul skill, Power Burst. The effect is simple and brutal. It unleashes 3 times my strength, and there's no cooldown time. Family, what does this mean? It means I can go berserk anytime, anywhere, and directly arm wrestle with a soul, Douluo. This is definitely not a loss. I changed rooms, ready to sort through my gains, and check out what this new Master Apprentice system is all about. Opening it up, wow. The system has really gone all out to help me be a good master. It's a bit over the top. It opened a subsystem for me, which includes separate Master Apprentice tasks and a Master Apprentice shop. As long as I complete tasks with my apprentice Wu Jinsong, I can earn a currency called Super God Coins. The most outrageous part is that I can actually buy Divine Soul Rings in this shop. I can even spend money to enhance my core computing power. What else is there to say? I have to train my apprentice until he is smoking hot. I immediately called Wu Jinsong over. This kid is quite promising. He has reached level 25 in just a few days of training. Without saying a word, I directly retrieved the super gene template of the Daxing Spear from my gene bank and modified it on the spot using computational power, changing the pure speed burst into a balance of power and momentum that better suited his Overlord Spear technique. I'll give you a chance, but there's a risk. Do you dare take it? Wu Jinsong's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he nodded. Disciple is willing. I directly injected the modified gene model into his body, monitoring the data with the eye of insight throughout the process. Watching his breath surge dramatically, reaching a level that could match the Soul King head-on, I nodded in satisfaction. It's done. Now I just have to wait for the system to issue the mission. 3 days passed in a flash. I pushed Rong Rong's super gene progress by 1/3, and also created an energy-saving version with a 2-fold power increase. When I went downstairs, Flinder and the others were already ready to set off. Xiao Xian stood next to NingYe, looking quite pleased. Only Ning Rong Rong, with her arms crossed, glared at me angrily. Flinder leaned over to ask where our next stop was, and I said we're going to Ancient City. However, he hesitated a bit, saying he wanted to go to Heavenly Water City. I was puzzled when Ningfeng explained beside me that I had set up a soul arena in Tianshui City, and that the Spirit Hall's influence in that area was very weak, which was just right for the Shrek group of little monsters to gain practical experience. Just at that moment, I heard a ding in my mind, and a task came in. Master Disciple task. Let Wu Jinsong achieve 30 consecutive wins in the Tianshui Soul Arena. Task reward, 300 Super God Coins. As soon as I heard, going to Tianshui City? Is there such a good thing? I made the decision on the spot. Since the director wants to go, then let's go to Tianshui City. No problem. As soon as I finished speaking, Uncle Ning nodded. In the next second, I directly opened a wormhole and, with a flash, transported Shrek and the newly joined NingYe directly to Tianshui City. But just as we were about to start a new dungeon, let me tell you, the atmosphere at the Spirit Hall had dropped to freezing point. In the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong sat on her throne like an icy female CEO, her voice cold enough to freeze. Are you saying that the magic bear and the ghost leopard, both of our titled Douluo elders, are dead? The Soul King kneeling below was so sweaty that he soaked the floor tiles, trembling as he replied, "Why yes, your holiness." Goodness, as soon as he said that, two more people appeared in the hall. One was the flamboyant Ju Douluo, and the other, like a ghostly shadow, was Ghost Douluo. Ju Douluo laughed on the spot. What a joke. With the magic bear's old tree bark, even if I team up with Old Ghost, it would be tough to break through his defenses. How could they possibly be dead? Ghost Douluo's laughter was like a hellish BGM, saying ominously, "A mere soul zone killed two titled Douluo? This story is a bit outrageous." The Soul King was nearly in tears, frantically bowing. I wouldn't dare to lie. I didn't see exactly how it happened, but the news is absolutely true. And, after hesitating for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. The long-missing Hao Qianduo, Tang Hao, also intervened. What did you say? Everyone who understands. Ghost Douluo exploded on the spot, grabbing the guy by the collar, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Ju Douluo quickly intervened. Hey, little May, calm down. If you choke him any harder, he really will be gone. I have to say, Ghost Douluo's reaction is purely PTSD. Back then, when they surrounded Tang Hao, he went there and almost got beaten to ashes. It was the Spirit Hall that paid a huge price to rescue him. The name Tang Hao is a nightmare etched in his DNA. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, was as steady as a rock. She raised her hand, sent a wave of soul power, and saved that Soul King's life, then leisurely asked, "Are you sure Tang Hao has appeared?" "Absolutely," the Soul King quickly replied as he regained his composure. Ghost Douluo found a way out and gritted his teeth, saying, "It must be Tang Hao's doing." Ju Douluo quickly volunteered, "Your Holiness, I am willing to go to Soto City with Ghost to drag Tang Hao out." Just then, a palace knight rushed in urgently, report, "The Saintess. The Saintess has knocked out the guards and escaped. This is the letter she left behind." With a flick of her hand, the letter flew into Bibi Dong's grasp. I could guess what was written on it. "Don't worry, teacher. That guy NingYe, who caused our Spirit Hall such great losses. I'll go catch him back for you. You don't need to worry about my safety. I'm well prepared." After reading, Bibi Dong didn't even frown. She conjured a fire in her hand and directly burned the letter. Then, she said to the knight, without changing her expression, "Oh, Saintess, I sent her on a secret mission. You can all disperse. No need to search." What a move, clearly trying to cover up the truth. Once the knight left, Bibi Dong began giving orders. She first said to Ghost Law, "Elder Ghost, go to Soto City and investigate this matter thoroughly, especially the whereabouts of Tang Hao. Once you find him, report immediately. I'll personally lead the team to encircle him." Ghost Douluo's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Then she said to Jutha, "Elder Yu, your task is to keep a close watch on that NingYe from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Get to know everyone around him, but remember, don't act until I give the order." Ju Douluo was momentarily confused, thinking, why are we targeting NingYe when this was clearly Tang Hao's doing? Bibi Dong saw through his thoughts at a glance and coldly explained, "Every time Tang Hao appears, it is related to NingYe. There must be some secret between the two of them. If we find this connection, we can reel in the big fish Tang Hao." Ju Douluo then suddenly understood and accepted the order to leave. Finally, Bibi Dong said to the reporting Soul King, "You have made a contribution this time. The position of the Spirit Hall Master in Soto City is vacant. You can take it." The Soul King was overjoyed and bowed several times. Once he left, the hall was empty again, and Bibi Dong's figure reappeared, her eyes filled with a murderous intent so thick it could freeze. Meanwhile, on our side, as soon as we landed, Xiao Wu was astonished. "Wow, there's so many people here. It's like a market." Tang Sim was also puzzled. "Is there some kind of event going on?" I hadn't spoken yet when a warm-hearted old man nearby cheerfully approached us. "Are you all from out of town? Our Tianshui City Centennial Celebration is coming soon." Flander quickly chimed in. "Grandpa, what is this Centennial Celebration about?" The old man, upon hearing this, opened up and gave us a lengthy explanation. In short, 100 years ago, the founder of Tianshui Academy, a titled named Shui Bingxin, established Tianshui Academy here, which gradually developed into the current Tianshui City. Xiao Wu, being the most impatient, directly asked, "So what? What does this have to do with us?" The old man laughed and said, "It has a lot to do with you. This Centennial Celebration is a joint event organized by Tianshui Academy and the Tianshui Soul Arena, and the core activity is a soul fighting competition." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "As long as you are a soul master under the age of 25, if you go to the individual soul fighting arena and win 10 consecutive matches, you'll win a big prize. If you win 20 matches in a row, you can make a reasonable request and they will fulfill it. If you can win 30 matches in a row, my goodness. You will be directly exempted from the entrance exam to NingYe Academy, and you'll even have a chance to be selected for the NingYe team candidate list. As soon as I heard it, the NingYe team? Aren't they the favorites to win the championship in the Continental Elite competition? That's interesting. The old man was getting excited when suddenly he looked like he had seen a ghost, shrank back, and pointed at a carefree young man not far away, saying, "Oh no, I have to leave quickly. The young master of the Lee family is here. If I run into him, it won't end well." Before leaving, he specifically lowered his voice and told us, "You all be careful too. With these few young ladies being so beautiful, if that troublemaker takes a liking to them, it could be troublesome." We looked in the direction he pointed and saw a little brat about 11 or 12 years old, flanked by two spirit Douluos acting as bodyguards. It was clear he was the typical villain setup. That old fox Flander immediately perked up, rubbing his hands together, and cautiously asked me, "NingYe, how about we let them participate in this soul fighting event too?" He regretted saying it himself. After all, we were currently in a state of fleeing. Being so high profile was like announcing our presence. "I don't really care," I smiled and said, "Director, you can make the decision. Anyway, I never thought about hiding. As for the people from the Wuhuan Palace, I'll take them on one by one, and if they come in pairs, I'll take them on two at a time. They're all just experience points for me." However, I added, "But let's forget about Rong. Sending her up as a support in a solo competition would just be giving away free points." When Flender heard my agreement, he smiled broadly and casually asked, "So do you want to give it a try?" As soon as he said that, everyone from Shrek looked at him with expressions that seemed to say, "Are you crazy? Let me compete in such a bronze-level match? That's not just lowering the dimensions. That's a cosmic explosion." I didn't refuse, I just said it depends on the situation. If the system assigns me a task, I don't mind going down to stretch my muscles. I found walking too slow, so I directly opened a wormhole and whoosh. Everyone parachuted into the registration area of the Heaven Water Soul Arena. The person in charge of registration looked to be just in his early 20s, appearing as if he hadn't woken up, yawning there. When he saw Tang San, he lazily asked, "Name?" "Tang San." "Age?" 12. The guy almost choked on his breath, his pupils jolting, and he immediately sat up straight. "Kid, this isn't an amusement park. You need at least level 20 soul power to participate in this event." Saying that, he flashed to Tang San's side, intending to pat his shoulder and send him back. However, Tang San reacted quickly, jumping back in an instant, 2 yellow soul rings lighting up, and he had already prepared the dragon beard needle, looking vigilant. The guy was stunned on the spot and then laughed. "All right, kid, you got some skills." He returned to his seat and tossed a token to Tang San. Next, Xiao Wu went up, and he jokingly asked, "You aren't level 20 yet, are you?" Xiao Wu sweetly smiled, her rabbit ears popping up, and 2 yellow soul rings appeared again. This time, the guy's expression completely changed. He looked at Dai Mubai and the others behind Xiao Wu. Too. Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, directly activating his martial soul, and the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashed dazzlingly. Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and the others also revealed their soul rings, and for a moment, the small registration room was filled with chaotic soul power fluctuations. The guy's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He took a deep breath and seriously looked at Flander. "You must be their elder, right?" Flander nodded. "Is there a problem?" The guy sincerely said, "Senior. If I may speak, these kids are extraordinarily talented, but the soul arena is dangerous. I hope you aren't betting their futures on those rewards." "Oh, what a good person." Flander was momentarily stunned, glanced at me, and seeing I had no reaction, he said, "Thank you for your concern, but this is also a trial for them." The guy followed Flander's gaze and glanced at me, shaking his head helplessly, processed our paperwork, and then had someone take us to the rest area. As I was saying, the moment this guy sent us off, he quickly took something that looked like a desk lamp and sneaked into a secret room. Inside the secret room, an old lady was watering flowers. The guy respectfully placed the lamp down, infused it with soul power, and the scene of our registration just now was projected like a movie. The old lady was initially quite relaxed, praising the kid's talents. However, when the projection reached the end and showed me and Ning Rong, she suddenly jumped up from her chair, her voice trembling. "Wait, rewind, quickly rewind." The guy was also taken aback and quickly replayed it. This time, the old lady stared at the screen intently, and when mine Rong's figures appeared again, she excitedly slapped her thigh and sighed. "I didn't expect. He and a little princess are actually here." The guy was petrified on the spot, his voice trembling. "A little princess? You mean Ning Rong?" Then the person next to her. "Could it be the first genius of our 7 treasure glazed tile school?" Exactly. The old lady nodded, both pleased and puzzled. Didn't the news say he was taking the little princess to some intermediate academy for study? How did they end up in Heaven Water City? Could these people be from that academy? They analyzed and sighed, ultimately deciding to pretend they didn't know our identities, but must closely monitor the matches of these Shrek kids. If there was any danger, they would do whatever it took to protect them. The guy named Tian Jiao received the order and immediately went to the competition dispatch center of the Seoul Arena. Sir, why are you here? A chubby uncle quickly came up to greet him. Tian Jiao got straight to the point. Which of the geniuses I personally receive will be the first to compete? The chubby uncle flipped through the forms. There's a kid named Tang San. Oh no, aside from him, no one else registered their names, just the tokens. The next match is number 89, and his opponent is Li Ming from the Li family of Heaven Water City. Li Ming. Tian Jiao frowned. He hadn't heard that name, but he was familiar with the Li family. The chubby uncle quickly added, this Li Ming is the eldest son of the Li family's elder and has a good relationship with their genius, Li Xian. Moreover, this person is notorious for being ruthless in battles at the Great Soul Master level. Most people who fight him end up being carried out. Upon hearing this, Tian Jiao's expression changed, and he immediately ordered, arrange for 2 Soul Kings to keep watch. If number 89 is in any life-threatening danger, save him immediately. The chubby uncle was dumbfounded. Sending 2 Soul Kings to guard during a Great Soul Masters match? What kind of divine treatment was this? But he didn't dare to ask more and hurriedly went to make arrangements. At this moment, we were comfortably sitting in the luxurious box arranged for us at the Soul Arena. Tang Sin was still analyzing. This Soul Arena is really strange. They even advise us not to fight. Don't they hope for us to fight harder? Flander nodded, starting to assign tasks. No matter what, the Soul Arena is dangerous. So everyone be careful. The goal of this trial is for each person to win 5 consecutive matches to be considered successful. I told you. As soon as Flander finished assigning the tasks here, he started handing out the numbers. As a result, when I got mine, I found out they were all consecutive numbers, starting from 89. The Soul Fighting Arena is also understanding, knowing we are all in this together. So there won't be a situation where teammates fight each other right from the start, saving us a lot of trouble. Just as I was saying this, the door swung open, and a maid came in, bowed to us, and said, sorry, everyone, our staff made a mistake and didn't record your information. So for the first match, we will start with number 89, and we've arranged a tough opponent for you, a level 27 Soul Master, the top and most dangerous one we have here. Upon hearing this, I felt the air in the private room freeze. Flander didn't waste any words. He just threw the card with the number 89 onto the table and said, who will take the first shot? Everyone in the room understood, and it fell silent. This first battle is crucial. We must build momentum, but no one felt confident. Dai Mubai's level was too high to participate, and Oscar and Ma Hongjuan's previous performance in Soto City was just average. They were afraid that if they made a mistake, they would crush the team's morale. Just when the chubby Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and was ready to take the plunge, Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted, hey everyone, look over there. We followed her finger and saw a small round ball in the corner with a note beside it. Xiao picked it up and read, Memory Orb. Inject soul power to view the current Soul Arena. The battle footage of the Soul Master with the highest death rate. Wow, there's such an operation. It's simply the official handing out sheets. Flinder didn't say a word, picked up the bead, and started pouring soul power into it. A flash of white light, and a relatively clear image was projected. In the image, there was a ring, and a fair-skinned young man was incessantly taunting another boy. Although there was no sound, you could see that the boy's face turned as red as a liver from anger, and his martial spirit was unleashed. If it weren't for the referee holding him back, they would have started fighting on the spot. Dai Mubai understood immediately and said solemnly, this is a psychological attack. Using trash talk to insult the opponent and their family before the battle is just to get you riled up? Xiao Wu still didn't understand. Isn't being angry supposed to make you stronger? Tang San shook his head, his expression grave. Anger will make you lose your rationality, only thinking about fighting desperately, and then you'll fall right into their trap. Sure enough, as soon as the match began, the provoked boy charged in like a madman, using a soul skill to bind the young man into a big zongzi. Xiao Wu was still happy. That's what you get. Serves you right for your foul mouth. But the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. The zongzi was empty. The real young man had somehow teleported behind the boy, and with a sharp claw, he instantly took him down, clean and decisive, a single blow to kill. Space soul skill. Flinder's expression changed. This thing is rarer than soul bones and incredibly tricky. Now, no one dared to step up. This opponent not only had strange strength, but was also a cunning old fox. Who knew how many more tricks he had up his sleeve? Just then, NingYe, who had been keeping his eyes closed as if asleep, finally opened his eyes and calmly said, "Xiao Song, go ahead." He pointed to his newly accepted disciple, Wu Jinsong. Let me tell you, Wu Jinsong stood up right away, his gaze resolute. "Teacher, I will definitely return victorious." After saying that, he strode forward and picked up the number 89 badge. NingYe was so calm, as if watching his own child take an exam. He was fully aware. The equipment he gave his disciple, like the Dashing spear and the simplified black armor, made it seem like a breeze to take down his soul master. To him, this opponent was just a beginner village task, a question for easy points. Soon, we arrived at the main soul fighting arena. Wow, it was a sea of people with thousands of seats filled, making a huge noise. When a referee came up, he first introduced the opponent. "Please welcome the soul master of the Black Panther Beast Martial Spirit, Li Ming." Damn, the whole venue exploded instantly. "Li Ming! Li Ming!" The cheers sounded like a concert. Turns out the foul-mouthed teleporting guy in the video is him, still a popular figure. When it was Wu Jinsong's turn to take the stage, the entire audience erupted in boos. Seeing Wu Jinsong's youthful face, Li Ming couldn't help but laugh, his mocking grin almost reaching his ears. "Oh, is there no one else in the soul fighting arena? Why did you send me a little kid who hasn't even weaned yet?" Wu Jinsong remained expressionless, coldly staring at him. Family, who understands? Li Ming's mouth is really foul. Seeing that Wu Jinsong ignored him, he directly started personal attacks, even dragging in his parents. The things he said were incredibly harsh, practically dancing wildly in someone's minefield. Wu Jinsong's face darkened instantly, his eyes almost shooting fire. Even the referee couldn't take it anymore and scolded Li Ming. Li Ming still grinned, not taking it seriously at all. The soul fighting began. As soon as the referee's words fell, Li Ming was still chattering. "You're too impatient, just like your mom." The next second, Wu Jinsong moved. With a loud bang, the specially made arena floor was directly stomped into a pit, and he transformed into a black shadow, charging forward in an instant. Li Ming was dumbfounded. This speed was too fast. Just as the cold glint of the gunpoint was about to pierce his chest, he quickly activated his first soul skill, and his figure vanished in a flash. Did he think he could still play the teleporting backstab trick from the video? Naive. Wu Jinsong had already studied him thoroughly. Let me tell you, he didn't even stop. The moment he thrust the spear forward, he suddenly swung his arm back with tremendous force, aiming a powerful counterattack behind him. Bang! A crisp explosion. Li Ming, who had just appeared behind Wu Jinsong, had his eyes wide open like copper bells, his face filled with disbelief. He was directly knocked away by this strike, falling to the ground like a broken sack, spewing a mouthful of blood. The entire audience, including us, was left dumbfounded. This prediction, this maneuvering, was simply incredible. Li Ming struggled to get up, only to find the right side of his body numb, unsure how many bones he had broken. He looked at Wu Jinsong, who was walking towards him step by step, and panicked completely, started to pull the backstage card. "You dare to touch me? My dad is the elder of the Leaf family. If you touch me, your whole family will die tomorrow." Wu Jinsong didn't even glance at him, raising the gun to strike again. Li Ming, scared out of his wits, shouted at the top of his lungs, "I concede. I concede. Referee, save me." Let me tell you, the most thrilling move is coming. Just as the referee was about to move, he suddenly froze in place as if he had been hit by an acupoint, unable to move at all. Anyone with clear eyes knows that this was done by NingYe. Then, it was time for a one-sided intensity. Wu Jinsong stabbed down with his gun, and Li Ming's screams echoed throughout the arena. Fran watched beside him, grinning, and quietly asked NingYe, "Will this affect the child's mentality?" NingYe didn't even fully open his eyes and replied, "My disciple, who has the right to insult?" After saying that, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Where did he go? Of course, he went to the Leaf family. Meanwhile, in the Leaf family's mansion, the elder was furious because his son had been severely injured. Suddenly, a servant brought in a letter, written by the leader of the soul fighting arena, Tian Jiao, which simply stated 8 words, "Visit in 1 hour." The elder exchanged glances with the clan leader, and his heart sank, calculating the time. Isn't it now? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a cold voice came from the courtyard. It seems that the elder is a bit timid and even specially invited the clan leader of the Leaf family to be here. Tian Jiao was already standing in front of them. I tell you, this guy is just like a door god, standing there. The faces of the Leaf family patriarch and the elder turned dark instantly, as if they had just come out of coal mine. The elder was the first to lose his composure, pointing at Ning Tianjiao's nose and shouting, "Good for you, Ning Tianjiao. Your people beat my son like that. Do you want to swallow our Leaf family?" relying on the support of NingYe Academy, right? Goodness, that's quite a hat to wear. I almost want to applaud. Ning Tianjiao completely ignored him, glancing sideways at the patriarch who had been silent all along, smiling in a playful manner. Oh my. The elder can represent the Li family now? Your patriarch is still standing here. What are you trying to do? Usurp the position? The elder's face turned purple from anger, quickly trying to salvage the situation. The patriarch would never misunderstand. My son is a descendant of the Li family. If he gets beaten, it's like slapping our entire Li family in the face. Ning Tianjiao glanced at the elder's 6 soul rings, his disdain almost overflowing, and directly mocked. So what if he got beaten? Are you not convinced? As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Ning Tianjiao's whole body inflated like a balloon. 2 yellow tentacles sprang from his head, and under his feet were 6 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. That configuration was simply like a graduation outfit for a newbie, directly overshadowing the elder's few broken rings. The elder was so angry he trembled, only able to look to the patriarch for help. The patriarch finally moved, letting out a cold snort, his Black Panther martial soul manifesting, and his aura exploded. 7 rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, 2 black. The pressure of a soul sage directly crushed forward. But guess what? Ning Tianjiao, under this pressure, was still smiling. He said, "This matter is at the behest of my Lord Qing. No need for everyone to worry." With just this sentence, the patriarch and the elder were stunned on the spot. When experts clash, they fight for that 1 second. Ning Tianjiao seized the opportunity, shooting out like a cannonball, casually tossing the kneeling guard on the ground back, controlling the force so well that the guy landed steadily. In the next second, he was already in front of the Li family patriarch, shouting loudly, the 1st and 4th soul rings shining brightly. No flashy moves, just a punch. A heavy punch wrapped in golden light aimed straight at the soul sage's face. The Li family patriarch's expression changed as well. The 4th soul ring lit up, his hand turning even darker, bracing for the punch. Boom! A huge sound. How can family members understand? My eyes almost popped out. A soul sage level patriarch was actually pushed back 2 steps by a punch from a soul emperor. And Ning Tianjiao? He stood still, just a bit of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, still wearing that delightful smile. Now the elder was completely dumbfounded. Ning Tianjiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shouted "Come again," and charged forward. Seeing this, the elder quickly shouted to the patriarch, "I'll help you," and joined the battle. The scene was unbelievable. Ning Tianjiao was taking on 2 opponents, one a soul sage and the other a soul emperor. Although he was being pressured and had several cuts on him in an instant, this guy thrived on getting hit. He laughed heartily, shouting that it felt great. Purely a battle maniac. Surrounding buildings, tables, and chairs were all shattered into pieces by their fight. In the end, it was still the patriarch who seized an opportunity, pushing Ning Tianjiao away with a palm, and shouted, "Enough!" He looked at the claw marks on Ning Tianjiao's body healing at a visible speed, his eyes full of wariness. This ant martial soul was too abnormal. Not only was it strong, but its recovery ability was also outrageous. He knew that if he didn't unleash his martial soul's true form today, he would never be able to keep this kid. But once he did, it would be a fight to the death, and that would draw out Lord Qing, leading to complete chaos. The patriarch gasped for breath and said, "Today, let's each take a step back. You hand over the culprit who injured my son, and we'll consider it settled." Ning Tianjiao smiled without a second thought. Impossible. Come again. He was about to charge again. Are you kidding? Hand over Wu Jinsong? That's the classmate of the big boss's big boss. Who dares to touch that relationship? The patriarch's face turned green. Don't bully us too much. Ning Tianjiao directly retorted. Bullying too much? Haven't you Li family done enough bad things? Back then, to snatch someone's fiancé, you forced a soul master to death and wiped out their entire family. Have you forgotten this? He paused, his gaze turning cold. I'm here today to warn you. On the soul fighting platform, life and death are self-responsible. Off the soul fighting platform, whoever dares to make a move, I will annihilate them. He stared at the patriarch, speaking each word clearly. Don't forget, this event involves both NingYe Academy and the City Lord's Mansion. Whoever dares to touch the participants, do you believe that the 3 of us can join forces and chop off their dog paws? Are you threatening me? The patriarch's voice deepened. Ning Tianjiao grinned. So what if I am? The 2 stared at each other for a long time, the air almost solidifying. Finally, the Li family patriarch took a deep breath and compromised. Fine. This matter will be considered as my Li family's disciple lacking skill. But if I find out that someone is targeting us maliciously, I will fight you to the soul fighting arena for an explanation. As you wish. NingYe turned to leave, his voice drifting far away. I have to say you two are still too weak, not even able to injure me. Goodness. This guy is simply the standout of 2025. Once he was far away, the patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood, having suffered internal injuries from taking that punch head on. The elder hurriedly stepped forward. Patriarch. The patriarch wiped the blood away, his face dark enough to drip water. NingYe has become stronger again. On the other side, Li Ming was lying on the bed, his whole body wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy. Upon seeing his father, he excitedly shouted, "Dad, revenge! I want that bastard dead." In his excitement, his wound split open again, blood staining the bandages red. The Li family doctor next to him shook his head, saying his injuries were severe and he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least half a year. This doctor was no ordinary person. He was from the Medical Association, a mysterious organization spread throughout the continent. Even the Li family patriarch had to treat him politely. Just as chaos erupted on the Li family side, NingYe had already returned to report. He stood respectfully in front of an old lady trimming flower branches, who was none other than NingYe. After hearing the report, NingYe nodded and then threw out an astonishing piece of news. I just contacted the one from Baishur City. The little princess and the others encountered an attack from the Spirit Hall in Sotawa City, and Lord Yi took action, killing 2 titled Douluos and 8 soul saints. NingYe was instantly petrified, his body trembling slightly. Before NingYe could finish, she took out a token engraved with the character Qing and threw it to him. Take this. Go find Tianshui Academy's Dean Shui Yihan and the City Lord of Tianshui, Shui Wanli. Just tell them that I, NingYe, as an elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, request their help, and if necessary, we will join forces to control the Li family. NingYe clenched the token tightly, nodding heavily. These two are the top combat power in Tianshui City. Just as he was about to leave, NingYe added leisurely, if they think my status as an elder isn't enough, just tell them that our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's unparalleled genius, a few days ago, teamed up with Haoqi and Dalu to each kill a titled Dalu from the Spirit Hall. Boom! It was as if thunder exploded in NingYe's mind. He turned around abruptly, looking at the calm-faced old lady, bowed deeply, and quickly left. At this moment, our protagonist NingYe was sitting cross-legged in his room with his eyes closed. He was aware of everything happening outside. He was even using his supercomputing brain to analyze NingYe's ant martial soul. Outside, Wu Jinsong sat cross-legged. A beam of light shot through the door crack, merging into his body. It was the reward NingYe had given him, the gene model of the Divine River Assault Trooper. In the office of the Tianshui Academy, the 2 old foxes, Shui Yihan and Shui Wanli, were enjoying tea and watching a show. They were discussing the conflict between the Fighting Spirit Arena and the Li family, planning to remain uninvolved. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and NingYe arrived. NingYe got straight to the point, presenting a token. On the orders of Lord Qing, I ask both of you to assist in controlling the Li family. Upon hearing this, the 2 old foxes frowned. Shui Wanli said, the Li family has already backed down. Why must you be so aggressive in the Fighting Spirit Arena? NingYe smiled and explained that it wasn't about starting a war. Rather, an important figure had arrived at the sect, and they didn't want any disturbances from the Li family. Shui Wanli became interested. An important figure? Who is it? Is it the sect leader Ning Fengji in person? NingYe shook his head, his smile turning meaningful. Not the sect leader, but their status is not inferior to his. A flash of insight struck Shui Wanli. NingYe? Who in the continent doesn't know that apart from the sect leader and the sword-bone Dalu, the 4th person not to be trifled with is that unparalleled genius, NingYe, who is already designated as the next sect leader. NingYe nodded, and our sect leader's little princess, Rongrong. At this, the 2 old foxes exchanged glances, realizing that this matter was serious. However, they still wanted to leave some room, stating they would only guarantee the safety of the 2 and would not actively assist the Fighting Spirit Arena. NingYe's smile instantly faded, and his expression became serious. Gentlemen, you misunderstand. What I mean is, do not let anyone or anything disturb that esteemed individual. Otherwise, Tianshui City will face great disaster. Seeing the 2 with furrowed brows, NingYe leaned in and quietly shared the shocking secret about the titled Douluo with them. 5 days later, the Fighting Spirit Arena was bustling with excitement. Have you heard? Recently, a group of tough guys arrived, killing soul respect level opponents in their teens. That's right, today is the 31st match of that guy with the highest consecutive wins. If he wins, he can enter NingYe Academy without an exam. Without an exam? That news is outdated. I heard NingYe Academy had their eyes on him long ago. If he wins this match, he will directly join the NingYe battle team as a reserve member and a candidate for future captain. In the preparation area, Xiao Wu was joking with Wu Jinsong. It's still you, fourth brother, who is fast. You're about to achieve 30 consecutive wins. Wu Jinsong smiled, glancing gratefully at NingYe, who was resting in a corner with his eyes closed. These past few days, the teacher had given him new strength, allowing him to reach a new level of self-control. As they chatted, Ma Hongjun was teased by Xiao Wu, saying that with all the beauties at NingYe Academy, he might end up betraying them. The fatty's face turned bright red as he patted his chest, assuring his absolute loyalty to the teacher. Ding! The bell rang, and the match was about to begin. Wu Jinsong walked up to NingYe and respectfully said, "Teacher, I will do my best." NingYe opened his eyes, smiled. Yes, went beautifully. Wu Jinsong nodded emphatically and rushed to the fighting platform, moving as fast as a ghost, but landing silently. The host announced loudly, "The battle begins." The opponent was a muscular man named Guangxi, who transformed into a small mountain after activating his martial soul. However, Wu Jinsong didn't even activate his martial soul. He simply threw a seemingly ordinary punch forward. Guangxi, not daring to be careless, activated both of his soul rings and charged forward with the hardest rhino horn. The result was a loud bang as Wu Jinsong advanced rather than retreating, switching from a punch to an open palm, grabbing the sharp rhino horn. With a powerful thrust of his waist, using his opponent's momentum, he swung the 2-meter-tall Guangxi up into the air. Immediately after, Wu Jinsong leaped into the air, his fists raining down like raindrops on Guangxi's chest, so fast that only after-images could be seen. Within seconds, the audience heard dozens of dull thuds. The final loud crash sent Guangxi crashing to the ground, unconscious. The arena fell silent for a second before erupting into cheers like a tsunami. Number 89. Number 89. In a private box at the top of the Fighting Spirit Arena, 3 incredibly beautiful girls were watching everything with serious expressions. They were Shui Binger, the captain of the NingYe battle team, and her vice-captain, Shui Yue and Shui Wu. "Sister, what do you think of this Wu Jinsong?" asked the strikingly handsome Shui Wu. Shui Binger's water blue hair swayed slightly as her sharp gaze focused, very strong. "He qualifies to join our team." However, her gaze passed over Wu Jinsong and landed on the boy in the preparation area who had his eyes closed. "But I'm more curious about how strong his teacher really is." Shui Wu leaned in and said, "I got news from my dad that he is the unparalleled genius." NingYe, from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, an auxiliary system teacher, trained a strong attack system disciple. Shui Binger's eyes were filled with confusion. Shui Wu shook her head. "I don't know. His information is tightly sealed, and very few people even know what his martial soul is." Suddenly, Shui Yue, who had been silent, smiled, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. "So mysterious. I'm almost tempted to meet him." Shui Binger shook her head. "No rush. The vice principal has already gone to talk to them about recruiting them into the academy, so there will be plenty of opportunities to interact later." Shui Wu noticed something and looked at Shui Binger with a mischievous smile. "Sister, you seem quite concerned about a person. You even specifically asked the vice principal, are you interested in this NingYe?" Shui Binger shot her a glare. "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense here." That girl Shu shrank her neck in grievance and secretly glanced at Shui Yue, who was stifling a laugh beside her. "Let me tell you, Shui Binger, the big sister, speaks so grandly. I just want to touch the bottom of NingYe. Think about it. His disciple Wu Jinsong, a great soul master, is already qualified to join our NingYe battle team. How terrifying must he be in person? These people are a whole, each one a monster with 20 consecutive victories. If we really encounter them in the elite competition, our chances of winning are slim." "Oh my, this analysis is spot on." Shui Yue nods frantically beside her. "The big sister is right. Let's go back and train, and when they come, we will have a good showdown with them." As a result, Shui Binger immediately changed her face, catching her words and starting a lecture. "Oh, so you've been thinking about it too." Shui Wu watched from the side, and her heart instantly felt balanced. On the other side, our Shrek group was also stunned. As soon as Wu Jinsong got off the stage, Xiao Wu poked Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, if you go up now, what are your chances?" Dai Mubai swallowed his saliva and honestly said, "I don't know. Let me tell you, he can win against that crazy rhino. But he has to unleash his martial soul. Wu Jinsong relies purely on physical combat, just using his physical quality to fight hard. that explosive power, even Dai Mubai himself admits he can't achieve. Xiao Wu glanced at NingYe, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and whispered, as expected, "A monster's disciple is also a monster." Just then, I heard a ding in NingYe's mind, indicating the task was completed. Goodness, combined with the previous rewards. He had already saved up 800 Super God coins. A few more tasks, and he could get the God-given soul ring. Wu Jinsong had just walked up to NingYe and hadn't he even spoken yet when the notification bell of the soul fighting arena rang again. Tang San and the others were stunned. We had finished our matches today, so who were they calling? NingYe didn't even lift his eyelids and directly said, "Let us go, the dean is looking for us." He is usually a quiet person, but once he speaks, it's the final decision. No one questions it, and everyone obediently follows behind him. Turning into a large conference room, there were a few people sitting inside. Opposite Dean Flander, a white-bearded old man smiled and asked, "How have you all considered it?" Dean Flander hesitated a bit. "This matter still depends on the children's own wishes." The old man smiled like a fox. Of course, but I still want to ask you all to persuade them. As long as the children are willing to come to our NingYe Academy, the teachers will definitely not treat them poorly. Dean Flander, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. I can even apply for the two of you to directly become vice deans at our NingYe. I tell you, this old man is the vice president of NingYe College. Before coming here, he figured us out thoroughly. He's here to poach us. As soon as we entered, the old man's eyes lit up, staring intently at NingYe. NingYe, however, completely ignored him, greeted Flander, and then took Ning Rongrong to sit down nearby, adopting an attitude of watching the show while they chatted. The old man cleared his throat and addressed Wu Jinsong and the others. "I am the vice president of NingYe Academy. I previously promised that if you meet the winning criteria, you can join our academy. Now that you have all achieved this, and your teacher has agreed, what do you all think?" Wu Jinsong was the first to shake his head, not even thinking. "Thank you for your kindness, but I must follow my teacher." After saying that, he directly walked over to sit beside NingYe and began to meditate. The old man was not surprised. Everyone knew that Wu Jinsong was NingYe's disciple. He then looked at Tang San and the others, but although they didn't speak, their expressions clearly conveyed rejection. Well, that plan to recruit was a failure. The old man was adaptable, so he immediately switched tactics and began to befriend them. Since that's the case, how about this? Our two academies could have a friendly exchange, inviting all the teachers and students to visit NingYe Academy. What do you think? Flander instinctively looked at NingYe. NingYe originally thought it was a waste of time to visit a girls' school. However, let me tell you, his wicked system chimed in, ding. Mission issued. Analyze the data of the Martial Soul Ice Phoenix. Mission reward. Super Gene of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Well, ISNT this directed at Shui Binga. The system even provided a ladder, so what else was there to say? NingYe gave a slight nod to Flander. Flander immediately understood and smiled at the vice president. That would naturally be great. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and we want to pay a visit. I tell you, NingYe Academy is really big, and there are a lot of beautiful girls. That fat guy Ma Hongjun was drooling, and Oscar caught him on the spot. His face turning as red as a monkey's, but Dai Mubai was talking about him while his eyes were wandering everywhere. But he was instantly tamed by a glare from Zhu Zhuqing. The teacher leading us also gave us some information, saying that NingYe Academy is divided into inner and outer courts, with the inner court rumored to only accept beautiful female water attribute soul masters, while the outer court also recruits male students but has very high requirements. Xiao Wu, being quick-tongued, immediately asked, "Are there any outer court members in this NingYe battle team?" The teacher's face turned red all of a sudden, and he was extremely awkward. Tang San quickly tried to smooth things over, pointing to a platform in the distance with a big gong and asking, "Teacher, what is that building?" The teacher gratefully looked at Tang San and explained, "That is our academy's judgment platform. When students have conflicts, they go to ring the gong, and the law enforcement team will come to mediate. If mediation fails, they will fight on stage, and whoever wins is in the right." Just as he was speaking, we were led into a super luxurious reception room. As soon as we sat down, the vice president of NingYe came in with a smile, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then, not giving up, asked one last time, "Principal Flander, are you really not considering staying?" Flander shook his head. "The kids don't want to, so let's not bring it up." Seeing that the timing was right, Flander asked, "As per NingYe's previous instructions, may I ask if we can meet your NingYe battle team?" The vice president had just said that those kids were probably cultivating and he would send someone to call them when a clear laughter came from the entrance. "No need to call. We're here ourselves." As soon as the words fell, Shui Binger led her team of beauties in. I tell you, that scene was simply a beautiful sight. Oscar was quick and closed Ma Hongjuan's mouth with one hand. Shui Binger greeted the vice president, but her gaze directly bypassed everyone and landed on NingYe, who understands the family dynamics. Ning Rongrong's radar instantly went off, the alarm ringing loudly. She immediately hugged NingYe's arm like a protective little cat. Her gaze fixed on Shui Binger. The provocative vibe was palpable from 800 meters away. Ma Hongjun quietly said to Dai Mubai beside him, "A boss is a boss. He doesn't even need to show up. The beauties come to him themselves." Dai Mubai deeply agreed. This level, one can't envy. I tell you, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Both sides formed a confrontation directly, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing somehow stood beside Ning Rongrong, while a few sisters from Shui Binger's side also supported their big sister. Goodness, it unexpectedly turned into a battlefield. After a few seconds of stalemate, Shui Binger suddenly smiled and said to the vice president, "Grandpa Fu, I heard that these few are also a small team. How about we have a friendly exchange match? Just to a point? What do you think?" This was anything but a friendly exchange. It was clearly a declaration of war. Flinder and the vice president both looked troubled. Who would dare to accept this? As a result, NingYe quietly transmitted a message to Flinder, urging him to agree. Only then did Flinder breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "All right, but just to a point." NingYe was also puzzled. He had calculated that the two teams would fight, but he never expected that the cause would be this. He hadn't done anything. So how did he become the fuse for the two women's rivalry? After thinking for a long time, he finally shifted the blame to Wu Jinsong. "It's all your fault, you brat, always coming over to me after a fight, bringing people along." Just as Shui Binger was about to ask whether NingYe and Ning Rongrong would participate, bang, 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 three loud sounds echoed from afar like thunder. Shui Binger and the others' expressions changed drastically as they all looked toward the door. The vice president didn't even have time to greet them and directly turned into a streak of light and rushed out, his 7 spirit rings flashing by, leaving behind a sentence. "Binger, the exchange match is postponed. You take the guests around." Flinder was shocked. What happened? Shui Binger, with a serious expression, "Let us outside while explaining. Did you see the judgment platform? 3 gong sounds mean that the conflict cannot be resolved and a life-and-death battle must take place." A life-and-death battle? We all gasped. By the time we rushed to the judgment platform, we saw a young man with a cold expression standing beside the big gong, surrounded by the vice president and a group of high-ranking officials from the academy, all with grim faces. NingYe narrowed his eyes slightly and saw Li Xian beginning his performance. Let me tell you, this guy knows how to engage in moral kidnapping, directly elevating personal grudges to the level of the Academy's honor. He keeps talking about our prestigious Tianshui Academy, the holy land of soul masters. Is there really no place to seek justice? Goodness, with such a hat thrown on, the surrounding students are all stirred up. And even the Academy's higher-ups are starting to feel uneasy. The vice president looks troubled, thinking about how to mediate, but then Wu Jinsong, my boss NingYe's precious disciple, steps forward without waiting for the vice president to finish his dilemma. He grins at Li Xian and says, "This platform is nice, I quite like it. Li Chuan, dare to come up for a match?" At this moment, all eyes in the venue turned to him. Everyone was stunned, wondering who this kid was. Can't they see this is a trap set by the Li family, forcing the Academy to take sides? Are you really jumping in by yourself? The vice president's brows furrowed even tighter, and he secretly glanced at NingYe, who had his eyes closed, trying to understand if this was NingYe's intention. He couldn't let Wu Jinsong get into trouble. Otherwise, if NingYe went crazy, Tianshui Academy would suffer too. But Wu Jinsong, looking calm, nodded and said, "I've made up my mind." All right. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade him, the vice president could only follow the rules. A life-and-death battle requires a life-and-death contract, and both parties' elders must sign. He was trying to buy some time and give a way out. However, as soon as he finished speaking, I tell you, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Li Xian. One had 7 soul rings, and the other had 6, a soul saint and a soul emperor. The patriarch of the Li family and his father, along with the Li family's grand elder, who was the father of the kid who got beaten up, all arrived. The patriarch of the Li family, a newly promoted soul saint, immediately tried to intimidate us, his aura fully unleashed as he barreled toward our Shrek group. His intention was clear, to bully the soft target. The little beauty from Tianshui named Shui Binger turned pale, probably worried for us. And what happened next? Our teacher Zhao Wujie glared, snorted coldly, and boom. 7 soul rings exploded in an instant. Do you think the unmoved king is just a title? That momentum pushed right back. The faces of the two old men from the Li family changed on the spot, probably thinking, where did this iron plate come from? But that's not all. Dean Flinder stopped the eager Zhao teacher and stepped forward himself, revealing another soul saint. Then he waved his hand back, and I tell you, the scene was incredible. The remaining teachers from Shrek surged forward, unleashing their soul emperor pressures as if they were free. I was watching the three members of the Li family across from me, their faces turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. They were being suppressed by two soul saints and several soul emperors from our side, feeling incredibly stifled. Everyone in the audience was stunned, probably thinking the same thing. It's over. The Li family has kicked the hornet's nest this time. Even the vice president was holding back laughter, thinking to themselves, why provoke these monsters? But guess what? Even in this situation, the head of the Li family still held his ground, looking at his son's fearless eyes, gritted his teeth and said, fight. Sign. He felt confident because even though we had a strong backing, his son was a soul sovereign, while Wu Jinsong was just a great soul master. He thought he would win for sure. All right then, let us sign. The vice president took out a seemingly ordinary piece of paper, but let me tell you, that thing was a soul guidance device. After Li Xian's father signed it, Li Xian himself pricked his finger and dripped blood on it, and the paper buzzed and lit up, absorbing the blood. At that moment, the vice president wanted to make one last struggle, saying that Wu Jinsong's elder wasn't present, and the teacher wasn't qualified to sign on his behalf. But then my boss, NingYe, casually strolled out, smiled lightly, and said, as his teacher entrusted by his father, I should have the qualifications, right? He reached out and summoned the life and death contract into his hands, signed his name flamboyantly, and handed it to Wu Jinsong, saying, Xiao Song, let us be straightforward, so that some insignificant people can see we are not to be trifled with. Wu Jinsong also dripped blood, and the contract instantly took effect. I felt something in the air change. NingYe's lips curled into a smile, as if he saw something we couldn't. Later, I learned that this thing was bound by the world's rules, and within 12 hours, one of them had to die. Otherwise, both would face divine punishment. Exciting, right? The vice president took a deep breath and announced, please, the two soul fighters come to the stage. Li Xian let out a roar, instantly summoning his martial spirit, transforming into a half-human, half-leopard being with 3 shining soul rings. He jumped onto the stage with a powerful kick. That gaze was as if he wanted to eat someone. Looking at our Xiao Song, he was much calmer, bowed to his teacher, and walked step by step onto the stage. As he walked, a layer of dark golden armor covered his body, and he also held a long spear, although he only had 2 yellow soul rings. His momentum was no less than that of the opposing soul sovereign. Start. At the vice president's command, Li Xian transformed into a shadow, so fast that he left afterimages. Charging straight at Wu Jinsong, his first soul skill lit up, his claws elongated and sharpened, gleaming coldly as they reached for Wu Jinsong's chest. A cruel smile already on his face, probably thinking about how to dig out a heart. What happened next? Let me tell you, just as those claws were about to make contact, Wu Jinsong gently leaned aside, as if going for a walk, effortlessly dodging. Then, with a swift motion, he thrust the spear. Bang! With a loud crash, Li Xian was sent flying like a broken sack. But that wasn't the end. Wu Jinsong tapped his toes, following Li Xian into the air, and the spear in his hand moved so fast it became a blur. In just a few seconds, by the time that guy crashed back to the ground, he had dozens of blood holes in his body, looking like a sieve, and he was out cold. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was rendered speechless by this crushing defeat. Wu Jinsong walked step by step towards the unconscious Li Xian, ready to deliver the final blow. Just then, the most outrageous move happened. The 2 old men from the Li family suddenly erupted. They were done playing nice. Instead of charging at Wu Jinsong, they flashed over to the girls from Tianshui Academy, one grabbing Shui Binger and Shui Yue, while the other seized Shui Wu by the neck. This move was all about extreme exchange. The head of the Li family shouted sternly, let him stop. Let's go. The vice president's face turned green with anger, but with hostages in hand, he didn't dare to act recklessly. The captured Shui Binger was a tough character, coldly saying, Vice President, don't worry about us. Tianshui Academy will never accept threats. Well, this statement directly enraged the head of the Li family, who sneered, you have backbone, then I'll send you on your way. Saying this, his soul saint power erupted, and he swung a punch directly at Shui Binger's head. No, the vice president and the others didn't have time to save her. I watched as the fist was about to smash the girl's head, and Shui Binger despairingly closed her eyes. At that critical moment, the entire venue suddenly heard a faint sigh. Sigh. It was NingYe. Just that one sigh. I tell you, time seemed to slow down. The head of the Li family's unstoppable fist stopped just a few centimeters from Shui Bing's forehead. A layer of frost spread visibly from his fist. The soul power within him seemed to be instantly frozen, unable to move at all. Then, NingYe's calm voice floated over. Shui Binger, you can't die yet. Meanwhile, another old man holding Shui Wu had somehow been bound by a black chain, turning him into a human-shaped ice sculpture with a snap. I was staring at the face of the head of the Li family, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, with an expression that could be summed up in 2 words. What the hell? He was indeed seeing something unbelievable. While over there, the vice president of Tianshui Academy was quick to act, swiftly rescuing Shui Binger, who was still waiting for death with her eyes closed, as well as the fainted Shui Wu and Shui Yuer. I have to tell you, that scene was magical. This vice president, after all, is a soul sage. Wherever he goes on the continent, he has not someone to be trifled with. Yet, when he stood next to NingYe, his posture was one of utmost respect. Slightly bowing his head, and he opened his mouth to say, "Thank you, young Master Ning, for your rescue. I wonder, my lord, how do you plan to deal with them?" My lord, good heavens. I felt like my ears were malfunctioning at that moment. Everyone present, without exception, had their jaws dropped to the ground. This was the vice president. He addressed an 11 or 12-year-old child as my lord. This was even more absurd than the expression on the head of the Li family just now. At this time, Shui Binger also slowly opened her eyes. Probably having not felt any pain for a while, looking completely bewildered, she looked at the reverent vice president, then at her rescued sister, and finally at the young man, standing with his hands behind his back, looking calm and indifferent. Her mind was almost overheating, completely unable to grasp the situation. As for NingYe, he completely ignored them, just glanced at the tearful Shui Yuer, then waved to my chief disciple Wu Jinsong, signaling him to bring the person over. Wu Jinsong was a straightforward guy, nodded, went over to grab the limply Xian, and with a whoosh he appeared in front of NingYe, casually tossing him to the ground. At that moment, I thought this matter would probably just end there. However, just as NingYe was about to pass this mess on to Flander, he suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. I guess that his so-called system was probably coming into play again. Sure enough, in the next second, NingYe looked at Wu Jinsong and calmly said, "Xiao Song, today I'm going to teach you your first lesson." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Not only did Wu Jinsong's eyes light up, but even the students from Tianshui Academy looked as if they had been injected with adrenaline, each one stretching their necks, afraid of missing a single word. Just think about it. Having a powerhouse of this level give a lecture on the first lesson, it must be some core secret. This was a golden opportunity. Everyone held their breath, waiting for NingYe to reveal some earth-shattering cultivation method. In the end, NingYe let out a light laugh and slowly said 6 words. First point, cut the grass and remove the roots. As soon as the words fell, he lightly waved his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the unconscious Li Xian on the ground didn't even make a sound, instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Who understands this, my friends? When that blood mist floated up, the entire world fell silent. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open, staring at the young man who had just killed someone while still smiling, a chill running straight from their feet to the top of their heads. This is called the first lesson? This is FING teaching how to silence witnesses. The faces of the higher-ups from Tianshui Academy turned green, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Wu Jinsong was also bewildered. Is this what the teacher teaches? This. I could do this without your teaching. But he suddenly felt as if some invisible shackles had snapped, and he felt completely relaxed. He immediately thought that it was his own low comprehension, and that every word from the teacher must have profound meaning. I was watching from the side, fully aware of what was happening. NingYe was trying to eliminate Li Xian to obtain the rules of the life and death contract and complete his broken system task. As a result, that kid Wu Jinsong concocted a grand narrative in his head about the teacher breaking my heart demon. NingYe didn't care how he thought. He raised his hand, and those shattered pieces of rules reassembled in his grasp. Then, he looked at the 2 recently unfrozen old men from the Li family and continued his lesson. The second point is that people's hearts are hidden. Never easily trust anyone. After saying this, he smiled at the head of the Li family and the elder, saying, I have also set a life and death contract on you 2. Within 1 hour, one of you must die. Otherwise, you will both face divine punishment together. What the heck? This operation is simply outrageous. He actually learned on the spot and cracked the principle of someone else's soul guide. even coming up with an upgraded version. Now, it's the two old men from the Leaf family who are dumbfounded. Isn't this just a trolley problem? Or rather, a real-life version? Next, let me tell you, the annual drama is about to unfold. That elder suddenly had a tragic expression and shouted at the clan leader. Clan leader, you must leave quickly. I will hold the rear. Everything is because of my grandson. I am willing to die in exchange for your safety. The acting, the lines so heartfelt and touching. The clan leader, being a straightforward person, was moved to tears, leaving behind a promise to raise his grandson as his own son before turning to run. The elder roared, activating his martial soul, charging straight at NingYe with an unstoppable momentum. I believed it at the time. I thought this old man had some backbone. But what happened? The one who charged in front of Ning was just an illusion. With a poof, it dispersed. The true body of the Grand Elder had long since appeared like a ghost behind the fleeing clan leader, and with a swipe of his sharp claws, he directly opened up the back of the clan leader's head. What a twist! It was like a 2025 version of a workplace revelation, focused on an extreme backstab. The clan leader stared wide-eyed until death, probably unable to understand why he was promised to be covered, and yet ended up with a stab to the back of his head, killing his own people. The Grand Elder didn't even look back and dashed out of the academy. He abandoned all thoughts of sons and grandsons. Saving his life was the priority. He was a ruthless person, directly using some secret method to burn his soul ring, pushing his speed to the limit, and was about to rush out of the academy gates. The vice principal was anxious and was about to pursue when NingYe smiled. He turned to Wu Jinsong and slowly delivered the final lesson of the day. The third point. Remember, strength is the foundation of everything. As soon as he finished speaking, NingYe's figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already blocking the academy gates, just in time to block the Grand Elder's escape route. The Grand Elder was stunned. At the last moment, he wanted to play tricks and use a clone to attack NingYe, while his true self tried to slip away from the side. But under NingYe's insightful eye, it was like child's play. NingYe completely ignored the clone and even deliberately let the true body run out of the academy gates. Just as the Grand Elder rushed into the street and looked at the bustling crowd with a face full of ecstasy, a black wormhole suddenly opened above him, and a huge suction force pulled him back right in front of NingYe. At that moment, the expression on the Grand Elder's face changed from ecstasy to horror and then to despair, finally turning into a dead gray. He fell to his knees with a thud, banging his head like garlic. "Spare me, my lord. I am willing to be your servant." NingYe looked at him, his eyes devoid of emotion, even carrying a hint of pity. What a pity! With a raise of his hand, frost instantly spread, and the Grand Elder, who had just been frantically banging his head, was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, and then, with a crack, he shattered into a pile of ice shards. As the two members of the Leaf family died completely, I tell you, wow, the sky changed. Just moments ago, it was clear skies, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered, with black clouds rolling above us. The feeling was like the end of the world. The vice principal was there, his lips trembling, his voice pitchy. Is this divine retribution? We finally understood that NingYe went through all this trouble, killed Li Xian, and forced the two old men of the Leaf family to their deaths, just to trigger the ultimate punishment of this life and death contract. Heavenly punishment. Moreover, the most outrageous part is that since all the contract holders are dead, the heavenly punishment has no target, so he made himself the target. This guy, in order to complete the task and obtain some thunder gene, actually wants to actively be struck by lightning. The people from Shrek, along with Shui Binger, instantly imagined an epic drama with 800 episodes about the loneliness of a master, talking about how invincibility is so lonely. This is what a true soul master is, daring to challenge the heavens. I was almost unable to hold back. Dear friends, he just wants to exploit the system. Your mindset is way too advanced. Soon, everyone withdrew to a safe distance. That destructive pressure was all focused on NingYe alone. Boom! The first bolt of lightning came down. I tell you, that lightning pillar was thicker than a water barrel, and Dean Flanders turned pale, saying he wouldn't last a second if he went up. But what about NingYe? He calmly raised his right hand and pointed into the air. In that moment, all the ice elements within the entire Tianxue Academy seemed to receive an imperial decree and rush towards that lightning pillar like mad. Then, to everyone's shock and speechless gaze, that violent heavenly lightning was actually frozen in mid-air. Yes, you heard that right. A lightning pillar, sparkling with electric light, was suspended just a few meters in front of NingYe. This is incredible. Everything could be frozen, right? With a wave of his hand, the ice sculpture shattered, and the heavenly lightning vanished into thin air. Just then, the president of NingYe Academy and the city lord of NingYe rushed over in a hurry. They looked at the dark clouds above and felt the kind of power that even made them feel frightened. Wearing serious expressions, as they said that they couldn't help at all. Whoever intervenes would die. The dark clouds in the sky rolled even more violently, clearly brewing a bigger move. Meanwhile, NingYe, seizing this moment, had instantly replenished his soul power. He looked at the increasingly terrifying dark clouds above and instead smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, a massive dark alloy black sword emerged from the void, swirling around him. I vaguely heard him mumble, "I wonder if the principles of science still apply in this fantastical world." As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, the commotion in the sky changed instantly. The second lightning strike came crashing down with a thunderous boom, and it was at least twice as thick as the previous one, looking just like a water barrel. Heading straight for NingYe's head, the surrounding air crackled with electricity, and in an instant, the spot where he stood turned into a disco of lightning, dazzling and blinding to the eyes. I was stunned at the time, thinking this guy really has no regard for his life. He didn't even take a defensive stance, just stood there waiting to be struck by lightning. Even Shui Binger next to him was so scared that she shouted. And what happened? With a loud bang, the lightning bolt hit NingYe squarely. In that instant, he was completely engulfed by the lightning, and those of us watching felt our hearts leap into our throats, thinking he was really done for. Just when we, including Dean Flander, were ready to rush up to collect the body, Xiao Wu suddenly pointed and shouted, "Look, everyone!" I focused my gaze and wow. As the lightning dissipated, NingYe was still standing there, completely unharmed, even smiling at us. He had somehow donned a set of really cool black armor, holding a pitch-black big stick in his hand, with one end firmly planted in the ground. The ground around him was a sight to behold, utterly devastated, as if it had been plowed by a missile, blown to bits, while the patch of ground beneath his feet had sunk several centimeters. He effortlessly pulled the big stick out of the ground, and we could see clearly that it was no ordinary stick. It was a giant steel needle magnified hundreds of times. Who understands this, folks? This is clearly a giant lightning rod. So, the scientific principle I was mumbling about earlier was actually this: the holy sword of physics, crossing over to enforce the law. Ning Rongrong was next to us explaining that NingYe had told her long ago that when facing lightning attacks, one could use metal objects to direct the electricity into the ground. We all understood the principle, but the problem was that was heavenly lightning. What kind of physical condition do you need to have to let heavenly lightning pass through you without turning into a piece of charcoal? The few soul masters present looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock as they thought, this guy is simply not human. We, the onlookers, thought it was all over, but the faces of those big shots were getting uglier by the minute. Shui Ihan, the dean of NingYe Academy, sighed and told us, "Don't celebrate too early. The big stuff is yet to come." He said that this heavenly punishment usually comes in 3 waves. And the power of the last wave is more terrifying than the first 2 combined. He even told an ancient tale, mentioning that his ancestor had personally witnessed an invincible tidal Douluo who couldn't withstand the 3rd lightning strike and was directly obliterated. As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. If even a tidal Douluo had to kneel, what would happen to NingYe? Just then, the clouds in the sky began to change. They stopped thundering and started to condense, eventually forming a thunder pool several meters wide. It was filled with that silver-purple lightning liquid, bubbling ominously, and the pressure from it made it hard for me to breathe, even from a distance. NingYe looked up and smiled. He first activated some sort of 3-fold power amplification, and his aura instantly exploded, strong enough for us to take a few steps back. But the big shot felt it was still not enough. His momentum suddenly retracted, making him look ordinary. Yet he gave off the feeling of a black hole compressed to the extreme, containing world-destroying power within. Then, something even more outrageous happened. In all of NingYe City, every soul master wielding a knife or sword had their martial spirits automatically appear, collectively bowing towards NingYe as if paying homage to an ancestor. This scene was simply incredible. The thunder pool in the sky finally filled up, and with a loud crash, it poured down like the Milky Way, flooding back. My legs went weak, thinking it was truly over. But what about NingYe? He bent his legs and shot up against the thunder waterfall like a cannonball, wielding the big black sword he had somehow switched to and struck at the thunder waterfall. And then I blacked out. I only remember an indescribable flash of light. And when I came to, the sky was clear and sunny, with no clouds or thunder pool left. And NingYe had safely landed back on the ground. We, with lower cultivation, had no idea what had happened. It was still Shui, Yihan, and the others. Their faces pale, who told us that at that very moment, they saw NingYe's sword directly split the thunder waterfall in half, even dividing the thunder pool above as if cutting tofu. The significance of that sword was simply far ahead of the entire continent. Just as we were about to rush over and shout 666, this guy coolly left a remark that he had things to do, then opened a black hole out of thin air and dove in, disappearing without a trace, leaving us all in disarray. And guess what? After showing off, this guy teleported to his home sofa and spat out a mouthful of old blood. He wasn't as relaxed as we saw. That one sword strike had directly drained his soul power, shattering his internal organs, and he was barely holding on thanks to the armor outside. However, he thought it was worth it because he obtained a treasure called the Thunder Gene. Lying on the sofa and catching his breath, he still didn't forget to call someone, remotely contacting NingYe, the head of the Soul Arena, with just one sentence. The Leaf family should be exterminated. I've already dealt with the Patriarch and the Elder, so you can proceed with confidence. He even specifically added, leave the third young master of the Leaf family. He's not a bad person. After saying that, he hung up and announced his seclusion. Goodness, while NingYe was in seclusion merging with his new gene, the whole of Tianshui City was in an uproar. The city lord, Shui Wanli, and Dinshui Yihan rushed to the Soul Arena to find NingYe's subordinates, outwardly listing a whole bunch of crimes against the Leaf family, claiming they needed to rectify the Leaf family, but in reality, they were trying to cling to NingYe, wanting to use this excuse to give him a favor. Upon hearing that NingYe wanted to protect the third young master of the Leaf family, the two immediately decided that from now on, the Leaf family would be headed by that third young master, Li Hao. 2 weeks flew by just like that. When NingYe emerged from seclusion, his entire aura was different, crackling with electric sparks, feeling many times stronger than before. He slipped out to the street to see how the Leaf family was doing, only to find the entrance heavily guarded. In a flash, he directly passed through the wall into the study. Inside sat a young man, the very Li Hao he had specifically chosen to protect, who was furrowing his brows, scribbling on a piece of paper, analyzing how his family had disappeared overnight. With all clues pointing to NingYe, NingYe quietly appeared beside him and smiled. You must be Li Hao? Li Hao was startled, but quickly calmed down, looked up at him, and directly asked, You're NingYe? NingYe chuckled, How did you know? Li Hao shook the paper in his hand, remaining calm. Only someone like you, a genius parachuted in from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, could unite the 3 major powers to exterminate my whole family and deliberately leave me. This playboy, behind is a puppet. I tell you, this guy is definitely smart. He stared at NingYe, his gaze sharp, unlike that of Playboy. Come on, you've gone to such great lengths to protect me. What do you want me to do? NingYe's smile deepened. He didn't answer, but instead threw out a shocking question, hitting back with a bombshell. Where did your inheritance come from? Goodness, it turns out that Li Hao has been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He is not a waste at all, but a hidden soul sect powerhouse. I tell you, at that moment, Li Hao's face turned pale in an instant, as if he had seen a ghost, and he was trembling all over. His little secret, which he thought he had hidden perfectly, turned out to be transparent in front of me, and I could see right through it. After holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence. It's just a legacy of a soul, duh. The 7-treasure glazed tile school has 2 titled Douluos, someone like you. A genius. Must look down on it, right? I laughed at that moment and said, Yes, I really can't look down on it. But I'm just curious. Is that guy you're talking about named Yijiqiu? Good heavens, Li Hao's eyes almost popped out. His expression was just short of asking me how I knew what he had for dinner last night. I couldn't be bothered with him and directly asked, Where did he die? This isn't gossip, folks. It's just that a task popped up in my mind from the system called the Obsession of Yijiqiu. And the task requirement is to find this guy's burial place. The reward is 1/5 of the Sunlight Supergene. To be honest, when the system issued this task before, I was aloof and didn't pay it any mind. After all, it was just a gene fragment. Who cares? But now it's different. After witnessing the power of the 3rd-generation genes, let me tell you, this sunlight is one of the 3 major God-making projects, the power that drives stars. And I must get my hands on it. Seeing my determined demeanor, Li Hao sighed, completely resigned, and honestly confessed, the Starry Forest. He was quite cooperative and even offered to take me there as a thank you for helping him rise to power. I nodded and said, All right, let me notify you. And then I vanished from in front of him in a flash. I watched as he tore up the pile of small notes filled with various plans on his desk after I left. The thought in my mind was clear. In the face of absolute strength, any flashy schemes are just paper tigers. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw NingYe waiting outside like a loyal dog. Seeing him, I thought he'd been doing quite well during this time. I believe in being clear about rewards and punishments, so I raised my hand and sent a ray of light into his body. It wasn't an ordinary thing. It was a first-generation super gene I casually created for him, infused with my understanding of the laws of power, enough for him to digest for a while. It was a token of appreciation for his help in analyzing the ant martial spirit during this time. Then, with a wormhole, I flashed to Shrek Academy. To my surprise, a group of people were gathered together in a meeting. Ron, like a radar, was the first to notice me with her back turned, and she shouted, "Brother Yi." As she rushed over, I casually pulled her into my arms, held her little head down, and walked over with her. When Dean Flanders saw me, his expression was quite complex. I asked him, "What is going on? Team building?" Flanders sighed and said, "Oscar and Tang San have both reached level 30, and we are discussing going to the Stardow Forest to hunt their spirit rings." As soon as I heard it, I was amused. What a coincidence. I want to go too. Let's go together. Rong in my arms brightened her eyes and looked up at me, asking, "Brother Yi, have you broken through to Soul King?" As soon as she said that, the whole place fell silent. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on me, their eyes looking at me as if I were a monster. I nodded and casually replied with a hum. I understand them too well. They're not shocked that I leveled up. They're shocked thinking, wait, this guy was just a Soul Master? He's only just reached Soul King now? Compared to us, our level 30 means nothing. Flanders' old face was about to collapse to the ground. He must be thinking that being born in the same era as NingYe is simply a nightmare for all geniuses. In the end, Flanders made the decision. All right, we'll set off tomorrow. He thought for a moment and named a few more teachers to go along. I was laughing crazily inside. Do I even need to bring anyone? I could sweep through the Stardow Forest by myself. Taking them along is just for the sake of atmosphere. So it was settled. Later that night, while I was in my room contemplating, I suddenly smirked and said to the corner by the window, "Come out. You think you can sneak around in front of me?" As soon as I finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing's figure emerged, her little face cold as ice. And her expression was quite complicated. I told her, "I've prepared what I promised you. But are you ready? This enhancement is a bit dangerous. To be honest, if I hadn't seen her today, I might have forgotten about it altogether. In the past, I helped her because I wanted to place a pawn in the Star Luo Empire to counter the Spear Hall. But now, having fused with the Thunder Gene, my confidence is through the roof. I feel like I can take on the whole world by myself and don't need all those roundabout ways anymore. However, one must keep their promises. What I promised must be done." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze was incredibly determined as she nodded heavily at me. "All right, let's get started." I directly summoned my dark matter computer, and when it appeared, the whole room lit up. Let me tell you, with the computing power of 325,000 galactic computers activated simultaneously, all of Zhu Zhuqing's body data was instantly stripped clean. Immediately afterward, a brand new gene model was constructed out of thin air in front of me, as countless data points filled in like threads. The scene was simply amazing. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. In her eyes, I casually raised my hand, and with a flick of my fingers, a light ball, even brighter than the sun, appeared out of nowhere. All right, I snapped my fingers. A model as complex as a second-generation super gene was completed. This was definitely a custom version best suited for her. With a gentle wave of my fingers, that streak of light shot into Zhu Zhuqing's body. She quickly reacted, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb it. I wasn't idle either. Sitting on the sofa, data streams were flashing wildly in my eyes as I monitored her bodily changes in real time. I had to make sure everything was perfect. However, before long, problems arose. Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her body shaking like a leaf. I frowned. What the heck? The calculations were correct. Oh, I see. It was her soul power that was too weak to handle such an impressive gene. Can she endure this? I quickly flashed in front of her, pressed my hand on her head, and my own soul power gushed in her body like a floodgate opening. This infusion was no small matter. My soul power rapidly drained, and the dark matter computer immediately ramped up, crazily absorbing the surrounding soul power to replenish me. Goodness, this almost drained the entire soul power of Shrek Academy. The few rooms next door where Tang San and the others were training probably felt a sudden loss of energy and were left dumbfounded. Except for Rong, who was stomping in frustration in her room, the others probably understood that it was that big shot causing trouble again, and one by one, they all rushed out to see what was happening. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing stabilized. I breathed a sigh of relief, looking at myself. Wow, I had consumed more than half of my soul power. It seems I need to raise my soul power level after all. Just then, with a crisp sound, there was movement from Zhu Zhuqing. I focused my gaze and saw, wow, this girl seemed to have grown a bit. Moreover, her cat's spirit had mutated. Her black tail had turned white, and a small white bell had appeared around her waist, radiating starlight, responding to the stars in the sky. Thank you. She opened her eyes, her voice much softer now. Her face was flushed from the soul power impact, and paired with her tight black outfit, it was stunning. I quickly shook off all those messy thoughts in my mind and said to her, feel your new spirit. As she stood up, her soul rings rose up one by one. Level 30, no problem. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door, and outside came Rongrong's frustrated voice. Ye brother, don't pretend to be dead. You sucked all my soul power dry on purpose, didn't you? I exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, and it was over. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone in a room. If we got caught, Rongrong would definitely skin me alive. Zhu Zhuqing also panicked and whispered, how about I leave first? I was about to nod when the system in my head chimed again. Ding! Task released. Let Zhu Zhuqing showcase her strength in front of the Shrek crowd. Reward: 1000 Super God coins. I just wanted to curse at that moment. The system is trying to push me to my death. Isn't this just forcing me to socially die on the spot? But that reward of 1000 Super God coins is too tempting. I took a deep breath and shook my head at Zhu Zhuqing. No need. Then I waved my hand, and the door unlocked by itself. Rongrong pushed the door open and immediately saw me and Zhu Zhuqing, whose cheeks were flushed beside me. She froze at that moment, her mouth agape as if she could fit an egg in it, pointing at me, but unable to say a word. The onlookers outside gradually came in, each with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. I told you, at times like this, the aura must be well controlled. Without changing my expression, I directly looked at Zhao Wuji at the front and said lightly, Vice Dean Zhao, you came at the right time. I just conducted a small experiment to help classmate Zhu Zhuqing enhance her strength. Zhao Wuji had originally regretted coming to watch the excitement, but upon hearing me call him and seeing Zhu Zhuqing's transformed aura, his eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly rushed to Zhu Zhuqing's side, muttering, How is this possible? I walked over, casually pressing down on Rongrong's head, rubbing her hair to comfort her while explaining a few things to her telepathically. Only then did the little girl come out of her petrified state. After that, I announced to everyone, this time the enhancement effect is pretty good. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power has directly increased by 30 levels, and her martial soul has also undergone a positive mutation. At this moment, everyone's attention instantly shifted from gossip to Zhu Zhuqing, completely forgetting why we were alone in the room at this late hour. Only Dalu, with a complex expression in his wicked eyes, was staring intently at us. Just then, the chubby Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands and approached, asking with a lewd expression, Hey, big brother Yi, do you think you could enhance me too? I was just about to refuse when the system chimed again. Task: help the evil fire phoenix complete its transformation. Reward: 1/5 of the rule of fire, or 1/5 of the super gene of solar light. I was completely stunned. Is the system giving out tasks like crazy today? But I can't refuse this reward. I squinted and nodded at Ma Hongjun. The fat guy was taken aback, probably not expecting me to agree. Meanwhile, Xiao was already pulling Zhu Zhuqing and asking her various questions. Zhuqing, how strong do you feel right now? Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, indicating she couldn't really explain. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. How about we give it a try? Everyone looked at Zhao Wujia, who was still a bit hesitant. After all, it was late at night. I spoke up directly. All right, I also want to see the effect. I spoke, and Zhao Wuqi dared not voice any objections, immediately nodding in agreement. I smirked, and Ning Tianzhao's figure appeared at the door like a ghost. My lord, the Soul Arena is ready. The looks from everyone towards me became even more complex. With this efficiency, who could compete? Without a second thought, I opened a wormhole and pulled everyone inside. In the next moment, we were standing on a gigantic, specially made soul arena. Xiao Wu asked me who should fight Zhu Zhuqing. I stroked Rongrong's hair and replied casually, let her choose. All eyes were focused on Zhu Zhuqing. After a moment of silence, her gaze sharpened as she raised her hand and pointed directly at Dai Mubai, who looked the most uncomfortable in the crowd. Him. The moment those words were spoken, the entire place was shocked. Dai Mubai himself was dumbfounded, looking at Zhu Zhuqing's resolute eyes. A hint of pain gradually appeared on his face. Xiao Wu panicked. Zhuqing, think carefully. Dai Lauda is a level 37 Soul Emperor, while you're only level 30. You have no chance. She halfway through her sentence suddenly remembered something, glanced at me, and instantly shut up. Indeed, it was impossible for others, but with me, NingYe, nothing was impossible. Just like the scene before us. Zhao Waoqi's old face turned pale as he quietly asked Dai Mubai if he was still going to fight. As for Dai Mubai, let me tell you, that expression was one of barely holding back a heartbreak as he squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing dashed onto the stage. Once her martial spirit was unleashed, the entire arena fell silent. Those pitch-black cat ears and the snow-white tail with a little bell, combined with her cold expression. Who understood this contrast? It completely captured me, just as I was feeling emotional. I felt a pain in my waist and turned to see Ning Rongrong, the little jealous jar, baring her teeth. All right. I dare not look anymore and turn my attention back to Dai Mubai. That guy's heart seemed to have shattered into QR codes, unable to be scanned. His crush publicly declared she wanted to beat him up. Wasn't this clearly a breakup arena? He jumped onto the stage, unleashed his white tiger martial spirit, and his momentum was quite strong. Meanwhile, my data collector had already activated. I had to save the data of the white tiger martial spirit for later, so I could upgrade Zhu Zhuqing's super genes. Don't ask why. Just know that my goal was perfection. On stage, Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. Her voice as cold as ice. After today, we are even. Dai Mubai shivered all over, finally nodding with a bitter smile. All right. With a ding, the bell on Zhu Zhuqing rang. Let me tell you, this thing was amazing. We in the audience felt a wave of comfort, like we had just had a spiritual spa. But across from us, Dai Mubai turned pale, restless like a phone running out of battery, and charged right in. Tang San, acting as the commentator, exclaimed, "It's the sound of the bell. This bell can distinguish friend from foe." I thought to myself, you only guessed half right. This power wasn't from the bell itself, but the power of the stars that I had drawn down from the heavens. Can you understand? Dai Mubai slapped out. But Zhu Zhuqing vanished. It was real. She disappeared into thin air. Tang San activated his purple extreme magic eye, but could only see a fleeting shadow, muttering, "Too fast." Even the afterimage is gone. The whole audience gasped in shock. I watched as Zhu Zhuqing raced around the stage, showcasing her skills. She was testing the limits of her new body. Zhao Waoqi thought he had seen through it, pointing at the starlight surrounding Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Look, that's a flaw. Xiaobai can catch her." Dai Mubai indeed moved, unleashing 2 soul skills, predicting a light ball. I couldn't help but laugh. Could the things I created have such a low-level mistake? Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing hit the brakes, and the light ball flew past her. Seeing an opportunity, Dai Mubai teleported in front of her, and 2 massive tiger claws came crashing down. Everyone thought it was over, but suddenly, with a slap, the Zhu Zhuqing who was hit shattered into countless starlights. It was a fake. The next second, a flash of blood appeared behind Dai Mubai, and he knelt down, his back torn and bloody. Zhu Zhuqing stood behind him, her claws still dripping with blood. One move, just one move, and she took down Dai Mubai, who had activated 2 enhancement soul skills in an instant. Zhao Waoqi hurriedly went up to help Dai Mubai down. Dai Mubai, still tough, asked Zhu Zhuqing why she didn't use her second soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing shot a glance at me and coldly replied, "If I used it, you would be dead. I can't control it well." I nearly laughed out loud. This girl had even learned to lie. How could the ability I gave her be uncontrollable? However, if she really used her Underworld Hunter claws, Dai Mubai would probably be turned into a mosaic. Just then, a ding sounded in my mind, and the task reward was in. Feeling comfortable, Zhu Zhuqing walked up to me, and Ning Rongrong's eyes instantly sharpened beside me, the atmosphere turning intense. However, Zhu Zhuqing only came to thank me and asked me to give her new martial spirit a name. I thought about the bell on her and the stars in the sky and said, "Let's call it Starbell Cat." She responded with a simple good, turned, and left, looking incredibly cool. Then, my waist was in trouble again. Just as I finished dealing with this, on the other side, the 2 old perverts from the Spirit Hall, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, had already set their sights on me, discussing whether to report me or deal with me on the spot. Of course, I had no idea about this. The next morning, I recruited the patriarch of the Leaf family from Tianshui City. He is now my little brother. Ma Ongjun. That fat guy was pestering me to upgrade, and I told him to wait while I worked on his super genes and analyzed the rules of fire within his Phoenix martial spirit. Just then, Flinder returned, followed by a string of tails, Shui Binger and her team from Tianshui Academy. They said they wanted to join us to go to the Stardow Forest. I thought, great, just what I needed, a source of data for an ice-type martial spirit, a little white mouse delivered to my door. I waved my hand and opened a wormhole, stunning these inexperienced young girls, and pulled the whole team inside, directly transporting them to the small town outside Stardow Forest. The way we made our entrance was explosive. We directly dropped into the center of the town on the main street. Flander was also considerate. As soon as his soul saint aura activated, he cleared a 100-meter radius in an instant. Just as we steadied ourselves, someone came to pick a fight. A red-haired hot girl named Huo Wu started throwing sarcastic remarks at Shui Binger. These two have been arch-rivals since childhood. Back and forth. Huo Wu then turned her attention to me, claiming I was Shui Binger's kept toy. Can I tolerate that? Shui Binger was ready to fight right then. But Huo Wu pushed her back with a resisting fire ring. The fire ring that came toward me felt like a gentle breeze, utterly ineffective. At that moment, the system task appeared. Make Huo Wu feel despair. The reward was the rule of fire. Hey, isn't that a coincidence? I couldn't help but laugh and provocatively said to her, is that all you've got? Folks, you should have seen the sympathetic looks from the Shrek gang directed at Huo Wu. It was something else. Huo Wu indeed got riled up and conjured a fire whip to lash at my face. Let me tell you, for some reason, that scene reminded me of Zhu Zhuqing in her tight outfit. Cough, I digress. I reached out and grabbed that whip directly. The flames couldn't even burn my skin. I smiled at her and said, you like playing with whips, huh? All right, let me show you what that feels like. I applied a little force, and the whip snapped with a crack. Then, holding the broken half in front of her, I absorbed all the surrounding fire elements and reformed them into a new fire whip that was 10 times thicker than hers, burning with golden flames, suspended above my head. The flame whip, radiating a momentum at least several times stronger than hers, finally made Fire Dance's face turn pale. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaotian, who had felt something was off, became serious, noticing that Shui Binger and the members of the Tian Shui team were looking at Fire Dance with strange expressions. Along with a group of soul masters he had never seen before, their eyes revealing a hint of compassion. Goodness, that guy clearly understood the atmosphere and knew that if he didn't act soon, his beloved Fire Dance would face social death right there. Suddenly, he let out a sharp howl, and with a roar, it was as if he had transformed into a second stage. A wolf's head sprouted from his shoulder, and his body instantly expanded, charging at me like a little green giant. I told you. At that moment, I raised my eyebrows, feeling quite curious. This martial spirit possession looks absurd every time I see it. Isn't it just a pure genetic mutation scene? However, this infatuated guy is not bad. Just a bit of a delay for me to get off work. As soon as I had a thought, my brain's CPU shot up to 100, and the surrounding fire elements instantly obeyed my command, swiftly forming another fire ring. But this time was different. This fire ring seemed to have GPS, directly speeding towards Feng Xiaotian. Just as he was about to dodge, the fire ring exploded with a bang, scattering sparks everywhere. He must have looked completely bewildered at that moment, but the next second, those sparks seemed to come alive and wrap him up tightly. This fire wouldn't kill him, but it would definitely give him an immersive experience of a sizzling hot plate. Just look at that wolf head on his shoulder. It made his features twist in pain. After dealing with this, I turned around and smiled at Huo Wu. Let me tell you, that super luxurious fire whip above my head moved. With a thought, it cracked down with a loud snap. Huo Wu was stunned. She realized she was locked down by the surrounding fire elements and couldn't move at all. She cried out in pain, her body shuddering. Family, who understands? My whip primarily focuses on mental attacks, not even touching her physical body. But the pain sensation exploded in her mind. I noticed the system didn't respond. Hey, this girl can take it quite well. All right, let's do it again. Crack. The second whip came down, the force more solid, and I tripled the pain sensation for her. This time she couldn't hold on anymore. Her face flushed. Her body went soft, and she collapsed to the ground. And what happened? The system still didn't T-ring. I was completely at a loss. Was my whipping posture wrong? I glanced around, and wow. The way the people from Shrek and Tianshui Academy looked at me was as if they were staring at some great villain of the century. Just when I was pondering how to break her defense, I suddenly noticed a bright spot. Shui Bingya. Although she was trying to hide it, there was a hint of pleasure in her eyes. Damn. I suddenly understood. The pattern opened up. I directly said, Shui Binger, have a go. The fire whip on my head slowly floated to Shui Binger's head. The whole audience was stunned, not knowing which act I was performing. But in my mind, I suddenly realized the system prompt had arrived. Damn, I understood. For Huo Wu, the greatest despair was not the physical pain, but being held by her biggest competitor, who could strike her at any moment. This lethality was 100 times stronger than if I acted myself. Guess what? This girl, Shui Binger, surprisingly did not attack. She looked at Huo Wu, who had closed her eyes in resignation on the ground, sighed, and directly dispelled the fire whip, even coming over to plead for Huo Wu. I appreciated this pattern a bit. I smiled and said, The whip is in your hands now, you decide. I also released Feng Xiaotian. After all, for me, this was all a small scene. Then I directly announced a day off and took Rong Rong's hand to go shopping. However, I left a trace of my consciousness to observe the situation on Huo Wu's side. Sure enough, after Huo Wu returned, her brother Huo Wushuang saw his sister's spirit low and the licking dog Feng Xiaotian all burned. He exploded on the spot, forcing Feng Xiaotian to tell everything in detail. Upon hearing that there was a soul sage, Huo Wushuang knew he couldn't handle it and directly went to ask for help, looking for his grandfather. This was what I was waiting for. Bringing the old after the young, I'm familiar with this classic script. I quickly called the system. Hurry, hurry. Bring me the task. This must be a soul sage, right? As a result, I swept my consciousness and, good heavens, it wasn't just a soul sage. It was a soul Douluo. Wouldn't this double the task rewards? Huo Wushuang ran upstairs and shouted to her room, Grandpa. I saw an old man with a white beard open his eyes, radiating brilliance. After Huo Wushuang embellished the story, the old man immediately got angry, shouting something about whether the NingYe Academy was provoking my Huo Yinyan. I almost laughed out loud. Huo Yinyan? This name is way too cringy. Simply tailor-made for their Blaze Academy. But even more incredible was yet to come. Just as Grandpa Huo was about to go out, another old man came down from upstairs. Feng Xiaotian's grandfather, Feng Wujin, also a soul, Dalu. Well, buy one get one free, 2 came directly. I was overjoyed at that moment, frantically hinting to the system. Did you hear that? 2 soul Daluos came to trouble me. Where's my task? My task. As a result, the system replied. After detection, the target poses no threat to the host. Task not issued. I was immediately anxious. No way, sir. You can't trigger a mission with Contra? What exactly do you want? Just when I thought I was wasting my time, the system suddenly said, in light of the host's urgent feelings, a special mission is issued. Conquer the 4 Elements Academy. It even listed the progress, with the Water Academy already at 90. I instantly understood that if I could deal with these 2 old men, it would be equivalent to filling up the progress bars for the Wind and Fire Academies. This is a win-win situation, a huge profit. I immediately pulled Rong towards the inn we had agreed upon. Over there, the group led by Fire Yin had already stormed into the lobby of our inn with a fierce aura. As soon as Grandpa Fire arrived, he activated his spirit rings. And with 8 rings shining, the aura of a soul Douluo cleared the scene, scaring the innkeeper so much that he almost wet himself and immediately sold us out of our room on the 3rd floor. Shui Bing and the others wanted to come down to mediate, but the old man wouldn't listen at all, saying just one thing. Today, I must meet the genius who bullied my granddaughter. Dean Flander and the other 3 teachers also came down, but facing 2 soul Daluos, they felt tremendous pressure. Just when the atmosphere was the tensest, I strolled in slowly through the door, holding Rong's hand. I tell you, my entrance had to be grand. I directly summoned the power of thunder, and countless arcs of electricity crackled around us, raising my aura to the max. Just as that fiery old man Fire Yin was about to erupt, he was stopped by the old man beside him, Feng Wujin. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before my eyes. That old man named Feng Wujin, a soul Douluo, actually bowed slightly and respectfully addressed me as my lord. This operation left me dumbfounded. Not just me, the entire place was stunned. I had my script all planned out, but then you give me this? The old man Feng Wujin, with a face full of respect, said he had long heard of my deeds in NingYe City, where I withstood 3 heavenly punishments. Seeing me today, he truly found me extraordinary and even claimed I could control the heavenly thunder, being the number 1 person on the continent. I think I understand now. It turns out my tribulation has already spread. This old man is quite well informed. Knowing he can't win, he directly started to flatter me. Now it's my turn to be in a difficult position. I can't strike someone who's smiling at me. I turned my eyes to the hot-tempered Huiyin Yin next to me. What about you? Are you thinking the same way? I intentionally added a bit of sarcasm, just to provoke him into action. The old man was indeed riled up, just about to speak, when Feng Wujin, that old fox, reacted even faster and interrupted him. Of course, old Wu thinks the same. In order to meet the adult, we even specially prepared a gift. A gift? I thought to myself, with your posture, it looks like you came to deliver a gift. I want to see what tricks you can pull. I saw Feng Wujin with his back to me, his lips moving slightly, clearly transmitting a message to Huo Yinyan. Then I heard him loudly say, Olba, quickly take out the item and present it to the adult. Huo Yinyan was so frustrated, his face turned green, but he still reluctantly took out a pure white bone from his hand. Feng Wujin immediately snatched it, holding it with both hands and presenting it to me. his face full of sincerity. My pupils constricted. It was a soul bone, a left arm soul bone that shimmered faintly, at least over 30,000 years old. I took it, squinting at this old fox with a sincere expression. Is this the gift you want to give me for our meeting? Wow, this old fox really knows how to talk. I can tell you, I was well aware at that time. Could this thing have been prepared for me in advance? I wouldn't believe it. These two were probably after this soul bone, and it was only by chance that they encountered us along the way, which led them to hastily offer it as an apology gift. In the end, this old fox really put on a serious act for me, claiming he had long heard of my great name and specially went to the Stardow Forest to hunt a 30,000-year-old skytail white fox as a present. He spoke so movingly, as if the two of them were truly willing to go through fire and water for me. They were really emphasizing their sincere attitude. I rubbed the soul bone in my hand and glanced at the person next to me, called NingYe, whose fists were clenched tightly, clearly in pain. No kidding, a 30,000-year-old sky-tail white fox, with at least 10 soul beast minions of the same level beside it. If these two soul Douluos could take it down, they probably had to peel off a layer of skin. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. My mind was as clear as a mirror. This endless wind, from start to finish, every action and every word was laying a path for me, trying to smooth over the previous grievances with a gift. The tactics were flawless, making it impossible for me to find a reason to get angry. If I kept holding on to it, I would appear petty compared to the 7 treasures glazed sect behind me. All right, old fox, you think you know how to play? I squinted at him and casually complimented. You guys are pretty good. Upon hearing this, he relaxed completely, thinking that this matter could be put to rest just like that. Heh, naive. I changed the subject with a smile that was completely harmless. Since you all admire me so much and have given me such a great gift, I must look out for you. Come on, tell me, which academy are you from? I'll have her back from now on. As soon as I said that, I tell you, the air in the whole venue froze. The Shrek gang and those girls from NingYe looked at me with a changed expression, all filled with admiration, thinking, wow, it can be played like this. Who understands my family? Just a second ago, it was a personal grudge, and in the next moment, I directly elevated it to the level of power annexation. That old fox, Feng Wujin, had a smile on his face completely frozen, looking worse than crying. He dug his own pit, and now I'm making him jump into it. What can he do? He can't refute at all. He was still hesitating over there, and a hot-tempered monkey beside him really couldn't sit still. That old man named Yin jumped out in one step, staring at me fiercely. You want to subdue our Blaze Academy? I hadn't even spoken yet, and he directly cut me off. Stop wasting words. If you beat me, the Blaze Academy will listen to you from now on. With a roar like a dragon, he directly activated his martial soul. His whole body was covered in dark red scales, and with the flash of 8 soul rings, the entire and felt like a sauna, the temperature skyrocketing. Over there, Shui Binger got anxious and shouted at me to be careful since he was at level 88. Oh, this little girl actually cares about me. I winked at her, but when I looked down, good grief, Rong had somehow put her hand on my waist and was pinching me, just as I was about to react. That explosive monkey had already charged over. I hugged Rong, dodged to the side, and first created a cage with fire elements to trap him. But that cage was as fragile as paper and was shattered in an instant. As soon as I saw it, I thought, well, holding onto a little ancestor makes it impossible to fight. With a thought, I directly opened a wormhole and sent Rong over to Shui Binger and the others, still daring to distract me. That old man saw me send Rong away and thought he had a chance. The 6th soul ring shone with black light, and he gathered a bright white flame in his mouth, blasting it towards me. I tell you, his move is indeed fierce. Even the wooden door next to us caught fire by itself. And what happened? I stood still, not moving at all, just smiled at him. Just when the flames were about to singe my face, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I just moved my finger a bit. Boom! A loud explosion. His own fire exploded on him. It turned him into a fiery figure. His gray beard and eyebrows instantly disappeared, transforming him into a shiny bald man. And his robe was burned into tatters. Playing with fire is not good, I said as I slowly walked towards him, playing with fire in front of me. Isn't that like showing off a big axe in front of Luban? This really angered him. The 8th soul ring lit up, forcefully pushing back the flames on him. And then the 7th soul ring followed, directly activating his martial soul true form. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar erupted, and he transformed into a giant fire dragon over 10 meters long, the momentum forcing Fland and the others to retreat repeatedly. Without saying a word, the giant fire dragon raised a massive claw, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat, and struck down towards my head. I thought to myself, let's not play any tricks and give him a little physical shock instead. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, I simply reached out with one hand. Bang! Who understands, family? That scene was incredible. I, with just one hand, casually held back his dragon claw, which was bigger than me. Then, I grabbed one of his fingers and swung him around like he was nothing. So you have a martial spirit, huh? You think you're tough? Then it was bang, 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 bang. I held on to him and smashed him back and forth on the ground like a ragged sack. The whole ground shook violently, dust flying everywhere. After smashing him a dozen times, I felt it was enough and tossed him aside, and the world fell silent. The fire dragon transformed back into human form, lying there motionless. I clapped my hands and turned to look at the completely dumbfounded old fox, Feng Wujin, and smiled as I asked, "Did you enjoy the show? How about you give it a try? I promise I won't use any soul power, just a fist fight." He turned pale with fear and shook his head frantically. "I dare not. I dare not. Your Excellency is so powerful. How could I dare to spar with you?" I was too lazy to waste words with him, so I directly said to Rong Rong, "Rong Rong, write him down in my little notebook. This person played tricks on me, and next time I see him trying to be sly again, remind me to just beat him up." This statement was more useful than anything else. That old fox turned pale. At that moment, the bald guy on the ground, oh no, Onion struggled to get up, and he was quite a man, directly admitting defeat. "I lost, I'm convinced. From now on, our Blaze Academy will listen to you." The system chimed, task completed, feeling great. I casually tossed that soul bone to his grandson, Ho Wushuang, giving a slap and then a sweet date. I'm familiar with this routine. After that, I slipped away through a wormhole, leaving those people in a state of confusion. Just then, I had drawn something good from the lottery earlier, so I called that fat guy Ma Hongjun to my room. "Big shot, what's up?" he asked with a nervous look on his face. I told him, "I can cure your problem with that evil fire phoenix." The fat man was so excited he almost jumped up. I gave him two choices. One was a life-threatening option that could completely evolve his martial soul, and the other was a stable, minor enhancement. I deliberately made the first option sound particularly dangerous, saying that if he failed, I wouldn't be able to save him. As a result, the fat guy actually had some guts. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll choose the first one. I don't want to disappoint the teacher anymore." To my surprise, someone walked out from the corner, Dean Flander, with red eyes. He had been there all along. In fact, I was just trying to scare him. I was 99% sure it would work. For me, creating a super gene for him was a piece of cake. I flicked my finger, and a gene model was injected into his body. Watching him engulfed in flames as he began to evolve, I stopped paying attention and focused on receiving my own rewards. Family, fragments of the sunlight gene. This is a direct takeoff. When I opened my eyes again, the whole world felt different. I walked to the window, reached out to the sun in the sky, and surprisingly, the sunlight gathered in my palm, turning into a small fireball that could destroy everything. The third-generation divine body has been achieved. I feel invincible now. I just finished feeling great, and I sensed someone was talking about me. Goodness, a scene flashed in my mind. In the spirit hall of Tinshui City, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo were discussing how to ambush me. I was thinking that you two were having a meeting here, so I couldn't help but come over to listen in, right? It's like someone bringing a pillow when you're already feeling sleepy. I directly teleported to the center of the hall, and the hall master, who was bowing like a sewing machine, was left dumbfounded. I smiled and looked at Zhu Douluo. Did I just hear someone say that knowing too much can have serious consequences? Come on, elaborate. I'm really curious about what those consequences are. In an instant, the faces of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo couldn't hold back anymore. Let me tell you, the moment our eyes met, it felt like the CPU was about to overheat. It's a tacit understanding, right? Fine, the next second. The two of them charged at me like two cannonballs being fired. I didn't take Zhu Douluo seriously at all and directly mocked Ghost Douluo. "Ugly grandpa, don't rush to make a move. Tell me the consequences first. Satisfy my curiosity a bit. You're looking for death, little ghost." This guy really couldn't take a joke. The words ugly grandpa were like his off switch. He suddenly slammed on the brakes, and all 9 soul rings lit up in an instant. His momentum was enough to blow the roof off. Immediately, a shadow silently appeared behind me, brandishing a small black dagger aimed at my waist. The speed was fast, but to me, it was like slow motion. I slightly tilted my body, dancing away effortlessly. When the shadow realized it missed, he reacted quickly, immediately redirecting the dagger to slash my neck. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. I smirked, pinching his gleaming dagger between my left hand's index and middle fingers, holding it steady. Ever heard of the Lingxi finger? Seeing their bewildered expressions, I knew it was over. I was playing music to a cow. I helplessly shrugged. Forget it, I can't explain it to you locals. With a gentle exertion of my fingers, the dagger shattered into black mist. My right hand wasn't idle either. I activated my power enhancement and threw a punch at the shadow's chest that hadn't reacted yet. Boom! A loud explosion, and the shadow was instantly obliterated, exploding into a cloud of black mist. Douluo turned pale. That shadow had at least soul, sage-level combat power, and just like that, I took it out with a single punch. He was just about to retract the black mist, but my punch's force hadn't dissipated yet. There was another boom, causing a second explosion that cleared the mist entirely. Douluo let out a muffled groan, and blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. I was just asking if he was angry from a distance. I looked at the fiery eyes behind his mask and laughed even happier. I wanted to take you out for a long time. With a face that challenges human imagination. Can you please stop coming out to scare people? As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished. In the next second, I had teleported behind Douluo. This sissy reacted quickly, feeling a chill on his back. 9 soul rings flashed wildly, and hundreds of petals instantly formed a large shield to protect him. Unfortunately, it was useless. I didn't know when I had gotten a lightning great sword in my hand, and with a swift motion, I sliced through his petal shield like cutting tofu. Douluo's face turned pale. He felt himself locked on and couldn't escape no matter how he tried. Puffed. The lightning sword pierced directly from his back to his chest. But I frowned, sensing something was off. The power of thunder erupted, and Douluo burst apart. But what happened? There was no blood and guts flying everywhere, just a few petals drifting down, turning to dust in the air. Good heavens! A golden cicada shedding its shell? I turned my head and saw the real one had already run far away, standing next to Douluo. Who understands, my friends? These titled Douluos really have too many life-saving skills, each one better at surviving than the last. I raised my eyebrows at the two of them and laughed. I was just thinking, if you both died here today, would that woman BB Dong get so angry that she developed mastitis? What a big mouth. The Titan Douluo was still tough on the surface. Big mouth? I didn't have one. I flashed away and disappeared. When I reappeared, I was already behind them, watching them tense up like startled birds. And I couldn't help but laugh. What are you panicking about? I haven't even made a move yet. They exchanged glances and instantly understood that to defeat me, they had to first restrict my elusive movement. So, both of them activated their soul rings, and their martial soul fusion technique was underway. The entire space instantly froze, and a massive binding force locked me firmly in place. Is this the legendary polar stillness domain? A technique that can immobilize the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape is indeed something. Watching them think they had succeeded as they charged at me. I laughed, is that it? Compared to the heavenly punishment seal, this is simply a little brother. The dark MatterComputer beside me completely ignored this field. A wormhole opened directly in front of me, and I stepped in, disappearing without a trace. Douluo and Douluo were dumbfounded on the spot. Their greatest reliance was just broken by me. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Just for you two, let me try this new trick I learned. My voice came from the rooftop. Upon hearing this, they were terrified and without thinking, they split up and ran towards the door. Run? Can you escape? Above the sky, dark clouds gathered, and I sat on the clouds like a deity. The people of the whole city were stunned. Boom! A lightning bolt, as thick as a water barrel, descended from the sky, splitting in midair with a snap into 2 streams, striking towards the 2 desperate lovers with unimaginable speed. 2 screams echoed through the sky. When the lightning light dissipated, I waved my hand, using the wormhole to pull the 2 charred, unconscious guys in front of me. Just as I was lamenting that they were nothing special, a sudden change occurred. A sword energy, fast to the extreme, shot out explosively from my side, slicing me in half with a puff, blood spilling everywhere. A one-armed man in a black robe appeared beside me, holding a slender sword, looking disdainfully at Douluo and fall on the ground. As expected, they are useless. I have to take action myself. Then he turned to my body, his eyes filled with hatred. What if you are a genius? Who told you to be his grandson? Is that so? My voice came from all directions. The one-armed man's expression changed drastically, and he turned to run. Meanwhile, the body of me on the ground slowly began to fade in the sunlight, and the blood flowing out turned into lightning, forming a lightning pillar that chased after him. This old guy really runs fast. He actually managed to disperse the lightning pillar. I appeared beside the chrysanthemum ghost Douluo, watching his retreating figure with a smile. After acting for so long, I finally managed to reel in this big fish. The worshipper of the Spirit Hall, a peak Douluo at level 96, had his arm severed by my grandfather with a single sword strike back in the day, and has been lurking in the shadows ever since, making small moves. This time, it was to draw him out. My grandfather's decision not to kill you was mercy. But your attack on me means you deserve to die. I glanced at the two unconscious Jugue on the ground, too lazy to waste words. With a wave of my hand, two thunderous halos bound them. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning struck down, continuously electrocuting them for over 10 seconds. Ding! Killed 2 level 95 title Dalu. Earned 2 million Super God coins. As I enjoyed the series of reward doubling notifications from the system, I realized that the one-armed man had already run out of my perception range. But it didn't matter. I looked up at the sun in the sky and smiled. Beneath the dawn, nothing can hide. It seemed that the sunlight heard my call, casting a beam of light in front of me, clearly revealing the scene of the one-armed man fleeing. 2 enormous wormholes opened before me, leading to the front of his escape route. I'll send you to your end. The sun's rays suddenly surged, and dozens of fireballs, comparable to stellar energy, coalesced into 2 torrents, rushing into the wormholes. Outside the city, the one-armed man thought he had escaped, even flamboyantly using his soul bone skill to split himself, with both bodies running in different directions, thinking that as long as one of them survived, he wouldn't die. But the next second, a pitch-black wormhole appeared before him and his doppelganger, followed by an overwhelming barrage of fireballs. His little sword energy was like a toy water gun in front of my solar fireballs, evaporating instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The distant sound of violent explosions echoed, and the ground trembled. Ding! Killed a level 96 titled Dalu. The system reported again. Before I could fully enjoy my victory, it added, ding. Due to the significant gap in strength and soul power levels between the host and the target, to prevent malicious reward farming, the system temporarily disables kill rewards. I'm dumbfounded. Is this for real? I've worked hard to defeat monsters, and now you're telling me there are no rewards? Isn't this just forcing me to give up? The system fell silent for a few seconds, probably feeling a bit unfair, and added, to protect the host's rights, we have opened the recruitment channel in advance. The host can obtain rewards by recruiting strong individuals. Recruitment? Alright, it's better than nothing. I was just about to head back to the hotel when the president of NingYe Academy, Shui Ihan, came running over like his pants were on fire. As soon as we met, he lowered his head and called me my lord. He pointed at the 2 big pits in the distance that I had blasted out, and with a bitter expression, he said that NingYe City was too dangerous, that he wasn't capable enough to protect the students, and that he wanted to hand over the position of president to me. I thought to myself, this is great, the task has come to me. I pretended to decline for a moment, but in the end, I still agreed. However, the dean would still be him, and I just needed my sex elder to have a name attached. Ding, the task of subduing the NingYe Academy has been completed. Would you like to start the lottery? Draw I must draw. Who would be foolish enough to turn down something free? Meanwhile, at the inn, the Shrek group had been waiting for me for a week. Oscar was complaining, and Flandra also looked troubled. After all, several kids were stuck at level 30 waiting to get their spirit rings. Finally, Flandra made a decision. Wait one more day. If he doesn't come out, the 4 of us teachers will take you into the Stardow Forest. Then he told the NingYe team, you guys shouldn't go. The forest has been unstable recently, and the soul beasts are in turmoil. Oscar still didn't believe it. Dean, you are being too cautious with the 4 of you soul saints here. We could just stroll around the outskirts. What danger could there be? As a result, Flandra gravely informed them. The situation is more serious than you think. A nearby town was directly flattened by the soul beast tide, and a soul emperor in the town was killed. It is said that the leaders were several ice-type soul beasts over 50,000 years old. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Tang San was dumbfounded. How could high-level soul beasts over 50,000 years old come to the outskirts of the forest? I tell you, Dean Flander turned pale at that moment, stammering for a long time before saying, I'm not sure, it just feels like they seem to be looking for something. Just as he was speaking, there was a commotion on the stairs. NingYe had come out of seclusion. Goodness, what a timely arrival. Ning Rongrong was the first to rush over, hugging his arm and calling out, you brother. NingYe also casually patted her head, then scanned the room and directly asked Dean Flander, Dean, what's going on with the Soul Beast riot? I've only been in seclusion for a week, and what's happening outside? Dean Flander then explained everything in detail, saying that ever since they finished the ice and fire upgrade package for Ma Hongjun, the Soul Beasts in the Stardow Forest had started acting strangely, especially the ice-type ones, which were running around like they were on drugs. When I saw NingYe's expression at that moment, with his eyebrows raised, I knew this matter was probably related to him. His 2/3 of the water rule effortlessly analyzed 9/10 of the ice rule. How could this commotion be small? He didn't say anything, but he must have been cursing at the system in his heart. Sure enough, when he confronted the system, it responded with 6 points. And those who understood knew. This mess is yours. Figure it out yourself. All right. NingYe was straightforward and directly said, tomorrow, I'm going with you. I want to see which little cutie is causing trouble. As soon as he said this, Shui, Bing-er, and the others, who had been silent beside him, couldn't sit still anymore, weakly asking if they could go too. NingYe waved his hand, meaning that they could come along as long as they didn't slow him down. Did you think that was the end? Let me tell you, the threshold of this hotel was almost about to be broken. 2 more people came to the door. Huo Wushuang and his explosive sister, Huo Wu. Huo Wushuang was extremely respectful, calling him my lord as soon as he approached. While Huo Wu, with her little eyes rolling, looked like she wanted to swallow NingYe whole, but didn't dare to. Huo Wushuang trembled as he asked if they could bring the 2 siblings into the forest. NingYe glanced at Huo Wu and smirked. Sure, but there's a condition. Wow. I thought to myself, this young lady is going to be in trouble. As expected, NingYe clearly arranged for her. Once in the forest, she would handle all the chores for the team by herself. Not willing? Then don't follow. Huo Wu's face instantly turned red, her chest heaving like a bellows, looking like she was about to explode. Her brother Huo Wushuang was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He quickly covered her mouth and frantically pleaded with NingYe, saying to let him do it. NingYe was reasonable, replying, all right, you 2 siblings can split it in half. Then his gaze turned cold, and a wave of chill froze Huo Wu in place. She instantly became obedient, like a quail, not daring to let out a sound. Family, who understands? Just as I had just arranged things for the Blaze Academy, guess what? Someone came to the door again. This time the situation was even grander, as the principal of the Wind Spirit Academy, Feng Qingyang, personally brought Feng Xiaotian with him. Feng Qingyang, a tall man at 1.9 meters, looked like Zhao Wujia, but his name was quite elegant. As soon as he arrived, he adopted a very humble attitude, flattering NingYe, saying that their old principal didn't recognize a great man like him, and that if he were willing to support their Wind Spirit Academy, it would be like their ancestral graves were smoking with joy. After saying that, to show sincerity, he gestured for Feng Xiaotian to take out 3 items. My eyes widened. 3 soul bones, just floating in front of NingYe. This overwhelming wealth was practically being thrown in his face. NingYe was also a bit surprised, but he accepted it all. After receiving the gifts, he was in a good mood and pointed at Feng Xiaotian. He stays, he will enter the forest with us tomorrow. Consider it a mutual benefit, giving him a chance. Feng Qingyang was extremely excited and thanked him profusely as he left. But just after he left, the alarm outside suddenly rang loudly. Someone shouted, not good. Soul beasts. Soul beasts are coming towards the town. Goodness, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. NingYe's lips curled up, his expression conveying just 2 words, thrilling. Flanders and the others quickly arranged themselves, saying they needed to go ahead to check the situation. Without saying a word, NingYe directly created a wormhole, taking Flanders, Zhao Wujia, and the newly allied Feng Qingyang. And in a flash, the 4 appeared on the rooftops at the forefront of the town. The sole emperor brother responsible for the lookout on the roof was nearly in shock. He hadn't even figured out how they got up there when he saw a dark mass on the horizon. All soul beasts. That brother was so scared his voice trembled as he said there were too many soul beasts to count, and he sensed there were even those at the 10,000-year level. Flanders' face darkened immediately, asking NingYe what to do. I tell you, NingYe was incredibly calm. While others were squinting through their binoculars, he didn't even raise an eyelid, simply listing off like he was reading a menu. 233, 180 are ice type. The rest are all water type. 23 over 10,000 years. 7 over 50,000 years. And leading the pack is a 90,000-year-old Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger. Everyone present, including that soul emperor brother, nearly dropped their jaws in shock. What does this mean? This is a human radar. Just then, NingYe's system task came through. Resolve this uprising, and the reward is the remaining rules of ice. Isn't this just free? He jumped down from the rooftop and casually walked towards the dark mass of beasts. Everyone thought he was crazy, but the next second, the sky changed abruptly, dark clouds gathered, and then it started to snow. NingYe was enveloped in a white light, slowly rising into the air, with a mysterious symbol appearing on his forehead. Then, let me tell you, that same TSK, he floated in mid-air like a deity. His voice was not loud, But good heavens, it was like surround sound, every word hammering into your brain. I command the rules of ice, kneel before me. With a bang, more than half of the 200 soul beasts below immediately weakened, collapsing to their knees, trembling like leaves in the wind. Only a few over 50,000 years old still held on. One foolish ice wolf even tried to flap its wings in resistance, but NingYe glared. Didn't even raise a hand, and simply said 2 words, die. That ice wolf instantly turned into an ice sculpture, falling from the sky and shattering with a loud crash. At this point, the remaining soul beasts completely lost their spirit. The 90,000-year-old Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger, who a moment ago was baring its teeth and ready to fight, after being stared at by NingYe, the next second went thud, flipped over, and wagged its tail like a propeller, completely cowardly. The battle was over. Just as NingYe wrapped things up, the system reward arrived. As the last bit of ice rules fused, everything went dark before his eyes, and when he opened them again, good heavens, the whole world had turned into code, with a chain representing the rules of ice right in front of him. He reached out to touch it, and that rule transformed into a symbol, branding itself on the back of his hand. When he came to his senses, the system told him, congratulations, you have now mastered the authority of ice. And in the future, you can create your own soul rings, with the ultimate goal of becoming the ice god. NingYe then realized after all this, that this soul beast uprising was not an accident at all, but a final exam orchestrated by this world for someone like him who was about to master the rules. At that moment, I heard NingYe mumbling, feeling quite annoyed. The implication was, I level up and get stronger, yet I still have to passively accept the KPI assessments of your world, and I have to drag so many innocent people into this. Isn't that ridiculous? He didn't like that feeling of being arranged at all, not one bit. But guess what? This broken system actually went so far as to comfort me, saying something about rewards during the trial process, that my mastery of the ice rule would become stronger, blah, blah, blah. I really wanted to retort with who can't paint a pretty picture, but then a cat's meow pulled me back to reality. I turned my head and saw the once mighty Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger now behaving like a little kitten, obediently crouching in midair, its small eyes looking at me. I couldn't help but laugh in anger. Hey, who cares about any tests or challenges? The core boss of this beast wave has become my pet. What else is there to be afraid of? With my strength up, everything else has to take a back seat. I pointed at the large group of kneeling spirit beasts below and commanded the big cat, go. Tell your little brothers to go back to their homes and find their mothers. I tell you, that big cat was so excited. It was like it was on adrenaline for the first time following my commands. It lifted its big head and let out 2 howls. The sound was so loud it made my ears buzz. But in the end, the little ones underneath didn't move at all, as if they hadn't heard anything. And the situation became very awkward. That big cat stole a glance at me, its small eyes looking aggrieved, afraid that I would give it a bad review. I chuckled, clear my throat, and everyone disperse. Guess what? Just this one sentence made those soul beasts act as if they had received a royal decree, scrambling and crawling into the forest at breakneck speed, as if they were afraid of being served on the spot if they moved too slowly. It was then I realized, as a master of the ice rule, I was seen as an emperor in their eyes. Even their superiors' words didn't have the same effect as mine. I was pondering, if I were to encounter an ice-type soul master, would it have the same effect? I decided not to think about it anymore, and I leaned forward, directly sitting on the big cat's back. Wow, I have to say, the feeling was incredibly soft, and it even had an air conditioning effect, cool and comfortable. I casually praised it for being quite comfortable, and the big cat immediately raised its proud head, looking extremely pleased. A bunch of people in the town looked at me as if I were a monster. I patted the big cat's back. Let's go home. In the next second, the big cat suddenly darted out. It didn't have wings, but it was running fast in the sky, and with each step it took, a white light circle burst out beneath its feet, adorned with cool runes, making me look so impressive. Let me tell you, I'm taking it as my mount, primarily for the show. After all, I'm a hidden big shot. Using wormholes to travel is so boring. Riding this thing instantly elevates my status. In just a few seconds, I rode the big cat back to the town, and when Flander and his group saw me, their expressions were incredibly complex. I smiled at Flander. Dean, why are you looking at me like that? He just opened his mouth to say you, and the big cat beneath me curiously leaned over, its fist-sized eyes fixed on him, sniffing with its nose. Flander's face turned pale. I could feel that he sensed a threat of death from this big cat. He forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and after holding in for a while, he said, congratulations on getting a pet. That sour look. Who understands, right? As a soul master, he now realizes that he can't even defeat one of my pets. How can his mentality not collapse? Actually, I had thought about it. With my current strength, I was no longer on the same level as the Shrek group, and there was no need to follow them anymore. But there was this inexplicable feeling, as if I had to stay by their side. Perhaps it was the sentiment left over from reading the original work in my previous life, primarily for companionship. I didn't explain much, just directly transmitted a map into the big cat's mind. It instantly understood and transformed into a black lightning bolt, swiftly darting across the rooftops with me. I casually tried out a new skill, turning myself into a symbol that no one could comprehend, flowing around the big cat and becoming completely invisible. Even Flander, with his eagle eyes, was stunned. He probably had never seen such an outrageous ability in his life. Once we left, Flander and the others hurried to follow us. Meanwhile, inside the inn, Tang San and the others were worried. The commotion earlier had been too loud, and now we hadn't returned for a long time, causing them to panic. Tang San remained relatively calm, tried to reassure everyone, but when he activated his purple extreme magic eye and glanced outside, he suddenly shouted, "Not good. A soul beast is coming." This caused an uproar. If the soul beast had already reached the town, then wouldn't we be? Wu Jinsong was shaking his head frantically, while Ning Rongrong looked determined. "My brother, you cannot possibly be defeated by a few soul beasts." Teacher Xiao Xin was more composed, urging everyone not to panic, and asking Tang San what kind of soul beast it was. Tang San's face turned pale, his voice trembling. "It's an Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger, judging by its size, at least over 50,000 years. Good heavens, everyone became tense. A 50,000-year-old Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger was a dominant soul beast, with strength comparable to a soul sage. The more Tang San looked, the more alarmed he became. He hadn't even mentioned that this tiger's age might far exceed 50,000 years. It could even be close to 100,000 years. Without a second thought, Teacher Xiao Xin stepped forward, his 7 soul rings shining brightly, his aura fully unleashed. He conjured a large handful of jelly beans and accurately distributed them to everyone. Then pulled out a light blue shield, turning to his wife NingYe and saying, "Yinner, this time is my turn to protect you." I tell you, that scene was truly moving. NingYe unleashed her full soul sage aura, protecting the students behind her. Teacher Xiao Xin was sucked into a black hole, and when he reappeared, he was holding a long spear, his gaze resolute. He transformed into a streak of light and charged straight towards me. The big cat. The momentum was unstoppable. Even Zhao Wuji would have to avoid his edge. But in the end, Tang San watched this scene and sighed in his heart, for he could clearly see the disdain in the eyes of the Ice Emperor's sword-wielding tiger. Just as the spear tip was about to pierce, a sigh echoed. "Stop." I slowly revealed myself in the big cat, watching the tragic scene before me, feeling utterly helpless. I was just trying out the new invisibility skill I learned and didn't pay attention to the outside, and as a result, I almost got stabbed by my own people. At that moment, I had a single thought. The entire world seemed to pause, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and the flow of time became extremely slow. Teacher Xiao Xin's powerful shot instantly froze in midair, then with a bang, shattered into pure soul power and returned to his body. I took a look at the people in the hotel, all of them ready for battle, each one seeming to face a great enemy. I was speechless, thinking to myself, it's my fault for forgetting to greet them. It's like flooding the Dragon King's temple. I sent a thought to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Xin, and NingYe, transmitting a few messages into their minds. Then, with a wave of my hand, a wormhole opened, transporting Xiao Xin along with the tiger in front of everyone, restoring the world to normal. Everyone stared in shock at the suddenly appearing Xiao Xin and the giant tiger, nearly ready to react instinctively. Teacher Xiao Xin was momentarily stunned, but after receiving the information I left, he quickly shouted, "Don't panic. This is a spirit beast tamed by NingYe." What? Everyone was dumbfounded, especially Tang San, whose eyes nearly popped out as he stammered. Teacher Xiao Xin, you're not joking, right? This is the Ice Empress saber-toothed tiger. They never submit. I ignored the shocked people downstairs who were questioning their lives and went back to my room. I guess that Rongrong must be a bit angry right now. And it wasn't suitable for us to meet, so I casually waved my hand and froze the door shut with ice, making it impossible for even Contra to break in. Then, the first thing I did was check my account. Let me tell you, when I saw the number in the balance of the super god coins in the system, I almost stopped breathing. With my previous savings, after taking down those 3 titled Douluos, my balance skyrocketed to 21 million. Does anyone understand? This immense wealth has finally come to me. I rubbed my hands in excitement and opened the system all, ready for a big spending spree. Weapons? After looking for a long time, those god-slaying weapons cost around 40 to 50 million. It's not that I can't afford them, but I'm mainly afraid that one strike will split the divine realm in half. Yes, that's it. Armor? With my third-generation divine body. No one on the continent can hurt me, so I don't need it. Technological devices? They are too weakened in this world, and the cost-performance ratio is not high. In the end, I decided to level up first. I looked at my 73 soul power orbs and directly exchanged them for several divine gift soul rings. I crushed them and absorbed them in one go. As a result, the next morning, I was dumbfounded. I looked at the 7 floating soul rings on my body, 1 purple, 2 black, and 4 red, and roared in my heart at the system. System, come out. Why can't I use it? I originally wanted to level up quickly, but after my soul power reached level 72, the system popped up a message telling me that ordinary soul power orbs were no longer useful and that I had to exchange them for advanced ones, with 5 ordinary soul power orbs needed for 1 advanced one. I was shocked. You didn't mention that there was a level restriction before. ISNT, this a pure backstab? The system even hypocritically said, this is to ensure the host's improvement experience, and the host need not worry. Huh. I have truly witnessed its shamelessness. However, cursing aside and anger aside, it really feels great after the upgrade. I slowly stood up, stretched lazily, and then I heard a series of cracking sound from my bones. The space around me started to distort because of this simple action. With my current strength, let alone on the continent, even those guys from the divine realm would have to think twice if they came. I was just thinking about whether I should go for a stroll in the divine realm when I heard Flander knocking at the door, saying that everyone should get ready to go to the Stardow Forest. I rolled my eyes, and the colors of the soul rings on my body instantly disguised themselves as a normal configuration of 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. Then, a wormhole sucked Flinder in, and the 2 of us directly appeared in the lobby downstairs. Looking at the group, who were all set to go, I communicated with Flinder telepathically, and then said to everyone calmly, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't be joining you this time, but I can send you there. Everyone was surprised, especially NingYe, whose little mouth pouted. I didn't give her a chance to speak and directly explained, my strength is too different from yours. Staying with the team would be harmful rather than beneficial for your training. After saying that, I had Li Hao stand behind me, and with a wave of my hand, a huge wormhole transported everyone except the 2 of us to the Stardow Forest. Watching the wormhole disappear, I casually summoned a ray of sunlight that refracted into an image in front of me, showing the figures of the Shrek group. Li Hao asked beside me, since you are not at ease, why separate from her? I looked at the sulking NingYe on the screen and smiled. I can't possibly stay by her side forever. I need to pave the way for her, so she can learn to grow on her own. After finishing up here, it's time for me and Li Hao to get down to business. He had mentioned before that, after inheriting the legacy, he would build a tomb for his mentor Yi, right here in the Starry Forest. We opened a wormhole and directly transported to the approximate location he mentioned. And guess what? It's a bit too coincidental. ISNT it? The place Li Hao pointed to is exactly in the direction that Fland and the others are heading. I just finished boasting about wanting to train separately from them, and now less than an hour later, I have to eat my words. I helplessly shook my head. The task was urgent. I directly activated the dark MatterComputer, and my powerful mental force instantly covered an area of 100 miles. At that moment, all the soul beasts in this area, regardless of their age, were so frightened that they lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. In the distance, Flander and the others also felt this terrifying pressure and quickly crouched down to conceal their presence, extremely tense. Only NingYe secretly lifted the corners of her mouth into a smile. But after searching for a long time, I found nothing. The grave that Li Hao mentioned had no trace at all. Li Hao also frowned. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of soil, sniffed it, and confidently said, that's right. It's here. I scattered the special powder left by my mentor, and the smell is unmistakable. I squinted my eyes, and sure enough, the task given by the system was not that simple. I withdrew my perception and looked at Li Hao. Do you have any other ways to find out where that tomb is? Li Hao thought for a moment and said, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that I will definitely find it. As a result, when he tried, wow, he directly pointed me in a direction, and I was stunned at that moment. Let me tell you, fate really knows how to joke around. It pointed in that direction, and if you go straight ahead, not a bit more or less, you'll run right into Flanders and the others. At that moment, I couldn't help but twitch my lips, thinking this is just a pure plot resolution. There was no way around it, so I told Li Hao that I discovered something interesting. Then with a wave of my hand, We both became invisible and teleported to the best viewing spot to watch the show. As soon as we arrived, I heard Zhao Wuji blabbering about how terrifying that burst of spiritual power was, like an emperor inspecting his territory. Of course, that was me. Flanders was taking the opportunity to teach these kids to have a sense of awe. Just then, the good part came. Flanders suddenly squinted his eagle eyes and said he spotted a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which was just right for Oscar's soul ring. Then this old fox directly announced that the teachers wouldn't intervene and let the kids handle it themselves. Zhao Wuji wanted to say that the sooner they fought, the sooner they could finish, but Flanders shot him a glance that made him back down, saying this was a test. Family, who understands? This test was simply a gift question. This bunch of little guys from Shrek has been trained by me, and their coordination was incredibly smooth. Zhu Qing, like a cat demon, climbed up the tree in a flash, while Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda quickly followed, their speed maxed out. On the other side, Ma Hongjun unleashed his phoenix flame, which directly suppressed the snake's bloodline, leaving it dazed for half a second. That half second was enough. Zhu Qing descended from the sky, and with a swipe of her claws as the phantom cat, she opened a big gash on the snake's head. Immediately after, that kid Wu Jinsong jumped up, and with a clang of his black gold spear, he pinned the struggling snake's body to the ground, executing a seamless combo, leaving no chance for a follow-up attack. I hid in the shadows, nodding with satisfaction. These little guys really have some style now. Oscar was still in a daze, so Wu Jinsong patted him, urging him to go collect some heads. Flanders was nearby, giving instructions, telling them where the heart is and how to stab with the least effort. Just as Oscar was trembling, holding the small knife given by Zhao Wuji, ready to give the snake a quick end, a strong voice shouted stop from deep within the forest. At that moment, I had the expression of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, thinking, well, what was meant to happen has happened. Long Gong and Sheepa made their entrance with NingYe, striking the classic villain pose, making a dazzling appearance. My butterfly wings are almost fanning out a tornado. Yet the plot has somehow turned around, focusing on a closed loop of fate, right? When Flinder and the others saw the soul ring configurations on each other, 8 and 6, they immediately became polite, calling each other seniors and exchanging greetings. The old dragon didn't hold back either, coming straight out with, "This snake was spotted by us first. My granddaughter has been fighting it for half a day, and it has wounds on it. If you don't believe me, take a look." With that, he waved his soul power and flipped the snake over, revealing a bunch of burn marks. Isn't this just typical of old folks trying to take advantage and snatch monsters? Of course, Flinder couldn't accept that, saying the soul beast was defeated by our students, and they are waiting for the soul ring. You can't just take it away with a single sentence. With that, the 4 soul saints unleashed their full aura, each soul ring shining brighter than the last. Seeing that a hard approach wouldn't work, the old dragon suggested, let's do it by the rules of the Soul Master world. The person who is going to absorb the soul ring has to fight my granddaughter. Whoever wins gets it. Flinder looked troubled, saying, my student is a food system support type. How can she fight? The old dragon and the old lady were even more shocked, exclaiming, what? A food system at level 30? What kind of monsters are in Shrek Academy? NingYe, the girl, was quite straightforward and said, then just send any battle soul master to fight me, and if you win, you can take the soul ring. As soon as she finished speaking, an unexpected voice rang out. In that case, why don't I compete with her? The whole place fell silent, and all eyes turned to Ning Rongrong. I nearly collapsed beside her, thinking, oh no, this little ancestor is going to stir up trouble. Flinder and the others were shocked. How could a support system soul master go up and fight? But Ning Rongrong remained calm, her expression one I was very familiar with, as if she were cast from the same mold. She stepped forward and introduced herself. Ning Rongrong, level 34 weapon spirit master, please give me your guidance. The old dragon and the old lady nearly had their eyes pop out. 34? That's even higher than their talented granddaughter. They thought Ning Rongrong was too shy to reveal her soul ring configuration, but it turned out she was just too high level and feared scaring them. Flinder had a look of, that's right, were that amazing, almost driving the old couple to their graves. NingYe was also confused, asking, why would you a support type? Want to fight me? Ning Rongrong flashed a devilish smile and said, it's simple. I just want to see what kind of level you can reach with that thing he gave you. Boom! Before she could finish her sentence, a silver short gun appeared in Ning Rongrong's hand, and she fired a shot that grazed NingYe's ear. NingYe's pupils constricted, instantly realizing, you actually have a connection with him. Boom! 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 3 more shots followed, but this time NingYe was prepared. twisting her body into several strange postures to dodge all of them. NingYe continued to fan the flames. Want to know his information? If you beat me, I'll tell you. I was standing there with a dark expression, thinking, so you sold me out. The Shrek gang instantly perked up, their eyes sparkling with gossip. And they probably imagined a grand drama of me abandoning my responsibilities. NingYe really fell for this trick, shouting, "All right," and slamming her snake-headed cane onto the ground, kicking up dust and creating a smokescreen. Then she pulled out her weapon from her waist bag, a good gun with a simple pair of goggles. The next moment, this was no longer a Soul Master duel. It was practically the set of a 2025 blockbuster gunfight. Gunfire erupted in the woods, bullets flying everywhere. NingYe was completely at ease, moving gracefully as if she were dancing. NingYe was in trouble. Despite desperately fighting back, her skills were clearly lacking, and she quickly got hit. Seeing that the timing was right, NingYe flipped her left hand and pulled out a golden pistol, directly switching to dual-wield mode, cross-firing to cut off all of NingYe's escape routes. Just as it seemed a victor would emerge, Long Gong couldn't watch any longer. He slammed his dragon-headed cane down, unleashing a wave of soul power that sent all the bullets flying, shouting, "All right, we concede." However, the bullets that were knocked away landed on the grass and exploded, igniting a sea of flames. As everyone scrambled in chaos, NingYe fired 2 shots into the sky, and 2 bullets exploded in midair, turning into 2 clouds of mist that rained down, extinguishing the fire in a matter of seconds. This maneuver left everyone dumbfounded. I nodded in satisfaction. This girl is becoming increasingly skilled at controlling the situation. NingYe put away her gun and specifically walked over to hand a small bottle of medicine to Snake Lady, saying it was for treating gunshot wounds. Although NingYe's face was pale, she still softly said thank you and then asked, "Can you tell me where he is?" The fire of gossip flared up again. The ears of everyone from Shrek were practically perked up like antennas. I was quite nervous at that moment, fearing that this girl might say something earth-shattering. As a result, NingYe said he pointed me toward a new path, but once I was on it, he let go and didn't care anymore. How can I accept that? Phew. Everyone from Shrek and I let out a sigh of relief at the same time. It turned out she was a career fan. Upon hearing that she wasn't a rival in love, NingYe immediately became enthusiastic, saying, "He taught me about firearms. I'll teach you, and I'll even give you new gear." Now, with 2 top fighters added to the team, Dragon King and Snake Lady decided to follow Flinder and the others. Flinder was practically grinning from ear to ear. However, just at this moment of collective happiness, suddenly, the ground shook and the mountains trembled. A terrifying pressure emanated from deep within the forest. The faces of all the soul saints present, including Dragon King and Snake Lady, instantly changed. I squinted my eyes, watching the massive figure, like a small mountain, move quickly through the forest. Here it comes, the 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan Great Ape. Flanders and the others instantly entered combat mode, their reactions incredibly quick. "Everyone retreat," Flanders shouted, flapping his wings and soaring into the sky to confront the Titan Great Ape directly. Zhao Wujia's martial soul avatar was already prepared, taking the lead at the front. NingYe's vines surged from the ground like crazy, while Xiao Xian was throwing various enhancement candies into his teammates' mouths as if they were free. Long Gong and Shipa also protected NingYe, setting up a formation. Flanders was still trying to negotiate. "Respected Forest King, we mean no offense." Roar. In response, the Titan Great Ape let out a deafening roar, its disdainful gaze clear to me. Well, there's nothing to negotiate now. With a thought, the Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger on my shoulder immediately understood, leaping down, its size rapidly increasing, turning into a blue lightning bolt and charging directly towards the battlefield. Seeing the negotiation break down, Flanders got angry too, shouting, "Retreat." 6 soul rings lit up simultaneously on him, clearly indicating he was about to unleash his ultimate move. Zhao Wujia, in his bear form, also roared and charged forward, while NingYe's countless purple vines erupted, overwhelming the Titan Great Ape's lower body. But let me tell you, that scene was like an egg hitting a stone. It shattered upon impact. The Titan Great Ape roared at us, as if it had activated a full map cheat. And the sound wave hit us. Flanders felt like he had crashed into an invisible wall of air, nearly sparking with his flapping wings. Yet he was still sent flying backward. Zhao Wujia fared worse. In his great strength diamond bear form, he was like a rubber ball, directly blasted down from mid-air by that roar, lying on the ground for a long time without moving. As for NingYe, Her so-called vines that could bind a soul Douluo were like a pile of dry hay in front of that gorilla. The Titan great ape barely lifted a hand. And with a series of cracking sounds, all the vines exploded. NingYe spat out a mouthful of old blood, her face as white as paper. I tell you, at that moment, we were all dumbfounded. What the hell is this? It's completely on a different level. Just then, the old couple, long gone, and Shipa, finally made their move. The two of them had a special tacit understanding. They slammed their canes onto the ground, and with a buzz, two beams of silver light shot up into the sky and collided in midair. The next second, a highly complex dragon and snake pattern lit up beneath their feet. I was watching from the side, and one thought crossed my mind. Interesting, a martial soul fusion skill. This is a rare thing. My mind's supercomputer had already started running calculations wildly, analyzing the energy structure of this thing. When the Titan giant ape saw this situation, it seemed to find it a bit interesting too, but it didn't have the patience to wait. It swung its massive fist and smashed down towards the dragon-snake pattern. With a loud bang, both the dragon and snake figures spat out blood on the spot. But guess what? The pattern didn't shatter. It held up. My data model here is almost done running as well. Hey, I also casually simulated a mini version of the dragon-snake pattern in my palm, feeling like it's from the same root. But I just played with it for a bit and then scattered it casually. Just then, the big move from the dragon and snake finally finished. All the soul rings flew up with a whoosh and wrapped around that dragon-snake pattern that had solidified to look almost real. With a thunderous dragon roar, the shadow of the snake in the pattern disappeared, and a giant silver dragon made entirely of energy roared and charged towards the Titan giant ape. What happened next? It was impressive for no more than 3 seconds. A hint of disdain flashed in the Titan giant ape's big eyes, and suddenly the whole world fell silent. I instantly felt a weight pressing down on me. Oh boy, a gravity field. That majestic silver dragon moved as if it was slowed down to 0. One-time speed. It was laughably slow. Then, the gorilla's fist came down, just a plain and unadorned punch, which crushed that dragon into countless specks of light. The dragon and snake were once again spitting out 2 mouthfuls of old blood, their eyes filled with despair. This is it. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Run? Where to run? Even the strongest among us couldn't withstand a single move from it. Us little fragile ones would be crushed underfoot. Who understands the feeling of helplessness? Watching oneself about to be wiped out? Just as everyone's hearts sank, a tiger's roar echoed from deep within the forest. That sound was imposing. As soon as the Shrek group heard it, their faces brightened immediately. The next second, an Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger, emanating cold air, pounced out like a white lightning bolt, heading straight for the Titan giant ape. When these two giants collided, the surrounding trees were instantly covered in a thick layer of frost. The Titan giant ape looked at the tiger, and for some reason, its expression became somewhat serious. The dragon covered its chest and retreated beside Flander and the others, looking as if it had survived a disaster. How lucky we are, these 2 forest overlords actually have a grudge. But Flander shook his head and made a stunning remark. No, it's not a grudge. Someone is here to save us. He paused, looking at the shocked dragon and snake, and added another blow. This Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger is just a pet casually tamed by that great one. What? The dragon and snake's eyes nearly popped out, looking at Flander as if he were a fool driven mad by fear. A soul beast overlord of over 70,000 years. As a pet? Are you telling a myth here? Zhao Wujia sighed beside them. I wouldn't have believed it before either, but once you meet that person, you will believe it. Just as they were talking, something even more explosive happened. The Titan giant ape, it spoke out loud. Its voice was like thunder. Ice Emperor, why are you blocking me? I tell you, everyone present, including the old hands like Dragon Master and Snake Mistress, nearly had their CPUs burned out. I've never seen a spirit beast talk in my life. What I didn't expect was that the Ice Emperor saber-toothed tiger also spoke, and its voice was surprisingly clear. Like a girl, step back. I was stunned when I heard that voice. Wow, my mount is actually a girl? I was still riding it to hurry along. Oops, what a sin. I only heard the Ice Emperor continue. My master told me to tell you that as long as you retreat, you will soon be able to see the person you wish to meet. Master, as soon as those 2 words were spoken, not only the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady, but even the Titan giant ape with its copper bell-sized eyes widened in shock. Ice Emperor, is there anyone on this continent who can make you submit? The Ice Emperor shook his head, glancing at me subtly, his tone filled with reverence. No, my master is far more powerful than the gods. The Dragon Lord and Snake Lady have already begun to doubt their lives. I listened to the Ice Emperor's flattery. Nodding in satisfaction, and secretly signaled it to stop the compliments and get to the point. The Ice Emperor immediately said to the Titan giant ape, "He will come to find you, bringing the person you want to see." I noticed that when she said this, Xiao Wu's expression changed instantly. I quickly sent another voice transmission, and only then did Xiao Wu breathe a sigh of relief, as if she had put down some burden. The Titan great ape stared at the Ice Emperor for a long time, and finally nodded. "I trust you." Then it took a deep look in the direction where I was hiding and turned back into the depths of the forest. Watching that moving little mountain finally leave, everyone let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, that little clever NingYe suddenly shouted in a completely wrong direction. "Come out, I know you are nearby. Don't hide." It made me feel both amused and exasperated. This was just pure guesswork. I patted the still a bit dazed Li Hao beside me and walked out from behind the tree. "Master." The Ice Emperor, saber-toothed tiger, immediately ran over, lowering its proud head in front of me. "Well done." I raised my hand, intending to pat its head, but thinking it might be a female. My hand stopped in midair, feeling a bit awkward. "It's you." A cry of surprise came from Long Gong, and Shi Po's side. As they tightly held back NingYe, their eyes filled with awe and fear as they looked at me. How could they dare to recognize me? They were afraid I would hold a grudge and physically eliminate all three of them on the spot. I smiled and said, "It's me." Looking at their nervous expressions, I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Back then, I had to be cautious when facing them, who were like Contra. Now, just my mount alone could easily handle them. "Let her go." My voice wasn't loud, but they dared not disobey. After NingYe was released, she looked at me, then glanced at NingYe, who was cozily leaning against me. Her little face turned red, and she haughtily huffed, turning away and refusing to look at me. Hey, this girl was searching for me everywhere before, and now that I'm here, she's playing this game again. NingYe didn't care about her and asked while holding onto my arm, "Yeah, are you going to come with us this time?" Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on me, their eyes filled with anticipation that they couldn't hide. I shook my head with a smile. I couldn't always be their babysitter. However, seeing their disappointed expressions, I changed my tone. "Although I can't accompany you, for safety reasons, I will keep the Ice Emperor in the team." As soon as I said this, everyone's faces instantly brightened. With such a tough character that even the Titan giant ape respects as a bodyguard, their sense of security soared. The Ice Emperor also seemed to understand, letting out a whimper in agreement. It knew very well that several in the team were under my protection, so pleasing them would ensure it had good things in store in front of me. This was all about a protective companionship. By the way, Xiao Wu and I are going out. I looked at Xiao Wu and said, "I found a soul beast that is perfect for you." After settling everything, I took Xiao Wu and the hesitant Li Hao and left the team directly. The Ice Emperor then shrank its body, resembling a little cat, and jumped onto NingYe's shoulder, rubbing its head against her cheek, showing great affection. The three of us arrived by a lake deep in the forest, and Xiao Wu finally couldn't help but express her gratitude. I waved my hand. "Your identity won't be concealed for long. You should prepare yourself." She fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up at me, her eyes filled with complexity. "Aren't you the least bit moved by me?" As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but laugh. This little rabbit is trying to test me, isn't she? I looked at her and retorted, "Moved? What do you have that makes me covet?" I glanced at Li Hao, who was still struggling beside me, and then I directly revealed my true capabilities. Buzz, yellow, purple, black, and then, for bright red rings as blood, slowly pulsing around me. 7 soul rings. The last 4 were all 100,000 years old. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned pale, her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Li Hao beside me also froze on the spot, his expression as if his worldview had been pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly 100 times. I looked at Xiao Wu and asked with a smile, "Do you think I lack that 1 soul ring from you?" She shook her head vigorously. "The only thing about you that interests me a bit is that soul bone. But it's not worth making Rong sad over a piece of bone." After settling things with Xiao Wu, I turned to Li Hao and said, "Go ahead. What did you want to tell me earlier?" Li Hao swallowed hard and quickly reported, "My lord, I found a clue about my mentor on that Titan great ape." "Oh." I became interested, activated my inside eye, and stared at him. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Li Hao explained that his teacher's martial soul is very special, and the aura left behind can remain for 10,000 years. 10,000 years? That's quite a statement. I replayed the scene in my mind, and indeed didn't sense any special aura. Li Hao hurriedly said that a special secret method is needed to perceive it. Just as he was about to lean in and whisper to me, I stopped him with a glance. "Are you kidding? Why get so close, big man? Just think it in your heart." Li Hao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly complied. The next second, I felt that little scheme of his was completely transparent to me, scaring him so much that he shivered. I closed my eyes and reanalyzed my memories in my mind using that secret technique. Sure enough, I captured a faint yet incredibly resilient aura. This aura is quite interesting. The next second, I directly demonstrated to them what it means to combine technology with fierce action. Based on my powerful computing ability, I created a holographic projection of the entire scene where the Titan giant ape appeared, perfectly recreating time and space before them. Li Hao quickly activated the secret technique and truly felt his teacher's aura from this virtual scene, so scared that his legs went weak. I wore a smile on my lips as the light from the dark matter computer enveloped the entire virtual scene. A massive amount of data flashed before my eyes, analyzing, disassembling, and reorganizing. Finally, a model of a translucent oil paper umbrella, composed of energy, slowly materialized in my hand. Li Hao looked at the umbrella, his voice trembling. This is my teacher's martial soul? That's right. I nodded and enlarged the model, revealing hundreds of precisely complex internal structures of the umbrella clearly before their eyes. Through a faint trace of energy, this was reverse engineered. Xiao Wu and Li Hao looked at me, their gazes no longer seeing a person, but a deity. Through a faint trace left behind thousands of years ago, I had completely created a 3D model of someone's martial soul. Who would believe such a thing if I told them? I am becoming more and more curious about that guy named Yi Zhiqiu. Let's go. I didn't say much more, and with a casual wave, a wormhole opened in front of me. The three of us were just sucked into the wormhole, and behind us, a figure slowly emerged from the lake water, with several snow-white tails gently swaying behind her. When we reappeared, we had already arrived at the core of the starry forest. The Titan giant ape was there with a massive creature that had the head of a cow and the body of a snake, which was another ruler of the forest. The Azure Bull Python. They were discussing the Ice Emperor and me. The Azure Bull Python had been releasing its aura to probe for a long time, but of course, it found not a single hair. It was scolding the Titan giant ape for being too reckless, almost exposing Xiao Wu, while also looking down on humans. Just as it finished speaking, my voice echoed softly. Do you have a prejudice against humans? The two giant beasts instantly bristled with anger, their killing intent soaring. Who? In the next moment, I appeared out of nowhere in front of them with Xiao Wu and Li Hao. The Azure Bull Python's eyes nearly popped out, because it could clearly see me, yet in its perception, this position was nothing but void. I patted Li Hao, who was almost scared to death beside me, and said to them with a smile, I keep my word, I've brought you the person. The Azure Sky Bull Python stared at me intently and asked in a deep voice, Are you the master of the Ice Emperor? Indeed. I nodded and, with great interest, used my insight to analyze its unique genetic structure. The Titan giant ape mocked from the side in a deep voice. It seems the Ice Emperor has truly lost his mind, actually recognizing a child as its master. Just then, I heard the system's notification sound in my mind. Ding! The system has issued you a task. Task requirement. Make the Titan giant ape submit. I have to say, when the system's notification sound went off, I couldn't help but laugh. The reward turned out to be the gene fragments of the North Star War God. Wow, that's a good thing. I looked up at the still-dazed gorilla, and even I thought my smile was a bit creepy. As a result, the blue bull, named Daming, was quite sensible and took the initiative to smooth things over, saying, Ice Emperor, thank you for bringing back Xiao Wu and for stopping my foolish brother. He added, we owe you a favor. Just let us know if you need anything in the future. Oh, I couldn't be polite about that. I glanced at the anxious Xiao Wu beside me and directly said to Daming, Are you sure? All right. I have something for you to do right now. Make that big guy over there submit to me. As soon as I said this, the Titan giant ape, also known as Erming, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. He was about to lose his temper, but was held back by his older brother. Daming's face also stiffened as he said, Ice Emperor, we can joke around, but let's not mention such an outrageous request. I thought to myself, this is no joke. I'm serious. I smiled and looked at the furious Erming, saying, Isn't it true that in your Titan gorilla clan, the one with the biggest fist is the king? If you lose, you have to admit it, right? As I spoke, I walked towards him. Who understands what my family feels? With each step I took, the ground beneath my feet crackled with ice, and the temperature of the air around me plummeted. Even the water in the nearby lake began to emit a chill. Daming was startled in the water. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Erming was also stunned by my action, but still tried to act tough. Are you saying you want to compete in strength with me? I walked up to his mountain-like feet, looked up at him, and his size was simply ridiculous. I shook my finger. No, you misunderstood. It's not about strength. I can press you to the ground and rub you with just one hand. At this point, Even Daming couldn't help but intervene. An invisible force field pressed down on me, trying to intimidate me with a slow field. What happened? That thing was completely useless against me. I was as unfazed as ever. Daming was stunned. His field could even affect Erming, but it failed against me. Xiaowu saw that it was really about to escalate into a fight and hurried over to bow and apologized to me. I waved my hand, reassuring her that I wouldn't die. Erming's temper flared up as well, shouting at Xiaowu, "Get out of the way. Today, I'll show you the true strength of your brother Erming." Saying that, he directly used a black wormhole to teleport Xiaowu and Li Hao several hundred meters away. Afraid of causing trouble. All right, the area was cleared. I beckoned him with my finger. "Come on." That guy roared loudly, looking heavy but moving incredibly fast. He took a step back, and his fist, as big as a sandpot, came crashing down on me with a devastating momentum. In the distance, Xiaowu and Li Hao turned pale with fear. And what happened? With a loud bang, the grass beneath my feet was blown away by the force of his punch, and dust filled the air. Yet amidst the smoke, I casually extended a hand and steadily held up that mountain-like fist. Xiao, Liao, and Daming in the water all widened their eyes in shock, like copper bells. I said just one sentence. "Is this it? Is your power just this much?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I exerted force in my wrist, and an overwhelming strength burst forth that was impossible to resist. The shock in the Titan ape's eyes hadn't even fully registered when, with a bang, the entire ape was sent flying like a cannonball by me. Before it could hit the ground, I followed up with another punch from a distance, and with another loud crash, it was directly smashed into the ground, creating a pit more than 10 meters deep. I withdrew my hand, sighed, and my eyes were filled with disappointment. "Sigh, this is really dull. I thought you could hold on a bit longer. Let me tell you, I only used 60% of my strength just now. If I had gone all out, he would have been done on the spot." I turned my head, my gaze piercing through the lake water, meeting the eyes of the great Ming hidden beneath. "Hey, that big blue bull, do you want to give it a try too?" The great Ming was startled and quickly popped its head out of the water. Speaking with utmost respect, "Respected Ice Emperor, your power is far beyond mine." Just then, the second Ming crawled out of the pit. He walked up to me, looked at me with a complex expression for a long time, and finally, slowly extended his enormous palm towards me. I was taken aback. "What?" Xiaowu shouted from a distance. "Brother Yi, go stand up there." "I understand. This is the coronation ceremony." "All right." I lifted my foot and stepped onto his palm. He slowly raised me up and finally placed me on top of his own head. A thunderous roar erupted from his mouth, declaring the birth of the new king. Immediately, the entire starry great forest resonated with the roars of the Titan giant apes, all responding to him. The system notification sound also came. "Ding, mission accomplished. Reward will be distributed in 30 seconds. I asked Erming to give me protection as I needed to digest it. As a result, I sat cross-legged and hadn't even been sitting for 5 minutes when I finished absorbing that gene fragment and my power increased again. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard Xiaowu persuading Deming to submit to me as well. Deming was quite stubborn, saying that he was mutated, had no clan, and didn't follow those rules. I stood up and walked over, smiling as I said, "Who says you have no kindred? As long as you submit to me. If I say there will be, then there will be." The system beeped again. Task requirement: subdue the Tianqing Yo Python. Task reward: Noxing War God Gene Fragment, 1/5. Wow, this task even comes with a buy one, get one free deal. Ming obviously seemed tempted, but was still hesitating. I didn't push him, giving him half an hour to consider, and then I took Li Hao and flashed to another place through a wormhole. I tell you, this place is very eerie. A desolate land covered in charred blackness, not a single hair in sight. I used my dark matter computer to scan, and to my surprise, even expanding the range to tens of thousands of miles couldn't reveal the boundaries of this space. Li Hao reminded me to look underground. I extended my mental strength downwards, and, hey, there really was something down there. I urged my soul power and shouted, "Come out." A mysterious object floated up from the ground. The moment it fully appeared, there was a deafening thunderclap from the sky. Daming and Erming, who were far by the lakeside, changed their expressions dramatically and exclaimed. They went to the forbidden area. Xiaowu looked confused, and the two explained that this cursed place was where soul beasts that had broken the shackles of their lifespan underwent a heavenly tribulation, facing a life and death situation. It is said that a peerless Douluo of level 99 entered here 10,000 years ago and never came out again. And that person just happened to be Li Hao's teacher, my predecessor. The clouds in the sky here are as dark as the bottom of a pot, filled with raging thunder, and their target is the treasure I just took out. I laughed at that moment. Heavenly tribulation? Playing with thunder in front of my Thunder Gene? Isn't that like showing off a big knife in front of Guan Yu? It's just coming to deliver itself. I placed a shield on Li Hao, who had fainted from fear and slowly ascended into the sky. Facing the vast expanse of calamity clouds, the thunderous power within me erupted instantly. With a crack, the area within 100 miles around me transformed into a sea of thunder. The calamity clouds sensed the threat and crazily gathered their power. Then, with a boom, dozens of purple divine lightning bolts, as thick as water barrels, struck down. Each bolt was enough to instantly kill a tidal Douluo. I didn't even lift my eyelids. I casually opened a wormhole to collect the treasures on the ground. Then, with a thought, the vast sea of thunder within 100 miles around me instantly condensed into a gigantic thunder shield, charging towards the dozens of lightning pillars. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted, and those world-destroying lightning pillars were effortlessly blocked by my shield. But that wasn't the end. After deflecting the attacks, the massive thunder shield maintained its momentum, accelerating and transforming into a streak of light, smashing hard towards the core of the calamity clouds above. Let me tell you about that scene. There was a huge bang, and it felt like I had smashed through the entire sky with my shield. The dark clouds of calamity instantly vanished like a popped balloon. The soul beasts in the Star Doe forest, who had been trembling on the ground just a second ago, suddenly felt the pressure lift and were probably dazed, asking themselves, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? That guy, Ming, was watching from a distance, his mouth wide open, probably thinking, who is this guy? He's even more formidable than I imagined. It was at that moment that I heard a ping in my mind. The system had arrived. I had killed a special thunder spirit and obtained 2 pieces of thunder rule fragments. Goodness, so that thing is called a thunder spirit. No wonder it was so skilled with thunder. I didn't waste any time and immediately used those 2 fragments. Let me tell you, the feeling was like a massive amount of data crashing into my brain all at once. Most people would have crashed right then. But who am I? My brain is equipped with supercomputing power. In 3 to 5 seconds, I absorbed all the data completely. As soon as I opened my eyes, I felt like there were electric sparks flashing in them. Now, on this continent, no one should even think about playing with thunder in front of me. I'm the king of lightning. I am all about absolute control. Just as I was enjoying this feeling, Li Hao next to me slowly woke up. I ignored him, flipped my hand, and the wooden box that the thunder spirit had protected like a treasure appeared in my grasp. This box was quite heavy. I weighed it in my hands, found the opening, and gave it a little effort. Hey, guess what? It wouldn't open. I frowned. With my strength, not to mention opening a wooden box, I could easily use the Titan Ape as a punching bag, yet I couldn't handle this thing. Li Hao weakly said beside me, "Sir, this might require a key." I shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "Do you have it?" He shook his head. "TCH, a key? Too troublesome." I simply raised my hand, and the box floated in midair. A flash of lightning crackled from my hand and struck it. With a loud boom, the box exploded, splintering wood flying everywhere. Li Hao beside me twitched at the corner of his mouth, probably cursing me for being wasteful, worried about what would happen if the contents inside were also damaged. But he shut up the next second. Let me tell you, my control over this power is incredible. The force of the lightning was just right, enough to blow the box apart and then vanish in an instant, leaving the contents inside unscathed. The look in Li Hao's eyes had 3 more points of awe. What was in the box? A corpse. I just dug out the body, and the system beeped again. The first phase of the mission is complete. Find Yi Zhiqiu's burial place. The second phase of the mission has begun. Determine the cause of Yi Zhiqiu's death. I ignored the task and directly activated the Eye of Insight to scan the corpse. Well, this is interesting. This guy is named Yi Zhiqiu, and he was at least level 97 in his lifetime, with physical abilities even stronger than Tang Hao. But the most outrageous part is that after scanning him inside and out, there are no injuries on his body, no injuries internally, and he didn't die of old age. So just like that, he's gone? As if he just fell asleep. When Li Hao saw his teacher's true form, he immediately knelt down, bowed 3 times, and then carefully stored the corpse in his soul guide. I glanced around this strange space, and after Lei Ling's death, I felt a new danger. This place was not simple. We had to retreat. I directly opened a wormhole and took Li Hao to escape. As soon as we exited the wormhole, we returned to the lakeside. Xiao immediately came over, looking worried. I teased her, "What's wrong? Afraid I wouldn't come back?" She quickly shook her head. "Big brother Yi, you're so powerful. No one on the continent can threaten you. I can't be bothered to listen to flattery. So I'll get straight to the point. What's the situation over there? It's so close to you. Don't tell me you don't know." Daming's voice was low, and he looked at me as if I were a monster. "I didn't expect you to come back." I laughed. "On this continent, there's still no place that can hold me. It seems you don't understand it either. So let me talk about Yijiqiu. Diming has that guy's aura on him, and Deming's is even stronger. They definitely know each other. In the end, these two couldn't explain it clearly, and just said that Yijiqiu back then mysteriously told them that place was forbidden ground, capable of helping soul beasts break through the limit of 100,000 years, and then there was no more after that. As soon as I heard that, I got even more excited. I asked them if they knew about the deep-sea demon whale king that has been around for nearly 1,000,000 years. But these two land dominators looked completely confused and had never even heard of it. Does anyone understand? This world is getting more and more interesting. I'm not beating around the bush anymore. I'm staring directly at Daming. Have you thought it through? Are you going to hang out with me or not? He's still hesitating, asking me, how can you guarantee that you can help me find my kind? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. What a small mindset, brother. I looked at him and said word by word, I don't need to look for it. I can create one for you. As soon as I finished speaking, I raised my right hand, and an extremely complex gene model appeared out of thin air in front of us, glowing with a faint blue light. Let me tell you, that is the complete genetic data of Daming. Xiao Wu, Li Hao, and Ming were instantly stunned, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Creating life? To them, what was the difference from being a creator god? Daming was also dumbfounded, staring intently at the gene model. I knew this was a sure thing, but I needed to add the final touch. I directly transmitted a scene into his mind. He was snuggling closely with another sky blue python, while a little python played nearby. I withdrew my hand and crossed my arms, looking at him. At that moment, Xiao Wu ran over and quietly asked me, Brother Yi, can you really create soul beasts? Then, can you bring my mom back to life? Seeing the hope in her eyes, I still shook my head. Not for now. Reviving someone requires reversing time, and that thing is too dangerous. I can't meddle with it. Xiao Wu's expression instantly dimmed. I was thinking that, before going to that forbidden place, I must enhance my strength once more. I turned to Erming and said, Erming, help me out. Go find a few ice-type soul beasts in the forest, from 10 years to 100,000 years old, each one from every age. As soon as Erming heard there was work to do, he immediately got excited. But after thinking for a moment, he said, there are no 100,000-year ice-type soul beasts in the Stardow Forest. The strongest is that 98,000-year ice emperor right under me. All right, then let's start by finding the earlier ones. Erming let out a loud roar towards the sky, and the entire forest responded. Goodness, it was like calling for people. Just then, with a splash, Daming's enormous head emerged from the lake, looking at me with an incredibly complex expression, and finally spoke. As long as you can truly help me create a kindred spirit, I am willing to submit to you. I laughed. I said to him, to ensure the success rate, give me some of your blood. This guy is also tough without saying a word. He spat out a huge mouthful of blood, about the size of a basin. That is the most precious blood of a soul beast, and he instantly became quite weak. I looked at the massive essence and felt more confident. I raised my hand, and the genetic model instantly fused with the essence, transforming into a thick blood mist that enveloped me. In the next second, the clear sky suddenly turned dark. Dark clouds rolled in, lightning flashed, and a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens. Divine retribution was coming. Daming and the others turned pale, their legs trembling with fear. And guess what happened? I was in the blood mist at that moment, too lazy to even lift my eyelids, and I simply said one word, dissipate. Just that one word. Let me tell you, the dark clouds in the sky and the terrifying thunderstorm instantly vanished, as if they had never existed. The sky turned blue again. Daming and the others were completely dumbfounded. When the blood mist dissipated, in the palm of my hand lay a small snake with a cow's head, a mini version of the sky blue bull python, sleeping with its eyes closed. I handed it to Daming. In Daming's huge eyes, tears were surprisingly glistening, and he lowered his proud head that had been held high for 100,000 years. Ding! The system notification sound in my head was ringing nonstop like a party. The task of subduing the Azure Bull Python was completed, and the gene fragment of the war god of Noxus has been distributed. Ding! The host has autonomously created the Azure Bull Python, providing the possibility for this species to branch out and thrive, rewarding the host with an exchange limit of 8,000 super divine coins. Wow, this is just like a real-life AI painting, except I'm painting something alive. This incredible wealth has finally come to me. Let me tell you, the rewards from this system are incredibly timely. They directly gave me a conversion limit of 8,000 super god coins. With just a thought, my computing power skyrocketed past 10,000, and I suddenly realized, folks, it turns out that when the old man connects red threads, Oh no, it's when biologists work on species continuation, there are KPI rewards. Why didn't this system say so earlier? It seems I need to find more of these endangered single-soul beasts in the future and help them pair up. Isn't that faster than leveling up by fighting monsters? I casually told Daming and the others that I needed to go into seclusion, and right then, I went all in with that 8,000 limit. Boom! I felt my CPU. No, my brain jumped straight from my 5 to quantum level. The whole world in my mind was like a real-time rendered ultra-clear map. I could see which rabbit was yawning and which soul beast was dating in the starry forest. Crystal clear. This feeling is simply amazing. I casually absorbed that gene fragment of a Noxstar war god I had previously obtained. Wow. It used to take me half a day to digest. Now it's done in 15 seconds. I feel like I could punch through the sky. When I came out of this god mode, I realized the sky hadn't changed at all. Daming is really efficient. He has already captured a big batch of ice-type soul beasts, lined up neatly like dumplings, each one shivering with cold. Daming came over and said that Xiaowu has already returned to the academy, and Erming and Li Hao went to catch a 70,000-year-old ice-type soul beast, which is said to be incredibly fast, slippery like an eel. He also casually mentioned that news came from Ice Emperor's side, saying that there's a batch of soul beasts in their clan that seem to be all fired up, rushing toward the Sunset Forest, claiming that something amazing has appeared there. Sunset Forest? The ice and fire duality eye. Dugabo's old nest. I'm familiar with that. Once I finish this little task at hand, I must go take advantage of the situation and bring back some local specialties for my teachers. I didn't think too much and directly walked up to the pile of captured soul beasts. Wow, did Erming just wipe out an entire ice ant nest? It was densely packed, making my scalp tingle. Just as Daming was about to introduce them to me, I raised my hand. No need. The next second, a stream of data flashed in my eyes, and I heard a series of explosions. Over 10,000 ice ants shot up into the sky like firecrackers. One by one, white 10-year soul rings shot up, leaving Daming stunned. He must be wondering what I was after since I didn't lack 10-year soul rings. I told you, he doesn't understand. I stood there for a full half an incense stick, not blinking once, my mind crazily analyzing the rules and structure of those soul rings. Finally, at the moment the last ant exploded, I raised my hand and gently grasped the air. A brand new soul ring, emitting a faint white glow, appeared out of nowhere in the palm of my hand. Daming immediately went blank, stuttering while speaking in Master. I must be seeing things, right? My mouth is almost stretched to my ears. You read that right, this is a soul ring. Handcrafted, guaranteed, authentic. Family who understands. I have become the first person on this continent who can create soul rings out of thin air. This overwhelming wealth is just beginning. As the system notification chimes, the task is completed and the rewards are credited. I immediately convert everything into computing power. Looking at the remaining few hundred ice-type soul beasts that are 100 years old, I've already started planning for mass production in my mind. From now on, all soul masters on the continent will have to call me daddy as I open a soul ring factory and monopolize the market. Daming is so excited, saying that I am about to usher in a new era of peaceful coexistence between soul masters and soul beasts. Just as I'm bragging, a thunderous roar suddenly comes from afar. Daming's expression changes. It's the second brother. He's calling for help. When my heavenly eye opened, my perception instantly extended into the past. What the heck is this? In the scene, Erming was covered in blood, and Li Hao was in even worse shape, with a large hole in his chest, clearly on the brink of death. Behind them, a giant over 5 meters tall was riding a fierce, two-headed frost giant wolf, crazily chasing after them. This is not the right vibe, buddy. Did you walk into the wrong film set? This is Douluo, not some ice and fire nonsense. The giant seemed to sense my gaze, looked up, and roared in my direction, directly severing my perception. Ding. System mission activated. Explore the mysterious existence. What's the reward? Fragments of the void engine. Folks, this thing is equivalent to game GM privileges. You guard the home, and I'll be right back. Before I finish speaking, a wormhole opened and instantly sucked me in. The next second, I appeared directly on Erming's shoulder. When the giant saw me suddenly appear, he was so scared that he turned to run. The two-headed wolf beneath him, however, remained loyal, howling before pouncing toward me. I frowned. It's so noisy. As soon as I finished speaking, that two-headed wolf was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture with a crack in midair. Still want to escape? I watched the giant, who was almost out of sight, pointed my finger to the sky, and with a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, accurately targeting him and turning him into a charred human-shaped lump. Then, I pulled him back using a wormhole. with a casual wave of my hand. The bloody hole in Li Hao's chest instantly healed, as if the video was being played in reverse. I examined the charred giant and quickly scanned the data, discovering that this guy had an absurdly strong physical condition, comparable to Contra, but he didn't have any soul rings on him. I directly opened a soundproof space and said to the giant who had just regained his strength, "Let's chat. Where did you come from?" Guess what? This guy said he wasn't from this world. He was sucked over from a place called the Frost Little World by a black hole. At that time, he was hunting, and then he crossed over. Wow, this plot is beyond expectations. The reason he attacked Erming was that Erming was about to catch a 70,000-year-old extreme freeze bird, which had the bloodline of their clan's sacred beast. When I asked further, their true sacred beast is called the Ice Phoenix. Ice Phoenix? I was stunned at that moment. Isn't this a coincidence? Shui Binger is the Ice Phoenix martial soul, right? I immediately asked him what would happen if they encountered the heir of the Ice Phoenix. The giant immediately had a pious expression and said that their entire clan would treat the heir as their new master to serve. I made a decision on the spot. I will take this small world. After confirming with the system, I captured the entire Frost Giant tribe and received a direct reward of 10,000 conversion credits. This deal is a huge profit. I raised my hand and began to mold a little figure. In a few seconds, a doppelganger that looked exactly like me, but with a blank expression, stood there. I wrote a piece of code for him, set up the program, directly injected a soul, and sent him off with the giant to find Water Eyes to establish a connection. Erming beside me was dumbfounded and asked if I was just letting him go like that. I smiled, knowing that one clone was enough to handle this matter. My goal is to uncover the mastermind behind the ability to open world portals at will and throw that giant over here. After sending the giant away, I returned to the lakeside and began a frenzy of killing and creation. Soon, soul rings of 100 years and 1,000 years were produced by me. However, when it came to the 10,000-year level, the difficulty surged and the efficiency was too low. No, I need to find a more powerful power bank to enhance my strength. The only choice is to go to that forbidden place once again. Ming, I want to visit the forbidden place again. Are you coming? They exchanged glances, sighed with a bitter smile, and shook their heads, saying they were afraid of holding me back. Indeed, that place is too bizarre. I nodded and was about to open the wormhole, only to find that the spatial coordinates I had left there were gone. Wow, this place can actually move? I focused all my mental strength and instantly locked onto a strange energy point in the north. Found it. A smile appeared on my lips as I stepped into the newly opened wormhole. As soon as I landed, I was still on a patch of grass. But the surrounding environment had completely changed. Just as I was about to determine my direction, a deep man's voice unexpectedly rang in my head. "Friend, are you looking for me?" I was instantly surrounded by a protective shield of lightning, and my eye of insight scanned the area, but I didn't detect even a shadow. Someone was actually able to communicate with me without my awareness. The voice sounded again, calm and peaceful. "Don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I'm just physically unable to come and meet you." I narrowed my eyes and asked him directly, "Are you Yi Chiyo?" The voice fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Yes, but also no. I am just a part of Yi Chiyo's lingering thoughts. The real Yi Chiyo has long since died." Lingering thoughts? I was taken aback. Is there such a thing in the Douluo continent? And guess what happened next? This guy put on a show of a time traveler recognizing his relatives. I tell you, as soon as his phantom appeared, it looked exactly like that corpse from earlier. He immediately started exchanging signals with me. Earth, right? Goodness, I almost couldn't hold it together at that moment. Then he began his tragic story, saying he was also a traveler, rising to power with a golden finger, on the verge of becoming a god, only to be discovered by the world consciousness of Douluo, which summoned a bunch of deities to beat him up, ultimately leading to his death from exhaustion. He also said that thanks to the golden finger, a thread of his soul remained undying and unextinguished, but he was trapped in this ghostly place. As I listened to his story, my face remained calm, but inside, I was already calculating what this kid was really up to. He saw that I didn't believe him, and his phantom was so anxious that it almost flickered away. So he quickly stabilized himself and asked me why I hadn't been discovered. Can I tell you? I made up a random excuse, saying that I have strong mental strength, and then I just didn't feel like acting anymore. Let me tell you, when I glanced up, he was so scared that his voice changed, screaming and asking what I was going to do. What am I going to do? I just laughed and said, of course, I'm going to send you on your way. As soon as I had that thought, the power of the surrounding rules instantly locked him down. That shadow let out a howl and tried to rush towards me. But with a snap, it was like being pressed to the ground by an invisible giant hand, unable to move at all. I then leisurely spoke up. I was just playing with you from the very beginning, thinking you actually knew some secrets, but it turns out it was all nonsense. Who understands this, family? With my eye of insight and the system task that has never prompted completion, I saw right through him long ago. This guy is not a remnant at all. He is a special soul beast from the divine realm called an illusion beast, specializing in mimicry. And his acting skills are top-notch. Gods can't see through him. But here, he flipped over right away. That mist was shaking at that moment. Probably unable to comprehend how he was being handled by Kid. Feeling the threat of death, he immediately cowered and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I'll tell you all the secrets you want to know. This time it's all the truth. I sighed directly. Why not just ask the main character? As soon as I finished speaking, the binding force was fully activated, and with a loud bang, the magical beast died on the spot, exploding with 10,000 points of conversion quota. Done. I flashed and arrived in a secret chamber inside the building. Wow. The walls of this chamber were covered with various mysterious patterns, looking incredibly sturdy. Even Contra would be left in awe. In the center of the chamber, the scene was truly tragic. A figure with disheveled hair, identical to the phantom beast from before, was pierced through the body by dozens of chains, locked there, motionless, as if dead. This was the real Yi Zhiqiu, my predecessor as a traveler. It seems that what the phantom beast said can't be entirely false. At the very least, the saying about fellow townsfolk turning on each other is something it really did. I deliberately sighed, and the sound echoed in the small room. Sure enough, that corpse-like Yi Zhiqiu suddenly raised his head, his pair of lifeless eyes staring at me, and he opened his mouth to let out a deafening roar. Roar. Let me tell you, that sonic attack would probably shatter any soul master standing here. But for me, it feels like listening to the Ice Emperor calling for spring. Completely harmless. I even had the leisure to observe those chains, and found them engraved with countless intricate runes. Stop calling out. You're a human, not a beast. I said with a smile, and it doesn't work on me. Yi Zhiqiu looked at me as if I were unaffected, and finally showed a bit of vitality in his deadpan eyes. He stared at me for a long time before hoarsely saying, "Later, Comer, you're quite impressive." Then he took on a heroic yet doomed expression. "But unfortunately, I have nothing I can offer you now." I raised an eyebrow, thinking the drama was about to unfold. "Oh, so I came here for nothing?" Sure enough, he fell silent for a moment, as if making a tremendous decision. His gaze sharpened. "I want you to agree to one condition. After you become a god, help me take revenge on all those gods who surrounded and killed me back in the day, one by one. As a reward, I'll give you my golden finger." A golden finger? Is there really such a good deal? I pretended to be clueless, but that phantom beast said outsiders can't become gods. Then he began to paint a grand picture for me, saying that under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be possible, but since I'm already level 70 and haven't been discovered, it shows there are loopholes in the world's consciousness monitoring me. His golden finger also has the effect of shielding from heavenly secrets. So, if we team up, we can directly smuggle our way to becoming gods. The hatred in his eyes was about to overflow, and he said that as long as he could take revenge, he would be willing to dissipate this remnant soul. Looking at his expression, I understood everything clearly in my heart, but I asked, "Do you really trust me that much? What if I take the goods and don't deliver?" "I can only trust you," he said with a mournful expression. "We are from the same hometown. You're my only hope." "All right," I nodded, "but you have to tell me first, how did you die?" "Actually, I just wanted to see when my mission panel would finally show some activity." He began to explain, saying that once an outsider becomes a god, they become a variable that the world's consciousness cannot control, which is why they are killed in the cradle. Inheriting a divine position means binding with a world rule, and the world consciousness is hesitant to act. He also advised me to always choose the strongest divine position in the future, so that I would have the capital to overturn the table. After he finished speaking, I readily agreed. "Okay, I agree. How do you give me the golden finger?" He breathed a sigh of relief and told me that his golden finger was his martial soul, an umbrella. He instructed me to step back 3 paces, dig into the ground, and take out the box inside, placing the umbrella on my head. He also specifically reminded me that the box was sealed, and with my current strength, I couldn't open it. I would need to use the special method he taught to inject soul power. I followed his instructions and indeed dug out a black iron box. According to the method he taught me, I infused it with soul power, and the box opened with a click. Just as the box opened, I heard a ding in my head. The system notification finally arrived. Second stage task completed. Ding. Third stage task activated. Eliminate Yi Zhiqiu. Here it comes, I knew it. I looked at the umbrella inside the box, my lips curving into a wild smile. Yi Zhiqiu. who was across from me, saw me in a daze and urged, "What's wrong? Did your golden finger give you a hint?" No, I turned my head, smiling at him. I was just thinking about one question. What question? He furrowed his brow. After all these years, how did you manage to play 3 roles by yourself and play with yourself? It's simply an electronic scam. As soon as I finished speaking, a flash of lightning erupted from my hand, and the seemingly indestructible box shattered into pieces in an instant, the umbrella inside falling to the ground. Yi Zhiqiu, or rather, this guy's pupils suddenly constricted. What do you mean? I respect you as a senior, so I'll send you off properly. I sighed, lightning flashing in my eyes. In an instant, the entire secret chamber was engulfed in thunder, and the Yi Zhiqiu bound by chains vanished in an instant. With a loud bang, the entire chamber exploded. In front of me, only a mass of mist, countless times larger than the previous phantom beast, remained, firmly pinned down by an umbrella stuck in the ground. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, came from mist. How did you figure it out? I saw through it from the very beginning. I gripped the illusory umbrella in my hand, and with a gentle exertion, it turned to dust. To break the seal, you really went to great lengths. Who understand my family? From start to finish. There was no thunder spirit, no phantom beast, only a remnant of Yi Zhiqiu. This guy was ridiculously strong in life, and after death, this remnant became a complete mess, relying on itself to split and perform a grand play. If it weren't for my inside eye, I would have truly been deceived today. He probably anticipated that problems would arise after his death, which is why he used his martial soul, that real umbrella, to suppress his own remnant. As a result, time passed, and the umbrella's power weakened, giving him a chance to cause trouble. The remnant was still unwilling to give up and began to tempt me. Let me go. I know many secrets. I can help you become a god, even achieve godhood. I don't need that. I smiled faintly and raised my hand, and the sky suddenly became overcast. Feeling the overwhelming pressure capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, the remnant panicked completely, screaming, "I can tell you all of Yi Zhiqiu's secrets, how those gods dealt with him. Don't you want to know?" No need. As my words fell, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the sky. The remnant spirit let out a piercing scream, desperately trying to escape, but was firmly pinned in place by the umbrella. Crack! With a sound, the thunder struck precisely, and the umbrella acted like a lightning rod, perfectly conducting the thunderous power to every corner of the mist. With a scream, the mist was completely evaporated. As the mist disappeared, the umbrella, which served as the seal, lost its support and fell to the ground with a thud, its surface covered in cracks. I walked over to pick it up, and with a gentle exertion, this martial soul that had trapped the remnant spirit for 10,000 years shattered into pieces. Finally done, I returned to the side of Ming with a wormhole, instructing them to help me keep an eye on Rongrong's situation, and then prepared to enter seclusion. The 2 pieces of sunlight gene fragments awarded from this mission would finally allow me to fully take shape. I sat cross-legged, sinking my mind into the system's space, gazing at the 2 fragments, my breathing becoming rapid. However, just as I was about to upgrade on the other side, the atmosphere at the 7 Treasures glazed tile school had dropped to freezing point. In the main hall, Ningfengji's face was so grave it could drip water. Ever since Dalu caused a ruckus last time, the Spirit Hall had been crazily targeting the 7 Treasures glazed tile school with all sorts of underhanded tactics. An elder stood up to report, his voice trembling. Sect Master, the disciples we recalled, were ambushed. 70% of the direct disciples have perished, and the rest are severely injured. The 5 soul Douluo elders accompanying them have all sacrificed. What did you say? Ningfengji suddenly stood up, his usually gentle demeanor shaken with rage. 70% of the direct disciples. That was the future of the sect, and now they were all gone. Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo also had ashen faces. Fengji, this can't go on any longer, Jian Douluo said sternly. The Spirit Hall is trying to wipe us out. Ningfengji sat down dejectedly, his eyes filled with helplessness. But what can we do? Even with Xiao Yi, we only have 3 titled Douluo, while the Spirit Hall has 7 or 8 elders on the surface. Just as despair filled the hall, Gu Douluo slammed the table. The fact that there are still disciples alive is a good thing. The urgent matter is to notify Rongrong and Xiao Yi. Let them return quickly to avoid being ambushed by the Spirit Hall. Ningfengji took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the despair within, and rallied himself, issuing orders. The whole sect goes into level 1 alert. Also, use the main communication pearl to notify NingYe and Rongrong to return immediately. Meanwhile, by the small lake in the Stardow Forest, NingYe was completely unaware that something serious had happened at home. She was petting the Ice Emperor's fur, complaining. This annoying little brother only knows how to cultivate all day long. He doesn't even know to spend more time with me. Shui Binger and the others were still nearby, smiling and persuading her. Just then, Flinder gathered everyone together, his expression serious. Everyone, we need to leave the Stardow forest. Recently, something feels off in the forest. I always feel that an incredibly powerful presence is about to awaken. Even Long Gong and Shipa nodded gravely, saying they sensed it too. That aura far exceeded that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Just as everyone was on edge, two soft beeps sounded, and the communication pearl in NingYe's hand lit up. She picked up the pearl and instantly froze, her pupils constricting sharply, her body beginning to tremble. Flinder noticed her reaction and knew something serious had happened, quickly asking, "What happened?" NingYe took several deep breaths, barely stabilizing her emotions. But her voice was already filled with tears and overwhelming anger. Our home has been attacked by the Spirit Hall. Many disciples have. My dad wants me and Xiao Yi to return immediately. I told you I was completely dazed at that moment. My head was buzzing, and I had only one thought. I must find my brother immediately. But that Ice Emperor guy, usually so arrogant, shook his head this time and said he couldn't get in touch, mentioning that NingYe might be in the core area of the Stardow forest, where the signal was completely blocked. I am so anxious. I was just about to find that frost giant to think of a way, but suddenly it got dark. It's not just clouds, it's a kind of darkness that sends chills down your spine. Dean Flanders and the others instantly activated their martial souls, unleashing the aura of soul saints, and shouted, "Who is it?" And guess what responded? A beast roar. I tell you, when that thing walked out of the woods, we all gasped in shock. A pure black tiger, 8 or 9 meters long, bigger than the Ice Emperor, with eyes as red as if they were about to bleed. The scariest part was its tail, a whole bone with a backward hook on the top. Tang San immediately shouted, "Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger." Goodness, I was just stunned. Isn't this thing supposed to be almost extinct? Tang San quickly explained that this one was at least 50,000 years old, and its strength was no worse than that of the previous Titan giant ape. At that moment, we all had one thought. It's over, we're done for. Everyone's eyes turned to the Ice Emperor. All the hopes of the village rested on it. Then the Ice Emperor itself said, "This is troublesome." As soon as it finished speaking, 3 more came out of the woods. The Windstorm, 2-headed Wolf King, the human-faced Demon Spider, the 1,000-gene Ant Emperor. Damn, just seeing one of these guys would make you want to avoid them. And now they were here for a boss team-building session? Each of them was at least 50,000 years old. And with this lineup, even a titled Dalu would have to sing Little White Boat with tears in their eyes. The Ice Emperor got furious at that moment, its kingly aura fully unleashed, trying to scare off 1 or 2 with its momentum. Dean Flinder and the others also exerted their pressure, and surprisingly, it actually worked a bit. Those soul beasts had a look in their eyes that suggested they wanted to flee. But then the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, suddenly roared like it had been pumped with adrenaline, forcefully pushing back the Ice Emperor's momentum. And the other 3 also got bloodshot eyes, ready to fight to the death. Dean Flinder shouted for us to retreat, and we quickly took our positions. For the next half hour, I tell you, it was pure hell mode. I didn't even want to recall the specific process. It was just soul skills flying everywhere, bloody and messy. We all fought with everything we had, revealing all our trump cards. In the end, those 4 giant beasts fell, but we all collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted, unable to even move a finger. Everyone was covered in injuries, and Rong even coughed up blood, leaning on the equally battered Ice Emperor to avoid falling. We won, but it was basically just a bloodbath. Just when we thought we could catch our breath, guess what happened? Clap, clap, clap. Someone started applauding. A woman with a fox tail walked out of the forest, grinning like she had everything under control, and said, "I never expected you guys to actually kill these soul beasts." Dean Fran immediately realized, "Did you bring these soul beasts here?" The woman nodded. I was so furious at that moment. Isn't this pure underhandedness? We worked ourselves to the bone fighting for ages, and she just stood aside, watching the show, waiting until we were nearly dead to come in and collect the heads. She was even there flattering us, especially telling me how she never expected I could kill the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger after entering its territory. Well, if it weren't for the gun my brother gave me, I would have been done for. Then, this woman started her act. Right in front of me, she began to charm the Ice Emperor, asking if it would be willing to submit. Her voice was so soft it gave me goosebumps. The Ice Emperor's eyes started to glaze over, and it really began to walk towards her step by step. I felt my heart sink and shouted, but it ignored me. Just when we all thought the Ice Emperor was about to betray us, a dramatic scene unfolded. As it reached the woman, the Ice Emperor's eyes suddenly became clear, and it let out a huge roar, lunging at her face. Good job. Unfortunately, the woman reacted too quickly, dodged to the side, and with a flick of her foxtail, whipped the Ice Emperor, sending it flying and knocking it out cold. Now we were truly at a loss. All of us were out of spirit power and could only watch as she tied up the Ice Emperor tightly with a golden rope. Then, she began her HR recruitment segment. First, she told the Shrek group that if they joined the Spirit Hall, their past misdeeds would be forgiven. Of course, we completely ignored her. She then approached Shui, Binger, and the others, saying that the Spirit Hall would strongly support the Academy's development. As a result, Feng Xiaodian, Huiyin, and the others all stood their ground defiantly. After hitting a wall repeatedly, the woman's face started to show signs of losing composure, and she turned her attention to Long Gong and Shi Pa, offering them the position of Platinum Bishop with the possibility of being promoted to Elder. I tell you, she was painting a really big picture. At this point, we realized that she was most likely the direct disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, the Saintess Hulaina. Long Gong was tough too, straightforwardly rejecting her offer. Hulaina was genuinely getting anxious now. She even threatened them with Meng Yaran, their granddaughter. Meng Yaran was also hot-tempered and shouted that she would share the same fate as her teacher. Seeing that not a single person was persuaded, Hulaina stopped pretending and her foxtail began to sway wildly. Suddenly, a howl echoed from a distance. Tang San and Ning Rongrong, mustering their last bit of strength, shot out a dragon whisker needle and fired 2 shots, but she easily dodged all of them. Immediately after, dozens of creatures called wolf thieves charged out from the woods. Dai Mu Bai explained quietly, and the faces of several girls on our side turned pale instantly. These things were basically the rogues of the soul beast world. Hulaina looked at us and issued her final ultimatum. A dead genius is nothing at all. If you fall into their hands, your fate. Heh. I tell you, we were all prepared at that time. If it really came to that, we would rather die than be humiliated. Just when we thought we couldn't get past this hurdle today and were ready to make an extreme trade-off, a thunderous roar echoed through the forest. The entire ground shook. A massive figure leaped through the trees, and those wolves who had been so arrogant just moments ago suddenly froze in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Hulaina's expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "Titan Giant Ape, Erming is here." It didn't even glance at the group of wolf bandits. Its target was clear. Hulaina. She turned and ran, but Erming wouldn't let her escape. Its fist, as big as a cooking pot, came crashing down. Hulaina, driven to desperation, unleashed all 7 of her soul rings, and several tails actually sprouted behind her, taking the blow head-on, but she was still sent flying, spitting out blood in midair. Erming was taken aback for a moment and said, "Divine power? You actually obtained the divine inheritance? I tell you, this information is overwhelming." But Erming didn't give her a chance to explain and punched again, shouting, "Even a god can't save you." Hulaina screamed, and her 7th spirit ring lit up. She used a move similar to a desperate survival tactic, managing to escape despite her serious injuries. Before leaving, she even made a threat, saying she would have her teacher turn Erming into a spirit ring. The battle ended too quickly for us to react. Dean Flander quickly stood up to thank Erming. As a result, Erming responded in a muffled voice, "No need to thank me. It's my master who asked me to keep an eye on you." "Master?" The entire venue went silent. The Titan Giant Ape, the king of the forest, actually has a master? Then, everyone's gaze unconsciously fell on the Ice Empress beside me, who had just woken up from a coma and shrunk back to the size of a kitten. An outrageous but singular guess exploded in all our minds. Sure enough, Erming's next sentence detonated the whole venue. "The master of the Ice Empress is my master." Let me tell you, at that moment, apart from me and Xiao Wu, everyone's CPU was overheating. My brother NingYe actually subdued the Forest King as his little brother. What does this mean? This is called being far ahead. I quickly looked up and asked Erming, "Can you contact him now?" Erming nodded, but said that my brother was at a crucial moment in his training and it was best not to disturb him. I had no choice but to wait until NingYe woke up to inform him that something had happened at home and he needed to hurry back. Erming felt quite guilty, saying that he hadn't protected us well this time and wanted to go help. But at his size, wouldn't he just become a living target once he left the forest? Just then, the Frost Giant babbled a lot. Shui Binger acted as a translator, saying that the Frost Giant clan had secret methods to change size and could also conceal their presence. So what are we waiting for? Let's try it out quickly. Shui Binger explained everything to Erming in a flurry, and though we were confused, Ming seemed to understand. He closed his eyes, concentrated his power, and his mountain-like body actually began to slowly shrink. In the end, he became about the size of a small monkey, and his presence was reduced by more than half. Ming said that at most he could only exert 70% of his strength. But Dean Flanders said that even with 70% of his strength, he would definitely have the battle power of a tidal Douluo. Now, this was great. We had strong external support. All of us immediately sat down cross-legged to recover from our injuries and prepare to set off straight for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Douluo forest, 2 months later, my brother NingYe finally emerged from his seclusion. He slowly opened his eyes, and it felt as if the solar energy of the entire world was cheering for him. Ming, the blue sky bull python, respectfully emerged from the water and told him that he had been in seclusion for over 2 months. NingYe just swept his gaze, and the entire scene of the Douluo forest flashed before him. Then he asked, "Where is Ming?" Ming shivered at that moment and steeled himself to report everything that had happened on our side. From a spirit hall attacking our sect to us being ambushed by Hulaina, detailing everything. I tell you, after NingYe finished listening, he didn't say a word. His face showed no expression, and his eyes were frighteningly calm. But Ming said that in that moment, he felt as if he were frozen in eternal ice, as if the whole sky was about to collapse. NingYe simply said lightly, "Wuhuan Hall, I didn't have time to find you, yet you've come looking for me. It seems it's time to deal with this." In the next second, he appeared directly above Wuhuan City. A calm yet citywide voice rang out, "Bibi Dong, Qian Dalu. Come out." The entire Wuhuan City erupted, with everyone staring at NingYe in disbelief. Someone actually dared to call out the names of the Pope and that great offering in the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall. Were they tired of living? Sure enough, a cold snort came from a building, and an old man in a platinum bishop's robe soared into the sky, emanating a terrifying aura of soul Douluo, pointing at NingYe and cursing. "Where did this little brat come from, daring to act wild in Wuhuan City? You're really looking for death." The crowd below was discussing, saying that with the platinum bishop taking action, this kid was doomed. As soon as the old man's words fell, his body began to expand in midair, instantly transforming into a giant covered in brown fur, with hands that turned into the shape of bear paws. Let me tell you, that scene was incredibly cool. 8 soul rings were flashing like a running light, and the 3rd purple soul ring suddenly lit up, with purple light bursting into his bear paw. Wow, that paw was already big enough, and with this, it expanded like a manhole cover, slamming towards NingYe's chest with a whistling sound. And what was NingYe's reaction? He stood there like a wooden man, not moving an inch. The old man flashed a hint of doubt in his eyes, wondering if this kid was scared silly. But he didn't stop his movements. With a loud slap, he firmly printed his palm on NingYe's chest. The onlookers widened their eyes, waiting to see NingYe being slapped away, spinning in midair and spitting blood in a classic scene. But what happened? NingYe frowned slightly, looking at the old man in shock, and helplessly said, "Is that it? Are you giving me a gua sha treatment?" Family, who understands this damage was simply about companionship. The platinum bishop was instantly petrified, feeling like his full force attack had vanished in a thin air, with no reaction whatsoever. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but found that his palm was stuck to NingYe's chest like it was glued, unable to move at all. In the next second, it felt like a volcano erupted in NingYe's chest, an endless surge of power rebounding back, with a loud bang, sending the old man flying from his own force, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, instantly creating a giant human-shaped pit. The people below were about to have their eyes pop out. This was a soul Douluo? How could a top expert of the continent be knocked away by a young man? The old man trembled as he crawled out of the pit. Still wanting to save face, he forced himself to say, "Cough, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems I was careless and didn't dodge." As soon as the brainless fans of the Spirit Hall heard this, they immediately felt like they found their backbone and started boasting again. I knew it. It was the bishop who wasn't serious. Now the bishop is going to get serious, and this kid is doomed. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched from the side. "Buddy, your skin is so thick it could be a city wall." The old man roared in anger, truly furious this time, and unleashed his martial spirit true form. His entire body swelled up again, completely transforming into a giant brown bear, with 8 soul rings pulsating wildly. The momentum was indeed frightening. His bare paws glowed with a dark light, exuding the power to shatter the heavens, and charged forward once more. And what about NingYe? He waved his hand lightly, like swatting a fly, showing his impatience. A normal-sized palm faced off against a bear paw the size of a truck. The visual contrast was off the charts. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound. The giant bear was sent flying out at least twice as fast as it came in, crashing down into the ground with a thud. As the smoke cleared, everyone gasped in shock. In the deep pit, the old man's chest was blasted out with a large transparent hole, blood flowing everywhere. His martial spirit true form was shattered, and it seemed he wouldn't survive. The people below were completely stunned, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the figure in white above. At that moment, the scene shifted to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. NingYe was in a meeting with the Sword Douluo and Douluo when an elder came rushing in, gasping for breath, shouting, "Sect Master, it's bad." NingYe stormed into the spirit hall alone and killed a platinum bishop. NingYe immediately jumped up from his chair, his face changing drastically. Nonsense. He was so anxious that he immediately wanted to send the two big shots, Sword Douluo and Douluo, to rescue him. However, Sword Douluo grabbed him and said with deep eyes, "Don't worry. That kid is very cunning. Would he dare to venture into a dragon's lair without some confidence? Don't forget, he can even tame a 100,000-year-old beast as a pet." Hearing this, NingYe calmed down. "Right, my future son-in-law is no ordinary person." He waved his hand and issued a command that surprised everyone. "Someone, activate the black technology left by my dear son, the sect-wide projection." He wanted everyone in the sect to see how our future sect master was dancing in front of someone else's door. As expected, when the projection screen lit up, all the disciples and elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stopped what they were doing and gathered around, as if watching the World Cup final. As soon as the image became clear, they saw a skinny old man standing in front of NingYe, and, did I count wrong? 9 soul rings. Blinding. The disciples of the sect erupted in chaos. Damn, 9 rings. It's a title Douluo. The young master is in danger. Why is the sect master still watching the live broadcast? In the image, the bamboo pole-like old man let out a strange laugh and raised his hand, unleashing a lightning bolt as thick as a bowl towards NingYe. NingYe smirked, saying, "Playing with thunder in front of me? Do you have a side job as a thunder god?" With a thought, that fierce lightning suddenly made a 180-degree turn in midair, doubling its speed, and headed back toward the bamboo pole old man. The old man was dumbfounded, shouting in his heart, "Why has my skill betrayed me?" He desperately tried to dodge, but the lightning tracked him like it had GPS, hitting him squarely. With a sizzling sound, the old man was left charred and smoking. After finishing one, NingYe felt warmed up and grew impatient. He raised his hand to the sky, casually saying, "I'm done playing, everyone come out." As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly covered the entire spirit city, blotting out the sun. The clouds were filled with destructive purple lightning, as if the apocalypse had arrived. This stirred up a hornet's nest, and several powerful figures flew out from the spirit hall. All title Douluo and soul Douluo were present. Without saying a word, they unleashed their martial spirit true forms, throwing colorful skills at NingYe as if they were free. Just at this tense moment, the live broadcast at home suddenly went black. Everyone in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was stunned. Ning Rongrong and Shui Bing'er burst into tears, thinking NingYe had. The Sword Douluo and Douluo's eyes turned red instantly, filled with killing intent, and without saying a word, they tore through space, rushing to avenge NingYe. But NingYe did not move. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he smashed the sect masteress throne beside him. The wall behind the throne cracked with sound, revealing a pitch-black secret door. An AI image of NingYe was projected on the door. Speaking in a cold mechanical voice, "Identity verification successful. Welcome, my teacher. Please give your command." The flames of revenge burned in NingYe's eyes as he shouted. Word by word, "Activate. Final mode." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School began to shake. The ground cracked open, and from deep underground, massive figures gleaming with metallic luster slowly rose up. "Folks, it's a Gundam. The entire mech army." NingYe's voice echoed throughout the sect. "The spirit hall has gone too far. Today, in the name of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I order a death battle with the spirit hall." Now back to the battlefield of the spirit hall. Everyone thought NingYe had been utterly annihilated in that wave of concentrated fire. But suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the thunderclouds above, and a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel struck down, completely eliminating the bamboo pole Douluo who had just been electrocuted half to death. As the attack's brilliance faded, NingYe floated in midair, completely unharmed, his white attire still pristine. He looked like an elegant conductor, gently pointing in the air, and columns of lightning began to rain down. The elders who had just been invincible were now fleeing in panic, unable to escape as they were individually targeted, their screams echoing through the skies. The spies from various major forces secretly watching were terrified. This wasn't a fight. This was pure dimensional suppression. NingYe slowly raised his head, his voice not loud, yet clearly reached the entire spirit city. Bibidong, Dalu, you have 3 seconds to come out. Otherwise, I will raze your old home to the ground. 3, 2. Before the countdown was finished, a golden-haired elder slowly walked out of the offering hall. His aura unfathomable. Golden Crocodile Douluo, a top-tier expert at level 98. He looked at NingYe, speaking in a tone of an elder admonishing a junior. Young man, you have quite the courage and speak boldly. However, you don't understand the gap between each level of title Douluo. Just like your 2 grandfathers. They were also knocked down by me in just a few moves. As soon as those words were spoken, NingYe's eyes turned icy. This was a precise landmine. Seeing him angry, Golden Crocodile Douluo laughed instead, raising his hand as the 6th, 8th, and 9th soul rings lit up simultaneously, forming a pure golden energy crocodile that opened its massive mouth and lunged at NingYe. However, NingYe didn't even glance at it. He merely pointed forward slightly. A giant finger ignited with the true fire of the sun condensed in the air, and with a poof, it crushed the imposing golden crocodile like squashing an ant. Golden Crocodile Douluo was instantly dumbfounded. He realized he had hit a wall today. He sighed deeply, his eyes turning resolute. Enough, having served the spirit hall for many years. Today, I shall repay with my life. As his voice fell, his 7th soul ring and the final blood-red 100,000-year soul ring erupted with blinding light. He instantly activated his martial soul true form, transforming into a golden giant crocodile over 100 meters long, blocking out the sun with its massive body. Faint red beast-like stripes emerged on its skin, exuding an aura capable of destroying the heavens and earth as it launched its final charge at NingYe. The scene was astonishing, yet NingYe remained expressionless, softly uttering a single word, stop. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be pressed on pause, plunging into endless darkness. The golden crocodile Douluo found himself trapped in a small black room devoid of time and space. Just as he was about to despair, a faint light appeared ahead. He clung to it like a lifeline, desperately rushing towards the light. However, that point of light was merely a small flame flickering from NingYe's fingertip. The moment the flame touched the giant crocodile, it flared up and burned fiercely. The colossal golden giant crocodile, which resembled a mountain, didn't even have time to scream before it was reduced to ashes before everyone's eyes. The entire place fell silent. The 98th level golden crocodile Douluo, one of the continent's top powers, was defeated in an instant. Just like that, he was taken down. At that moment, in the Pope's hall, Hulaina turned pale with fright, clinging to Bibidong's leg and crying for her run. Bibidong gently patted her head, saying, "Don't worry. My teacher has a backup plan." Then, with a swift chop, she knocked her precious disciple unconscious and had someone take her away through a secret passage. After sending Hulaina away, Bibidong's demeanor changed dramatically. Strange blood-red runes appeared on her body, and then with a puff, she split into 2. One was pure like an angel, and the other was evil like a devil. The evil Bibidong waved at the angelic Bibidong, and the angel transformed into a beam of light and quietly departed. Then, the evil Bibidong transformed again, returning to her usual noble and cold appearance as the Pope, pushing open the door and slowly walking out. The disciples of the spirit hall below, seeing the Pope had come out, instantly became energized, shouting like a tidal wave, "Long live the Pope!" Bibidong looked up at NingYe in the sky, her aura fully unleashed. Her voice icy cold. "You've been calling me out. Now, are you ready to face your death?" What an overwhelming presence. But NingYe just smiled and said something baffling. "Your doppelganger technique is quite interesting, but I don't have time to waste with you." Bibidong's heart sank. What the hell, how does he know? This is a secret technique that even gods might not be able to see through. But she maintained her composure, suddenly crouching down, and with a series of bone-cracking sounds, she transformed into an enormous, grotesque black-purple spider, the Death Spider Emperor. The disciples below became even more excited, starting to frantically explain that their Pope had, back when she was not yet a title Douluo, used this move to exhaust a long-established title Douluo to death. Now that the Pope was far beyond her former self, wouldn't that kid on the opposite side be directly reduced to ashes? I was watching from the side at that time, almost laughing out loud. Turn to ashes? I think it would be hard to even scratch the opponent. After BB Dong transformed, wow, she turned into a giant poisonous spider, with 8 legs dancing like phantoms, wildly stabbing at NingYe. The little minions from the spirit hall below were wide-eyed, howling, thinking this was a sure win, as NingYe wasn't dodging or avoiding. He must have been scared silly and was about to be turned into a sieve. But what happened? Suddenly, there was a clanging sound like blacksmithing. A set of incredibly cool armor appeared on NingYe out of nowhere, with runes flashing all over it, clearly not ordinary. BB Dong's proud spider legs couldn't leave even a white mark on it. Now it was NingYe's turn to laugh. I tell you, his laugh was chilling. He just extended 2 fingers, lightly hooked them in the air, and with a whoosh, pulled out a pure black great sword from the void. The sword's aura, oh my, even from afar, it felt like my face was being scraped. BB Dong's face turned green. She screamed, and quickly activated her defense. The 4th soul ring lit up, instantly erupting with a bunch of more than 1 meter long poisonous spikes, turning her into a hedgehog spider. At the same time, she slammed her 8 legs to the ground. The 1st soul ring also lit up, and she prepared a big move, slashing a dark green crescent towards NingYe, thinking it was a combination of offense and defense. Surely it could withstand a hit, right? What a delusion. NingYe's black sword transformed into a streak of light. Not even bothering to dodge, with a whoosh, it effortlessly cut through that dark green light, then continued its momentum, heading straight for BB Dong's body. The next second, there was a series of crackling sounds like firecrackers. BB Dong's 8 indestructible spider spears were blown into the air and shattered. They broke like glass shards, scattering all over the ground. The disciples below were wide-eyed, their hearts in their throats. But just as that sword aura was about to penetrate BB Dong's forehead, hey, guess what? It stopped. BB Dong, transformed into the Spider Queen, was stunned, covered in blood, looking disheveled, trembling as she asked, "Why don't you kill me?" NingYe's figure flashed and appeared in front of her. His small frame compared to the giant spider was insignificant, but his aura was crushing. He smiled and said, "It's nothing, just bringing you a message. As long as your clone doesn't provoke me, I can pretend I didn't see it. But if she dares to jump, she will surely die." The Spider Queen was silent for a long time, finally squeezing out a word, "Good." As soon as the word fell, that suspended sword aura swooped down. The thick spider armor on BB Dong was pierced like it was made of paper. The giant spider's body quickly shrank back, turning into the beautiful Pope. However, at that moment, her eyes were tightly closed, with the black great sword stabbed deep in her chest, nailing her to the ground. Pope! The disciples below were crying heartbreakingly, looking at NingYe with eyes that seemed to want to swallow him alive. But NingYe? He didn't care at all. He was still pondering about BB Dong's clone. Just then, a sudden ancient sigh echoed through the heavens and the earth. Following that, a flash of golden light appeared, and an old man materialized beside the main hall. Those disciples who were just crying out for their parents instantly perked up, rekindling their hope. NingYe glanced at him and smiled. "Dalu, you finally crawled out of your nest." Wow, the ultimate old boss of the spirit hall, the legendary grand offering, was finally forced out. Dalu's eyes were like electric shocks, staring at NingYe. "If I didn't come out, would you plan to tear down my offering hall?" NingYe raised an eyebrow. "You understand me quite well." Dalu took a deep breath and surprisingly softened first. "NingYe, I admit, you are very strong. Even I'm not your opponent." As soon as these words came out, the tiny flame of hope that the disciples had just ignited was immediately extinguished. "It's over, barbecue. Even the grand offering can't win. Today the spirit hall is really going to be done for." But then Dalu turned the conversation. "However, don't push me. In this world, there are existences that can deal with you." The disciples' eyes brightened again. "Right? We still have a backer. We have support." NingYe burst out laughing. "Oh? You're talking about the Birdman angel your family offers?" Dalu's pupils constricted. "You actually know." He felt that things were completely out of control. This kid seemed to know everything. But he still gritted his teeth and threatened. "Since you know, you should understand that the power of the gods is not something mortals can contend with. I'll give you a chance. Leave now. And today's matter will be written off." I couldn't help but laugh at the time. You killed the Pope, slaughtered a bunch of elders, and still want to settle everything in one stroke. What a delusion. NingYe directly asked, "Can your spirit hall really endure this?" Dalu spoke with great righteousness. "The victor is king and the vanquished is a bandit. We are simply outmatched. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can seek revenge from your 7-treasure glazed tile school, but the spirit hall will not intervene." This old guy was calculating, trying to morally bind NingYe. Unfortunately, NingYe wasn't buying it at all. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Sorry, but I don't want to end it." Dalu's face instantly darkened. Realizing there was no negotiation left, with an angry roar, he unleashed his martial soul. Suddenly, 6 snow-white wings spread out behind him, and 9 spirit rings lit up in unison. The pressure made the entire spirit city tremble. "Since you insist on seeking death, let me show you what divine majesty is." A golden gem emerged from Dalu's forehead, shooting a beam of golden light towards the distant offering hall. The offering hall also spewed out an even thicker beam of golden light, and the 2 beams merged in the sky, creating a massive golden vortex. The vortex seemed to have magical power, mesmerizing everyone, and the entire world fell silent. Soon after, the vortex disappeared, replaced by an endless dark starry sky, where starlight converged, forming a suspended palace in midair. In the center of the grand hall, a vague figure sat on the throne. A voice so majestic that it was indistinguishable in gender echoed through the heavens. "The angel descends." Dalu was so excited he was almost kneeling, respectfully reporting, "Respected angel god, someone has offended your divine might. Please take action and kill this scoundrel." The figure on the throne seemed to nod, its gaze falling on NingYe. I leaned in for a closer look, and my goodness, this deity looked, how should I put it, quite handsome, even a bit effeminate. Is this really it? The angel god's voice carried a powerful pressure, directly crushing towards NingYe. At first, NingYe was quite expectant, but upon seeing this god, the light in his eyes extinguished, and he sighed as if saying, "That's it?" The angel god felt underestimated and was a bit displeased. "You have some strength. No wonder my guardian couldn't deal with you. Today, let me show you the power of the divine." He slowly stood up, extending his hand, and the starlight gathered into a long sword engulfed in golden flames. The angel's sword. Dalu watched in fervor below, thinking, "Kid, to die at the hands of a god is your honor." The angel god raised the long sword high, its tip pointing at the sky, as if drawing in the sun's radiance, forming a blinding crimson golden fireball. The temperature made me feel like the air in the entire spirit city was burning. "Descend." With his command, the concentrated solar essence fireball locked onto NingYe and slowly descended. At that moment, the sword Dalu and Bon De rushed over like madmen, shouting Xiao Yi, clearly prepared to sacrifice themselves to block it. NingYe, however, smiled. "Grandpa is here, so I won't play with you." He stood with his hands behind his back, actually walking towards that world-destroying fireball. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the people from the spirit hall were ecstatic, thinking this kid was absolutely arrogant for daring to take a divine attack head-on. The next second, everyone dropped their jaws. That sun fireball, capable of melting everything, slowed down as it approached NingYe, eventually stopping obediently in front of him. NingYe reached out and gently touched the fireball, which surprisingly behaved like a little kitten, rubbing against his palm. "Good boy." NingYe smiled and then looked up at the dumbfounded angel god. "You like the power of the sun, right? Here's one for you. Hope you don't get played to death." Saying this, he lightly flicked his finger, sending a tiny spark drifting towards the angel god. The spark was so small that it seemed like a single breath could extinguish it. The disciples of the spirit hall laughed madly, thinking NingYe had definitely lost his mind, trying to use this to attack a god. The angel god also felt insulted and was about to act again, but that little spark floating in midair suddenly flared up with a pop. Dalu sensed something was wrong, quickly darting over to extinguish the flame with his soul power. However, as soon as his soul power hand touched the flame, not only did it not extinguish, but it also ignited it further, causing it to blaze even brighter. The angel god's expression changed, and he swung the angel's sword, unleashing a fiery dragon sword aura. That dragon aura was fierce, but upon contacting the crimson golden flame, it was instantly absorbed. After absorbing energy twice, the flame rapidly expanded, gradually outlining a pattern at its center, a golden divine bird with 3 legs. When the divine bird opened its eyes, my goodness, a pressure 1,000 times stronger than the angel gods swept across the entire arena. Everyone was pressed down, unable to lift their heads. NingYe smirked. This thing is called the 3-legged golden crow, which he had fabricated using sunlight. The angel god was dumbfounded, but the 3-legged golden crow couldn't be bothered to talk to him. With a flap of its wings, it charged forward, engulfed in flames that could incinerate everything. The angel god attempted to gather divine power to resist, only to find that his strength was completely uncontrollable in front of the golden crow, dissipating wildly. In the blink of an eye, the golden crow was already before him, one fiery claw lightly swiping. Whoosh! The entire world seemed to freeze for a second. The next moment, there was a soft bang, and the angel god's formidable divine body was sliced apart like a soap bubble, shattering into countless light points, vanishing into thin air. With the divine consciousness gone, Dalu spat out a mouthful of old blood, flying 3 meters away, his face as pale as paper. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone was stunned. That was a god, although it was just a projection. It was actually defeated by a firebird summoned by this young man in the blink of an eye. This had already exceeded their comprehension. NingYe watched the 3-legged golden crow fly back to him, affectionately rubbing against him, and shrugged. As expected, this god is still a bit weak. All eyes were on him, filled with endless fear and reverence. Dalu struggled to stand, looking at this boy who resembled a god or demon, his face full of bitterness, finally uttering 3 words, "You win." I tell you, when Dalu said those 3 words, his old face instantly looked like it had been drained of all vitality. His eyes lost all their light. It felt as if his lifelong belief had suddenly shattered in front of me, breaking into a QR code that couldn't even be scanned. I looked at him and felt a twinge of reluctance in my heart. But guess what? The next second, I slapped him. A massive handprint of soul power came crashing down from the sky with a bang. That old guy, Dalu, instantly turned into a puddle of mosaic on the ground. Reluctance? What a joke. I'm all about delivering Buddha to the West, and my mercy is thorough. Well, the grand offering is done for. And the entire spirit hall fell silent. All the disciples looked at me as if I were a devil. I, on the other hand, smiled and surveyed the crowd, cleared my throat, and announced, from today onward, the Spirit Hall will merge with our 7-treasure glazed tile school. If anyone has objections, please raise your hand and speak now. You wouldn't believe it, but there really was someone stubborn. An old man in black, probably a branch hall master or something, trembled as he stood up and said, "I have an objection." I raised an eyebrow, too lazy to do it myself, and my golden crow martial soul next to me just turned its head and glanced at him. Just one glance. In an instant, golden flames erupted from the old man's body, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream before he completely vanished, leaving not even a speck of ash behind. I continued to smile and asked, "Does anyone else have any opinions? Speak freely, family." At this moment, another hot-headed young man jumped out, his eyes filled with hatred, and yelled at me, "So what if you killed us? We from Spirit Hall will never submit. No matter how strong you are, you're just one person. Our Spirit Hall's influence spans the entire continent. Can you control all of it? What is your 7-treasure glazed tile school compared to us?" I couldn't help but laugh after listening to him. Ignoring him, I just looked up at the distance. The kid thought he had hit a nerve since I didn't say anything and wanted to keep talking. But the next second, rumble, rumble, the entire ground began to shake rhythmically. Family, who understands that feeling? It was like turning on a shock mode. The kid looked in the direction of the sound, and his face turned pale. Outside the dilapidated city walls of Soul Land, there were rows upon rows of a massive army of robots. Each robot was about the same size as the black sword in my hand, and they had a long object hanging at their waist that looked extremely dangerous. Those metal monsters moved at an outrageous speed, reaching the base of the city wall in just a few seconds. The robot in the front row stopped, and without saying a word, directly raised that object at its waist and aimed at the city wall to fire. With a loud bang, the wall, which was said to withstand the attacks of Soul Douluo, crumbled like paper, blowing off a large chunk. After a few shots, the entire wall was reduced to a pile of rubble. I instantly flashed to the side of that foolish young man and patted him on the shoulder. "Aren't you curious about the strength of our 7 treasures glazed sect? Well, here it is." As soon as I finished speaking, flames suddenly erupted from his body, following in the footsteps of the old man in front. I looked into the distance and saw my teacher NingYe leading the people from our sect, standing behind the mechanical army. I smiled, my momentum fully unleashed, my voice echoing throughout the Spirit City. From today onwards, the Spirit Hall shall be merged with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and I was in my room at the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Let me tell you, just a few days ago, I was still the fierce person who could defeat BB Dong with a single sword strike and annihilate the angel god with a wave of my hand. And now I stand there like a little student who has made a mistake, awkwardly smiling. In front of me are my teacher NingYe, as well as Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, 3 people who are like 3 towering mountains, with stern expressions on their faces. The atmosphere is simply overwhelming. I can only brace myself and speak up. Teacher, I didn't expect you to bring out the mechanical army. Isn't this just taking advantage of the situation to take down the spirit hall? Oomph. NingYe rolled his eyes. You make it sound so easy. You show off and then slip away, leaving us old folks to deal with the mess. We've been so busy that we only just found the time to come and settle the score with you. I was so embarrassed that I could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Indeed, as soon as the teachers arrived that day, I just slipped back to my room. For this whole week, they have been consolidating the power of the spirit hall. NingYe saw my cowardly appearance and probably calmed down a bit. He sighed and said, forget it, you are now the #1 person in the continent. So I won't scold you anymore. I quickly expressed my loyalty. What are you saying, teacher? No matter how strong I become, I will always be your disciple, the grandson of the 2 grandfathers. This is from the heart. Without their trust and care over the years, I wouldn't be who I am today. Seeing my sincere attitude, NingYe's expression softened, but then his brows furrowed again. Now that we've swallowed the spirit hall and become a #1 power on the continent, the 2 empires of Tiando and Xinghua have already begun to have ideas about us. As soon as I heard this, I scoffed and laughed. So what if you have ideas? A bunch of ants, I can wipe them out with a flip of my hand. Are you kidding? Apart from the missing Tang Chun on the mainland and Poseidon far overseas, who is my opponent? Even the angel gods coming down to earth can't stand against me. 2 mortal empires are nothing. Xiao Yi, don't be careless. NingYe's expression was very serious. You don't know, during the time you were away, the Heaven Do and Star Luo somehow obtained divine inheritances, and their strength has increased significantly. That's why they dare to look down on us. When we were besieged by the spirit hall, they just sat back and watched the fight. Divine inheritance? Hee. I laughed. 1 angel god is not enough to teach them a lesson, right? Fine, I don't mind killing 2 more to open their eyes. I thought about it. And this plot line is getting wilder. NingYe looked at me with a satisfied expression, but continued. Although they are wary of us, they haven't torn the facade yet. They propose to hold a grand banquet in Heaven Do City during the new year, inviting us over, claiming it's for emotional exchange. He looked at me. What do you think, should we go? New Year? I was taken aback. Wow, it's been almost 12 years since I came here. I raised the corner of my mouth. Sure, why not? It's just right to take over those 2 great empires as well. NingYe's face darkened. Why are you so eager? Is there something going on? As expected, I couldn't hide it from my teacher. I didn't keep it to myself anymore. I planned to leave the mainland for a while. NingYe's eyes narrowed. To the divine realm? Not right now. I shook my head. I plan to go out to sea first to find a place. But once I leave, I don't know when I will come back. So before I go, I must clear out all the potential threats at home to avoid getting robbed right after I leave. My teacher listened and was filled with pride, but still reminded me, no matter how strong you are now, you must always be careful in everything. I nodded. I understand this. In addition to integrating these forces, teachers, you all need to be mentioned for your strength as well. Grandpa Jian's eyes lit up. Are you going to use those beads of yours again? No, that's too unstable. I shook my head. In fact, I still have 50 left, but the cost-performance ratio is too low for me right now. I plan to wait until after the banquet to go to a good place and find some celestial herbs to bring back for you. I was thinking to myself, it's time to check out the Eye of Ice and Fire. Also, that Haotian sect, I used to think of it as an asset, but now it seems like a hidden danger that needs to be dealt with as well. 3 days later, on New Year's Eve, in the royal palace of Tiando City. I tell you, the palace is resplendent, dazzling my eyes. The nobles and high officials from the 2 great empires are all dressed impeccably, as if they are a market. NingYe also brought the Shrek gang along. Xiao Wu and the others are like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything fresh and new. Just then, Dai Mubai's expression suddenly changed. His eyes sharp as knives, staring in one direction. Following his gaze, we saw a golden-haired, handsome guy who looked somewhat like him, approaching with a smile, exuding an air of superiority that could be sensed from 800 meters away. Mubai, I didn't expect to see you here. Brother has missed you so much. I immediately knew that this guy was Dai Mubai's older brother, Davis. He came over, calling him brother repeatedly, acting as if he was genuinely worried about Dai Mubai's disappearance. However, he then shifted gears and asked sarcastically, but how did you get in? His gaze swept over to NingYe beside him, and his expression changed immediately. Rushing over to greet her, greetings, little princess. NingYe merely nodded lightly and didn't say much. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Davis's eyes as he turned back to Dai Mubai, unable to hide the disdain in his gaze. So you snuck in with the little princess. Mubai, can't you at least show some backbone and not rely on others? Embarrassing our family. Dai Mubai's eyes turned red with anger. Davis, does our family have anything like familial affection? Davis smiled, leaning closer and lowering his voice. Looks like you've grown up. But Mubai, brother will always be your brother. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand swiftly pressed down on Dai Mubai's shoulder. Dai Mubai tried to resist, but found himself unable to move, as if his soul power was locked. Then a tremendous force pressed down, and with a loud bang, Dai Mubai was directly pushed into the floor tiles, fainting on the spot. The people around saw this and merely glanced, with some even raising their cups in a toast to Davis. Family? Who understands? This is the reality of the world. Big brother Dai. Ma Hongjun was the first to rush up, pushing Davis away and supporting Dai Mubai. Tang Sen had already taken out a hidden weapon, while Oscar desperately tried to shove a recovery sausage into Dai Mubai's mouth. Davis, unfazed by being pushed aside, smiled hypocritically at Ning Rongrong. Sorry, little princess. My brother is disobedient. I had to discipline him a bit. Ma Hongjun was furious. Discipline? Your methods are too heavy-handed. Davis smiled insincerely. Little brother, this is our family matter. Do you have any objections? Just as Ma Hongjun was about to take action, a woman approached, looking about 80% like Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing her, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned cold. No need to ask. This must be her sister, Zhu Zhuyun. These two, Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, were playing off each other, saying how heavy-handed they were, with expressions of smugness that were painfully obvious. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. The great emperor has arrived. Davis disdainfully glanced at Ma Hongjun and, with an arm around Zhu Zhuyun, walked away. As for me, I actually arrived a long time ago, just hiding in the corner to watch the show. I looked at Davis and, with my insightful gaze, thought to myself, well, the so-called heir of the gods is just SOSO. Before long, Ning Rongrong and the others were called before the two emperors. The Snow Night Emperor and the Star Luo Emperor, two old men, sat on their thrones with an imposing presence. The Star Luo Emperor looked at Ning Rongrong and said with a forced smile, your young sect master is really domineering, wiping out the spirit hall completely. This is not something an auxiliary system soul master would do. As soon as this was said, the entire venue fell silent. Who understands the families? Two old emperors, almost 200 years combined, teamed up to put pressure on a teenage girl. It was clear they were taking the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction with me. Although Ning Rongrong was nervous, her little face was tense, and her mind was racing, thinking about how to respond. At this critical moment, I quietly sent a message to Wu Jinsong. This kid understood immediately and stood up in a flash. The Snow Night Emperor frowned and asked, who are you? Wu Jinsong, having received my instructions, was quite confident and met the Snow Night Emperor's gaze directly, saying neither too humbly nor too arrogantly, I am the disciple of our young sect master. It's no problem for me to fight in place of my master, right? The two emperors exchanged glances, not expecting someone to pop up out of nowhere. After a moment of silence, the Snow Night Emperor nodded. His disciple is also considered a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, so that's naturally no problem. No problem? Let me tell you, it's a huge problem. These old guys said there was no problem, but inside, they were calculating like crazy, afraid we would take advantage. Sure enough, the Star Luo Emperor, a real master of PUA, turned to his eldest son Davis with a sarcastic tone. Vase, take a good look and learn from others' tricks. Just learning a move or two will be enough for you for a lifetime. That gaze was like a knife, almost directly telling him to beat us mercilessly. Davis, being a clever boy, understood immediately and quickly played the submissive role. Yes, I will study hard. Then this old man shifted the focus and started criticizing Dai Mubai. And you rebellious son, learn from your brother. Stop hanging out with those shady characters all day. Once this was said, our Shrek side turned dark. Criticize Dai Mubai if you want, but why are you indirectly pointing fingers at us? Who understands the families? It was just short of directly naming us as his bad friends. The fatty's temper was about to explode, but Tang San pressed him down, signaling him not to be impulsive. Of course, they are emperors. Confronting them directly would be seeking death, right? The Star Luo Emperor saw that we dared to be angry, but not speak out, and he became even more vigorous, turning his spear towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing is here too. Why do you have such a cold face when seeing your elders? Learn more from your sister. The Zhu Zhuyin next to him immediately showed a proud expression, as if to say, look how great I am. Seriously, this whole family can't produce a decent person. The Snow Night Emperor, having watched the drama for long enough, cleared his throat and directly said, all right, since it is on behalf of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, let's start here. With a command, the surrounding nobles quickly dispersed, clearing a large area. Davis stepped forward, his muscles suddenly bulging. 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, exuding a kingly aura. A king character on his forehead looked quite intimidating. Davis, White Tiger Martial Spirit, 56th level Battle Soul King, please give me guidance. The surrounding crowd, who had never seen such a scene, cheered, calling him a 23 or 24-year-old Soul King, a prodigy, who had also received the inheritance of the gods. The next Douluo Emperor was secured. I had just one expression, old man on the subway looking at his phone. JPG. Then, our Wu Jinsong came out slowly, carrying his black gold spear. Wu Jinsong, Martial Soul Black Gold Spear, level 39 Battle Soul Master. I tell you, the whole place crashed. The scene was so intense that the CPU almost burned out. A 12 or 13-year-old kid, level 39? He is about to become a Soul Master. What does that even mean? These people's brains just crashed, all of them with their mouse agape like frogs in a pond. When Davis saw this, his pupils shook. He knew this kid's talent was greater than his own, and if he didn't take him out today, he would be a major threat in the future. Without saying a word, he charged straight at him. The first soul ring lit up, his fist glowing with golden light. The momentum was clearly not for sparring, but was aimed at killing. Did he think our Jinsong would be scared? How naive. Boom! A huge sound. Everyone thought Jinsong was about to be smashed to pieces. But what happened? Jinsong didn't even move his gun. He simply extended his left hand and effortlessly caught Davis's punch, filled with soul power. He didn't budge an inch. How was that possible? Davis turned pale, breaking his defenses on the spot, and directly unleashed his ultimate move. The fifth soul ring, that black 10,000-year soul ring, instantly lit up. Beast God possessed. He transformed completely. White fur sprouting all over his body, the king's symbol on his head shining like a spotlight, radiating golden light. A hapless noble, a soul emperor over level 60. Collapsed just from looking at that king symbol for a moment, blood gushing from his eyes. The others hurriedly lowered their heads. Who would dare to look? After Davis transformed, he opened his mouth, and his third soul skill, a massive white energy ball, erupted. Let me tell you, this move is definitely his trump card. Draining 80% of his soul power, combined with that so-called beast god possession, its power increased several times. Don't even talk about a soul king. Even a soul emperor would die on the spot if they took it head-on. But who was he facing? My disciple, NingYe's disciple. Wu Jinsong's expression didn't even change, and the black gold spear in his hand buzzed as if it had come to life. He casually extended a shot toward that world-destroying energy ball. Boom! The entire hall was blinded by the white light. When the brilliance dissipated, the whole place fell silent. The scene froze. The tip of Wu Jinsong's spear was steadily pressed against Davis's neck, even piercing the skin slightly, drawing out a bead of blood. One move, and he was defeated. Emperor Xingluo's face turned purple with anger, but his son was still in the other's hands. So he could only grit his teeth and shout, "Enough! The winner has been decided. Let us stop here." But Wu Jinsong paid him no mind. With a flick of his wrist, the spear tip dug in deeper, and blood flowed even more freely. He had just tried to kill me with 2 moves. Now that he lost, you think he can just stop because you say so? Goodness. This thoroughly angered Emperor Xingluo. What do you want? Don't think that just because your teacher has some skills, you can act recklessly. Behind Davis stands a deity. Do you believe that once the deity makes a move, your 7 treasure glazed tile school will be reduced to ashes? His 7 soul rings exploded, and the pressure of a soul sage directly pressed down on my disciple. Emperor Xia also stepped in to mediate, saying, "Brother Davis, don't be angry," but in reality, he wanted my disciple to quickly apologize. The 2 emperors teamed up to bully a child, and the royal guards surrounded us. The nobles looked at my disciple with pity. Just when those 2 emperors teamed up to bully my disciple, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. A light chuckle, not loud, but it was heard clearly throughout the entire hall. I'll make a dazzling appearance. I slowly walked out from the corner and stepped into the center of the circle. Rong screamed, and Ye's younger brother rushed over. Wu Jinsong also breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully called out teacher. I nodded, not even looking at the 2 emperors, and directly berated my disciple. Jinsong, it seems I've been too lenient with you lately. You take so long even to deal with trash. How embarrassing is that? Go back and practice more. Davis exploded at that moment. What did you say? I raised an eyebrow. What kind of thing are you? Daring to bark at me. Before I finished speaking, without even raising my hand, an invisible force directly sent Davis flying out, and he spurted out a mouthful of old blood in midair, crashing to the ground and fainting on the spot. The great Emperor Xingluo was so angry he jumped up. You're seeking death. I completely ignored him and continued the live teaching. Jinsong, pay attention. Today, I'm going to teach you another lesson. When hitting someone, be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Don't act like a coward and embarrass me. After saying that, I vanished from the spot. In the next second, bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds echoed as the Emperor Xingluo was sent flying like a basketball from one end of the hall to the other, finally pinned against the wall like a painting, then slid down helplessly. Although he wasn't unconscious, he was covered in injuries, with a bright red handprint on his face, looking as disheveled as a dog. Wu Jinsong's eyes lit up. Teacher, I understand. He flashed forward and instantly stood in front of the unconscious Davis, his black gold spear materializing in his hand. The fallen Emperor Xingluo was terrified, howling, "If you dare to kill him, I, Xingluo, will never let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jinsong's spear had already pierced through Davis's head. Even a deity couldn't save him now. Emperor Xingluo went completely mad, suddenly bursting into a terrifying laugh. "You're all finished. Davis is the heir of the beast god. You're all going to die here." Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous boom sounded outside. The sky instantly turned dark, and thick clouds rolled in. A lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, struck through the palace roof, heading straight for Wu Jinsong. "Ha!" I chuckled lightly. The lightning stopped less than a meter above Wu Jinsong's head. Then it actually turned around and returned the same way, plunging into the stormy clouds with a bang, shattering the entire sky of dark clouds. Sunshine poured down again, and the smile on Emperor Xingluo's face froze. But it seemed he sensed something, and his joy returned as he knelt on the ground. "I welcome the beast god." A vast voice resonated from all directions. "Who killed my heir?" The pressure was so immense that everyone except those I was protecting, including the Emperor of Snowy Night, was forced to kneel on the ground. I raised my eyebrows, and my eyes sparkled with golden light, directly penetrating the space. Oh, it turned out to be a large white tiger with wings. The tiger seemed to sense my gaze, and its eyes widened, shooting two beams of divine light towards me. It turned out to be just a little kitten. I smiled, and two crimson flames erupted from my eyes as I approached. The space silently collided for a moment, and surprisingly, the large tiger was momentarily stunned by my presence. There was actually someone in the lower realm who could withstand my gaze. It fell silent. I knew it was intimidated. Its instinct, honed over more than 100,000 years, told it that fighting me would mean death. So be it. It wanted to let it go just like that. "Can I let him off the hook?" I directly said. "You say it's over, so it's over?" I say no. Your kid provoked me, and you think you can just leave without giving some compensation for mental distress? This move is all about striking from a higher dimension. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Killing someone requires compensation, and it's like asking a god for compensation. I've never seen anything like this in my life. That big tiger was choked up and couldn't say a word. The Emperor of Stars on the ground was still kowtowing, begging the beast god to kill me. As a result, the tiger found him annoying and gave him a slap from afar, sending him flying out of the hall, leaving him clueless about what just happened. In the end, the tiger softened. "What compensation do you want?" It forced out a mark from its forehead and threw it to me, saying, "This is my power inheritance. With it, you can inherit the position of the beast god in the future." After saying that, it hid away. I held the divine position mark, glanced at it, and understood it thoroughly. I turned to Rong and asked, "Do you want a divine position?" The eyes of everyone in the room were about to pop out. "A divine position? Just giving it away?" Rong shook her head. "I don't want it. The beast god inheritance doesn't match with my pagoda." "All right then." I smiled and nodded, my gaze landing on the Snow Knight Emperor. "Uncle Shui, why are you still kneeling? Your face looks so terrible." The Snow Knight Emperor trembled as he got up, forcing a smile. I smiled even brighter. "Ah, the Emperor Xingluo has just unfortunately passed away. Please take care of your health." As soon as I finished speaking, a red flame suddenly ignited on the unconscious Emperor Xingluo outside the hall, and amidst the screams, he was burned to ashes. The face of the Emperor Shi instantly turned pale. I continued to express my concern for him. "Uncle Shui, look at you, you're so weak. It must be due to overwork. If this goes on, you might just collapse one day." He understood this blatant threat. He sighed deeply, his whole demeanor deflated. "Fine." I announced my abdication. I only ask that my dear nephew spares the Shui family. Well said, well said. I nodded in satisfaction, then looked around the room. Now, both nations are without an emperor. I propose that my teacher, Master Ning Fengji, take the throne as the new emperor of the Tiando Empire. Who's in favor, who's against? The nobles nodded like little chicks pecking at grains, not daring to utter a single word. I looked at the nobles from the Douluo side. Who do you think should be the emperor over there? They were so frightened that they lost their wits, repeatedly saying they dare not decide and asking me to make the call. All right, I shifted my gaze to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, then it's you. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback for a moment, then nodded earnestly. Okay, since you have become the empress, as a friend, I will give you a gift. I took out the beast god mark in my hand, casually traced a few lines on it, and injected a massive flow of data, directly modifying it. This beast god inheritance is too rough. It's not suitable for you. I've made some changes, and now it's perfectly compatible with your martial soul. Here you go. A stream of light flew into Zhu Zhuqing's body, and in an instant, her martial soul manifested, with starlight cascading down, looking as beautiful as a celestial being descending to earth. After finishing all this, I patted Rongrong's head. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, my figure flashed and disappeared. The next second, I appeared in a small grove outside the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Come out. I know you're here, I said lightly. A figure emerged, with a determined expression. It was Tang Hao. Long time no see. How Yinluo, I said with a smile. After a few months, he was still that soul Dalu, while I had become an existence he could no longer comprehend. He looked at me with a complex gaze, then bowed deeply. I came to thank you this time. For helping me eliminate the spear hall? Yes. All right. I was too lazy to engage in small talk with him. Bring out your wife. I will fulfill my promise. Tang Hao trembled with excitement, bowed to me again, and then carefully presented a flower pot. In the pot was a blue-silver grass with golden patterns on the leaves. It was Tang San's mother, Yin. Seeing his nervous and vigilant demeanor, as if afraid I would snatch it away, I almost wanted to laugh. If I really wanted to do something, could he stop me? However, I knew Tang Hao was just anxious due to his concern. So, I simply said, in 3 days, I will return you a human-shaped wife. A glimmer flickered in my eyes as I looked at Yin. Actually, if he really exerted himself, he could trigger Yin to the point of transformation in just 1 day. But he had other considerations. Tang Hao's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at NingYe. Did he hear it wrong? Did NingYe really say 3 days? And not 3 years or even 30 years. Since Yin's death, he had been searching for ways to help her revive for a full 10 years. Yet he had found no solution. And now, NingYe surprisingly told him that it would only take 3 days to transform Yin again. This was a 10,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for NingYe's strength being evident, he would truly think NingYe was joking. Chapter 216 How Yin Sect. Seeing the disbelief in Tang Hao's eyes, NingYe chuckled softly. His methods were beyond what Tang Hao could imagine. He already had several ways to induce Yin's transformation. NingYe said calmly, since I said it, I will do it, but during these 3 days, I need your help with something. Hearing NingYe's affirmative answer, Tang Hao's heart surged with waves, but being a legendary figure of the continent, he quickly regained his composure. After a moment, his expression returned to normal, and he looked at NingYe with determination. What is it? As long as Tang can do it, even if it costs my life, I will accomplish it. NingYe said lightly, it's not that serious. I just need you to deliver a message to the Haotian sect. Upon hearing the words Haotian sect, Tang Hao's pupils constricted, but looking at Yin and NingYe's hands, he finally nodded with some difficulty. Please go on. The Haotian sect was a familiar yet strange place for him. He felt guilty towards the people there and had no face to go back, but for Yin, he could set everything aside. Without considering Tang Hao's feelings, NingYe raised 3 fingers. Within 3 days, the Haotian sect must submit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or I will not care about our friendship and will crush the Haotian sect. He had to eliminate the hidden danger of the Haotian sect. Otherwise, even though the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was powerful now, they would still struggle against the 6 or 7 titled Douluos from the Haotian sect. Tang Hao's body trembled, and he muttered a couple of times, but still did not speak. Looking at NingYe's determined gaze, he finally sighed and nodded. All right. Once Tang Hao nodded, NingYe's figure had already disappeared from his sight. He stood silently for a moment, a look of relief in his eyes. At this time, NingYe had returned to his own room, placing Yin's blue-silver grass body on the table. NingYe squinted his eyes, looking at the rewards just granted by the system. Successfully subduing the 2 empires, he received 30 soul power orbs, which was similar to completely subduing the spirit hall before. These 30 orbs could help him elevate his soul power by 6 levels. Also, after Wu Jinsong killed Davis, the system issued a task and rewarded him with 500 super god coins, which could be converted into 250 computing power. He closed his eyes slightly and entered a state of cultivation. In an instant, the surrounding soul power seemed to be drawn in, and the surging soul power divided into a small portion that enveloped Ayin, while more flowed into NingYe's body. Even if it was just a small part, the blue-silver grass seemed to have taken a stimulant, slowly spreading its branches and leaves, growing visibly taller. After about half a day, NingYe slowly opened his eyes, his powerful aura gradually retracting back into his body. Looking at the blue-silver grass, which had grown about an inch taller, NingYe raised his eyebrows slightly. This wasn't enough. To fully mature this blue-silver emperor into a form that could transform within 3 days, he would need to use some special means. Tang Hao's figure continued to traverse the dense forest beside him, and just ahead, he was blocked by an incredibly tall tree. Just when it seemed there was no way forward, Tang Hao let out a slight shout, and soul power surged. The massive tree in front of him appeared to be illusory, penetrated by his soul power, and a vortex appeared before Tang Hao. Without hesitation, he charged in. In an instant, he found himself in a clear and beautiful scene, looking at the crystal-clear river beside him. The various fish in the river seemed to sense an intruder and leaped out of the water, with droplets sparkling in the sunlight. Dozens of wooden houses were built on the distant green meadow, resembling a paradise on earth. Just as Tang Hao was immersed in this beauty, a figure suddenly emerged from nowhere, swinging a gigantic Haotian hammer towards him. Boom! Just as Tang Hao was about to be hit, his figure flashed slightly, narrowly avoiding the massive Haotian hammer. The hammer did not stop, crashing straight into the ground, shattering the green grass and sending debris flying, kicking up clouds of dust. Looking at the 6 soul rings on the hammer, Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, staring at the man in gray who had initiated the attack. Are you a Long or a Hu? I am Tang Long, who are you? The gray-clad man looked surprised, glancing at Tang Hao, who seemed to recognize him, yet still held the Haotian hammer without striking again. A Long. I didn't expect that in just a blink of an eye, you have become the backbone of the sect. I remember when I left, you were just a hot-blooded youth who knew nothing but to rush in. Looking at Tang Long, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with nostalgia. Being assigned to guard this entrance, Tang Long's strength must have gained the recognition of the sect members, which is why such an important position was entrusted to him. Listening to Tang Hao's emotions, Tang Long was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Tang Hao, as if recalling something, his pupils constricting. Could it be that you are Uncle Hao? Tang Hao looked at Tang Long with some surprise. You actually remember me? Uncle Hao, you have always been my goal and idol. Looking at this somewhat disheveled and dejected person in front of him and the invincible powerhouse in his mind, Tang Long sighed inwardly, his expression slightly cooling. The elders in the sect do not have a good impression of you. I know. Take me there. Tang Hao nodded and extended his hands. Tang Long was slightly taken aback. Uncle Hao? Looking at the distant wooden house, guilt flickered in Tang Hao's eyes. Tie me up for the sect. I'm just a sinner. Tang Long fell silent, and finally, with a wave of his hand, the special chains for dealing with sinners in the Haotian sect appeared in his hand. I apologize for this, Uncle Hao. With a slight apology to Tang Hao, Tang Long began to bind him. Feeling his soul power being suppressed by a force, for some reason, Tang Hao thought of NingYe's magical gloves. Clang, clang, clang. After binding Tang Hao, Tang Long's expression became slightly serious, and something like a gong appeared in his hand. Using his soul power, he struck 3 times, the sound echoing throughout the entire fairy realm. What is this kid Tang Long doing, actually striking this gong? With the sound ringing out, the entire Haotian sect seemed to be on high alert, several elders quickly rushing toward the central wooden house, which was the only house without occupants, slightly larger than the others, serving as the meeting place for the high-ranking members of the Haotian sect. After striking the gong, Tang Long quickly led Tang Hao toward that central wooden house. Before long, the two arrived at the front of the wooden house. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Long gestured for Tang Hao to wait, and he slowly walked inside. At this time, several elders of the Haotian sect were already seated on either side, their gazes fixed on the entering Tang Long, several invisible pressures making Tang Long feel somewhat uncomfortable. But the most terrifying was the burly man sitting in the central position, the leader of their Haotian sect, Tang Xiao. Although Tang Xiao did not gaze at him, just standing there, Tang Long felt a pressure from heaven and earth, which even his soul emperor strength found difficult to withstand. Chapter 217. The decision of the Haotian sect. Tang Long. What is it? A deep voice came from Tang Xiao's mouth, and Tang Long instantly felt a lot lighter, hurriedly answering. Reporting to the sect leader just now, someone intruded into our Haotian sect, and I have subdued them, now bringing them back for the sect leader and the elders to interrogate. The third elder, sitting in the first position on the right, furrowed his brow. How dare someone intrude into our Haotian sect? Truly bold. The expressions of the other elders also darkened slightly, their eyes flashing with doubt. Their hidden place was difficult to find even for titled Douluo. Tang Xiao slowly spoke. Bring them in. For some reason, Tang Long felt a tremor in the sect leader's voice. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Long glanced at the surrounding elders and slowly stepped back. Before long, Tang Hao's figure slowly appeared in front of the elders. Looking at Tang Hao, the elders could no longer remain seated, especially the seventh elder, who was sitting at the far left, suddenly sprang up, waving his fists, charging at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, how dare you return? Bang! Under the shocked gazes of everyone, Tang Hao was directly sent flying. Even the seventh elder who struck at him was slightly taken aback. Cough, cough. After coughing a couple of times, a trace of blood seeped from Tang Hao's mouth, but his expression remained calm as he slowly got up. Looking at the elders present, Tang Hao has returned today, first to apologize and second to deliver a message. If the elders are dissatisfied with me, you may strike at will. I, Tang Hao, will not resist or retaliate. Do you think that will make us give up on beating you? The seventh elder snorted coldly, his figure flashing again. This time, 9 soul rings slowly rose around him, some emitting light, making his already massive Haotian hammer seem to gain a buff, greatly increasing its power. With a cold expression, he swung the hammer down at Tang Hao, his eyes flashing with unusual light. Feeling that overwhelming momentum, Tang Long, standing far outside and peeking, changed his expression. Under this hammer, if Tang Hao did not resist, he would likely be crushed, but Tang Hao remained unchanged, showing no signs of resistance. Enough! Just as the hammer was about to land on Tang Hao, Tang Xiao took a deep breath. A powerful and extremely overwhelming soul power surged forth, shaking the seventh elder's Haotian hammer away. Unfazed by the obstruction, the seventh elder showed no surprise, glanced at the calm Tang Xiao, and returned to his seat, closing his eyes slightly. The other elders furrowed their brows, but said nothing more. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao. You said you have a message. What is it? Feeling Tang Xiao's slightly cold gaze, Tang Hao felt no joy of escaping death, and after a moment of silence, he said, a great figure wants the Haotian sect to submit. What? Upon hearing this, the elders were directly shocked. The fourth elder, with a stern expression, stared at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, you must be dreaming. Feeling the hostility from the elders towards Tang Hao, Tang Xiao sighed slightly in his heart. Looking at Tang Hao, you are not someone who speaks recklessly. Tell me what kind of ability that person has. Perhaps I and the elders can forgive you a bit. Hearing the words of forgiveness, the expressions of the elders changed slightly, but looking at Tang Xiao's presence, which seemed to merge with heaven and earth, they ultimately said nothing more. Tang Hao took a deep breath. The spirit hall has been destroyed. What? The elders slightly trembled, their gazes turning to the serious-faced Tang Hao. He destroyed it. The seventh elder, with his eyes half closed, immediately rebutted. That is impossible. We all know the power of the spirit hall. Tang Hao, do not speak recklessly. Tang Hao said calmly. If the elders do not believe it, you can send someone to investigate the news or go investigate yourselves. In an instant, the room fell silent. The eyes of the elders flickered with unusual light. Since Tang Hao said so, the truth of it likely did not need to be distinguished. To be able to obliterate the spirit hall, such power would indeed make them wary of the Haotian sect. The only one not shocked was Tang Xiao, who said indifferently, if it were before, our Haotian sect might have been wary, but now, there's no need. What? Tang Hao was slightly taken aback. But the next second, he looked at Tang Xiao, whose every move seemed to merge with heaven and earth, containing boundless power. He couldn't help but exclaim, Xiaoge, have you broken through to the divine level? The seventh elder also came back to his senses, snorting lightly. Do you think we moved the entire sect here for no reason? This place has a divine inheritance. Looking at Tang Hao, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. This divine inheritance was originally left for you by the former sect leader. Tang Hao, do you regret it now? I do not regret it. Glancing at the seventh elder, Tang Hao shook his head slightly, looking seriously at Tang Xiao. Xiaoge, I am happy for your breakthrough to the divine level, but perhaps you still cannot withstand him. The second elder furrowed his brow. How is that possible? After hesitating for a moment, Tang Hao said, the high priest of the spirit hall, Dalu, once summoned the angel god, but was extinguished by that being with a flame. Just the other day, the son of the star Luo emperor obtained the beast god S inheritance and was killed by that being's disciple. The beast god was enraged, and ultimately, when facing that being, he did not act and ended up compensating with a position of a god. Tang Xiao frowned slightly. Are you serious? Tang Hao nodded. Every word is true. The room fell silent again, and even Tang Xiao felt that the situation was somewhat tricky. Initially, he thought it was just a powerful soul master who had become a god and was ignored, but now it was said that even gods could be killed. If this was not carefully considered, it was likely that the Haotian sect would face great disaster. 3 days had passed, and Tang Hao still had not returned. It seemed that the Haotian sect had already made a decision. NingYe stood by the window, feeling the warmth brought by the sunlight, with a smile on his face. A gentle voice came from behind. Please don't be anxious, benefactor. Perhaps a Hao encountered some mishap on his journey. I believe the Haotian sect would never go against your wishes. Turning around, he looked at the woman in a blue and gold long dress, whose appearance was not of this world, and said lightly, Since you know I am your benefactor, why are you still speaking for the Haotian sect? This was the Ain that Tang Hao had been thinking about. In 3 days, he had completely nurtured her to the point of being able to take shape. Ain was silent for a moment, looking at NingYe with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Although I've never been to the Haotian sect, they are closely related to me. If possible, I hope you can spare them. It was precisely because she had been helped by NingYe to take shape that she understood how terrifying NingYe's strength truly was. Even the Haotian sect would definitely not be his opponent. NingYe looked at Ain with a slightly cold gaze. What qualifications do you have to negotiate terms with me? Although she did not release any aura, Ain, as a 100,000-year soul beast, still felt a serious pressure from his words. Chapter 2:18. Accepting one move from me counts as your win after another silence. Ain finally spoke. If the benefactor is willing to spare the Haotian sect, I am willing to tell you a huge secret. NingYe raised an eyebrow. What secret? A secret that could be considered huge by a 100,000-year soul beast like Ain piqued his interest. Without any hesitation, Ain revealed the location of a new world. NingYe's eyes narrowed. What? Actually, I have never been there, but during my slumber, some of my subjects have been conveying information to me. Not long ago, they told me that they might have discovered a new world. Ain looked at NingYe with sincere eyes. NingYe frowned slightly. You tell me this so easily. Not afraid I will go back on my word? Ain shook her head. The benefactor would not do that. Looking at Yin's determined face, NingYe raised an eyebrow. He did not expect Ain to trust him so much. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Indeed, I won't. Consider this a trade with you. As long as the Haotian sect does not seek their own demise and is willing to submit to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, I can spare them. The changes in the continent were significant, and the location of a new world was indeed enough for NingYe to consider. A smile appeared on Yin's face as she deeply bowed to NingYe. Thank you, benefactor. Accepting Yin's bow calmly, NingYe's figure disappeared before her, leaving behind a message. I am leaving. Stay here. I will bring Tang Hao back. Meanwhile, in the Haotian sect's conference hall, the elders looked at Tang Xiao, whose expression was solemn. The 3-day period has come to an end. Sect Master, are we really going to do this? Tang Xiao shook his head. What else can we do? If I lose in battle against him, even with all of you, it would be futile. After 3 days of discussion, they ultimately decided that he would fight NingYe. If he lost, they would submit to NingYe. If he won, then there was naturally no need to say more. Seeing the unwillingness in the eyes of the elders, Tang Xiao said calmly, Moreover, if I really lose, it means his strength has surpassed ours. What does it matter if our Haotian sect submits? This statement was indeed correct. A voice suddenly came from beside Tang Xiao, startling the elders, who looked at the appearing young figure with shock in their eyes. This was the Haotian sect, and they were all titled Douluo with powerful perception. But before NingYe appeared, they had sensed nothing at all, which meant that if NingYe wanted to attack them, they would be completely unprepared. Thinking about this, the elders' expressions turned ugly. Only Tang Xiao maintained a degree of calmness and slightly saluted NingYe. Greetings, Your Excellency NingYe. You are Tang Xiao? NingYe's eyes sparkled. I didn't expect you to actually inherit a divine position, which surprises me a bit. Tang Xiao humbly replied, a bit of meager power. Not worth mentioning. NingYe rolled his eyes. Although Tang Xiao's strength was not comparable to his as a god, he could be considered invincible on the continent. It was absurd for him to say it was not worth mentioning. Waving his hand, all right, I don't want to talk too much with you. Where's Tang Hao? Do you want to fight me to the death? Seeing NingYe being so straightforward, Tang Xiao was slightly surprised, but replied, a Hao has been placed in a safe location. We don't mean any harm, but our Haotian sect values strength. As long as Your Excellency NingYe can surpass me, we are willing to submit. Surpass you? NingYe raised an eyebrow, just about to strike Tang Xiao down with a palm when he remembered the recent deal and waved his hand. Forget it, for someone's sake. I can let it go. He looked at Tang Xiao. As long as you can take one of my moves, then I will consider this match as my loss. The seventh elder's face showed indignation. You underestimate our sect master too much. Bang! The next moment his figure was sent flying, and NingYe glanced over with a slightly sideways gaze. I am speaking with your sect master. Unrelated personnel should not interrupt. Good courage. The expressions of the elders changed, and they all summoned their martial souls. Huge Haotian hammers appeared in their hands, and 9 rings of light lit up on their bodies, wielding powerful might as they swung towards NingYe. In an instant, NingYe was surrounded, with the Haotian hammers blocking all his escape routes, making it impossible to evade. Looking at the Haotian hammers he once envied, NingYe slightly raised an eyebrow. Without any grand movements, he simply lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. Endless thunderous power extended from the ground, crashing towards the Haotian hammers. Bang! Thunder crackled, and the figures of the elders were directly knocked back, unable to even hold onto the Haotian hammers. As they flew out, just as they were about to smash into the surrounding wooden walls, they slowly dissipated, turning into soul power and returning to the bodies of the elders. Stabilizing themselves, the elders looked at the still calm NingYe, their eyes filled with shock. They were all titled Dalu, and when joining forces, they could defeat any soul master on the continent. Yet they were so easily repelled by NingYe. Just how strong was NingYe's power? Clap, clap, clap. NingYe raised an eyebrow, looking at the applauding Tang Xiao. You've seen part of my strength, and you still think you can withstand one of my moves? Your power is indeed formidable, Lord NingYe. But I have achieved the position of a deity and can do what you just did. Why should I give up? Tang Xiao smiled at NingYe, his words exuding a strong dominance. Interesting, but it's time for Tang Xiao to witness true strength. A smile appeared at the corner of NingYe's mouth as he slightly raised his right hand and gently pressed down towards Tang Xiao. The originally imposing Tang Xiao seemed to sense something, his body instantly tensing up as 10 soul rings slowly rose from his feet. 2 yellow, 3 purple for black, and 1 dark red. A powerful aura surged into the sky, and the entire Haotian sect felt an irresistible pressure. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. Although they knew Tang Xiao had become a deity, they had never seen him make a serious move. Now, they realized just how powerful he was. Even if they joined forces, they likely couldn't withstand a few blows from Tang Xiao. However, at this moment, the once towering Tang Xiao had a focused expression, his gaze fixed on NingYe, or more precisely, on his descending palm. From it, he sensed a power that could rival the heavens and the earth. This palm seemed to contain everything between heaven and earth, something no one could resist. Drink! Tang Xiao shouted, unleashing his power. The massive Haotian hammer erupted from his right hand. Gripping the Haotian hammer, Tang Xiao's expression grew increasingly serious, as all his soul rings flickered to life, transforming into brilliant lights that either entered his body or enhanced the Haotian hammer. Chapter 219. Haotian bows down. Tang Xiao's already immense aura surged several times over, especially when the final dark red ring lit up. A visible layer of light burst forth from his body, tightly enveloping him. The heavy expression he had worn dissipated, replaced by boundless battle intent in his eyes, as if anyone before him was a foe he could defeat. In this state, Tang Xiao did not make excessive movements. He merely brought the Haotian hammer down upon NingYe's descending palm. The path is simple. With Tang Xiao's current power, he didn't need to do anything extra. Just relying on the explosive force he generated was enough to crush any soul master in this world. Even a level 99 limit Douluo at the peak of their power would be turned to pulp under this strike. Watching Tang Xiao's overwhelming strength, the elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the majesty that the Haotian sect should possess. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, causing the elder's expressions to change, their bodies trembling slightly. The ground shook, and the wooden house let out a wail, shattering and turning to dust in the air, exposing everyone to the open sky. But at this moment, the elders had no time to concern themselves with that. They gazed in shock at the faint red mark appearing on NingYe's palm and the Tang Xiao who was sent flying, their eyes filled with disbelief. Tang Xiao actually lost. Moreover, he left NingYe with no injury at all, only a slight red mark on his palm. Not bad. Retrieving his hand and looking at the faint red mark, NingYe nodded in praise. His body was already a third-generation divine body. Even a dark alloy great sword couldn't leave a scratch on it. Yet, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer could leave a mark. This strength was indeed impressive, likely above the second level among deities. Hearing NingYe's praise, the elders' shock lingered in their hearts, and they eventually smiled wryly. They had truly been short-sighted, previously daring to take action against NingYe. If NingYe had struck them, they probably wouldn't have survived. Hearing the elders' wry laughter, NingYe shifted his gaze and raised an eyebrow. Are you all going to join in? Or is this promise still valid? That if you can take one of my strikes, I will consider a loss. No need, no need. Lord NingYe's power is beyond what we can compare to. It is truly an honor for our Haotian sect to serve under you. Yes, only that stubborn sect master would think of resisting a bit, truly obstructing us from following behind you and cheering you on. The elders shook their heads in unison without hesitation, firmly flattering NingYe and throwing the blame onto Tang Xiao. Seeing this group of somewhat spineless elders, NingYe smiled. Do you really think so? The elders nodded, their eyes filled with determination. Yes, yes. Narrowing his eyes slightly, NingYe smiled faintly. Then I want Tang Hao to become the sect master of the Haotian sect. Do you have any objections? The elders hesitated instantly. NingYe lightly snorted. Himeme. The elders felt a wave of pressure descend upon them, their bodies trembling as they explained to NingYe, My lord, we certainly have no objections, but becoming the sect master is not something we can decide. It requires the approval of the former sect master and the recognition of the disciples within the sect. Oh, NingYe raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a rule existed. Making Tang Hao the sect master was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but it aligned with his thoughts. After all, he understood Tang Hao's character. Saving Ain was the greatest favor he could do for Tang Hao. After that, as long as he didn't endanger the Haotian sect or their family, Tang Hao would definitely comply unconditionally. That was what he needed. As for Tang Xiao, now that he had become a deity, he had other uses, and this group of elders was unreliable. Thinking about it, NingYe's gaze turned to the pit created by Tang Xiao. Do you agree? That last strike of his had been controlled. Otherwise, Tang Xiao would have been crushed. Now, he was only lightly injured. I agree. This position originally belongs to Haotian. Tang Xiao leaped out of the pit, looking complexly at NingYe before finally lowering his head. NingYe directed his gaze at a certain house and spoke directly to it. As for the disciples within the sect, Tang Hao, you should be able to handle that, right? He knew Tang Hao had been observing the situation here. Although his power was suppressed, the locked house was just an ordinary wooden building. If it weren't for Tang Hao's guilt towards the sect, he likely could have easily shaken off these restraints. Looking at the chains on his hands, Tang Hao lowered his head slightly, paused in silence, and finally nodded. Sensing Tang Hao's nod, the elders felt a mix of complex emotions. They glanced at NingYe and sighed inwardly. The Haotian sect had become an affiliated sect of NingYe. Whatever he wanted to do, they had no way to interfere, as NingYe's strength was enough to overturn everything. Seeing Tang Xiao, who bore no resentment and instead looked relieved and joyful, NingYe nodded slightly in his heart and spoke. Tang Xiao, since you have inherited the divine position, you should not be limited to this small Haotian sect. Tang Xiao was taken aback. What does my lord mean? I need to go out for a while, and the continent is not peaceful. I need someone to help me stabilize the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, and clear the forces on the continent. NingYe clasped his hands behind his back, looking towards the direction of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. Having a second-level deity guarding it would undoubtedly ensure the safety of the sect, and, after completing some matters, he could leave with peace of mind. Tang Xiao trembled slightly, bowing to NingYe. Thank you, my lord. NingYe had deprived him of the position of sect master, but he was allowing him to guard the 7 treasures, glazed tile school. According to NingYe's plan, the 7 treasures glazed sect was undoubtedly going to dominate the continent, and the position of the protector was far superior to that of the Haotian sect's leader. After receiving a bow, NingYe looked at the elders. You can also choose to go to the 7 treasures glazed sect with me. I have left some things in the sect that should help you improve your strength. My lord, we will do our utmost. The elders' faces brightened as they bowed deeply to NingYe. The frustration of having their sect subdued completely dissipated. As title Douluo, joining the 7 treasures glazed sect would definitely place them in a high position, and with NingYe mentioning items that could aid in their strength enhancement. This treatment was too good. Once they got up, NingYe's figure had already disappeared, but the elders showed no signs of disrespect. Together with Tang Xiao, they made their way to the room where Tang Hao was located. Chapter 220, The Disappearing Ice and Fire 2 Elemental Eye. At this moment, NingYe had already left that secret place and appeared in the Sunset Forest. Although the 2 locations were far apart, NingYe's calculation ability had improved, allowing him to traverse half the continent in an instant if it was just him alone. Distance was no longer a barrier for him. However, standing on this land, a rare look of confusion appeared in NingYe's eyes. With his palms slightly spread, a map appeared in his hand, marked with a red dot. This red dot represented the ice and fire two-elemental eye, which he had been trying to find, but now that he was here, he could not find any trace of it. Help! Just as NingYe was about to use his insight eye to scan the sunset forest, a light and anxious voice came from afar. Furrowing his brows slightly, he scanned the area and seemed to discover something, his eyes revealing a hint of strangeness. After observing for a while, he finally vanished from his spot. In a thicket, two fair-skinned young women were rushing out. One of them, with a cool demeanor, was carrying a delicate-looking girl around 17 or 18 years old on her back, and the earlier cry for help had come from her mouth. While running, the cool girl furrowed her brows. Xiaodong, calling out like this is useless. We're deep in the sunset forest, and even soul masters rarely come here. There won't be anyone nearby. The girl called. Xiaodong had a look of urgency in her eyes. We have to try. Otherwise, if those soul beasts catch up to us, we really have no hope. Looking at the other girl, her complexion was very pale, her body covered in wounds, seemingly clawed by something sharp, blood continuously flowing. The girl had a deep sense of guilt in her eyes. I'm sorry, sisters. I have caused you trouble. The cool girl scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? If you hadn't dragged us both back, we would have been dead long ago. From the moment we woke up, we have regarded you as our sister. The injured girl nodded, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Xiaodong. A wolf howl sounded from afar, and the expressions of the three changed. They hadn't expected the pursuit to be so quick. The cool girl and the injured girl exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Gritting her teeth, she said to Xiaodong, Xiaodong, wait a moment. I and NingYe will draw these soul beasts away, and you take the chance to run towards the forest's edge. We will try our best to buy you some time. Xiaodong's face turned pale in an instant. Shaking her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face. No. Feeling the wetness on her back, the cool girl's expression also grew difficult. A hint of tears shimmering in her eyes. NingYe on the side was slightly better, calming her down. Silly Xiaodong, we won't have any problems. We are both soul sect experts. This group of small soul beasts isn't enough for us to handle. Cough, cough. Just after saying that, she coughed twice and stumbled in her rapid run, but was pulled back by the cool girl, stabilizing herself. Xiaodong could no longer hold back her tears, streaming down with a sobbing tone. Since Sister Yin and Sister Ling treat me as a sister, then the three of us should live together or die together. Listening to Xiaodong's bold declaration, the two women's expressions were extremely complex. Sister Yin sighed, fine. Looking at NingYe beside her, there was determination in her eyes. Xiao Ling, get ready. NingYe nodded, and the two figures almost simultaneously stopped, darting up the trees on either side, their movements agile. The swaying cat tails behind them and the four soul rings glowing on their bodies indicated their martial spirits and levels. The wolf howls grew closer, and the two women, crouched on the trees, became serious, their sharp cat claws ready for a desperate fight. Within 10 seconds, seeing that pack of dozens of wolves and the leading giant wolf standing 4 to 5 meters tall, their hearts sank, leaving only one thought. It's over. Sister Yan's eyes showed a hint of despair, and she smiled bitterly. I didn't expect there to be a 10,000-year wolf king. Xiaodong, we might really die here this time. Just by looking at its size, they could tell it was at least 10,000 years old, possibly even 30 to 40,000 years old. Given their soul, sex strength, even at their peak condition, they were merely prey in front of this wolf king. Although Xiaodong's eyes were filled with fear of death, there was more guilt. Then let us die. If I can die with my sisters here, I am already very happy. Although despair was already in their hearts, the two women were clearly not the type to wait for death, their eyes flashing with cold light, their soul rings glowing softly. Even if they were to die, they would give this wolf king a deep lesson. But the next second, the wolf king seemed to sense something and let out a howl. The pack of wolves behind it seemed to receive an order and slowly move forward, sniffing the ground with every step, extremely vigilant. The two women preparing to strike felt their hearts completely chill, filled with deep sorrow and despair. In this situation, not to mention teaching the wolf king a lesson, they might not even be able to harm the wolf pups under it. Moreover, seeing the wolf king's cautious demeanor, as soon as they made a move, it would pounce and kill them. Shut up. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the silence, and the two women looked at the boy who had appeared suddenly, their pupils constricting. Boom. The next moment, accompanied by a violent collision sound. The majestic Wolf King was sent flying. The surrounding pack of wolves immediately reacted, rushing towards the boy with boundless ferocity. Get lost. Just as the two women were worried about the boy and wanted to intervene, the boy lightly shouted, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his tall figure. Just the sheer force made the charging wolf pups feel like they had been struck by a heavy hammer, sending them flying. Yuwu, the Wolf King, who had been sent flying, stood up and looked at the boy, an unusual hint of fear appearing in its eyes. With its strength, only those far superior to it could send it flying. Its instinct honed over thousands of years told it that if it stayed here any longer, it would undoubtedly die. After hesitating for a moment and feeling NingYe's gaze upon it, the Wolf King let out a couple of low growls, its figure retreating back into the depths of the forest. The group of wolf cubs, having been knocked back, didn't even dare to growl, quickly following their leader. Chapter 221, Kind-Hearted Avatar. Xiao Dong. Watching this scene, the two women gasped in shock. This was the Wolf King. Along with a group of wolf cubs, there were also thousand-year soul beasts. They were likely the overlords of this area in the Sunset Forest. Yet they were scared off by a mere boy. How unbelievable. Looking at the boy, Xiao Dong's eyes were filled with curiosity and deep admiration. Come out, NingYe said, raising an eyebrow and speaking calmly. The two women exchanged glances in the trees, then flashed down to stand before NingYe, deeply bowing. Thank you for saving us. My lord. NingYe nodded slightly, his gaze shining as he looked at Xiao Dong. I didn't expect to see you here. NingYe furrowed her brow, covering Xiao Dong on her back, becoming somewhat wary. My lord, do you know Xiao Dong? NingYe suinted, the light in his eyes fading as he smiled faintly. I know her, but not really. He hadn't anticipated encountering BB Dong's avatar here, and this avatar seemed completely powerless, with no memories of BB Dong. If not for the faint aura he sensed, he would have been unable to connect this girl to the Pope of the Martial Soul Continent, BB Dong. NingYe grew increasingly vigilant. What do you mean? Seeing NingYe's wariness, NingYe raised an eyebrow. It means nothing. Turning his body, he was about to open a wormhole to leave. He had come to save the three out of momentary whim and curiosity about BB Dong's avatar. Now that he had seen it and recorded the data, there was no point in staying. Just as NingYe was about to open the wormhole, BB Dong's avatar, now Xiao Dong, spoke up. My lord, please wait. Putting down his hand, NingYe turned his head. Is there something you want? Feeling NingYe's slightly cold gaze, Xiao Dong swallowed hard, but finally mustered the courage to speak. Can you help NingYe heal her wounds? She's really badly injured. NingYe's gaze swept over the severely injured girl. After being dragged by the Wolf King, her injuries had worsened, and her complexion had turned pale due to excessive blood loss. NingYe stared at Xiao Dong. Why should I help? Feeling the intensity of NingYe's gaze, Xiao Dong's heart raced, but thinking of NingYe's injuries, she gritted her teeth. You know me, right? We should be friends. Just consider this a favor. Friends? You're mistaken. Upon hearing this reasoning, NingYe chuckled. When had he ever become friends with BB Dong? NingYe and NingYe instantly sensed something was wrong. NingYe's eyes sharpened as he looked at Xiao Dong. Not only are we not friends, but I have also killed you once. At these words, NingYe and NingYe shuddered, and Xiao Dong, being stared at, felt an overwhelming pressure as if NingYe's gaze was a sword, slicing her apart. Sensing Xiao Dong trembling on her back, NingYe quickly knelt. My lord, if Xiao Dong has made any mistakes, please punish me instead. Don't harm her. NingYe, barely holding herself up, also knelt on the ground. Seeing the two women, who were terrified yet willing to stand up for Xiao Dong, NingYe raised an eyebrow slightly. If the Pope BB Dong were alive, what would she feel seeing this scene? Thinking about this interesting scenario, NingYe said lightly, Don't worry, I'm not that bored. Not to mention that the being here was just an avatar of BB Dong who knew nothing. Even the real Pope BB Dong would not concern him. However, NingYe looked at the trembling Xiao Dong. If you want me to save them, you must offer something of equal value. What can you give me? Xiao Dong, who had calmed down a bit, looked at NingYe, who was already kneeling, and hurriedly tried to help her up, but NingYe was resolute and wouldn't budge. Feeling NingYe's gaze, Xiao Dong fell silent. The two women, kneeling on the ground, also looked extremely pale. Indeed, what right did they have to demand NingYe to heal them for free? To be honest, it was already a grace for NingYe to offer a trade for their healing. Watching this scene, NingYe continued to question Xiao Dong. You can give me nothing. Why should I help you? Under the relentless questioning, Xiao Dong's face grew even paler, but looking at NingYe, who was sweating profusely and had eyes rolling back. and the seemingly lightly injured NingYe, who was actually suffering internal injuries but was holding on. Xiao Dong gritted her teeth, her determined gaze fixed on NingYe. If you're willing to save my two sisters, I can give you the treasure I have on me. NingYe raised an eyebrow. Treasure? His eyes flickered with thought. He certainly didn't believe that BB Dong's avatar would lack any life-saving power. Under his insight eye, he could see that this avatar possessed power comparable to a soul Douluo, but it was sealed by a mysterious rune that NingYe felt was unfamiliar. It seemed that if she truly faced a life-and-death crisis, this power would explode to clear everything for her. However, he hadn't discovered any treasure on this avatar. Seeing a hint of disbelief in NingYe's eyes, Xiao Dong pulled out a necklace from her waist, which held a small light blue crystal. Looking at the crystal, NingYe's eyes narrowed, and with his insight eye scanning it, he sensed a special power emanating from it. Furrowing his brow, he continued to observe Xiao Dong's waist. Prior to this, he hadn't felt any power fluctuations from there. Did BB Dong's avatar possess hidden power? Feeling NingYe's gaze, Xiao Dong felt uncomfortable but understood he was interested, continuing, I don't know why it appeared on me, but I can feel that this thing is very important and relates to a very mysterious place. Mysterious place. NingYe instantly thought of the ice and fire yin-yang nearby. According to the map, the position of the ice and fire yin-yang was definitely where he had just been. But now it was gone. Could it have been moved by BB Dong? But that shouldn't be possible. Even with BB Dong's strength, she couldn't have moved the ice and fire yin-yang NingYe pondered and asked, Do you know where that place is? I do. Xiao Dong nodded, her clear eyes looking at NingYe as if waiting for him to make a decision. The surroundings fell silent, as NingYe remained silent for a long time, causing the two kneeling women to grow even paler. Xiao Dong didn't understand worldly matters, but they did. The situation was clearly in the boy's control. As long as he had any ill intentions, he could easily eliminate all three of them and take the crystal. As for where the place was, with his strength, he could probably find it. Chapter 222. A new little world. NingYe's eyes seemed to pierce through the thoughts of the two women, and he chuckled lightly. All right. He wasn't the type to resort to forceful plunder. Two women awaiting sentencing showed joy on their faces and directly bowed to NingYe, saying, Thank you, my lord. NingYe slightly turned his body, did not accept the courtesy, and said, No need to thank me. It's just a transaction. After he spoke, the delighted Xiao Dong watched as NingYe's right hand slightly raised, and suddenly the sun in the sky seemed to shine even brighter. Two beams of sunlight directly shone down, landing on NingYe and NingYe. The two let out a soft moan, unable to maintain their kneeling posture, and collapsed to the ground. The wounds on NingYe instantly stopped bleeding and quickly began to scab over, and her pale face slightly turned rosy. NingYe also felt the injuries within her body being soothed and repaired by a gentle energy. These two beams of sunlight not only warmed their bodies but also healed their wounds. The sunlight was created not only for destruction, but more so to bring new life to all things. Watching the excited Xiao Dong and the grateful two women, NingYe felt this phrase rise in his heart. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the sunlight shining on the two women slowly dissipated. By this time, their complexions had returned to normal, and their injuries had completely vanished. If it weren't for their personal experience, no one would believe that just a few minutes ago, they were severely injured. Before the two women could express their thanks, NingYe waved his hand, and the necklace tightly held in Xiao Dong's hand seemed to be summoned, gently breaking free and flying into NingYe's palm. Looking at the crystal on the necklace, NingYe raised his eyebrows, and with his inside eye, he gazed intently, a large amount of data flashing through his mind. In just a second or two, NingYe grasped the function of this crystal. It was a key. Only by holding this key could one enter a certain place. Knowing this, NingYe felt somewhat certain that this was probably what he needed to reach the Eye of Ice and Fire. He looked at Xiao Dong and said, Let's go. Take me to that place. Since a key was needed, the location of the Eye of Ice and Fire must not be the same as the previous one. Although he could find it with careful searching, since Xiao Dong said she knew where it was, he naturally wanted to save some effort. NingYe furrowed her brows and suggested to NingYe, My lord, why not let Xiao Dong tell you where that place is? Even a strong person like NingYe was going there, so it might be very dangerous. Xiao Dong had no strength at all. If they went and NingYe didn't protect her, Xiao Dong would undoubtedly die. NingYe's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, You don't have the qualifications to negotiate terms. NingYe and NingYe immediately felt a pressure and exchanged glances. Finally, NingYe pleaded, Then, my lord, could you take us both with you? Seeing these two girls who were constantly considering Xiao Dong's well-being, NingYe's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he nodded. All right. NingYe and NingYe heaved a sigh of relief. If NingYe hadn't allowed them to follow, there would have been nothing they could do. Watching Xiao Dong, who seemed moved by their actions, NingYe gently patted her head and said to NingYe, "Then, my lord, let's go." NingYe shook his head. "No need. Just tell me where it is and how far away it is." The two women were slightly taken aback and looked at Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong's eyes were also filled with confusion, but she finally pointed in one direction and gave a rough estimate of the distance. As soon as she finished speaking, before the three women could react, a black hole appeared in front of them, swallowing them up, and NingYe's figure had already disappeared. Looking at the flat ground before him, NingYe used his insight eye to scan and found nothing. With a slight frown, he looked at Xiao Dong and asked, "Is this the place?" Seeing the scene around them change dramatically, Xiao Dong was momentarily stunned, but finally nodded. Yes. The two women guarding her looked horrified. The ability to instantly teleport people was too terrifying. Both of them came from prominent families, but had never heard of anyone being able to take someone to another place in the blink of an eye. Especially since this place was quite far from their previous location. NingYe was already accustomed to the astonishment of the two women and, holding the necklace, looked at Xiao Dong and asked, "How do you use it?" Xiao Dong shook her head, looking equally puzzled. "I don't know." Staring at Xiao Dong, NingYe's insight I saw through her thoughts, realizing she genuinely didn't know. Frowning slightly, he no longer placed his hopes on her. Holding the crystal, the dark matter computer emerged from the void. A hint of seriousness appeared in NingYe's eyes, since he had become nearly invincible. He had rarely used the dark matter computer because his own computing power was enough to face everything. However, now, if he didn't use the dark matter computer for assistance, it would probably take him some time to figure things out. Feeling the powerful assistance from the dark matter computer, NingYe's computing power suddenly reached its peak. Comparable to the computational power of tens of thousands of galactic computers fully unleashed. In an instant, he analyzed everything around him. The already shocked two women trembled slightly. Looking at NingYe, although he did not pay attention to them, the feeling of being completely seen through lingered in their hearts, even if just for a moment. Found it. Just as NingYe seemingly spoke inexplicably, the three women watched as the crystal in his hand erupted with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the surrounding trees and land to the point where it was blinding. In a daze, they seemed to see blue lines entwining around the trees and the ground. No, it was the blue lines that formed the environment around them. Open. Just as the three women were stunned by everything before them, NingYe let out a soft shout, and the blue lines in their eyes seemed to be enveloped by a tremendous force starting to twist. Then the crystal in his hand leaped upward, the sense of distortion becoming even more intense, eventually transforming into a light blue vortex. Looking at the blue vortex before him, NingYe raised his eyebrows slightly. He truly did not expect that the Eye of Ice and Fire had become a small world. If it weren't for the aura marking and some power inherent in the crystal itself, even if he found this place, it would probably take some effort to enter. However, since the Eye of Ice and Fire had evolved into a small world, the herbs within it must have evolved as well. NingYe had no doubt about that. Evolved celestial-grade spiritual herbs might even enhance his strength a bit. This trip seemed to hold unexpected surprises. Let's go. Looking at the still astonished three women, NingYe smiled faintly, waved his hand, and the four figures drifted like a breeze into the vortex. At the moment their figures disappeared, the vortex slowly dissipated, and everything around returned to its previous state. Chapter 223. Douluo trapped for months looking at the misty scene before him, which enveloped everything around, resembling a fairyland. The three girls brought him were filled with longing. It was so beautiful. However, NingYe, who entered, looked at the oval hot spring not far away. The water in the spring resembling the yin-yang diagram, one red and one milky white, yet clearly distinct from each other. Watching the steam rising continuously, NingYe knew this was the Eye of Ice and Fire, a miraculous place in the Douluo world. Noticing that NingYe seemed unfazed by everything before him, NingYe asked, "My lord, do you know where this is?" NingYe nodded, his eyes gleaming with a faint light as he gazed at the surroundings of the ice-fire yin-yang eye, which resembled a botanical garden filled with all sorts of strange plants, his eyes slightly burning with excitement. A large amount of data danced in his mind as he thoroughly reviewed the information about these plants. The more he looked, the more joy filled NingYe's eyes. As he had expected, with the evolution of the ice-fire yin-yang eye, the age of these plants had significantly increased, and their medicinal effects had greatly improved, making even him somewhat tempted. He never expected that someone else could enter this place. Just as NingYe was about to step forward to take a closer look, a voice seemed to resonate in the ears of the four. The three girls shivered slightly, and when they blinked again, a tall and thin old man appeared in their line of sight. Unlike the old man in luxurious clothing, this person was slender, looking like a javelin, with hair and beard that were dark green. His eyes sparkled like emeralds, giving him a somewhat ethereal appearance, as if he were a phantom. It was impossible to see him move his feet, yet he always stayed close to the old man in luxurious clothing. Douluo, I didn't expect you to still be here. Looking at the old man's stiff face and disheveled green hair, NingYe quickly recognized his identity. Known as the poisoned Douluo, Douluo was a being capable of slaughtering a city given enough time. Hearing NingYe's words, Douluo's figure froze for a moment. And then, like a phantom, without any visible movement of his feet, he stood right in front of NingYe. You actually know who I am. His dark green eyes, devoid of any life, stared at NingYe, and in an instant, the surrounding air felt as if it had been invaded by this coldness, giving it a somewhat frozen sensation. But for NingYe, this was merely a trivial matter. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, he looked at Douluo, his eyes filled with realization. No wonder he didn't see you at the banquet. It turns out you were trapped here. Douluo had significant connections with the Tiando Empire, and he should have been present at the banquet to support the Tiando Empire, but he had not sensed Douluo's presence at all that day. It made sense. As the ice fire yin-yang, I had already become a small world, making entry difficult, let alone exit. It was likely that Douluo was unable to leave, which was why he remained here. What do you mean? Douluo's gaze on NingYe was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. Then, a strong green light erupted from his body, and one by one, soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. 9 soul rings spiraled upward, their dazzling light causing the 3 girls to tremble in their hearts. Connecting it with the name just mentioned, NingYe's face instantly turned pale. He is Douluo? NingYe beside her also clearly thought of Douluo's identity, looking at him with intense fear. Green hair, 9 rings. This indeed matched Douluo's image outside. Only Xiao Dong seemed a bit confused and asked curiously, NingYe, is Douluo very powerful? Not just powerful. He is not only a titled Douluo at the pinnacle of the continent, but also has poison as his title. It is said that if he wishes, he can poison an entire city. NingYe explained in a voice filled with dread, covering Xiao Dong's mouth to prevent her from speaking further. However, as a titled Douluo, Douluo's hearing was incredibly acute, and he had already heard the words of NingYe and the others. With a glance at their fearful expressions, he snorted lightly, saying nothing, but his gaze turned to the calm NingYe with a hint of confusion. Is that what you mean? Despite facing Douluo's overwhelming pressure, NingYe remained relaxed, shifting his gaze to those plants. Let's make a deal. Although he could suppress Douluo and take this ice fire yin-yang eye for himself, his conscience wouldn't allow it. After all, Douluo was the first to possess this ice fire yin-yang eye. As long as Douluo was willing to negotiate, NingYe would not mind showing a bit of sincerity otherwise. What deal? Looking at NingYe's calm expression, even Douluo hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if NingYe truly had strength or was just putting on a show, but given that NingYe and his companions were able to enter, it was clear that there was a powerful presence among them. The girls seemed to lack any real power, so the most likely candidate was this boy he couldn't see through. I can take you out later, but you must allow me to collect the medicinal materials in this valley, NingYe said lightly. You've been stuck here for quite a while, right? If I don't take you out, you might just die here. You can actually take people out. Douluo's expression brightened, unable to contain his excitement as his green glowing hands reached out toward NingYe. He had been trapped here for at least over a month. Although he had stocked up a lot of food when this place served as a base, it was still limited. If NingYe and the others had entered half a month later, they might have found him dead from starvation. Now that there was hope of escaping, how could he resist? Humph. Seeing Douluo's aged hand reaching out, NingYe scoffed lightly. Douluo's expression changed slightly, as the hand reaching toward NingYe felt as if it had encountered some barrier, unable to close the distance. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart, but his desire to grasp NingYe did not diminish. The first 2 soul rings on his body lit up, and the green light that erupted from him spread out, with long, sharp nails emerging from his green glowing hands, reaching toward NingYe. The invisible barrier seemed to be directly torn apart, offering no resistance whatsoever. This is really... NingYe frowned slightly, his thoughts racing. A spark ignited from the green glowing void, burning rapidly as if it had taken a stimulant. The faint green light was directly burned away and surged toward Douluo, feeling the scorching heat that seemed capable of incinerating everything. Douluo's complexion finally changed dramatically. The seventh soul ring on his body lit up, and his slender figure began to expand, transforming into a large green snake over 30 to 40 meters long. Chapter 224. Subduing Douluo. Looking at Douluo's martial soul true form, NingYe couldn't help but smile lightly. Fire, by its nature, counteracts Douluo's poison, and the flames he unleashed were imbued with the power of the sun, which even the angel god couldn't withstand, let alone a mere Douluo. However, at this moment, the three girls behind him did not share the same thoughts. Watching the green snake's eyes, they were filled with fear. Although NingYe's flames had already spread into a half-sea of fire and radiated extreme heat, this was still a title Dalu, and moreover, a poisoned title Dalu who had activated his martial soul true form. His strength was undoubtedly among the top echelon on the continent. Even if NingYe was strong, he would surely be at a disadvantage in comparison. Excluding Xiaodong, the other two girls were already considering how to protect Xiaodong and persuade Douluo to spare them. But the next second, they saw the giant snake exhale a cloud of green mist, which was quickly engulfed by the sea of fire, and the sea of fire continued to spread, instantly surrounding the giant snake. The giant snake seemed to have suffered a severe blow, its body twisting continuously as if trying to escape from the sea of fire. However, that sea of fire appeared to possess infinite power, repeatedly blocking the giant snake's attempts to break free. The two women watched in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. I concede, while I pondered whether the giant snake was showing weakness the next moment, everyone heard the giant snake slightly open its mouth, and the voice of Douluo came out, sounding somewhat exhausted. The shock in the hearts of the three women was beyond words. Was this really the title Douluo? It actually surrendered. Oomph. In the face of Douluo's surrender, NingYe was not surprised at all. He merely snorted softly, and the flames that had surrounded Douluo tightly seemed to receive a command, slowly retracting and transforming back into flames, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Watching the giant snake slowly transform back into the fatigued-looking Douluo, NingYe raised the corner of his mouth. Now you know how formidable it is? I know. Even though he was utterly exhausted, Douluo immediately reacted. Nodding, I am willing to trade with you, my lord. Trade, huh? NingYe smiled faintly and shook his head, his gaze scanning Douluo from top to bottom. It's no longer a trade. It's about whether you can survive under my command. The opportunity had already been given to Douluo, and he had not grasped it. Since he had taken action, things were no longer as simple as they initially seemed. Douluo clearly realized this as well. Listening to NingYe's threat, he forced a smile. What do you want, my lord? He had completely laid down the power of the title Dalu, adjusting his mindset to see himself as a prisoner who could be killed by NingYe at any moment. NingYe seemed to have thought this through long ago, smiling faintly. Submit to me for 100 years, and after 100 years, I will set you free. Now that the seven-treasure glazed tile school had Tang Xiao, a god-level combat power, but to ensure absolute safety, he still needed a strong deterrent. Douluo, who could slaughter cities with poison, was clearly a good choice. Douluo's eyes widened, filled with reluctance. Don't bully me too much. Forget it. It would be better to eliminate someone like you. NingYe raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly, preparing to raise his hand. Douluo instantly felt the temperature around his body rise rapidly. A faint flame seemed to flicker before his eyes, and under the threat of life and death, he chose to yield. I am willing to submit. Watching Douluo, who had just been incredibly powerful, now submit, the three women observing were nearly stunned. But NingYe appeared to have anticipated this. With a wave of his hand, the flame flickering before Douluo brightened completely. Douluo's expression changed slightly as he looked at NingYe with fear. Could be that NingYe wanted to kill him, but the next moment, the flame emitted a crimson light that slowly transformed into something resembling a talisman, rushing towards Douluo. Before Douluo could react, the talisman had already adhered to his body, seemingly dissolving and entering Douluo's body. Feeling the foreign object invade his body, Douluo's expression changed, sensing the situation within. The talisman directly adhered to his lower abdomen, radiating a slight warmth, but it didn't seem dangerous. What is this? Looking at Douluo's extremely complex expression, NingYe smiled faintly. It's something that can control your life and death. Otherwise, with your temperament, I wouldn't feel at ease. Good. Douluo looked at NingYe, his eyes filled with struggle. but in the end he bowed his head. Although he did not feel any danger from this talisman, he believed that NingYe would never lie. Seeing Douluo completely resigned, NingYe's lips curled slightly. You don't need to be downcast. This talisman utilizes part of the sun's power. Now that it has entered your body, it can suppress and even purify the toxins within you, allowing you to live long and well. A balance of grace and power is the way to control others. Douluo's dim eyes suddenly brightened. Is what my lord said true? His heart began to stir with excitement. If this talisman really had such abilities, his submission this time would be completely worth it. Even though he was a titled Douluo, he hoped to live a little longer in the face of death. NingYe raised an eyebrow. I don't have the time to deceive you. Hearing NingYe's affirmation, Douluo fell silent, finally opening his mouth to softly say, Thank you, master. Although NingYe had controlled him, he had also brought him new hope. Just call me my lord. Hearing this old man call him master, NingYe shuddered, quickly saying, All right, my lord. Douluo's expression slightly darkened. He was actually disliked. Ignoring Douluo's feelings, NingYe asked lightly, Tell me in detail how you got trapped here. Since Douluo was trapped here, it indicated that he had been here since before the ice and fire NingYe evolved, perhaps witnessing the growth of the ice and fire NingYe. Even NingYe was somewhat curious about this witness. About 2 months ago, I was suppressing the toxins within me here when suddenly there was a loud bang, and this hot spring erupted with an incredibly brilliant light. The surrounding plants seemed to have been stimulated, rapidly growing, and then I was illuminated by that light and fainted. After sorting through his memories, Douluo explained to NingYe in detail. When I woke up again, I found that my soul power had increased by 2 levels, and the valley had undergone some slight changes. The most important thing was that it felt like the surroundings had closed off, and I could no longer find a way out. Light, stimulation, increase in soul power. These 3 words spun in NingYe's mind, and he asked with some confusion, Are you sure it was 2 months ago? 2 months ago was precisely when he began absorbing the sunlight, and when the frost giant appeared. Chapter 225, Spirit of the Immortal Herb Douluo calculated for a moment and finally affirmed. Although it's not very accurate, it's roughly around that time. NingYe's brows slightly tightened. These consecutive encounters seemed to indicate one thing. The world was undergoing a great change. Although he had a slight feeling when he fully activated the sunlight, he expected the changes to be so significant. If the ice and fire NingYe could evolve into a small world, then could there be other places on the continent that had also undergone evolution? Would there be more small worlds after the frost small world? Seeing NingYe frown, Douluo cautiously asked, Does my lord have any clues? Awakened by Douluo's question, NingYe snorted, Don't ask what you shouldn't. Douluo instantly shrank back. His life was now in NingYe's hands, so he should indeed be more restrained. Glancing at the 3 women who had been too afraid to speak since he captured Douluo, NingYe's gaze fixed on Xiaodong. He thought much of it before, but now that the world was changing drastically, he was beginning to suspect whether Bibi Dong had long prepared something, perhaps plotting to separate a clone, allowing him to be killed in front of everyone, while the remaining clone could go unnoticed to do something special. Feeling NingYe's gaze, Xiaodong trembled slightly, not daring to meet NingYe's gaze directly, while YinJie and LingJie beside her were also nervously glancing at NingYe, their bodies tense, fearing that NingYe would strike them down at any moment. After staring for a long time, as Douluo wondered if NingYe was going to do something, NingYe's gaze suddenly shifted, looking at the plants in front of him. Since I'm here, you should honestly confess. Listening to NingYe's oddly clever words, the 3 women felt increasingly frightened. Could it be that NingYe was asking them to confess something? However, Douluo seemed to understand something, looking at the plants that didn't seem to be ordinary. No sound emerged, and NingYe frowned slightly. Don't force me to take action. Otherwise, you won't leave a single root behind. Oh, you're so bad. Do you dare? Just as the 3 women were scared and wanted to kneel, 3 different voices came from ahead, and Douluo's expression instantly changed. He really hadn't guessed wrong. These plants were actually soul beasts. With NingYe's frown, in an instant, the area around the group of plants was covered by boundless flames. Feeling the scorching heat, the plants seemed to have been stimulated, wildly swaying as if trying to resist the fiery onslaught. Only a few plants, colored a light red and emanating a faint fiery glow, remained still, and among them, one plant resembling a rose quickly extended its branches, seemingly able to stretch infinitely, directly crossing through the sea of flames and shooting toward NingYe. Its speed was incredibly fast, and its serrated leaves seemed capable of slicing through the surrounding air. Sensing the force of the incoming leaves, Douluo's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he was about to take action, but before he could release his martial soul, he saw a burst of flames erupt from the flying branch, rapidly spreading to both sides. "Ah, it's so hot." Just as the flames were about to reach the plant's body, a childlike voice suddenly rang out. Then the extended branches instantly broke off, falling to the ground and being quickly consumed by the flames. Watching the scene, Douluo swallowed hard, feeling extremely fortunate that he hadn't stubbornly resisted NingYe's flames. Although he didn't recognize what that plant was, he knew that being able to grow near this mysterious spring and even speak meant that this plant, even among fire attribute soul beasts, was definitely a powerful soul beast. Yet now, facing NingYe's flames, it couldn't resist, let alone him. "My lord, please calm down." Just as the three women were shocked that these plants could actually talk, a plant resembling ginseng emitted a faint white light, and an old man's figure emerged, bowing deeply to NingYe. Looking at this sentient old ginseng, NingYe's eyes flickered with intrigue. He hadn't expected this visit to yield such significant rewards. "As long as you answer my questions properly, I might let you go." The old ginseng looked at the surrounding flames that had not continued to spread inside. "What does my lord wish to ask? Where is the core of this world?" NingYe's gaze sharpened, using his insight eye to observe the old ginseng. Although the old ginseng was a plant soul beast and its body was an illusion, his insight eye could still discern the truth of its words. The old ginseng pondered for a moment, shaking its head, seemingly apologetic as it looked at NingYe. "I'm sorry, my lord. The core of the world is also elusive to us. I do not know where it is." However, NingYe's insight eye detected an anomaly, and he frowned. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." The flames surrounding them continued to roar fiercely, about to rush toward the plants. Feeling the intense heat, even the old ginseng's expression changed, not to mention the other immortal herb soul beasts, which began to wilt. Fire itself had a restraining effect on plant soul beasts, especially NingYe's solar flames. The old ginseng hurriedly said, "My lord, please do not be angry. Although I do not know where it is, I can provide a direction. Speak." A flicker of light shone in NingYe's eyes as he slightly raised his hand. If the old ginseng dared to conceal anything further, he would use solar flames to erase its intelligence. After all, immortal herbs were meant to be consumed, and even if they lost their intelligence, it wouldn't affect their medicinal properties. Sensing NingYe's killing intent, the old ginseng shivered and quickly said, "My lord, think about why this place can become a small world." NingYe's brow furrowed as he looked toward the spring. The Eye of Ice and Fire? Although the old man didn't understand why NingYe named it the Eye of Ice and Fire, he knew what he was referring to and nodded. "What my lord thinks should be correct. My lord, if that's the case, the problem may be quite serious." Douluo stepped forward to explain. "This spring contains two extreme forces, one ice and one fire, which is very terrifying. Previously, before it transformed into this, I had attempted to touch the spring, only to have my palm instantly frozen by the ice, and it continued to spread. If I hadn't quickly broken my hand and sealed it with soul power, and then constantly nurtured it, I would have been dead today, or at least disabled." NingYe raised an eyebrow, lowered his hand, and the flames surrounding the plants dissipated. Looking at Douluo, who seemed to be sincerely advising him, he smiled faintly. "You are you, and I am me. There is no comparison." Chapter 226, The Core of the World. Truly shameless. The girl's voice rang out again, with the rose plant slightly swaying its leaves, somewhat indignantly saying, "You three stay here, Douluo, keep an eye on them. I'll go down for a bit." However, NingYe didn't pay attention, merely instructing a few people, and in the next moment his figure flashed to the Eye of Ice and Fire. In front of him was the fiery red spring water, and feeling the wave of heat rushing at him, NingYe raised an eyebrow and jumped in. Splash! Hearing the sound of falling water, Douluo's expression changed. He had thought NingYe would just scout first, then prepare before going down. He hadn't expected him to jump in so recklessly. Wasn't he this seeking death? He was finished. The girl-like voice rang out again, but this time with a hint of mockery. The temperature of the scorching sun spring of the Eye of Ice and Fire, although unmeasured, was not something a human soul master could endure. Someone like NingYe, who did not take any protective measures, was definitely doomed. The three girls felt a chill from Douluo's unusual gaze. If NingYe really died, then the control measures on the poisoned Douluo would be unsolvable. Would they become targets for the enraged poisoned Douluo's wrath? At this moment, even the least sensible Xiaodong was hoping that NingYe could return safely. Suddenly, a water arrow shot out from the spring, instantly hitting the rose plant. So hot, so hot. With two cries of surprise. The water droplets on the rose slowly fell away, and looking at NingYe rising from the spring, the heart of the rose soul herb was filled with shock. Not just the rose soul herb. All the plants near the Eye of Ice and Fire were utterly astonished. Was this still a human? Starting from a seed, they began to grow beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. They understood the power of the Eye of Ice and Fire better than anyone else. To them, even the most powerful 10,000-year soul beast, even if the king of the forest personally came here, could not enter the Eye of Ice and Fire without any issues. It might even be killed by the power within. But today, they witnessed a human entering the Eye of Ice and Fire without any problems, as if he was really soaking in a hot spring. How could they believe this? If you keep making noise, believe it or not. Next time it won't be just a drop of water, but a flame. NingYe looked at the rose fairy grass with a cold glint in his eyes. He didn't think much of the astonishment of the fairy grasses. After all, his body was already a third-generation divine body. What is a third-generation divine body? Only those who can survive at the center of a nuclear explosion when energy is abundant and remain unharmed can be considered as such. Compared to the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of degrees of temperature at the nuclear explosion center, the temperature inside the Eye of Ice and Fire was merely a hot spring to him. Sensing the slight chill in NingYe's eyes, the old ginseng immediately apologized. I sincerely apologize, esteemed lord. I will certainly manage this disobedient little flower well. Please do not be angry. NingYe snorted lightly, glanced at the poison Dalu, said nothing, and dove back into the hot spring, watching the surface of the water ripple slightly. The voice of the rose fairy grass was filled with shock. How could he really go in? This hot spring seems ineffective against him. It wasn't ineffective. It was because his body was too strong, and those harms were merely a tickle to him. The old ginseng sighed and transformed his form, walking towards the rose fairy grass, gently pressing on it. The blooming, exquisite flowers of the rose fairy grass slowly closed, and the little girl's voice completely disappeared. It seems we are really about to welcome a master here. Seeing the old ginseng temporarily seal the intelligence of the rose. All the sentient fairy grasses had this thought in their hearts, as the oldest and most recognized wise being among them. Every word and action of the old ginseng was influencing the others. At this moment, the poison Dalu was also trembling slightly. He knew the meaning behind NingYe's look and dared not have any thoughts in his heart anymore. After all, NingYe could freely soak in this terrifying hot spring, which was not something he could resist. Just as everyone had different thoughts in their hearts, NingYe had no intention of caring about the outside matters. His figure had already submerged to the bottom of the hot spring. The power of the third-generation divine body allowed him to see everything in this hot spring, and temporarily, he didn't even need to breathe. Looking at the pearl in front of him, which was about the size of a sea bowl, he felt a bit excited. Is this the core of the world? The Eye of Insight had long been activated, continuously recording the data of this pearl. But as he looked at the vast data in his mind and the computational power that was still analyzing, NingYe felt a surge of joy. He had really struck it rich. With his computational power, even a god here could be easily analyzed, but now, he had probably only analyzed less than half of this pearl so far. This indicated that the power of this pearl far exceeded that of a god. However, NingYe had also seen the world, and while he was joyful, he calmed down. His gaze sharpened, and the dark MatterComputer floated out, while the dark silver armor appeared on his body. After all, this was the core of the world. To ensure safety, he needed to take defensive measures. After doing all this, NingYe's expression became serious, but he didn't act immediately. Instead, he clenched his palm, and the black gold gloves adhered to his hands. With a thought, a chain as thick as a giant python shot out. With his current soul power, the chain could penetrate even a tidal Douluo and securely lock them down. Clang, clang, clang. But just as the chain was within 3 inches of the pearl, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. The sharp chain emitted 3 clear collision sounds, then, as if its power was exhausted, it slowly fell to the ground and disappeared. Watching this scene, NingYe's pupils constricted slightly. There was indeed a barrier, and this barrier could absorb soul power. Otherwise, with a chain, even if it didn't break through, it should have rebounded back, reconstituting into soul power. But now it had directly disappeared, which meant that the large amount of soul power NingYe had infused had vanished. After a moment's thought, NingYe moved a few steps forward, standing in front of the place where the chain had been blocked. He reached out, and an invisible light curtain lit up, instantly grabbing NingYe's hand tightly and began to continuously extract the soul power from NingYe's body. Interesting. NingYe squinted slightly. diverting a bit of his computational power to analyze the structure of this light curtain. Finally, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, the soul power that was being rapidly drawn from within him surged again, no longer in a state of being drawn away, but actively supplied by NingYe. Moreover, the soul power being supplied was flickering with layers of faint, thunderous light. Chapter 227, Mastering the Eye of Ice and Fire. Crackle. With a series of explosive sounds, the light curtain was instantly wrapped in layers of thunder, lasting about 3 to 5 seconds. Ultimately, it could not hold on and emitted a creaking sound, starting to crack from the middle, then shattered like glass. The shattered fragments floated in the air, then transformed into specks of light and surged into NingYe's body. Oh! Feeling that his soul power seemed to have increased by 1%, NingYe raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His current soul power had reached level 76, and although due to his overwhelming accumulation, this 1% increase did not elevate his soul power level. It was still a significant boost. If applied to someone else, even a titled Douluo could probably level up by 2 levels. While thinking, NingYe's gaze towards the pearl grew hotter. If even a protective light curtain could help him enhance significantly, then if he absorbed this core of the world, would his soul power increase by several levels, directly reaching level 80? Holding on to this thought, NingYe carefully examined the data deciphered in his mind. Although he could suppress this thing through brute force, to perfectly master it, he had to first understand its structural composition. After a long time, a light flickered in NingYe's eyes. Without any hesitation, he reached out his right hand towards the pearl. But just as NingYe was within 4 to 5 inches of the pearl, a vague power emanated from the pearl, causing NingYe's movements to slow down to an inconceivable degree, making it impossible for the naked eye to see his right hand advance. This short distance felt like an insurmountable chasm, forever unreachable. However, NingYe, who had made preparations in advance, would not be easily blocked. He snorted lightly, and a special wave of soul power radiated from his body, rushing towards his hand in the blink of an eye, colliding with that obscure wave. With a puff, as a faint sound echoed in the void, NingYe's right hand regained its normal movement, slowly and firmly reaching forward. In the blink of an eye, NingYe's hand was already resting on the pearl, just as NingYe was about to feel the power within. The pearl emitted an endless rainbow light that directly penetrated the deep lake's surface, shooting straight into the sky. Watching this heavenly light, all the fairy grasses felt a sense of connection in their hearts. This world had been mastered by someone. They welcomed a new king. After the brilliance shone brightly, the pearl seemed to return to normal, except that it was slightly larger than other pearls. However, at this moment, NingYe, who was holding it, felt an overwhelming force within it and slightly probed his mind into it. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind, rapidly expanding from the lake's bottom. In just a few seconds, the images in NingYe's mind covered the entire small world of the ice and fire 2E. Through the images, he could see the contemplative Douluo, the terrified 3 women from Shaodong, and every plant in the botanical paradise of the hot springs. He seemed to be able to manipulate everything within it, with just a thought. He could summon the power of the world to suppress Douluo, or to nurture or destroy the plants in the paradise. This feeling was familiar to him, reminiscent of the moment he used the celestial level computer experience card. Immensely powerful. This sensation of mastering the world was indeed wonderful, but it wasn't what he wanted. After experiencing all this, NingYe withdrew his mind, raising his eyebrows slightly. The core of this world was ultimately just the small world core of the ice and fire 2E, which had too many limitations for him. If such abilities were brought to the mainland, his strength would likely revert to its original form. However, his dark matter computer was different. As long as he continued to improve, one day he could analyze the world with his computational power and then master the forces of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, this world core had some utility. While pondering, NingYe swam upwards. With a splash, NingYe appeared on solid ground, dressed in dark silver armor, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. As he emerged from the water, the shimmering light behind him made him appear ethereal. Watching this scene, the 3 women, who were initially a bit worried, felt their hearts stir and could not help but be captivated by such a beautiful sight. Douluo, however, lowered his head slightly, and the trace of indignation he had towards NingYe completely disappeared, replaced by a hint of respect. The rules of the continent were based on strength. NingYe was stronger than him, so it was not a bad thing for him to submit. Feeling NingYe's might that seemed to coexist with the world, Lao Can's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and he quickly approached. Each flower and grass he passed slightly swayed, and then the figures of little girls or boys appeared, following the elder forward. These were the spiritual consciousnesses of these celestial herbs. If someone could see even one, it would be an incredible opportunity. But at this moment, they followed Lao Can with respectful expressions. Under Lao Can's leadership, they bowed slightly, and various crisp voices sounded. "We have seen the master of the world. We are willing to submit." NingYe nodded slightly, raising his evaluation of Lao Can a little more. Lao Can was indeed a wise man. He had already become the master of the ice and fire 2EI world, and everything living in this world fell under NingYe's control. Whether it was weeds or flowers or celestial herbs and roots, there was essentially no difference to NingYe. He could destroy them at any time. As long as NingYe wished, he could rapidly cultivate medicinal materials using the ice and fire 2EI in no more than a month. He could obtain medicinal materials similar to these celestial herbs and roots, except they would lack spiritual consciousness. But now that Lao Can had already pledged allegiance, NingYe naturally could not give up this batch of spiritually aware celestial herbs. After all, with spiritual consciousness, they could cultivate, repair, and evolve on their own, which could be considered a continuous source of medicinal materials. Seeing NingYe nod, Lao Can felt a bit of tension ease in his heart. If NingYe was unwilling to accept, they might really die here. "I will move the ice and fire 2EI to a new location," NingYe said lightly, with a glimmer in his eyes. He intended to bring the ice and fire 2EI into the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The original plan was simply to harvest celestial herbs for his teacher and the disciples of the sect. But now it was different. The ice and fire 2EI had become a small world, meaning it could potentially be moved. Once it was relocated to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he would hand over the world core to his teacher for safekeeping, continuously nurturing medicinal materials. At that time, the disciples in the sect would have extraordinary progress in their cultivation with these celestial herbs. Chapter 228. Moving the small world. Lao Can was slightly taken aback but still nodded respectfully. "It is entirely up to you, my lord. We will do our utmost to assist you." However, doubts filled his heart. After all, the ice and fire 2EI was a world. Although it was detached from the continent, it still had a fixed point, and mastering the world core only meant he could control everything within the world. It did not mean he could move the world's position on the continent. How would NingYe move the ice and fire 2EI? This was a world, but in the next second, his doubts dissipated, replaced by endless shock. NingYe slightly raised his head, and the dark MatterComputer appeared from the void, slowly lifting the world core that was no different from a pearl. A light blue beam shot out from the dark MatterComputer, illuminating the world core. In an instant, the pearl erupted with colorful brilliance, but this time it did not shoot into the sky. Instead, it slowly unfurled. Under this colorful light, the world seemed to come to a standstill. Time became extremely slow, and before everyone's eyes, invisible lines slowly emerged from the void. Douluo and the celestial herbs were filled with shock. From those lines, they felt boundless power, as if the entire world was supported by these lines. Although the 3 women did not know what these lines were, seeing Douluo's horrified expression made them realize that this thing was extraordinary. Their gazes subtly shifted to NingYe, and their fear of him deepened, mixed with a hint of respect. Watching these lines, NingYe's lips curled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The greatest benefit of this journey had appeared. Through the world core, he could reflect all the structures and rules of this world, and then analyze and absorb them. Although the ice and fire 2EI was just a small world, it still had rules that any world should have, albeit simpler compared to the vast world of Douluo. But that was enough. Feeling the constant influx of data in his mind and the sudden increase in a rule system on the system panel, NingYe's gaze sharpened. He slightly raised his palm, but Douluo and the many celestial herbs felt an overwhelming force seemingly accumulating. Boom! Just as everyone wondered what NingYe was going to do, the ground suddenly shook, and the lines trembled for a moment before being pressed into the world core by an invisible force. As the lines continuously flowed in, NingYe's expression became increasingly serious. The world core, which was originally floating in midair, seemed to lack support and slowly descended, finally landing in NingYe's hand. But it wasn't over yet. Although it was just a small pearl, NingYe's palm seemed unable to support it and gradually pressed down. Suddenly, Lao Can seemed to understand something. Looking at NingYe with extreme shock, could it be that NingYe planned to temporarily store the ice and fire 2EI world within this world core, and then directly move the world core? The world core, as the core of the ice and fire 2EI, could indeed temporarily accommodate this world, but the cost involved was also immense. The income is, after all, a world in itself, and the core weight of this world will continue to increase, eventually reaching a point that even the gods cannot bear. However, now that those lines have already surged in about halfway, NingYe's palm can still support it. Although it is sinking, the speed is very busy, and that palm is also extremely steady. This means that NingYe can still support more than half of the world. Such power is truly terrifying. Boom! Just as Laocan was shocked by the strength of NingYe, a thunderclap seemed to sound from the sky, and Laocan's expression changed instantly. Feeling a threat of death in his heart, the ice and fire duality eyes themselves are wandering outside of the Douluo world. But now that NingYe has incorporated them into the world core at the moment of success, their forms will also appear in the Douluo world. However, the Douluo world cannot allow another world to invade, even if it is just a small world, even if this small world was previously considered its affiliated world. After all, it is a world invading another world, like an unstable virus. As long as the Douluo world still has power, it will inevitably choose to expel or destroy it. Looking at NingYe, who still had no other movements, Laocan gritted his teeth and let out a faint call. The following him simultaneously changed their expressions. Laocan was the one among them with the highest cultivation, and if he felt the threat of death, how could they not feel it? But looking at Laocan's resolute expression, they ultimately chose to trust him. The many dispersed their spiritual consciousness, seemingly under Laocan's guidance, forming a special formation around NingYe. With Laocan's command, the bodies of those each erupted with a special glow. Waves of power continuously combined under the guidance of the formation, finally forming a barrier-like light screen that enveloped everyone and the bodies of the within. Feeling the energy of this light screen, Douluo looked at these with a complex expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. But in the end, he also glanced at NingYe, and 9 soul rings slowly rose from his feet. Although his martial soul's true body could no longer be used, Douluo was still a titled Douluo with formidable strength. His expression and his hands, which seemed somewhat greenish from toxin, reached out to grab the 3 frightened women. Without any power to resist, the 3 women were pulled to his side, and then Douluo's figure flickered, bringing the 3 women to stand 3 to 5 meters away from NingYe. Soul power surged within him, gazing at the sky, seemingly ready to strike at any moment to resist the attack from the Douluo world. Boom! The earth trembled again, and the blue lines suspended in the void had dwindled to almost none, with the surrounding environment becoming somewhat illusory. Beneath the illusion, there was an intertwining of starlight and the sunset forest tree environment, quite beautiful. However, looking at this special and beautiful scene, all existences within the ice and fire duality eyes, except for NingYe, were filled with intense tension. They knew that as soon as NingYe succeeded, the first wave of attacks they would face would be from the Douluo world, and that kind of power was certainly beyond what soul beasts or humans could withstand. At this moment, NingYe's brows furrowed slightly as he extended another hand to jointly support the bead that was about to fall to his legs. His gaze fixed on the sky, his eyes shining with determination. Just as those blue lines completely fell into the world core, the environment around everyone instantly changed, transforming into the place where NingYe and the others had entered the sunset forest. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the dark clouds that seemed to cover the entire sky let out 3 thunderous sounds, and then an infinite sense of death surged in the hearts of all inhumans. 3 thick pillars of lightning, as sturdy as 100-year-old trees, descended with boundless power from heaven and earth, striking directly at the world core in NingYe's hands. Chapter 229. A new attempt at this moment. Aside from the higher-level Laocan, the other, including Douluo and the 3 women, felt a flash in their minds and lost consciousness, their spiritual consciousness returning to their bodies, causing Douluo and the 3 women to collapse directly to the ground. The defensive light screen that had been prepared disappeared with this fainting, and Laocan's heart sank into despair. Faced with the might of heaven and earth, they didn't even have the qualification to resist extinction, just as Laocan thought he and the would be annihilated by the lightning pillars. He saw NingYe's lips move slightly, as if speaking a golden word. The heavenly lightning pillars that were about to fall upon them were shattered directly, transforming into arcs of electricity that surrounded NingYe. Seeing this scene, Laocan's heart could no longer be described by words like shock. This was an attack from the Douluo world. Even gods wouldn't have the ability to resist an attack from such a grand world. If they confronted it, the result would only be complete annihilation. Yet NingYe not only blocked it, but did so effortlessly, simply uttering a few words, causing the heavenly lightning that Lao Can believed even a god king would perish under to shatter. And after shattering, it obediently transformed into arcs of thunder, guarding NingYe. How could this be believed? Rumbling. Seeing the lightning pillars blocked by NingYe's methods, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be enraged, letting out several roars, and then continuing to send down even thicker lightning pillars than before. Feeling the might of those thunders, NingYe raised his brows, lifting his hand. The dark MatterComputer, which had dimmed slightly, suddenly burst out with brilliant light. In a world of rules that Lao Can could not see, a vast amount of extremely complex light blue data surged towards the sky, intersecting with the descending lightning pillars. The data rapidly devoured the lightning pillars, then continued to surge towards the dark clouds in the sky. To the ordinary eye, the lightning pillars seemed to pause in midair, then naturally dissipate. With a sound resembling a faint rumble of heaven and earth, NingYe observed the dispersing dark clouds in the sky. And the light blue data in the world of rules seemed to be embedded within the dark clouds, disappearing alongside the thunderous rules, the corners of his mouth slightly raising. If his actions were effective, it was likely that in the future, no one would be able to use thunder powers in front of him, not even the world itself. Because the modified thunder data had deeply entered the world's thunder rules, and the world itself was composed of rules that could not be violated. All right, wake them up. After calculating the success rate of this action in his heart, NingYe said to Lao Can calmly. He was quite satisfied with Lao Can's previous protective actions, and as long as Lao Can cooperated obediently afterward, he would also use the power of the world core to give a slight reward. Looking at NingYe, who remained indifferent despite such events, Lao Can's astonishment was beyond words, but he didn't have too many thoughts. With a turn of his body and a wave of his hand, he emitted points of light from his body, enveloping Douluo and the others. After about 3 seconds, Douluo and the others awakened. With a few words from NingYe, Lao Can's spiritual consciousness transformed in a flowing light, entering the world core, while Douluo followed behind NingYe. NingYe and the other two had somewhat pale faces, while Xiaodong looked somewhat dejected as he watched NingYe's departing figure. 3 days later, under a clear sky, in the seven-treasure glazed tile sect's main hall. Although the Heaven-Do Empire had been forcibly incorporated into the seven-treasure glazed tile sect by NingYe, and NingFengji had become the emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect was still the root, so most of the time, several senior leaders of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect remained within the sect. Looking at the two men sitting on the left and right below, NingFengji smiled bitterly. Under the Haotian crown and the Xiaotian crown, your proposal is a bit too hasty. We have just absorbed the two great empires of Tiando and Douluo, which is already somewhat rushed. Now you're saying that we should also take in the blue lightning tyrant dragon. I'm afraid it will be difficult to manage. Master, you are wrong in saying that. As long as that great person is around, there is nothing that cannot be managed. Tang Xiao, sitting on the right, said with a gleam in his eyes. Ever since NingYe left the Haotian sect, he and several elders discussed and immediately set out to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, hoping to contribute to the sect quickly and gain recognition from NingYe. But that great person is not even here now. He does things and then runs off, leaving me to clean up the mess. NingFengji said somewhat indignantly, but the smile on his face indicated that he was in a good mood. Tang Hao, sitting on the left, smiled and advised, that great person is very busy, so we need people like us to help handle some trivial matters. Master Ning, you shouldn't worry. From the moment he saw NingYe at the Haotian sect, he knew that Yin had been revived. So after accepting the position of the sect master of Haotian sect, he immediately rushed to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Part of the reason was to see Yin, and another part was to contribute to the seven-treasure glazed tile sect to offset some of NingYe's kindness towards him. The proposal to subdue the blue lightning tyrant dragon was also first brought up by him. However, the blue lightning tyrant dragon is one of the top 3 sects, and it is said that someone within has received a divine inheritance, which is quite troublesome and cannot be considered trivial. NingFengji shook his head, denying Tang Hao's statement, but his gaze also glanced at Tang Xiao, as he was aware of Tang Xiao's strength. Just as a few people were discussing, a disciple rushed in quickly, his words full of joy. The young sect master has returned. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened at the same time. After NingFengji scolded with a smile, he led everyone out of the main hall. At this moment, NingYe held the world core in his right hand, smiling as he greeted the incoming sect disciples and elders. The world core contained a world, and with his current computational power, he could not achieve transfer through a wormhole. So he brought Douluo back with him. Douluo looked at the waves of people approaching, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Xiaoyi, your status as the young sect master is truly impressive. It made me wait so long. Ning Fengji's voice came over. NingYe smiled, glancing at the approaching group. And seeing Ning Fengji's serious expression filled with joy, he slightly lowered his head. Master, I dare not. Douluo, just as Ning Fengji wanted to tease. He noticed the green-haired elder behind NingYe and frowned slightly. How could he be with Xiaoyi? Master, Douluo is willing to join our 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Seeing Ning Fengji's expression, NingYe guessed his thoughts and smiled lightly. Chapter 230. Settling the ice and fire 2-element surrounding them. The disciples listening to NingYe spoke with admiration in their eyes. Indeed, he is worthy of being the young sect master. He previously brought back the Soul Sage, Soul Emperor, and a group of talented students, and just a few days ago, he brought back a group of Tidal, Ba, and Haotian sect members. This time, he certainly did not disappoint, even bringing back a poisoned Douluo. After NingYe explained, Ning Fengji's frown eased slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by NingYe. Master, let us catch up later. First, let me find a place. Immediately, a group of people followed NingYe towards the back mountain. Originally, the area occupied by the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, as one of the top 3 sects, was vast with various buildings taking up a large space. But there were also plenty of open spaces reserved for future sect development, and the back mountain had such open space. Boom! When NingYe stood still, his gaze became focused, and the world core in his palm was forcibly lifted by an invisible force, emitting a faint blue light. With a loud bang, blue lines suddenly appeared in front of everyone, as if they were continuously reorganizing, constructing between heaven and earth. What do you think this is? Who knows? Anyway, it's a good thing. The young sect master never disappoints us. Exactly. Having such a genius as the young sect master in our 7-treasure glazed tile sect is truly the blessing accumulated over 10,000 years. Watching this scene, the disciples who followed were filled with shock and began to discuss. Meanwhile, the Shrek group, who heard the news and rushed over, looked at NingYe, who was slightly raising his head to the sky, with complex feelings that were hard to describe. At this moment, NingYe's eyes, which flickered with light, seemed to see the essence of the rules of heaven and earth, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, his experiment was successful. If it hadn't been successful, such a grand scene would have already prepared for thunderstrikes. Now, there was no movement at all. Boom! As the ground trembled slightly, the faint blue lines seemed to hide away, disappearing into the void. But at this moment, no one paid attention to the blue lines. Instead, most of the gazes were blank and shocked, looking at the scene before them. Lush green grass, blooming flowers, and a pool of red and blue-color hot springs were continuously rising with water vapor, rapidly spreading, as if watering the flowers and grasses. Looking at this scene of paradise, even Ning Fengji and the others were somewhat lost in it. However, at this moment, Tang San among the Shrek group seemed to remember something and exclaimed, Ice and fire 2-element eye? What is the ice and fire 2-element eye? Everyone's gaze turned to Tang San, their eyes filled with confusion, while only NingYe's mouth curled up. Under the gaze of everyone, including his parents, Tang San hesitated for a moment before speaking. Actually, I'm not too sure, but this hot spring is quite similar to what I saw in an ancient book. That ancient book referred to this hot spring as the ice and fire 2-element eye, one of the 3 great treasure basins in the world, capable of nourishing all things. Most suitable for plant-type soul beasts, and can also stimulate the growth of rare herbs. Hiss! Hearing Tang San's explanation, everyone involuntarily gasped. They could accept the growth of plant-type soul beasts, but the ability to stimulate the growth of rare materials was too frightening. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to the plants next to the ice and fire 2-element eye. If what Tang San said was true, then the plants growing beside the hot spring were surely divine herbs. However, this hot spring seemed to have some changes compared to the ice and fire 2-element eye. At least in the records, the ice and fire 2-element eye was not this large, and because of the power of the ice and fire 2-element eye, there would generally be extremely strong scorching power and extreme icy power surrounding it. But we are not feeling any of that now. Tang San frowned slightly, his eyes filled with deep confusion. This hot spring was indeed too strange, possessing characteristics similar to the ice and fire 2-element eye. but lacking the power of the ice and fire two-element eye, making it truly difficult to distinguish. Hearing Tang San's doubts, the disciples fell silent. Indeed, there are no such good things in the world. Looking at NingYe, who showed no change in expression, they secretly thought that NingYe might be a bit embarrassed for bringing back a fake item. Everyone smiled and said, although it is not the true Eye of Ice and Fire, it is almost the same. Yes, yes. The young master has brought a great gift back to our sect this time. Even just looking at this hot spring makes me feel like I want to break through my soul power. Ning Rongrong, who had unknowingly stood beside NingYe, was even more worried. She glanced at Ning Fengji and slowly reached out her small hand to hold NingYe's. Looking at the concerned Ning Rongrong beside him, along with the special comfort from many disciples, NingYe couldn't help but smile inwardly. He glanced at Tang San and for the first time felt that he also had unreliable moments. He spoke, "This is indeed the Eye of Ice and Fire, but it has undergone a slight change." What change? Looking at NingYe's calm expression, everyone was at a loss for words, and Ning Fengji asked, "The reason there is no power is that I have controlled it, and regarding the size of the hot spring, it is because the Eye of Ice and Fire has evolved." Tang San exclaimed, "Evolved?" The Eye of Ice and Fire is one of the 3 great treasure troves of the world, a miraculous place in itself. How can it evolve? NingYe smiled lightly. This Eye of Ice and Fire has been influenced by an unknown power and has turned into a small world, greatly enhancing its original effects. Which is why I brought it back. He spent 3 days bringing the small world back, even with the risk of being struck by lightning, for this reason. The speed at which the Eye of Ice and Fire produces medicinal materials has significantly increased. Even in a normal state, without his interference, it is still very quick. Increase. How much? Tang San was filled with surprise, but he did not doubt NingYe's words at all. The surrounding sect disciples also believed NingYe, but they were all curious about this question, looking at NingYe in unison. NingYe smiled lightly. "Previously, Lil San, you said that plants could grow at 10 times the speed, and now it's still good. Under normal circumstances, it can be multiplied by 10 again." Everyone swallowed hard, a single phrase echoing in their minds. 100 times. What a terrifying concept this is. This means that as long as a plant is planted within the range of the Eye of Ice and Fire, 1 year is equivalent to 100 years of medicinal effect. While 100-year medicinal materials are not uncommon, they are still rare. Generally speaking, as long as plants cultivate for 100 years, they can become soul beasts, and after becoming soul beasts, the essence of the medicinal materials will converge in the soul ring. Unless the medicinal material soul beast contributes part of its essence. Otherwise, even if it is killed, it can only obtain a soul ring, and the medicinal material itself will lose its efficacy. This also makes it so that medicinal materials that have grown for 100 years without becoming soul beasts are relatively scarce. But those within the Eye of Ice and Fire only need to cultivate for a year, making the possibility of becoming a soul beast very small, which means they can be consumed. Chapter 231, a 1,000-fold increase. Everyone becomes a dragon. Everyone also thought of this. Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock, "Brother Yi, you're not joking, right? 10 times multiplied by 10 times is 100 times. NingYe raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. 100 times is actually not bad. If I use all my strength, I can multiply it by another 10 times. This is one of the important reasons why he insisted on bringing the small world back. This time, he couldn't be sure how long he would be away, although the sect would definitely not fall with him there. He also knew that his teacher always hoped for the 7-treasure glazed tile school to flourish comprehensively and be fully developed, which he couldn't achieve alone. With the Eye of Ice and Fire rapidly producing medicinal materials, as long as it is used properly, the remaining new generation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school would definitely rise quickly, which would be the true prosperity of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji clearly thought of this as well, his voice trembling slightly. "Little Yi, are you serious?" "Of course I am serious, teacher." NingYe smiled lightly. "I plan to set up an independent reward and punishment mechanism within the sect. Sect disciples can exchange the plant medicinal materials from the Eye of Ice and Fire by completing tasks to enhance their strength and foundation." Many disciples swallowed hard again, their eyes filled with admiration and respect as they looked at NingYe. The young master not only has great strength himself, but also thinks of us disciples. He is indeed the hope of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. NingYe's gaze shifted again, looking at Tang Hao and Tang Sin behind Ning Fengji. The fire dance. Shui Bing'er and Feng Xiaotian from the 3 academies also did not return to their academy and followed to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. He smiled lightly. Of course, as allies of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, NingYe School can also exchange for celestial herbs with us through certain means. Shrek Academy and the 3 major academies are the same. They can also exchange. For these affiliated forces he had subdued, it was appropriate to give them some benefits. As for whether these affiliated forces would surpass the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with celestial herbs, he would leave that to his teacher to handle. Hearing NingYe's words, Tang Hao and the others who were named all became excited. They looked at NingYe with deep gratitude in their eyes. The medicinal materials among them must be treasures. Generally speaking, normal sects wouldn't even share them with others, even if they couldn't use them themselves. But NingYe was fully open, and although they understood there might be differences in the difficulty of obtaining them compared to sect disciples, there would always be ways to solve it. If NingYe didn't open up, they would have nothing. Feeling the excitement of the crowd, NingYe smiled slightly. Looking at the silent Ning Fengji, "Teacher, I have some detailed matters to discuss with you." With a nod from Ning Fengji, the figures of NingYe, Ning Rongrong, and Ning Fengji disappeared from a spot. But looking at the position where NingYe had originally stood, Tang Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "This is going to make everyone in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School become dragons." Everyone present nodded in deep agreement, their excitement and gratitude lingering in their eyes. In NingYe's room, looking at the familiar arrangement around, NingYe smiled with a hint of joy. Sitting on the bed, "Teacher, actually, there's another important matter I need to tell you." Sitting in the chair, Ning Fengji's eyes were filled with deep appreciation. "Go ahead. Little Yi, I want to see what surprise you can give me." Once in the room, Ning Rongrong also relaxed a lot, sitting cross-legged on the chair. Her eyes filled with joy as she looked at NingYe. Yes, Brother Yi, do you have any special treasures that only we should know about?" "No treasures, but I do have something to give to the teacher." NingYe looked at Ning Rongrong fondly, then raised a hand, and that pearl appeared in midair, slowly falling into Ning Fengji's hand. Upon catching the pearl, Ning Fengji seemed to have a guess and asked with confusion, "What is this?" NingYe smiled and explained, "This is the world core of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Teacher, if you refine it, you will be able to master the Eye of Ice and Fire." In fact, from the very beginning, Laocan had guessed wrong. He did not refine the world core, but briefly controlled the power of the world core using computational ability. And he didn't refine it because he found the power of the world core could only be used within the Eye of Ice and Fire. And within the Eye of Ice and Fire, he could also temporarily use the power of the world with his computational ability. He also wanted to leave it for his teacher to use. Ning Fengji's body trembled, and both he and Ning Rongrong looked at the pearl in their hands, their expressions somewhat dazed. This was a world, and NingYe just handed it over to him. Finally, looking at the smiling NingYe, without asking further, he just nodded deeply. "Good." Seeing that Ning Fengji did not refuse, NingYe smiled. The Eye of Ice and Fire is a chicken rib for him, but for the teacher, it is a treasure. As long as it is used properly, it will be the last trump card of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. After scanning the sect with his calculation ability, NingYe was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Where are the 2 grandfathers? Why haven't I seen them?" He had previously thought that Swordbone Douluo was just busy and not by Ning Fengji's side, but after a scan, he found that they were not in the sect, which was a bit strange. "It's not your fault. You've taken in both great empires at once, and the empires can't be without someone to manage them. That's why your sword grandfather is staying in the Tiando Empire's royal family, while your bone grandfather went with the one you chose, Zhu Zhuqing, back to the Xingluo Empire." Upon mentioning this, Ning Fengji suddenly felt a bit resentful. NingYe chuckled. "So that's how it is. That's quite good, isn't it? No wonder Zhu Zhuqing was also missing from the Shrek group just now, and Dai Mubai was nowhere to be found either. They probably went back to the Xingluo Empire together." Seeing NingYe's slightly awkward expression, Ning Fengji felt a bit more comfortable, but his brows furrowed slightly. "How Yandalaw and Shao Diandong help us subdue the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and take this opportunity to unify the continent. What do you think? That's quite good, isn't it?" NingYe looked at Ning Fengji, who seemed a bit worried, and smiled faintly. "Unifying the continent with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect was something I envisioned from the start. If this is a bother for you, then let me handle it. You can focus on absorbing the core of the world." Seeing that Ning Fengji still seemed hesitant, NingYe added another incentive. "If I'm not mistaken, once you absorb the core of this world, the restrictions on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower will also be directly lifted." "Really?" Ning Fengji was taken aback, and then his eyes were filled with excitement. NingYe smiled faintly and nodded. Of course it's true. In NingYe's view, the restrictions on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower were essentially a defect. Refining the core of the world, with its immense power, will be something Ning Fengji couldn't fully absorb, but even a little would be enough to rejuvenate him. And the effect would definitely not be worse than consuming divine herbs. Chapter 232. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Since that's the case, then this matter is entrusted to you. Watching Ning Fengji hurriedly leave, NingYe smiled, knowing that his teacher had been almost driven mad by wanting to lift this restriction, and now there was finally hope. Unless something major happened, nothing could stop him from lifting the restrictions. Once Ning Fengji left, NingYe's gaze turned to the hesitant Ning Rongrong, and he smiled lightly. Rongrong, your soul power has reached level 35, right? Ning Rongrong nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at NingYe. Since that's the case, I should fulfill my promise. NingYe raised an eyebrow slightly, pointed his hand, and a beam of light enveloped Ning Rongrong. Feeling the power continuously flowing in, Ning Rongrong glanced at NingYe and closed her eyes to enter a state of cultivation. At this moment, NingYe moved his lips slightly. In the distance, Douluo, who was mingling with the members of the AwakensDark sect, was momentarily stunned and then nodded. After doing this, NingYe's expression became serious. He spread his palm, and a genetic model appeared in his hand. Looking at this genetic model, NingYe fell into deep thought. This genetic model had been close to completion for a long time, but there was still one last step, with two possible development directions he had not yet decided on. Seeing Ning Rongrong's extremely serious little face immersed in her cultivation, NingYe recalled the request she had made back then and let out a sigh. He pointed his finger, and the genetic model began to spin rapidly, with streams of data being written into it. Then, with the assistance of NingYe's dark MatterComputer, it slowly landed on Ning Rongrong's head and merged into her. With a whoosh, the door that had been opened was closed, and everything around seemed to quiet down. An invisible force enveloped the small room, preventing anyone from entering. Have you heard? The AwakensDark sect has also chosen to ally with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Now the Seven Treasures Glazed sect plans to unite the strength of the two great empires to establish a harmonious order for soul masters on the continent. Of course I've heard. Not only that, it seems the two great sects are also planning to formulate rules to regulate the behavior of soul masters to prevent them from using their overwhelming power to bully civilians. Your news is a bit simplistic. I have a cousin's wife whose brother is working as a handyman in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. I've heard that they intend to invite the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which is also one of the top 3 sects, to help establish this order. However, it seems the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is not too willing. Why are they not too willing? It seems they don't want to be constrained. It's understandable, as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has occupied a top position for a long time, and the soul masters within the family have become accustomed to being high and mighty. Now, with this order, they surely wouldn't be happy about it. A day later, a piece of news rapidly spread across various channels throughout the continent. Even the elderly chatting on the streets knew about it. In an instant, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which was obstructing the establishment of the order, became the target of public criticism and was scolded by some. At this moment, within the territory of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, in the Grand Hall, symbolizing the core of the family, which prominently displayed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon emblem, there was a surge of anger. Sitting in the main seat, the patriarch Yu Qianjin had a hint of gloom in his eyes. This is simply too arrogant. It's obvious that the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has ulterior motives, wanting to swallow us, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, yet using such tactics. An elder sitting below quickly comforted him. Patriarch, don't be angry yet. This is a situation we can't avoid. However, we can consider the future development of the family through this opportunity. Glancing at the elder, who also showed signs of fear, Yu Qianjin felt a flash of disappointment in his eyes and looked at a handsome young man next to him. Tianheng, what do you think? As Yu Qianheng was the next generation being heavily nurtured by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, if he shared the same opinion, it would mean that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family truly had no hope. Yu Qianheng pondered for a moment and spoke. Grandpa, I believe this may be an opportunity for our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Qianjin's interest was suddenly piqued. What do you mean? Yu Qianheng's eyes sparkled. The situation on the continent is now very clear. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is dominant, and the original top 3 sects, the 2 great empires, have already become their subordinates. In this situation, do you think we still have the strength to resist? The elders shook their heads in unison. No. Yu Qianjin secretly thought the same. He knew that with the strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, they simply did not have the ability to resist the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. However, if they were to meekly submit to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, He felt it would truly bring shame to the family. Looking at the conflicted Yu Qianjin, Yu Qianheng sighed internally, since there is no power to resist. Why should we stubbornly fight for so-called dignity? Yu Qianjin's body trembled slightly, looking at Yu Qianheng, who also held some persuasion in his tone. He finally sighed. Then why do you say this is our opportunity? Yu Qianheng thought for a moment. In my opinion, if our blue lightning tyrant dragon family wants to continue to survive, aligning with the Seven Treasures glazed sect is the inevitable path. However, correspondingly, we can take this opportunity to gain better reputation and assistance from the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Yu Qianjin's eyes brightened slightly. Elaborate. He actually isn't unable to accept dependence. It's just that everything before felt like their blue electric tyrant dragon was forced to depend on the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Even within the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, their status probably wouldn't be very high, making it hard for him to accept. Yu Tianheng's eyes sparkled. Since the Seven Treasure glazed tile school claims we obstructed the establishment of rules, then let's do the opposite and actively establish a set of rules and order. With this sincerity, we'll bring the people's hearts to join the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. In the end, even considering our blue electric tyrant dragon's good reputation, we should receive quite a few privileges. The elder's eyes lit up, looking at Yu Tianheng with deep admiration. Yu Qianjin also showed a satisfied expression and nodded. Good, let's do it your way. Just as everyone was about to disperse, a somewhat effeminate male voice came over. I didn't expect that after just a month or two of seclusion, the family would fall to this point, needing to depend on other sections. Seeing the middle-aged man with slightly graying hair walk in slowly, Yu Qianjin expressed some joy. Luo Mian, you have come out of seclusion. Yu Qianjin, it seems you're not doing a good job as the clan leader. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. Yu Qianjin looked at Yu Luomian, who said this, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Luo Mian, what do you mean? Yu Luomian, with a faint smile, walked slowly to Yu Tianjin's side and whispered in his ear. It naturally means that you should step down and let me take over the family management. Chapter 233. Great change. Yu Tianjin's eyes narrowed, and before he could say anything, in the next second, his body was directly sent flying out, crashing through the hall's wall. Boom! Yu Luomian retracted his fist, wearing a disdainful smile, looking at the astonished Yu Tianheng. Indeed, he is no match, but my dear little grandson. Why do you look at me like that? Yu Tianheng suddenly felt a chill run through his body, as if he thought of something, and incredulously asked, You completely absorbed the divine inheritance? Although Yu Tianjin was not very guarded just now, he was still a title Douluo at level 96, while Yu Luomian's level was only 79. The power difference was vast. Even if Yu Tianjin was unprepared, he couldn't have been directly sent flying. The only possibility was the divine inheritance obtained by Yu Luomian. Yu Luomian smirked. Not really, but even if it's just 1%, it's enough to rampage on this great road. Seemingly sensing something, he raised his hand again and threw a simple punch towards the door. A golden light surged from his fist, seemingly a giant dragon, instantly sending the transformed Yu Tianjin, who had activated his martial soul, true body, and turned into a giant dragon shimmering with endless electric light, flying again. Looking at that golden dragon, Yu Qianheng and the other elders couldn't help but tremble, as if they felt a higher level pressure, and gradually a sense of submission arose in their hearts. This is truly boring. Yu Luomian, smiling, sat on the main seat, watching the trembling people around him, and Yu Tianjin, who had already been sent flying far away and was covered in wounds. The joy in his heart was indescribable. He spoke again, from today onward. I'm a clan leader of the blue electric tyrant dragon family. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed, and the entire sect could see the soaring blue electric dragon. Looking at that giant dragon, Yu Luomian's expression turned slightly cold. Brother, why must you do this? If you hand the family over to me, I will manage it well on your behalf. If you want to replace me, then let strength speak. The giant dragon opened its mouth, and Yu Tianjin's voice came out. His vertical pupil dragon eyes filled with intense anger. Since that's the case, I can only let you take a little look at my current strength. As Yu Luomian's words fell, the pupils of everyone around, including the transformed Yu Tianjin, shrank, as if they had seen something terrifying. 2 days later, in the main hall of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, the high-ranking members of the Haotian school and NingYe were discussing matters. Tang Hao looked at NingYe, who had a slight smile, and said apologetically, Sect Master Ning, I am truly sorry to have awakened you from seclusion, but there is indeed something that needs your attention. No problem, but what urgent matter is it? NingYe waved his hand, his eyes filled with joy. In 3 days, he He had completely refined the world's core with the little methods left by NingYe. The power it contained indeed broke the limitations of the seven-treasure glazed tile tower. The years of accumulation meant that now he only needed to obtain one more spirit ring, and he could probably soar directly to level 90. How could this not make him happy? Tang Hao also felt a bit envious. He knew NingYe must have given NingYe quite a few benefits. But thinking of the information received in the past few days, his expression became slightly serious. 3 days ago, the young master ordered us to pressure the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, and as a result, a major change occurred within the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family in these 3 days. NingYe calmed down a bit, his expression solemn. What major change? Tang Xiao said in a low voice. Yu Lingyan, who obtained the divine inheritance, directly overthrew Yu Tianjin and took over as clan leader, imprisoning the former clan leader and all supporters in the prison. Yu Tianjin was defeated? NingYe was slightly taken aback. He had dealt with Yu Tianjin for many years and naturally knew how powerful Yu Tianjin was. It is not an exaggeration to say that Yu Tianjin alone could contend against 2 titled Daluos like the Swordbone Douluo without falling behind. That should be the case. And this Yu Lumian has also announced something to the continent. Tang Xiao nodded, his eyes also showing a bit of surprise. Although Yu Tianjin's strength is not as good as is now, if he and Yu Tianjin were on the same level, it would be hard to say who would win even with the might of the Haotian hammer. After all, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon is also known as the #1 beast martial soul in the world alongside the Haotian hammer. NingYe's eyes narrowed. What matter? Tang Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. He will come to the 7-treasure glazed tile school today, 3 days from now, to discuss the establishment of the Order of the Continent with the sect master. NingYe's expression became grave. It seems he is coming in full force. He is not a fool and will not let Yu Lumian come over this time for friendly exchanges. Just as everyone was about to discuss countermeasures, a scream echoed throughout the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and then NingYe saw a figure fly in. Boom! With a loud crash, the figure smashed into the wall. Bloodied, NingYe and the others' expressions instantly turned ugly. The figure was wearing the disciple's robe of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Someone had actually beaten a disciple like this within the 7-treasure glazed tile school and arrogantly smashed him into this hall, which was a provocation against the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Is this the hospitality of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? I personally came, and this disciple actually dared to stop me. He is really seeking death. A soft voice then came in, and NingYe and the others saw Yu Lumian walk into the hall with a smile. Yu Lumian, you actually dared to harm my sect's disciple. NingYe's expression was extremely cold as he reprimanded. Extending his hand, a stream of light flashed by, enveloping his disciple and easing his injuries. Seeing NingYe's actions, Yu Lumian scoffed. So what if he's injured? What do you want? The elder of Haotian's sect, known for his fiery temper, Elder Liang, couldn't help but shout angrily. You only know how to bully the younger generation, truly shameless. Although it had only been a few days since NingYe had subdued him, the members of Haotian's sect were already aware that with NingYe present, the 7-treasures glazed sect was an excellent backing. Moreover, NingYe had previously mentioned that he could open up the medicinal resources within the ice and fire yin-yang eye for Haotian sect. This kindness was noted by the elders, and now that someone dared to provoke the 7-treasures glazed sect, how could the elders, who had been looking for an opportunity to contribute, let pass? As soon as Elder Liang finished speaking, Yu Lumian's expression turned cold, and with a movement of his foot, he appeared in front of Elder Liang in the next second, his dragon claw covered in golden scales striking directly at Elder Liang. Chapter 234. The 7-treasures glazed sect is suppressed. As a titled Douluo, Elder Liang was not an ordinary person and reacted instantly. However, the time was too short, and he did not have enough distance to block with the Haotian hammer. Elder Liang extended his somewhat aged hand, pouring his soul power into it, colliding with Yu Lumian's dragon claw. Although this action would surely lead to his defeat, as a titled Douluo and also holding the Haotian hammer, Elder Liang was confident that his strength would at most cause him to be pushed back a few steps. Boom! But in the next second, everyone's gaze focused, and with a loud bang of air, Elder Liang's figure was directly blasted away, crashing against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with shock as he looked at Yu Lumian. In that instant, he felt as if he had been struck by his own Haotian hammer. That terrifying power was simply unstoppable. A dog that can only bark. When did it have the right to speak in front of me? Yu Lumian said with a look of disdain, waving his hand as the golden scales slowly disappeared under his arm. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, and in a deep voice, he said, Lumian, you insulted my sect's elder. I need to teach you a lesson. With that, he charged towards Lumian, his 9 soul rings pulsing as 3 of them flashed, including the 7th soul ring. The gigantic black Haotian hammer in his hand suddenly erupted with an incredibly fierce black light, but under Tang Hao's strong control, the Haotian hammer did not expand, although its imposing aura kept rising. Feeling the slight danger from the hammer, Lumian's expression tightened, but remembering the powerful force he possessed, he sneered, Haotian Dalu, you are just a stray dog. There's no need for that. You can all come at me together. In an instant, Tang Hao had rushed to his front, his slightly cold face radiating boundless dominance. Just as he was about to strike down, Tang Hao's 9th red soul ring lit up, and a layer of red light seemed to envelop the Haotian hammer, which was emitting surging black light. Lumian's dragon claw, which had originally transformed into a hand, rapidly spread across his body, covered in shimmering golden light, feeling an apparently infinite power within him. Lumian raised his hand to collide with the Haotian hammer. Boom! The air seemed to visibly twist, producing a loud explosion. Tang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he saw the Haotian hammer tightly grasped by Lumian's dragon claw, while Lumian's other dragon claw was about to grab Tang Hao. With a furious roar, a colorful light fell from above, enveloping Tang Zhao, further amplifying the already immense aura. Then, the Haotian hammer, radiating faint golden light from Tang Zhao's palm, flew out, and time seemed to freeze under this hammer. Lumian frowned slightly, glancing at NingYe, who was augmenting Tang Zhao, and had to give up on grabbing Tang Hao. With a soft dragon roar, the sound echoed throughout the great hall. Tang Hao's figure was directly blasted away, and the Haotian hammer held in Lumian's hand emitted a piercing shriek, exploding and turning into a wisp of soul power that returned to Tang Hao. In midair, Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly paling, plummeting straight down. Just as he was about to hit the ground, dozens of blue-silver grasses burst through the solid ground, forming a protective basket to catch Tang Hao. After crushing the Haotian hammer, the incoming Haotian hammer was about to collide with Lumian, but he moved like a golden lightning bolt, dodging in place. The powerful Haotian hammer shooting straight through. Everyone's expressions changed. The speed was astonishing. After dodging, Lumian stood in place, scanning around, eyeing the blue-silver grass protective basket that shielded Tang Hao, and sneered, the 7 Treasures glazed sect is indeed wealthy. Not only do you have title Douluo from Haotian's sect, but you even have 10,000-year soul beasts. NingYe's expression had completely turned cold. Enough, what do you want? Lumian? He exchanged glances with Tang Zhao, both seeing the troublesome intent in each other's eyes. Lumian's displayed strength was too astonishing. Perhaps all the people present together would not be able to subdue him. In this situation, NingYe could not allow things to escalate further. If things got out of hand, and Lumian went mad, bringing the outer disciples into the fray, the consequences would be unbearable for the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Watching NingYe's grim expression, Lumian instead smiled, growing more confident in his divine inheritance power. What else can I do? From the very beginning, it was the 7 Treasures glazed sect that initiated the trouble. I was merely forced to retaliate. No need for nonsense. What exactly do you want? NingYe felt a bit irritated deep down, frustrated with his own lack of strength. If NingYe were here, Lumian would probably be directly killed without needing this negotiation-like method. Since Sect Master Ning said I should bring it up, I might as well say a few points. Lumian smiled slightly. Firstly, the 7 Treasures glazed sect needs to compensate for the damages I incurred from coming here. Secondly, Haotian's sect must publicly apologize to me across the continent. Lastly, I would like to take that 10,000-year soul beast back as a pet. After stating these 3 points, the entire venue fell silent. NingYe's face had turned as dark as it could, while Tang Zhao and the others were filled with anger. I didn't expect someone to dare extort the 7 Treasures glazed sect. This is truly the first time I've seen it. Just as NingYe was contemplating how to refuse, NingYe's voice seemed to resonate from the void, echoing in everyone's ears. NingYe's face instantly showed joy, especially Tang Zhao and the other Haotian sect members, who exchanged glances with smiles, their eyes carrying a hint of pleasure and pity towards Lumian. That esteemed one is coming. Not to mention just the Lumian who has acquired an unknown divine inheritance. Even a true powerful divine, being from the God realm, would have to die here. You are that genius. As he watched NingYe slowly emerge from the void, Lumian's vertical dragon pupils suddenly contracted, sensing a terrible threat from the depths of his heart, but it faded almost instantly. Boom! NingYe did not say much, merely raising his arm, and the power of heaven and earth seemed to coalesce into a massive fist, crashing down fiercely onto Yu Luomian. The speed was so fast that even Yu Luomian didn't react in time and was directly sent flying out of the Great Hall. Looking at NingYe, who had effortlessly suppressed Yu Luomian, Ning Fengji's eyes were filled with satisfaction, while a few members of Haotian's sect praised NingYe's dominance. Chapter 235. The Power of the Golden Dragon King. You really have some guts to be able to injure me. Yu Luomian's gloomy voice came from outside the hall, but it seemed his voice couldn't keep up with his speed. Just as his words arrived, his figure was already in front of NingYe, and the enormous, expanding dragon claw was coming down on NingYe. The shining golden light seemed to amplify the power of this dragon claw several times. Just by looking at it, Tang Zhao's expression became grave. He sensed a power that surpassed his own from this claw, even though he was currently a god. And although he hadn't fully mastered the power of a god due to the short time, and the inherited divine position was only a level 3 god, he was still a god, incomparable to a mere human soul master. He had already accepted that NingYe was stronger than him. After all, he was a powerful being capable of annihilating the consciousness of a level 1 god angel. But now, this Yu Luomian actually possessed power that surpassed his own, and it seemed he hadn't fully accepted the position of a god. How powerful must the divine position inherited by Yu Luomian be? Level 1 or above? This is quite interesting. Facing this fierce and imposing punch, NingYe smiled slightly, making no grand movements, just raising his hand to grasp the dragon claw. Boom! It was as if there was a thunderous sound echoing through the heavens and the earth. But Ning Fengji and the others understood that this was merely the sound produced by the collision of two powerful forces, comparable to the voice of the heavens and the earth. Watching NingYe grip his claw, Yu Luomian's eyes were filled with disbelief. He wanted to move his claw, but it felt as if it were fixed in place by iron and gold, unable to budge. Boom! Just as Yu Luomian was about to use his other hand, he found his body had already been sent flying backward. A tremendous force erupted from his chest, extending to his limbs. Even his indestructible dragon body was thoroughly destroyed before this overwhelming power. Cough, cough. Looking at Yu Luomian, who crashed to the ground and was coughing up blood, NingYe raised an eyebrow, surprisingly still not dead. Although up until now, he had only used 70% of his physical strength. It was still not something that humans or ordinary gods could withstand, yet Yu Luomian was able to endure. A hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes, and a faint light appeared as he quickly analyzed Yu Luomian's physical condition. You've really angered me. Although it felt as if his body had been stripped bare in an instant, Yu Luomian's mindset was beginning to explode after being continuously attacked. He only wanted to kill NingYe completely, 100 times over to vent his anger. With a resounding dragon roar, 9 soul rings slowly rose from beneath Yu Luomian's feet. However, these 9 soul rings were completely different from normal soul rings. Their exterior appeared to be wrapped in a layer of golden foil. Unless one had keen eyesight, they wouldn't be able to see the original color of the soul rings beneath the golden light. Seeing the special soul rings, NingYe seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up. In the instant NingYe was pondering, the 7th soul ring on Yu Luomian's body lit up, and his body, already covered in golden scales, emitted a strong glow, merging with the golden light that burst forth from the 7th soul ring. The entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and even beyond 100 miles outside the sect, could see a beam of golden light soaring into the sky. As soon as they saw the massive figure slowly emerging from within that golden light, everyone felt an overwhelming majesty in their hearts. Looking at the golden giant dragon, an elder exclaimed, "Is this the sacred dragon?" Tang Zhao shook his head, gazing at the golden dragon. A hint of unnaturally arose in his heart. But more so was confusion. No, this aura is stronger and more majestic than the sacred dragon. What kind of dragon is this? No one could answer him, as no one had ever seen this terrifying and powerful giant dragon before. The only one who knew the answer, NingYe, revealed a slight smile. So that's it. He wondered why this Yu Luomian, who was merely a supporting character, could possess such powerful strength. It turned out he had gained a bit of power from the Golden Dragon King, as a split entity of the once strongest dragon god in the divine realm. The Golden Dragon King's strength was boundless. Even just a little bit was enough for a person to possess the power to contend with gods. It seemed it was also due to the influence of the world's evolution that led to this special situation. Feeling the boundless power within him, Yu Luomian's heart swelled completely. Perhaps due to the influence of power, his previously soft voice became somewhat mighty. Upon seeing this dragon god, why do you not kneel? Hearing this, NingYe chuckled lightly. Don't say you're just a fake. Even if the real Golden Dragon King were here, he wouldn't have the guts to say such things. Although he had never truly seen the Golden Dragon King, through his contact with gods like the Angel God, he could roughly gauge how his current strength compared in the divine realm. At the very least, he could easily crush level 1 gods. As for the gods above that, he had no comparison, but based on his estimates, it shouldn't be difficult to suppress them. And while the Golden Dragon King's strength was greater than that of a god king, it wouldn't be boundlessly strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed. Calculating this way, NingYe's strength should pose no danger in the divine realm before any significant changes occurred. However, since the world was evolving, NingYe couldn't predict what powerful beings might appear in the future, so it was still very necessary to increase his strength. With countless thoughts in his mind, NingYe's actions did not pause. Just after his rebuttal, the dragon eyes of Luomian surged with overwhelming rage, while NingYe's figure had already appeared atop the high dragon head. With a slight tug in the void, the dark gold great sword manifested, accompanied by endless lightning, and NingYe thrust it downward. Roar! The golden giant dragon let out a furious roar, although its hard scales blocked the thrust of the dark gold great sword. They were on the verge of shattering, and large amounts of blood gushed out from the broken areas. The thunderous power attached to the sword also surged into the dragon's body through the blood, causing an overwhelming pain. Young Sect Master is mighty. Watching this scene, all the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect displayed joy, shouting in unison, their voices even comparable to the dragon's roar. How could they not know the situation in the Great Hall? Some of them had seen Luomian injure a disciple, and then directly barge into the Great Hall, and many harbored hatred toward Luomian. Now, this golden dragon was clearly Luomian's transformation, and the young sect master being able to injure him was avenging the disciples. How could they not cheer? Luomian's dragon eyes instantly shifted over, and the furious gaze made the disciples' hearts tremble. Just as the disciples felt they might be directly killed by that glare, they noticed that the golden giant dragon's eyes had vanished, or rather, its body had completely disappeared. Chapter 236, NingYe Takes Action. Annihilation. NingYe stood smiling in midair, his palm slightly raised. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky, and the sunlight seemed to burst forth, revealing an illusory yet clear enormous hand in the sky, entwined with boundless flames and thunder. The golden dragon had been bound by an invisible force outside the sect, struggling continuously in midair. Its massive body thrashed about, and in an instant the slightly elevated soil, rocks, and trees below were shattered, with fragments flying everywhere. Roar boom! Accompanied by a resonance of commotion and the roar of the dragon, a gigantic palm came crashing down. The dragon's struggles intensified, but to no avail. The disciples watched as the dragon was pressed down by the palm, landing heavily on the ground, and in an instant, surging thunder and flames enveloped its entire body. The once resplendent and incredibly strong scales shattered, revealing burn marks and cracks. Boom! With a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, the disciples' eyes were filled with joy as they looked at the proud young man in the sky. This was their sect's young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, an invincible powerhouse. Just when the disciples thought it was over, the voice of Luomian echoed from the deep pit. No matter how strong you are, I have the blessing of the dragon god and an immortal body. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive dragon body flew out again. Although most of its scales were shattered and its body was covered in wounds, it was clear that Luomian had not sustained any fatal injuries. Moreover, the flowing blood from its wounds was quickly stopping, and golden scales were slowly but visibly growing back. Seeing this scene, NingYe and the others wore grave expressions. An immortal opponent was always more terrifying than a powerful one, especially since this immortal opponent was also very strong. But looking at the slowly ascending dragon body of Luomian, NingYe smiled faintly. The so-called dragon god doesn't even have an immortal body, let alone you. His opened eye of insight pierced through everything beneath that dragon body, thoroughly analyzing the source of Luomian's power. Luomian was taken aback, but seeing that NingYe did not take any action, he realized he was just bluffing. The golden wings slightly spread, and he charged towards NingYe rapidly. Ridiculous! NingYe curled his lips, his finger pointed in the void. Everything in the world seemed to pause under this point. The onlookers watched as Luomian's body appeared to become slowly transparent. Through the transparent dragon body, they could see a thumb-sized crystal in the center, constantly shining with faint golden light. Though the crystal was small, it contained boundless power, making even a god-level powerhouse like Tang Xiao tremble in awe. "What are you doing?" Yulo felt his body was being controlled, but sensing the astonished and reverent gazes from the crowd below, he felt something was off. He never expected to see a trace of the Golden Dragon King's essence here. Analyzing the crystal with the eye of insight, NingYe felt a spark of curiosity. Logically, the Golden Dragon King's power should be firmly trapped in that forbidden area of the divine realm, under the watch of divine beings for a long time. The fact that a trace of power appeared on the continent was quite intriguing. Suddenly, the shining crystal seemed to sense the gaze of the crowd, and a brilliant flash of gold erupted, revealing an enormous, indistinct figure that seemed too large for the space to contain, causing a loud explosion and distortion. As the figure appeared, everyone on the continent, except NingYe, felt an unnatural disturbance in their hearts, their bodies trembling slightly. A deep and resonant voice echoed through the heavens and earth. "Young man, since you know me, why not obediently pledge your loyalty to me? I can grant you boundless power, making you unrivaled in this lower realm, and even in the divine realm." Yulo, who was still guessing what was happening, froze momentarily, panic and fear filling him as he heard the voice emanating from within himself. Looking at the shadow that should be from the Golden Dragon King, NingYe chuckled lightly. "Come on, you're locked up tightly." Through this shadow, he seemed to see countless runes sealing the dragon body, tightly bound by various chains. The divine realm's confinement of the Golden Dragon King was indeed quite solid. The shadow of the Golden Dragon King seemed to sway. But NingYe had no intention of lingering here. He reached out his hand, and a pair of large hands formed in the void, instantly penetrating Yulomian's dragon body to retrieve the crystal, which quickly appeared in NingYe's hand. Yulomian's dragon body gradually became clear, and everyone could see the gaping red hole in his chest, but this time he seemed to have lost his ability to recover, with a large amount of blood gushing out. Moreover, the dragon body was rapidly shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed back into a human form. Falling stiffly to the ground, fear evident in his eyes. But at this moment, no one paid him any attention. All eyes were focused on the small crystal in NingYe's palm. Roar! As NingYe extracted it, the shadow of the Golden Dragon King vanished. But the crystal seemed to sense the provocation. It trembled slightly, and a loud and authoritative dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Everyone on the continent felt an inexplicable anger from an unfathomable existence. What a racket! NingYe frowned slightly, and with a gentle squeeze of his hand, the crystal cracked open, a mournful cry resonating from within, seemingly trying to appease NingYe. However, NingYe showed no hesitation, tightening his grip. The crystal could no longer withstand his power and shattered into fragments. Within it, a small golden dragon shadow darted quickly, its speed seemingly surpassing lightning, transforming into a golden streak of light as it fled into the distance. But facing NingYe, how could it possibly escape? NingYe slightly raised his hand, and the dragon shadow was bound by the power of heaven and earth, halting in midair, struggling and twisting, but like Yulo before it. It cannot move an inch. Observing this trace of the Golden Dragon King's power, NingYe raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the disciples below, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This essence of power came just in time. With a flick of his small hand, the struggling golden dragon shadow instantly froze, as NingYe directly erased its intelligence, and under his control, it began to split apart, transforming into streaks of light flowing into the direct disciples of the seven treasures glazed sect below. Feeling the flowing light enter their bodies, a surge of power instantly overwhelmed the direct disciples. They barely had time to cast a grateful glance at NingYe before sitting down to absorb the power within. Chapter 237. The Second Complete Rule, the Truth of the World. In just a moment, some broke through their soul power levels, causing a flurry of soul power fluctuations within the sect. NingYe smiled, his figure disappearing before the crowd. This power of the Golden Dragon King did not significantly enhance him, so it was better to boost the disciples' strength and simultaneously break the restrictions of their martial spirits. Watching the disciples continuously breaking through, Ning Fengji's eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, Ning had already seated himself on the bed in another room, as Ning Rongrong was still using his original room, so he had to come to another one. However, he was no longer concerned about these matters. His eyes filled with joy. Perhaps the death of the Yulo crown has made the surrender of the blue electric tyrant dragon sect a foregone conclusion. Therefore, The system surprisingly determined that the previous task of the Thunder Academy, one of the 4 major academies, was completed. This means he can draw a reward related to the Thunder attribute, and he just drew the last quarter of the Thunder rule. His current strength is actually quite complex. After analyzing the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, he has touched on various rules. Although they're all quite powerful, the 2 strongest among them are the 3rd generation Thunder Gene, enhanced by the Thunder rule, and the Sunlight, augmented by the Fire rule. The Sunlight itself is incredibly powerful, and even without the Fire rule, it can still be invincible in the world. The Thunder Gene, although a 3rd generation gene, is still somewhat inferior compared to the Sunlight. However, with the complete Thunder rule enhancement, it will not be lacking. Moreover, this is the 2nd attribute he is about to master, the complete rule of. NingYe said in his heart, "System, accept it." Previously, he was afraid that receiving it outside would cause some disturbances, so he postponed the absorption. It seemed that a roar echoed in NingYe's mind, and in an instant, a large amount of data surged in. However, under NingYe's powerful computing power, it was received in an orderly manner. Boom! At the moment the data was fully received, there was a loud noise between heaven and earth. NingYe, sitting cross-legged on the bed, had already floated up, and bolts of lightning seemed to be born from the void surrounding him. At this moment, NingYe slightly closed his eyes, but his mind was infinitely released, crossing the room, crossing the sect, and even crossing the heavens and the earth. Thunder, scientifically explained, is the powerful sound released when 2 clouds with opposite charges approach each other and discharge. However, in a world like Douluo, there's another concept, heavenly punishment. Regardless of what life form it is, when it wants to do something that goes against the rules of heaven and earth, such as a soul beast breaking through the 100,000 year limit, it will be subjected to a thunder tribulation from heaven and earth as punishment. If it can pass through, heaven and earth will temporarily let it go. If it cannot, there will be no future to speak of. Such power belongs to heaven and earth, but now, NingYe is about to master the power of heaven and earth and feel the might of heaven and earth through this power. In this state of mind, NingYe saw everything in the world, saw the passage to the divine realm, and even saw the end of the world, a gray area that seemed to be constantly expanding, absorbing some things inside. Just as NingYe wanted to explore beyond the gray fog, his mind was suddenly pulled back. When he opened his eyes, there was a roar in the heavens and the earth, and on NingYe's palm, a special, indescribable thunder symbol flashed by, and the ice symbol also flashed for a moment before disappearing. NingYe looked ahead, but it seemed as if he could see everything in the world. He could act as the agent of heavenly punishment. He took a light breath, calming his slightly turbulent heart, and squinted his eyes. From a scene he had just seen, the world was indeed expanding, and the speed of expansion was quite fast. He now fully suspected that the things appearing in Douluo 2 and the subsequent chapters were nothing but products of world evolution. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he couldn't find the sun and moon continent or the extreme north. However, as NingYe pondered, a scene emerged in his mind. In the dark deep-sea world, a flicker of ghostly light moved, and a body that was several hundred meters long slid by. A smile appeared on NingYe's lips. He had finally found his 8th soul ring. However, there was no rush. The complete Thunder rule brought him benefits beyond his imagination, and he needed to integrate and absorb it well. NingYe was a bit surprised that this time he was not given a special task, but directly gained control over the power of Thunder. This was a unique point that might be related to his possession of the Thunder Gene. While NingYe was contemplating, he began the integration process. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. NingYe stood at the bottom of the main hall, stroking Ning Rongrong's eyes, which seemed to have traces of tears. NingYe above sighed and finally nodded, saying only one sentence. "Be careful." NingYe nodded, looking at the aggrieved Ning Rongrong, glanced at NingYe above, and gently tapped her head with his mouth. Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned, but when she came to her senses, NingYe's figure had already disappeared, along with the frost giant that had accompanied Shui Binger. NingYe above raised his head, his eyes showing a hint of helplessness and satisfaction. After a few flashes, NingYe and the frost giant appeared in the northern part of the star Luo Empire, almost at the northernmost tip of the continent. NingYe raised his eyebrows, looking at the hesitant and fearful frost giant. "Are you sure this is the location?" During this month of integration, he also sorted out his current strength improvements and tasks he could undertake. As a result, he found that there were only a few tasks that could provide him with some improvement. One was a small world of the frost giant, which rewarded a fragment of a void engine. another was to create a soul ring, rewarding him with a conversion limit for super god coins. He had already communicated this through voice transmission, letting the Titan Great Ape and others expand their search for 10,000 year soul beasts. Besides that, he surprisingly found that he did not have many channels for improvement. A significant portion was blocked by the system. He could no longer obtain soul power beads through killing, and so far, he had only received invitations from the Wuhuan Hall and the two major empires, with nothing else. NingYe estimated that if he wanted to obtain more, he would have to consider small worlds and a lofty divine realm. As for super god coins, although he temporarily did not need the soul rings granted by the gods, he had already set the next 2 soul rings for himself, one close to 1,000,000 years from the deep-sea demon whale king and another from the divine realm's golden dragon king. These 2 soul rings would definitely greatly enhance his computing power. However, he still urgently needed the conversion limit for computing power, but it was also blocked by the system. So far, Wu Jinsong had not received any new tasks, and he had no tasks for exchanging the conversion limit, which had led to a deadlock. However, he had also inquired about the system, which indicated that as long as Wu Jinsong continued to develop, there would be tasks, and many tasks would appear. Since the system said so, NingYe could only set it aside for now and not rely on it. Regarding the future, NingYe actually felt a bit anxious. Although his current strength was enough to allow him to roam freely in heaven, earth, and even the divine realm, the outcome of Ejichio really made him a bit suspicious. Chapter 238. Restrictions on outsiders if he encountered a situation similar to Ejichio's. He wouldn't have much confidence in surviving. After all, he was facing a world. Moreover, part of his current strength relies on the power of heaven and earth. If a war truly broke out, that part of his strength would definitely be diminished. The Frost Giant was unaware of how much NingYe had thought in that instant. He just sensed carefully and then nodded. Seeing the Frost Giant nod, NingYe's gaze sharpened, and he grasped the Frost Giant, extracting a breath of energy, which then dispersed under the control of NingYe's powerful computing power. The thunder mark on NingYe's palm flickered continuously, assisting his computing power in monitoring the changes around him. At the moment when his breath was about to fade, NingYe felt a slight fluctuation. He raised his hand, pulling the Frost Giant along with the fluctuation and opened a wormhole to enter. Looking around at the frosty scenery, NingYe exhaled lightly, his face showing a bit of relaxation. The dark silver armor had already manifested on him, but the sturdy dark silver armor, which could rival divine equipment, now looked rather miserable, with dozens of places torn open, exposing NingYe's body. Even his divine body had sustained some damage, showing various scars of different sizes. Although they were being rapidly repaired, it was evident how strong the attack he had faced was. Even his third-generation divine body had been harmed. Glancing at the uninjured Frost Giant, who had only fainted, NingYe raised an eyebrow in helplessness, forcing open a wormhole and crossing into a small world that had not yet established a stable connection with the Douluo world. He encountered a very strong and terrifying spatial attack within just a few short minutes. Fortunately, he was already a third-generation divine body, so he could withstand it without issue. But the Frost Giant was different. If it took even a little hit, it would die directly. Thus, half of NingYe's injuries were incurred to protect him. Otherwise, this big guy would have already died, and even now, the strong spatial shock had caused him to faint. Casting a glance at the surrounding whiteness, NingYe raised an eyebrow and released his consciousness. NingYe let out a muffled grunt, looking up at the sky with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Just now, his consciousness had barely extended 100 meters when suddenly, it seemed that a majestic force was condensed from the heavens and earth, directly pressing down on him and crushing his consciousness. Was this a restriction on outsiders? NingYe instantly thought of this, mobilizing the power within him, but found that his soul power was suppressed as soon as it extended an inch, slowly dissipating. Then, a loud rumble echoed through the heavens and earth, and NingYe suddenly felt as if the soul power around him was being stripped away, forming a terrifying soul power vacuum zone. The various rules of power he could sense earlier seemed to be cut off from him, showing no further response. Feeling this, NingYe was slightly stunned. It wasn't due to the restricting actions of this frosty small world, but because he had never encountered such a situation in the Douluo world. He wondered why. Contemplating various scenarios in his mind, NingYe furrowed his brow, his gaze directed at the seemingly grayish sun in the sky. Although he could still feel the power support from the sun, it also felt somewhat blocked, making it difficult to receive. In this state, his combat power had been significantly weakened. After all, even he needed energy to a large extent, whether it was from his lightning gene, the light of the sun, or the third-generation divine body. All these required energy to maintain. Without energy, although it wouldn't render him completely useless, he would definitely not be as invincible as before. Wake up! NingYe frowned slightly, slapped the frost giant, and injected a small amount of soul power into him. He was not protecting the frost giant just to be a good person. He was unfamiliar with this place and needed a guide. Now that he encountered such a situation, he had to find a solution quickly. Otherwise, he could be in great danger. Upon receiving NingYe's soul power, the frost giant shivered and slowly awakened. Looking at the pale-faced NingYe and the surrounding environment, tears began to flow from the frost giant's eyes. I'm back. Although various powers were suppressed, the Eye of Insight remained unaffected. Observing that there was no change in the frost giant's data, NingYe knew his guess was correct. Once the frost giant finished crying, NingYe said irritably, "If you've cried enough, lead the way. Let's go see your clan's territory." He had learned a little about the situation in the Frost Small World from the frost giant. The name of the Frost Small World essentially summarized its internal situation. Inside, 99 of the beings were ice-type soul beasts, with no humans, and only a few humanoid types, among which the frost giant was one. This was also one of the reasons NingYe had to come here. There were not many ice-type soul beasts on the continent now. If he relied solely on Daiming and a few others to search, it would likely take a long time to complete the task of creating ice-type soul rings. According to the frost giant, in the Frost Small World, not to mention 10,000-year ice-type soul beasts, even 100,000-year ice-type soul beast could be found. Now, NingYe also needed a place to rest and find a way to lift the restrictions of this world. All right, my esteemed lord. The frost giant mumbled a few words, gently pressed his palm on the ground, as if confirming something. His tall figure slightly bent down, signaling NingYe to stand on his shoulder. The frost giant was already over 2 meters tall, and perhaps due to practicing alongside Shui Binga, his size had expanded quite a bit. Now, standing upright, he was nearly 4 meters tall. Although he couldn't compare to Daiming, he was still about as tall as a floor. Without much hesitation, NingYe stood up, and his view suddenly opened up considerably. As the frost giant ran quickly, NingYe felt the howling cold wind brushing past his face. He sensed that the power within him had not changed in data. It was just that when he released it, the power was suppressed by the rules of this world. As if the rules were targeting him specifically. While pondering methods, NingYe continued to observe the rules of power and ultimately discovered that although various rules were blocked, the ice rule, which he had fully mastered, seemed able to penetrate this layer of obstruction. He could barely draw upon the ice power of the heavens and earth. Though it might only be at 30% of its full might, it was more than enough to contend with a tidal Dalu. Conversely, the lightning rule seemed to be heavily suppressed and could not be summoned at all. NingYe pondered the reasons behind this. Just as he was about to close his eyes to feel the influence of the power changes on his strength, suddenly, the frost giant's body came to a halt. Slowly crouching down, not daring to even breathe, NingYe, who was on his shoulder, looked at the towering humanoid creature in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement. And he jumped out. "My lord, no." The frost giant barely had time to shout this before he saw the gigantic creature, which had originally been heading in another direction, turn its head to see NingYe charging towards it. Slightly opening its mouth, a roar erupted as if it wanted to shatter the heavens and earth. The frost giant trembled, forgetting about NingYe, and directly burrowed into the ground. The white snow pile conveniently covered his form. As long as he remained still, from a distance, he would look like a pile of white snow. "Are you that afraid of this thing?" The external sounds suddenly disappeared. Just when the frost giant thought NingYe was dead and that the terrifying being had left, NingYe's voice suddenly came from the side. Hesitating for a moment, the frost giant cautiously poked his head out a little. Looking at NingYe, who was smiling and unharmed, his eyes were filled with disbelief. That was one of the most powerful biological groups in their Frost Small World. Compared to them, the frost giant clan was like trash. How could NingYe possibly survive in front of such a powerful creature? I finally know where this is. Ignoring the shock of the frost giant, NingYe looked at the white ice silkworm about 20 centimeters long in his palm, his eyes filled with joy. Before he entered, he had some doubts after listening to the frost giant's story, but now that he saw this unique ice silkworm, he could confirm it. This frosty little world is indeed the future extreme north. It seems that the Douluo world has swallowed this small world. His gaze turned towards the distance, as if he could see through everything, and several figures appeared in his mind. The 3 great kings of the extreme north. Snow Emperor Bing Tian, the Snow Woman, with a cultivation of 700,000 years, is the current ruler of the extreme north. Ice Emperor Bing Bai, the Emperor Scorpion, with a cultivation of 400,000 years, is the second in command of the extreme north. Titan Snow Demon King, with a cultivation of 250,000 years, is the weakest among them, but possesses the bloodline of the ancient Titan giants. And in Douluo number 2, the protagonist's absolute golden finger, the million-year spirit beast, the heavenly dream, ice silkworm. Any one of these would make a great spirit ring for him. After realizing that he had actually been deceived by the ice silkworm's simulation ability, the frost giant suddenly felt depressed. Along the way, he said little and led NingYe back to his clan's territory. NingYe was happy about this, as it allowed him to study the ice silkworm in his hand, which had been around for nearly 1,000 years. It must be said that the effect of the ice silkworm's skill is quite good. If it weren't for his inside eye, he might not have been able to distinguish it. This simulation ability made NingYe think of a method. He noticed that the world has a strong rejection of outsiders. But if he could use the simulation ability to simulate himself as a local, could he deceive the world and lift or reduce his own restrictions? Although this method is simple, after NingYe's calculations, he felt it had credibility. Thus, along the way, the frost giant felt the continuous changes in NingYe's aura on his shoulder, sometimes weak to the point of being undetectable, and sometimes strong enough to send chills down his spine. Meanwhile, in a cool palace, the first and second in command of the extreme north were discussing. Snow Woman, are you really going to do this? The Ice Emperor, whose true form is a scorpion, looked at the formless but humanoid Snow Emperor in front of him, his eyes showing a hint of sadness. The Snow Emperor sighed softly, this is unavoidable. I can feel that our world is conveying a message to me. It is very afraid. An incredibly powerful being has entered our world, and while it is currently being restricted, it fears that if this powerful being fights to the death, our world will be destroyed. Her body seemed to slowly solidify, then suddenly dissipate, but it was clear that her form resembled that of a human girl. Why has such a powerful being come again? A trace of fear flickered in the Ice Emperor's eyes, as if he thought of something. But looking at the Snow Emperor in front of him, a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes, since he has already been restricted. Why don't we gather our people and take the opportunity to kill him completely? Why must you take such a risk? The Snow Emperor shook her head. We cannot find him. Secondly, he seems to be using special means to lift the restrictions. Once successful, his strength will recover significantly. And finally, he possesses the ability to destroy the world at any time, though he may not want to use it. The Ice Emperor said urgently, but what you're doing is too dangerous. What the Snow Emperor is about to do is unprecedented. With a cultivation of 690,000 years, she is directly attempting to forcefully cross the 700,000-year tribulation, and it is a special tribulation, which is almost impossible to succeed. Isn't there new life in danger? As long as I can get through this tribulation specifically set by the World Mother, the World Mother will also give me some help. At that time, I will have the ability to protect the world. The Snow Emperor's illusory figure slowly disappeared before the Ice Emperor, who fell silent. After a long time, a determined look surged in her greenish-blue pupils. Although I cannot persuade you, I can only let you do as you wish, but I must take some measures. With a sharp cry from her, several smaller greenish-blue scorpions rushed in from outside, sent a message down, look for all suspicious beings that have suddenly appeared in the world. Once discovered, all related beings must be eradicated immediately. My lord, we are almost there. As the frost giant let out a light call, NingYe slowly opened his eyes, his aura fluctuating unpredictably, seemingly changing at any moment. There was also a hint of joy in his eyes, although this simulation did not completely lift the restrictions. But after NingYe's efforts, at least now, he could bypass the world and unleash 70% of the power of the ice rule, enough to crush the entire world of tidal Douluo. Even if a level 1 deity suddenly intruded into this world, he would still have the strength to fight. Furthermore, although the restrictions on his soul power absorption in this world had not changed, through aura simulation, he found a point that could resonate with the sun, significantly increasing the speed of absorbing solar energy, enough for him to use normally in battle. Looking at the trembling ice silkworm in his hand, NingYe smiled. Consider this your inspiration and idea. I'll let you go this time. With a wave of his hand, the ice silkworm's figure disappeared from NingYe's hand, sucked into a wormhole, and returned to its original place. Chapter 240. Straightforward, the servant's birth. Seeing that NingYe seemed to be in a good mood, the frost giant hesitated for a moment and said, My lord, there are some matters I need to discuss with you. NingYe turned his head to look at the frost giant's large head. Speak. Under NingYe's gaze, the frost giant swallowed hard. Our Frost Giant clan is very easy to get along with, almost without any taboos. As long as the Lord does not insult our sacred beasts with actions or words, we will absolutely welcome you warmly. One more thing is that our clan is relatively warlike, unlike me. If the Lord wants to subdue our clan, just relying on the title of the sacred beast inheritor may not be enough. NingYe raised an eyebrow. Then what should we do? The Frost Giant's eyes seemed to flash with a hint of pity. There may be some rascals who come out to challenge the Lord, and I hope the Lord can show mercy. NingYe chuckled lightly. You don't need to worry about that. After all, you can be considered as followers of Shuekabing, and I will be measured in my actions. Subduing each Frost Giant would bring him benefits. If they didn't truly offend him, how could he possibly kill them? Thank you, my lord. The Frost Giant's eyes revealed joy, and his pace quickened. In just a few minutes, NingYe's normal line of sight revealed buildings that resembled humans but were scaled up several times. The outermost area was a sentry post where a Frost Giant stood, looking at the arrival of NingYe and the others with joy in his eyes. Jumping down, his heavy body shook the ground slightly as he quickly approached. Lon Air, you have finally returned. We all thought you were dead. The Frost Giant beneath NingYe said with a smile. Lon, even if you died, I wouldn't die. You can't imagine what I've been through. Listening to their greetings, NingYe was slightly taken aback. Are the naming conventions of the Frost Giant clan this simple? Lon Air, is the entire clan just named with Lon followed by a number? No matter what you encountered, let's go back first and notify everyone. They're all very worried about you. Feeling NingYe's gaze, Lon, he turned his eyes over. Is this the prey you brought back? So small. And it looks a bit like us. It doesn't seem edible. He reached out to grab NingYe, but Lon Air suddenly exploded with anger and forcefully swatted Lon Yi's hand away. No, this is a friend of our Holy Maiden. Lon Yi's palm hurt a bit, but he was filled with surprise. Holy Maiden? Lon Air, you can't be mistaken. Lon Air shook his head. Not mistaken. Lon E joyfully exclaimed. You actually found the Holy Maiden. That's truly wonderful. I'll head back first. You come back on your own and treat the Holy Maiden's friend well. After saying that, he left the two of them and quickly ran inside. Lon Air let out a sigh of relief, looking at NingYe with a bit of trembling. My lord, are you not angry? No, let's go over quickly. NingYe shook his head, his gaze looking into the distance, as if sensing something. Inside a building resembling a human hall, a group of Frost Giants surrounded Lon E, their eyes filled with disbelief. One of the Frost Giants asked, Lon E, is it true that Lon Air has returned? Did he really find the Holy Maiden and bring back her friend? Lon E nodded affirmatively. Lon Wu, I assure you, I would bet my life on it that I am not lying. Everyone's gaze turned to the elder sitting in the main seat, a person whose appearance was aged, with a physique similar to that of an adult human, though slightly taller. Despite his old face, his eyes were as clear as lake water. Finally, he nodded. Lonnie did not lie. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The high priest, as the wisest being of their Frost clan, second only to the holy beast Ice Phoenix, would never speak falsely. Just as everyone was discussing how to receive them, Lonnie shouted, They are here. Watching Lon Air bring NingYe over, the high priest's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he spoke first. Welcome, esteemed guest from afar. How may we serve you? Scanning the room, NingYe raised an eyebrow. It's simple. Submit to me. Beneath him, Lon Air's body trembled. Deep down, he was crying out in despair. How could this lord be so direct? This would surely provoke resistance or even hostility from everyone. As expected, once NingYe's words were spoken, the expressions of the Frost Giants present instantly turned unfriendly. Guests? That's impossible. Even if you are a friend of the Holy Maiden, you have no right to demand our submission. The high priest narrowed his eyes. Moreover, even if the Holy Maiden herself came here, she would have to pass our test to earn the loyalty of our Frost Giant clan. NingYe smiled slightly. I am not negotiating with you. I am telling you. Submit and live, refuse and die. He had long anticipated the Frost Giant's hostility. However, he did not want to waste time on this matter. Resolving it quickly and increasing his computational power was the most important thing. Furthermore, Lon Air had previously mentioned that the Frost Little World was quite chaotic, with major clans constantly at war. Whoever won could enslave the other. Lon Air couldn't help but call out, My lord, turning his head to look at NingYe. There was a pleading look in his eyes. He knew that NingYe had the strength to do this, and he hoped NingYe would refrain from such actions. But this expression appeared as flattery to the many Frost Giants. At that moment, Lon E, who had returned first to report, angrily shouted, Lon Air, I didn't expect that this time you would bring back an enemy. Come over here. And perhaps everyone can consider the years of friendship and punish you lightly instead of expelling you from the clan. Lan Er's body trembled, but thinking of NingYe's strength, he ultimately did not move, merely looking at NingYe with a pleading expression. Observing Lan Er's demeanor, the many frost giant's eyes were already filled with anger. NingYe, feeling fierce in his heart, sternly said, "Since the Lord wants to follow the rules, then let's test the Lord's strength in our frost giant clan. Lan-san, Lan-si, you go." The two giants who stepped forward, although slightly less imposing than Lan Er, appear to be no weaker in strength. In their frost giant clan, aside from the priests, adults were generally ranked by the numbers after their surnames, with Lan San and Lan Si being the third and fourth strongest of their generation. Individually, their strength surpassed the original Lan Er, but Lan Er had a frost giant wolf, so their combined strength made him rank third and fourth. The Eye of Insight scanned them, noting that the strength of these two frost giants was comparable to that of a soul Dalu. Chapter 241. The Wisdom of the High Priest Demonstrating Strength. NingYe raised an eyebrow, leapt down, and stood on the ground smiling. "No need. You can all come at once. I promised Lan Er to be measured in my strikes. Since that's the case, I will only use my physical strength and not energy." Although his strength was not at its peak, his third-generation divine body was unmatched by any being below the divine throne, even without energy replenishment. Truly arrogant, go to hell. Lan San and Lan Si exchanged glances, both seeing the fierce look in each other's eyes. They charged directly at NingYe, and since NingYe did not use energy, they also refrained from using it. They merely raised their right fists and slammed down with force. The tremendous power caused the air around them to explode. Watching NingYe, whose fists were about the same size as those of Lan San and Lan Si, the many frost giants showed a hint of delight. Only Lan, looking at NingYe's calm expression, felt something was off. Wait, just as the two fists, like giant hammers, were about to strike NingYe, an aged voice rang out. Lan San and Lan Si's eyes widened in shock, but the force of their descending fists was so great that withdrawing them forcefully would injure themselves. With no choice, they could only slightly adjust their aim, smashing into the ground on either side of NingYe. Boom! Boom! Two thunder-like explosions erupted. The solid ground was directly smashed through, and the force continued downward, shattering the snow beneath. Instantly, snow flew up and slowly descended, scattering throughout the hall, creating a picturesque winter snowfall scene. However, at that moment, no one had the heart to appreciate it. They all looked at the old man who had spoken with confusion. High Priest? Feeling like he had narrowly escaped a disaster. NingYe also raised an eyebrow, looking at the High Priest in the main seat. To be honest, in that brief moment, he had already prepared to strike. Although it was just physical strength, if the two frost giants had hit him, they would probably be bettered in for a month or two. The timing of the High Priest's words had perfectly interrupted his intention to strike, which surprised him a bit. The High Priest squinted his eyes and spoke. "Since this esteemed guest wishes for our frost giant clan to submit, it is indeed our honor. But our clan has 3 conditions." NingYe's eyes narrowed. "You are quite a clever person, but why should I comply with your conditions? I could simply defeat you to subdue you. That would be the rule of beasts without intelligence. Both the guest and we have our own thoughts. So why limit ourselves to that?" The High Priest shook his head and said firmly, "If the guest is unwilling to meet the conditions, then even if the guest defeats all of us or even kills us all, we will never submit." He glanced at the frost giant beside him, who, although somewhat puzzled, had become resolute due to the High Priest's words, showing a determination to never yield. NingYe raised the corners of his mouth. "Interesting, go ahead. What are the conditions?" He hadn't expected that there would be such a wise individual among the frost giant clan. It was clear that his strength was far beyond what the clan could match. So under circumstances where the outcome was already determined, he sought to gain as much benefit for himself as possible, and this benefit was within NingYe's acceptable range. This aspect of human nature surprised him a bit. The High Priest said solemnly, "First, our clan has been harassed by a group of soul beasts, and we have to suffer significant losses to fend them off each time. I want the guest to make this group stop bothering us." NingYe furrowed his brows slightly, and the sun in the sky suddenly brightened a bit as the situation within 100 miles unfolded in his mind like a painting. After careful observation, NingYe said lightly, "Is it spiders or wolves?" The frost giant clan's location was actually quite good. Apart from a large group of spider beasts about 90 miles to the east, there were also around 80 to 90,000-year-old spider kings within that could annihilate the frost giant clan at any moment. To the west, about 10 miles away, There was a pack of wolves, which NingYe recognized as the frost giant wolves that Lan Er had previously ridden, also containing about 80 to 90,000-year-old lead wolves. Other than that, there were no other dangers. The high priest's eyes widened in surprise. In that instant, NingYe had seen through the surrounding situation, showcasing an extraordinary level of detection. However, he maintained his composure and nodded. It is indeed that group of evil spider hunters. NingYe nodded, and at that moment, a beam of sunlight shone directly down on the spider group, causing the spider kings to sense immense danger. With a piercing shriek, the entire spider population ignited in flames, the fire spreading rapidly, uncontainable even by the endless ice and snow. In an instant, the entire area where the spider group resided was reduced to charred remains. With only a small number of 10,000-year-old spider corpses left, the rest had been turned to ash, and a large number of colorful soul rings rose up, illuminated by the sunlight, then slowly dissipated. Feeling the data of 7 or 8 10,000-year soul rings in his mind, NingYe felt that coming to the Frost small world was indeed the right choice, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. All right, there won't be any more spiders coming after this. The high priest was taken aback, while Lonnie beside him remained calm, questioning, "How can you prove that?" NingYe glanced sideways, raised his hand, and a massive dark corpse smashed to the ground. This was the Frost Hunter King. This old beast had nearly 100,000 years of cultivation, a dominant presence in this area, and now it had simply died. Looking at this corpse, all the frost giants present were filled with shock. This Frost Hunter King had always been a heartache for them. As long as it remained, their clan could be exterminated at any moment. And now such a powerful soul beast had just died like that. From the time the high priest spoke until now, only a few minutes had passed, yet in that short time, NingYe had crossed a vast distance and killed the Frost Hunter King by unknown means. What incredible strength! Thinking of this, Lan San and Lan Si, who had just attacked NingYe, began to sweat on their foreheads. If that punch had landed, the corpse lying on the ground would likely have been theirs. Everyone's expressions changed, filled with deep awe. Only the high priest seemed to have anticipated this, calmly stating, "The guest's strength is indeed formidable. The first condition has been fulfilled." NingYe smirked. No need for extra words. The high priest's gaze sharpened. "The second condition. I want the adult to give our clan a life-saving treasure that can help us escape in a critical moment." NingYe's eyes flashed. "Huh. You have quite the ambition. Such a divine artifact that can help a clan escape would be worth more than your entire Frost Giant clan can offer." Chapter 242. Strength is power. The high priest hesitated for a moment and said softly, "The guest has the right to choose. If that is not possible, I can propose another." Clearly, after NingYe demonstrated his strength, the high priest began to back down. He had to consider that if he truly angered a powerful being like NingYe, would he not easily wipe out their clan? After all, even a formidable Frost Hunter clan had been effortlessly dealt with by NingYe. Seeing the somewhat fearful high priest, NingYe chuckled, "Forget it. Such things are nothing to me. If I can give them to you, then I will." If it were something else, he might have refused. But if it was a life-saving treasure, he could create it at any time, thanks to his mastery of wormhole technology. Before the high priest could show signs of joy, the dark matter computer beside NingYe had already floated up. A strong black light shot out, and everything around seemed to be frozen in place. With the frost giants feeling their bodies becoming uncontrollable, their eyes filled with terror. In NingYe's eyes, streams of data flickered, and with a command from him, a pitch-black wormhole suddenly appeared in the hall. Though small, to the frost giants, it appeared incredibly terrifying, and they dared not look directly at it. The only one with a slightly better mindset, the high priest, felt NingYe's subtly released immense computational power and could not help but swallow hard. About 3 seconds later, the small wormhole slowly disappeared, leaving behind a black cubic crystal that gently landed in the high priest's hands. NingYe explained with a faint smile, "This is the activation core for the large wormhole, usable only once. It needs to be charged, and with your capabilities, it might take 5 to 10 minutes. You can choose the location for your jump." Although his strength was somewhat suppressed in this world, thanks to the wormhole engine, even under world restrictions, his wormhole ability had not diminished at all. He could jump anywhere. However, due to world interference, he encountered some difficulties in collecting and analyzing coordinate data, which was a limitation of his computational power. Holding the crystal in his hand, the high priest swallowed again. Who would have thought that he now held the key to activating that special large wormhole? In fact, in the high priest's view, that special wormhole could also be used as an offensive measure. If anyone attacked them, he could unleash this wormhole, and that enemy would surely be unable to resist and would be swallowed up. However, he only thought about it that way. After placing the crystal in his bosom, the high priest looked at NingYe with deep reverence and lowered his head. Thank you, my lord. From now on, you will be a noble existence comparable to the sacred beasts for our clan. As his words fell, the surrounding frost giants seemed unable to wait any longer and all knelt down, looking at NingYe with fervent eyes. Not to mention anything else, after NingYe's arrival, he had resolved a major enemy for them and provided them with a means of survival. Although it was a request, each was a tremendous favor, and their hearts were fully submitted. NingYe raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to mention the third request? Although the high priest did not kneel, he still explained to NingYe in a very respectful tone. Please forgive my subordinate for not having thought of it yet. Seeing the glint in the high priest's eyes, NingYe chuckled lightly. As expected, age brings wisdom. Fine, do as you wish. The high priest's intention was clear. He wanted to keep this request as a last resort. However, he did not mind. Glancing around, he said lightly, I need a place to enter seclusion. When the high priest accepted the wormhole switch, the system's rewards had already been credited, but the wave of notification sounds had been temporarily muted by him. However, he knew that this time, it was a significant gain that needed to be organized properly. The high priest hurried over to lead NingYe. Please, my lord. The blue-haired attendant who brought him over was quickly surrounded by a group of frost giants, their eyes filled with envy and their words laced with flattery. 3 days later, under a starry night, the frost giant clan held a grand banquet. Xiaoling, just relax today. Yes, Xiaoling, today is a banquet for that esteemed guest. The dinner is super sumptuous. You've been practicing for so long, you must be hungry, so eat something. In a corner of the banquet, several frost giant children, about the height of an adult, surrounded a petite little girl who looked about 5 or 6 years old, constantly encouraging her. The girl, called Xiaoling, held a short wooden sword, continuously swinging it, although the sound of her swings was too faint to hear. The seriousness in her eyes and the slight sweat on her forehead indicated that she was giving it her all. No, if everyone is hungry, go eat first. I'll practice a bit more. After another swing, Xiaoling took a deep breath, but her face was full of smiles as she looked at her friends, her voice ringing out clearly. With that, she raised the wooden sword and swung it again. Seeing Xiaoling, who was so serious, the children didn't know how to persuade her. Suddenly, one of the children remembered what his father had told him and said, Xiaoling, stop practicing for now. I heard my dad say that the lord we chose to serve isn't from our clan either, somewhat like you. Maybe you two are from the same lineage. He'll be here soon, and maybe, considering you are of the same lineage, he might directly take you as his apprentice. Then you'd have a teacher to guide you. Really? Xiaoling stopped her movements, her eyes brightening, but then they dimmed again. But I'm a harbinger of doom. He won't choose me as his apprentice. A noticeably taller child said angrily. Who said that? Xiaoling, you are so serious and obedient. How could you be a harbinger of doom? Xiaoling's eyes became a bit moist, and her crisp voice lowered. I caused the deaths of 6 parents. Am I not a harbinger of doom? The children surrounding her fell silent. Though they were reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Watching the silent crowd, the light in Xiaoling's eyes dimmed further. Without saying much, tears began to flow from her eyes. Just as everyone was thinking about how to comfort her, 2 figures slowly walked in, and for a moment, it seemed the children heard their parents calling them. Each of them hesitated a bit before dispersing. The adults are here. We should hurry over. Xiaoling, don't think like that. Come over quickly. One of the children comforted her and left. Only the lonely little figure remained in the corner, gritting her teeth, tears brimming, continuously waving her wooden sword. Chapter 243. Mysterious Visitor, taking an apprentice again. High Priest, are you sure someone came to the Frost Little World in the past? As NingYe slowly walked into the banquet prepared for him by the Frost Giants, he had no mind for it, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the High Priest. After 3 days of seclusion, his strength had recovered a bit. Not only did subduing the Frost Giant clan fill his Super God coins, but more importantly, the conversion quota of 10,000 Sub-Super God coins also boosted his computing power by 5,000 points. The increase in computing power enhanced his simulation ability a bit, and the limitations of the world were lifted once again. However, what surprised him more was that the High Priest had just told him that someone like him had once come to this Frost Little World, and the name of the Frost Little World was given by him. The High Priest pondered for a moment and nodded. I am sure, but as far as I know, no one remembers him. There are only various written records, and these records seem to have been erased by an invisible force, removing the time aspect. We cannot ascertain when he came to this world. Interesting. Is there any other information about him? NingYe squinted. To deliberately erase time? Is it Yi Zhiqiu or another mysterious existence? It seems that his task might fall on this person. After hesitating for a moment, the high priest shook his head. I'm sorry, my lord. Our clan is just a lower-level existence in the small world, so we only know this much. NingYe raised an eyebrow. Where else can I find his information? Because soul beasts generally do not have written records. If the Lord wants to seek information about that person, he must go to the humanoid tribes you mentioned or some special, powerful, high-intelligent soul beast groups. The high priest pondered for 3 seconds and began to tell NingYe. The humanoid tribes nearby include. Who is she? Recording this information in his mind. NingYe seemed to hear the familiar sound of sword swinging in his ears. Turning his head, he saw the petite figure in the corner gasping for breath, but persistently swinging her wooden sword. Looking at the little girl, NingYe's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is she human? She is a strong individual child from our clan, brought back years ago, named Xiaoling. She should be of the same lineage as you, my lord. The high priest recounted, hesitating for a moment before saying, If possible, I hope my lord can take her as your apprentice. Is that your last request? NingYe's gaze shifted back to the high priest, whose expression had become wise, with a smile that was neither a smile. If the Lord wishes, it can be done. The high priest fell silent, but looking at the determined-looking Xiaoling, he finally seemed to make a decision and nodded. Just as NingYe was surprised, the high priest slowly explained, Xiaoling seems to be entangled with misfortune. Since she was brought back, she has faced numerous calamities. The one who brought her back was Lan Er, but soon after, Lan Er died during a hunting expedition, and his wife, Xiaoling's mother, passed away from grief shortly after. NingYe's expression hardened. You can't be telling me that someone else adopted her afterward, and then they died too. The high priest sighed. Since my lord has guessed it, I won't elaborate. Xiaoling had been raised by 3 families, and all 3 families, without exception, perished. After that, although the clansmen continued to care for Xiaoling, no one dared to adopt her again. Xiaoling herself was very sensible, becoming self-reliant early on. Try not to hold anyone back. Every day, among her peers practicing martial arts, Xiaoling was the most diligent. Looking at Xiaoling, the high priest's eyes were filled with deep pity. Although this child is not from their tribe and seems to carry a curse, they have nearly watched Xiaoling grow up. Years of companionship have made them regard this child as one of their own. Now, if there is such an opportunity, he is willing to reveal his original cards to give Xiaoling a new future, believing that the tribe members will understand and agree. NingYe narrowed his eyes, looking at the petite figure, his insight, eyes scanning her repeatedly, even directly inspecting Xiaoling's situation through the rules. But after checking from all aspects, there was no problem at all. A hint of curiosity flickered in NingYe's eyes. Have her come here, without stating conditions, if the high priest's account is not false. Then NingYe also has a bit of fondness for this child. Of course, his apprentice is not so easy to take on. He must assess her first. Seeing that NingYe seemed to be interested, the high priest's eyes sparkled with joy, and he hurriedly called Lan Er, who had been waiting nearby, over. Before long, Xiaoling was brought in front of NingYe. Looking at the boy before her, Xiaoling, who believed she could endure any pain, suddenly panicked. His appearance was not particularly handsome, but it was very pleasant, emanating a calming aura and a faint yet pleasant scent. Xiaoling swallowed hard, her face turning slightly red. Is this the adult from her tribe? Just as she was lost in thought, a warm and elegant voice suddenly reached her ear. Are you Xiaoling? Xiaoling's already flustered heart became even more chaotic. The adult's voice was so comforting, reminiscent of the Blue Father who had picked her up back then. Although Blue Father's voice was too rough and not as gentle as the adult's. Xiaoling, hurry and speak. Just as Xiaoling was in a daze, the high priest's voice came through, sounding somewhat anxious, jolting her back to reality. Looking at the adult who seemed to be smiling and the elderly high priest who showed signs of worry, Xiaoling's already rosy face flushed even more. It's over. It's over. She had lost her composure in front of the adult. The adult must think poorly of her now. Thinking of this, Xiaoling's mouth, which had been opened, suddenly stopped, and she was at a loss for words. Only the voices of the high priest and the adult continued to reach her ears. Adult. Xiaoling is usually not like this. She might be too nervous to see you. It's fine, quite interesting. So does that mean you agree? Since you mentioned conditions, I also can't go back on my promise. Take her. With this statement, it seemed that cheers erupted all around. The dazed Xiaoling slowly came to her senses. Looking at the smiling adult, the affectionate elderly high priest, and the very happy uncles beside her. But all that remained in Xiaoling's mind was that one phrase. Take her. Does the adult mean to accept me as a disciple? Is this true? Or is everyone just telling little lies to cheer me up? Chapter 244. The Special Shaoling. Frost Wolf Clan finally come to your senses? Back in the room, NingYe looked at the flushed Shaoling with a slight smile. Suddenly feeling a bit regretful, he thought, why did I take in Wu Jin's song? He has no strength, is a male with an unappealing appearance, and is annoying to look at every day, plus he doesn't produce any tasks. I must have been foolish back then to think about taking Wu Jin's song as a disciple. Taking a girl would have been much better. Shaoling's voice was like a mosquito buzzing. I'm really sorry, adult. I was lost in thought. Call me teacher. NingYe smiled lightly. As long as you don't refuse to be my disciple, then just call me teacher. Teacher. Shaoling's eyes were filled with joy as she nodded. NingYe glanced at the system panel. Shaoling's panel had already appeared in the Master Apprentice system. After pondering for a moment, he said, although I accept you as a disciple, I won't stay here for long. Will you leave with me later, or stay here? Shaoling fell silent, unsure how to respond. Watching her struggle, NingYe sighed inwardly. Since that's the case, let's not consider this for now. I heard from the high priest that you really want to improve your strength, right? Shaoling nodded, her eyes revealing a hint of pain and determination. Looking at Shaoling's panel, NingYe's brows furrowed. Shaoling was already 6 years old. Logically, she should be awakening her martial soul by now. But there was no mention of a martial soul on her panel. Moreover, under his insight eye, Shaoling's situation was thoroughly analyzed, revealing a very special point. Shaoling has no martial soul. NingYe was unsure whether it was because the Frost Realm had not yet entered the Douluo world, or if Shaoling was inherently special. But as it stands, Shaoling is indeed just an ordinary little girl. Seeing NingYe fall silent, Shaoling's gaze dimmed. Does even teacher have no way to help her improve her strength? Struggling to suppress her discomfort, Shaoling comforted him. Teacher, I could just practice swordsmanship. You don't need to worry about helping me improve my strength. Watching Shaoling, who tried to act like an adult to comfort herself, NingYe felt a stir in his heart. With a slight smile, he said, you really underestimate your teacher. Improving strength is simple. I was just considering which method to use earlier. You go sit on the bed. Shaoling was taken aback, unsure if what NingYe said was true, but she obediently walked to the bed and sat down. NingYe's hand moved, and a light shone from his palm. Various instruments around seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, and then, under Shaoling's astonished gaze, the light fell upon her. Teacher, is it really okay for us to directly ask the Frost Wolf Clan for information like this? They don't seem very friendly. Lying on NingYe's back, Shaoling's little face was already red, but thinking about where they were going, she was still filled with deep concern. Over the years, the elderly high priest had taught her a lot of knowledge, including about the Frost Wolf Clan. It is said that the Frost Wolf Clan usually runs across the endless snowfields in wolf form, but if they find a suitable place to live, they will transform into humanoid wolves and settle down. Of course, if it were just that, there would be no problem with the Frost Wolf Clan, and Shaoling wouldn't be worried. But what made Shaoling feel cold was that the elderly high priest had mentioned that these wolves would forcibly occupy a living space regardless of whether there were people there or not, and would kill the original inhabitants. After occupying a place, they wouldn't engage in production, hunting down any life they encountered, and once all life in that area was hunted to extinction, they would continue to roam. Therefore, basically every settled wolf tribe has countless blood on their hands. Don't worry, we're just going to borrow some information this time. Considered a friendly exchange. NingYe took each step lightly on the snow. Then his figure seemed to accelerate, crossing a great distance, a smile on his face. And if they really aren't friendly to us, Shaoling can protect me, right? Hearing NingYe's teasing, Shaoling's already rosy little face turned even redder, her nose twitching as she sensed the faint aura emanating from NingYe. Shaoling's gaze became firm. Yes, if they want to harm the teacher, I will definitely protect the teacher. After saying that, she looked at NingYe, who turned his head with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, and Shaoling shrank her head and buried it in NingYe's back. Seeing Shaoling like this, NingYe's lips curled up. Looking at Shaoling's attribute panel in the Master Apprentice system, there was an additional column at the top. Super Gene, Frost Phoenix. This super gene was from a task a while ago, which involved analyzing Shui Binger's martial soul. However, after a series of events, this super gene became useless to him, and he gradually forgot about the task. It was only before setting off, while sorting through tasks, that he suddenly discovered this task. Since he needed to borrow the Frost Giant from Shui Binger anyway, he decided to complete the task along the way, and now this super gene came in handy. Arriving at their destination, NingYe's footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked at the semicircular ice fortresses in front of him, which resembled grave mounds, raising an eyebrow. According to the High Priest's account, although the Ice and Snow werewolf clan was fierce and vicious, they were also wise and knew how to record certain events. Moreover, due to their constant hunting on the snowfields, many records from various tribes had also fallen into the hands of this werewolf clan. Therefore, without touching the true upper echelons of this frosty little world, the Ice and Snow werewolf clan definitely had the most historical records. Howl! Just as Xiaoling was about to peek her head out, a sharp wolf howl came from the distant ice fortress, startling her and making her want to bury her face in NingYe's back again. But seeing NingYe's calm demeanor, Xiaoling held back her fear and followed his gaze, her pupils instantly narrowing. At the ice fortress, a large group of werewolves had gathered, their heights not matching that of the frost giant, mostly around 2 to 3 meters tall. However, their sharp silver claws and cold-blooded, fierce eyes made one feel that, in a one-on-one situation, the frost giant would definitely die at the hands of the werewolves. At this moment, these ferocious werewolves showed a hint of reverence in their eyes as they looked at the two werewolf figures surrounded in the center. These two werewolves were significantly taller than ordinary werewolves, almost comparable to an adult frost giant, and they had faintly golden claws. NingYe raised his eyebrows in surprise, realizing he had unexpectedly encountered a duel between wolf kings. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 245, Subduing the Wolf King Ding. The Master Apprentice system has issued a task to you. Task requirement. Please help your apprentice Xiaoling gain the loyalty of the true Wolf King. Task reward. 10 soul power orbs. NingYe squinted. System, you're asking for too much. The Wolf King is the strongest wolf in the pack, also known as the Alpha Wolf. Generally, the Alpha Wolf cannot submit to anyone else, as it signifies the loyalty of an entire pack. Therefore, unless the person possesses absolute strength to subdue the entire pack, it's impossible to achieve. Although Xiaoling had absorbed the Frost Phoenix, the time was still short, and he had set some limitations for Xiaoling's growth, unlocking the next part only when she truly mastered her existing power. Seeing NingYe's uncertain expression, Xiaoling curiously asked, Teacher, what is a Wolf King duel? Just the literal meaning. Two wolves with the potential to be Wolf Kings appear in a pack. But a pack can only have one king, so the two wolves must engage in a duel. The victor becomes the king, and the loser dies, NingYe explained, a smile forming on his lips, since the system did not restrict his actions. Then, his gaze shifted to the two wolf kings. The duel began as the two wolf kings, seemingly impatient, transformed into two giant wolves and charged at each other, engaging in fierce combat. The surrounding pack looked on with eager anticipation, but several werewolves remained alert to their surroundings. Xiaoling, do you want to ride a wolf? NingYe asked, noticing that Xiaoling was a bit scared due to the bloody scene, but still wanted to know the outcome. Her eyes narrowed into slits. Startled by NingYe's sudden question, Xiaoling trembled slightly, staring blankly at him. Do you want to ride a wolf? Seeing that his apprentice seemed to have a naive quality, NingYe's lips twitched. Is that possible? How do you ride? Xiaoling asked with confusion, glancing nervously at the wolves. Those large wolves looked quite intimidating. Could she really ride them? Would she be thrown off? Just ride them. As NingYe's words fell, it seemed as if the world had quieted down. A large hole opened beside the two wolves engaged in battle, and before they could react, they were swallowed into it. The observing werewolves were momentarily confused, wondering where their leader had gone. The next moment, the two alpha wolves appeared in front of Xiaoling, momentarily stunned. But upon seeing NingYe and Xiaoling, they exchanged glances. They charged straight at them, eyes filled with a strong bloodlust. But just as Xiaoling was about to make her move, the two wolf kings halted their charge, sensing some terrifying danger, their fur standing on end. A voice echoed in their minds, submit to the one who recognizes you, or die. This voice resonated in their minds, seemingly with a hypnotic effect. Unbeknownst to them, the bloodlust in the eyes of the two alpha wolves vanished, replaced by a sense of docility. Their sturdy tails began to wag slowly as they locked onto their target and approached Xiaoling. Teacher, did you intervene? Seeing this bizarre scene, Xiaoling wasn't foolish and naturally knew someone was stepping in. In this place, the only one with the power to do so was her teacher. NingYe smiled faintly. Which one do you like? As she looked at the two alpha wolves that had approached her, both were more than twice her size. Their broad backs and resolute yet gentle eyes made it hard for Xiaoling to choose. The two alpha wolves seemed to be vying for her affection. One rolled on the ground, licking its tongue and wagging its tail at Xiaoling, while the other, watching this scene with disdain, suddenly produced a large ice ball from its mouth and smashed it into a nearby patch of snow, creating an explosive sound as the snow flew everywhere. Feeling the snowflakes splatter across her face, Xiaoling frowned and pointed to the rolling wolf. I want that one. Okay. NingYe nodded. The rejected alpha wolf was momentarily stunned, and in the next second, feeling the threat of death, it let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, its limbs twitching. Ding! The task has been completed, and the reward has been deposited into the storage space. Hearing this, NingYe's lips curled into a faint smile. With his current strength, as long as the system didn't impose explicit restrictions, completing tasks was incredibly easy. Teacher, do you think I'm tall? Just as NingYe was pondering, Xiaoling's voice suddenly came through. Turning his head, he saw Xiaoling riding on the back of the alpha wolf, which had cleverly raised the snow beneath its feet. So it appeared as though Xiaoling was looking down at NingYe. NingYe nodded, watching Xiaoling, who was filled with joy, a smile forming on his lips. Since he had taken her as a disciple, she was now his. In the past few years, Xiaoling has suffered a lot, but not anymore. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps crunching on the snow came from not far away, and a group of werewolves rushed over with serious expressions, looking at the little Ling on the back of the lead werewolf and the calm NingYe. The other lead werewolf, whose body was already stiff, flashed a fierce look in its eyes and howled, seemingly calling for the lead werewolf. Then it pounced towards NingYe. Just as the claws of the wolf in front were about to swipe at NingYe, the figure of the lead werewolf appeared, swatting the wolf away with a loud crack. Xiaoling, who was on its back, had a determined look in her eyes. She slightly raised her small hand, and a sword that seemed to be made of ice appeared in her grasp, with a phoenix pattern slowly emerging above her head, exuding a sense of holiness. Don't be afraid, teacher. I will protect you. After saying this, she lightly pushed off with her feet. Although she didn't T-step on anything, the lead werewolf understood and charged forward to engage in battle with a group of werewolves. Good. NingYe smiled slightly and didn't T-intervene. This was a good opportunity to hone Xiaoling's strength. Besides, with the lead werewolf around, the group of werewolves wouldn't dare to be too reckless. Diverting some of his attention, NingYe immersed most of his focus into the system. He converted the 10 newly acquired soul ring pearls into advanced soul power pearls and clicked to use them. A surge of soul power erupted within NingYe, quickly flowing through his body under his guidance. Before long, his soul power level rose to 78. Coming back to his senses, he found that the battle was basically over, and the group of werewolves stared blankly at their leader while also fearfully glancing at Xiaoling, who looked like a female knight. All right, those who should submit, submit. Those who should restrain themselves, restrain. NingYe's words fell lightly, and everyone present, except for Xiaoling, felt an overwhelming pressure. The lead werewolf, acting in concert with Xiaoling, felt a tremor in its heart, slightly relieved. Indeed, this was a big shot. Having him as a mount was definitely not a loss. The group of werewolves let out a whimper, looking at their leader whose eyes gleamed with unusual light, feeling a bit resentful, but not daring to move. Chapter 246. System bug. Take me to the place where you store your records. NingYe shifted his step, and the next moment felt a weight on his back. He swallowed hard, signaled to the little brother, and headed straight toward the place indicated by the boss, being careful with each step to minimize vibrations. On top, NingYe had a slight smile on his lips as he wiped the sweat from Xiaoling, who had been fighting hard. Thank you, teacher. Xiaoling's crisp voice rang out, though it was slightly breathless due to the intense exercise. NingYe smiled faintly. After this battle, do you have any insights? Since he had taken her as a disciple, he needed to teach her well. At this early stage, summarizing after each battle was necessary. Xiaoling's eyes flickered as if she was thinking, and after a moment, she slowly began to speak, delivering a series of words without pause. NingYe listened, nodding, his eyes filled with surprise and gratification as he watched Xiaoling. Disregarding the first year, the sky shone with black. A person appeared in the world, dominating it, and named it the Frost Little World. Then, after an unknown time, disappeared. In the ice fortress, looking at this chaotic and illogical record, NingYe furrowed his brow slightly. The situation described here was no different from what the high priest had said, except it added that he dominated the world, indicating great strength capable of subduing the world. NingYe looked at the lead werewolf, which appeared like a well-behaved child. Are you sure that's all? The lead werewolf thought for a moment and nodded. You've existed for 100,000 years. Have you come into contact with this person? The lead werewolf hesitated, its sharp claws scratching the ground as if writing something. After a moment, looking at the complex and messy writing, NingYe raised an eyebrow. Its meaning was that it didn't know if it had come into contact before. Its memories of that person were hazy, and sometimes there seemed to be fragments that looked familiar, as did other groups it encountered. Seeing NingYe's frown directed at it, the lead werewolf trembled in its heart, fearing that this big shot might eliminate it for being useless. Quickly thinking, it wished to dredge up the memories buried deep within. Suddenly, the lead werewolf thought of something and hurriedly scratched the ground. Perhaps more powerful groups might not have their memories erased. Looking at the words written by the lead werewolf, NingYe's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, he had fallen into a misunderstanding, always thinking about seeking written records, yet failing to consider asking powerful soul beings whose memories even that mysterious person couldn't erase. Ding, due to a system bug and unknown interference. The system's previously issued task to explore the mysterious existence has had its difficulty assessment error corrected, and the rewards have been increased. Due to the system's error, 5 soul power pearls have been issued to the storage space as compensation. Just as NingYe was thinking about this, the sudden prompt from the system startled him slightly, and he didn't have the heart to care about the system's compensation. The system actually had a bug, and it could also be interfered with by unknown factors. Was this caused by that mysterious person? This prompt from the system made NingYe's heart grow heavy. If that mysterious person's ability could interfere with the system, then their power might be something even a fully formed NingYe couldn't withstand. After saying a word to Xiaoling, NingYe's mind completely sank into the system. Opening the task panel and looking at the top task, he fell silent. Task requirement: explore mysterious existence. Task reward: void engine if it were usual. NingYe would be extremely happy about the system rewarding him with a void engine. But now, with the system task changing and the rewards increasing, it all pointed to one fact. This mysterious existence was very strong. Staring at the task, it wasn't too long before a smile appeared on NingYe's lips. A task that was challenging was interesting. Otherwise, it would indeed be boring to crush everything along the way. However, before facing this mysterious existence, he had to restore and enhance his strength as much as possible. Deciding to take action, NingYe directly opened the storage space and used the 5 newly acquired soul power pearls. Immediately, his consciousness returned to reality, looking at Xiaoling, who was staring at him with worry in her eyes and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Xiaoling definitely couldn't participate in this matter, but he could still let her accompany him for a while on his planned journey to enhance his strength. He turned to the lead werewolf and asked, "Tell me about all groups of soul beasts over 10,000 years old in the vicinity." In an instant, the lead werewolf sensed a faint killing intent from this sentence. Its body trembled, and it hurriedly began to write on the ground. Half a month later, in a hidden snowfield, Xiaoling lightly leaped off the back of the lead werewolf, her eyes filled with determination. The ice blade in her hand swung directly towards a massive crocodile that was no more than a meter away, and an endless cold light shot out. As the crocodile's head flew off, bright red blood splattered on the pure white snow, and NingYe, watching from the side, had a glint of data flashing in his eyes and nodded slightly. The 18th one, not bad. All thanks to the teacher. Xiaoling chuckled lightly, her figure leaping up and landing beside NingYe. In the past half-month, thanks to NingYe's guidance, she was able to fully master the powers within her body, and now she could easily kill even a 10,000-year soul beast. As NingYe closed his eyes and opened them again, the data in his eyes vanished. Looking at the smiling Xiaoling, he felt a slight stir in his heart. Over the past half-month, Xiaoling's understanding, obedience, and seriousness had all caught his attention. He truly liked this disciple. However, thinking about the enemies he would face later, NingYe steeled his heart. "You have learned enough. It's time to go back." Originally full of joy, Xiaoling was taken aback, and her sparkling eyes instantly filled with tears. "Are you sending me away, teacher?" "No. It's just that the enemies we will encounter later are quite strong, and even with you by my side, I might not be able to protect you." Seeing Xiaoling about to cry, NingYe sighed inwardly, placing his hand on her head and gently stroking it. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It was indeed his problem. His strength was not strong enough. Otherwise, there would be no need to send Xiaoling away first. As NingYe rubbed her head, Xiaoling could no longer hold back and directly hugged NingYe, crying. The wolf at the side, the head wolf, consciously ran away for a while. It was better for a small minion like it not to know about the affairs of the big boss. After a long time, nestled in NingYe's embrace, Xiaoling had fallen asleep. Of course, this was because NingYe used a bit of his power. Otherwise, with Xiaoling's current strength, she could have battled for 2 days and 2 nights without any issue. If you die, she has to return safely, you know? Looking at the sleeping Xiaoling, there was a hint of pity in NingYe's eyes as he said softly. At the side, the head wolf, called back by NingYe, immediately nodded, its tail wagging behind it. Although it was a threat, the big boss's threats were not something an ordinary beast could comprehend. Moreover, after half a month of getting along, it knew that the big boss would not skimp on benefits for his own. Chapter 247. Hard training, hunting, creation. Just as the head wolf was thinking this, NingYe slightly raised his hand, and a black halo slowly rose from his palm, quickly rushing into the head wolf's body. Feeling his cultivation continuously improving, the head wolf's eyes were filled with joy, and its tail was wagging like a fan. Let's go. NingYe gently placed Xiaoling on the head wolf's back. After hesitating for a moment, he loosened Xiaoling's small hand that was still clutching the corner of his clothes, even in her sleep. The head wolf received the order and quickly dashed toward the frost giant tribe like a bolt of lightning. Watching the retreating flash, NingYe's gaze slightly sharpened. He lifted his foot, and a small wormhole appeared on the ground. Then NingYe's figure vanished, as if it had shifted through space, reappearing several dozen miles away in an instant. With another step, he flashed again. During this half-month, he fully utilized the geographical advantages of the Frost Small World and hunted over 100 Ice-type 10,000-year soul beasts. One must say, the Frost Small World is abundant in resources regarding soul beasts. The 10,000-year soul beasts that would be feared in the Stardow Forest seem to be produced in batches here, and NingYe had encountered and killed several 100,000-year Ice-type soul beasts. Thus, with the rich accumulation of soul beasts, he had already mastered the essence of creating 10,000-year Ice-type soul rings and successfully obtained a conversion quota of 10,000 points, which he used to enhance his computing power by 5,000 points. As his computing power increased, his overall strength also recovered somewhat. However, this was still not enough. As NingYe pondered, he continued to search for 100,000-year soul beasts, planning to make one final push. Inside the Snow Empress Palace, in a simple room, the Snow Empress was gently closing her eyes when she suddenly sighed. With a leap, she jumped out, and a vortex suddenly appeared at her landing spot, sucking her in. After that, the power of space seemed to seal everything, erasing all traces of the Snow Empress. At this moment, in the special space, looking at the destructive thunderclouds emanating a sense of doom, a figure emerged in the Snow Empress's mind. That figure stood there like the core of heaven and earth, and in the real sky, the flickering thunderclouds seemed to sense this existence. After a brief pause, a series of rumbling sounds erupted, as if paying respect to this presence. Looking at him, the Snow Empress's eyes instantly filled with determination. Whispering something softly, the illusory figure gradually solidified, revealing an incredibly beautiful, almost perfect-faced woman, with long white hair, blue eyes, and adorned with decorations made of ice crystals all over her body. She seemed like a celestial being descending from the heavens. But what attracted attention was the pendant around her neck that bore a faint aura of holiness. A week later, in an ice fortress, 2 ice blue emperor scorpions, each about 2 to 3 meters long, sat in chairs like humans. If someone were to see these 2 soul beasts, they would know from their size that they were 2 ice blue emperor scorpions that surpassed 100,000-year cultivation. One of the scorpions, with a slightly broken tail, spoke. "How's it going on your side?" The other scorpion, with a crack on its claw, replied, "What else can it be? Just checking around. I don't know why the Empress has been inquiring more frequently lately." The broken-tailed scorpion shook its head. "The Empress has her own intentions. We just need to follow orders." When mentioning the Empress, both scorpions showed deep respect, but thinking of her commands also brought some frustration. The Frost Small World is vast, with countless existing tribes. Finding an unusual existence is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Hiss report. Suddenly, a hissing sound came in, and the 2 scorpions focused their eyes on the little scorpion that walked in quickly. The claw-cracked scorpion said in a deep voice, "What is it?" The little scorpion hurriedly replied, "Hiss, hiss, hiss. We discovered a very unusual place. According to our records, it was the territory of the Frost Hunters, but during this exploration, we found that the Frost Hunter tribe has been annihilated." The claw-cracked scorpion shook its head. "If they are destroyed, so be it. They were just a small tribe without even 100,000-year cultivation. It's normal for them to be wiped out." It had heard of the Frost Hunters, but looked down on them. There were too many such small tribes in the Frost Small World, and their annihilation was nothing significant. The little scorpion anxiously said, "Hiss, hiss, but we found that the cause of death for this group of Frost Hunters seems to be due to being burned by flames." The claw-cracked scorpion's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" The Frost Small World is a paradise for ice types. There are basically no fire attacks. Even if there are, they're just created by humanoid beings to fend off very weak beasts. And although the Frost Hunters are not impressive, they at least have soul beasts close to 100,000 years. If they could be burned by flames, it means the power of those flames is not weak. Seeing the little scorpion nod, the claw-cracked scorpion and the broken-tailed scorpion exchange glances. Take us to have a look. Soon, the three scorpions stood on the territory of the Frost Hunters, looking at the bodies that had been buried by wind and snow but were now unearthed again. The broken-tailed scorpion carefully examined and finally nodded. Indeed, there are traces of high-temperature flames. Its voice carried a hint of excitement. If this truly was the suspicious existence assigned by the Empress, their achievement this time would be significant. The little scorpion continued. Hiss, and we found that the body of the Frost Hunter leader has disappeared. According to our search, in this vicinity of 100 miles, there are only the Frost Giant Wolves and the Frost Giants. Should we scout the two tribes? No need, it might involve something, just wipe them out. The claw-splitting scorpion shook its head, excitement gleaming in its eyes, and its claws clashed, making a sound like metal striking metal. It didn't care whether these two tribes were innocent. If even one of them was, then it would profit. Hiss, yes. With the little scorpion's nod, a large group of scorpions suddenly surged out from the ground. Although they couldn't compare to the pure green of the little scorpion, they also had a hint of light green. Led by the claw-splitting scorpion and the broken scar scorpion, the swarm of scorpions moved towards the nearest frost giant tribe. 100,000-year soul ring is indeed difficult to create. Watching the slowly dissipating red soul ring in front of him, NingYe's mouth twitched slightly. This was the 34th 100,000-year soul beast he had hunted. With such numbers, if united, they could directly trigger a wave of beast tides across the continent. Even the strongest spirit hall at that time couldn't withstand it without using the divine power of the angel god. However, NingYe raised his palm slightly, looking at the slowly rising light red soul ring, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Ding! Task 5 has been completed, unlocking the power of ice. Just as the soul ring rose, a familiar system sound echoed in NingYe's mind. Chapter 248, on how to reasonably exploit system bugs. Just as NingYe was preparing to gather his thoughts to receive the power, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Due to the current world not being the host's original world, the power of ice unlock is at 99. The ice symbol on his palm shone brightly, but was soon to dim, something NingYe had anticipated. Taking a light breath, his appearance slowly changed, his aura becoming increasingly elusive, eventually transforming into a werewolf with black hair and black eyes. The limitations of the world vanished the moment the transformation succeeded, and the system's prompt sounded again. Ding! Due to a system bug, detection error, the power of ice is fully unlocking. Due to the system's mistake, compensation has been made to the host. 5 soul power orbs have been issued to the storage space. NingYe squinted his eyes, but for now, he couldn't care about that. The ice symbol in his palm gradually emitted a unique glow, causing NingYe's mind to sink into it. At that moment, his aura seemed to resonate with the icy world. Every move he made felt like a response from the heavens. Standing there, it was as if he was the center of the universe. All the ice and snow, all the frost and wind, were merely the backdrop for his coronation. Crack! In the void, it seemed as if a mirror had shattered, and NingYe slightly opened his eyes, as if reflecting everything in this world. Suddenly, a special image appeared before him, his brows slightly raising, and he chuckled softly. With a wave of his hand, the massive corpse of the soul beast on the ground was stored in the storage space, and his figure vanished from the spot. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the Snow Emperor's solidified body was already covered in wounds. However, at this moment, the Snow Emperor wore a smile on her lips. The pendant on her chest slowly floated up. Looking at it, the Snow Emperor seemed to recall that person. A blurry figure gently caressed the Snow Emperor, who was still like a little girl at that time. Little Snow Girl, I'm leaving. You must stay here well. I want to go with you. Be good. I'll come back for you, and then I'll take you with me. During the time I'm away, this pendant will protect you on my behalf. It can block any danger for you. You must be good. When I return, you must fulfill our promise and become a great empress. I will. Boom. A thunderous roar awakened the Snow Emperor from her memories. Watching the lightning pillar descending like a well, that small pendant stood fearlessly above the Snow Emperor's head, emitting a faint glow and quickly forming a light shield. Although it was thin and seemed easily breakable, the Snow Emperor believed that person would not deceive her. Boom! The lightning pillar, capable of destroying everything in the world, struck the faint light shield, but was as inconsequential as a droplet of water entering the ocean, causing no ripples at all. When the lightning pillar vanished, the heavens seemed to emit an indescribable roar, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. Gentle sunlight fell, illuminating the Snow Emperor, her originally solid, yet somewhat ethereal body slowly emitting a faint glow. As the light enveloped her, when it faded, the Snow Emperor's expression carried a slight smile, and her body had completely transformed into a human. In her palm, there seemed to be a small mark continuously shining with light, but it appeared to be dimming in an extremely weak state. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed in this special space, and the Snow Emperor's expression changed as she looked at the suddenly appeared werewolf figure. Truly worthy of being the Snow Empress, she managed to overcome this special heavenly tribulation and gain the world's recognition. Looking at the Snow Emperor, NingYe's eyes held a hint of admiration. Even he had to admit the power of this special heavenly tribulation was very strong. Even if a level 3 divine being were here, they would likely be heavily injured. But the Snow Emperor had passed through it. Although she relied on an external object for the last and most terrifying lightning tribulation, it cannot be denied that aside from him, the Snow Emperor's strength was likely unmatched beneath the divine level. Who are you? The Snow Emperor's expression turned slightly cold, her lips parting slightly, but her heart was shaken. With her strength that resonated with the world, she couldn't sense the presence of this werewolf. This meant that this werewolf could not be detected by the heavens and the earth. Such strength reminded her of the reason she desperately sought to break through. An outsider. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. NingYe smiled faintly. I just want to know some information. As long as you tell me, I will leave the Frost's small world immediately. What information? The Snow Emperor's delicate body tensed, staring at NingYe. Although this werewolf seemed friendly for now, she would not easily trust him. However, if this werewolf truly meant what he said and would leave after obtaining the information, that would be great. She wouldn't hide anything. I know that someone like me, an outsider, once came to this world. I want to know about him. NingYe spoke while observing the pendant that had returned to the Snow Emperor's neck. Activating his insight eye, he continuously analyzed the data on it, a smile appearing on his lips. Sure enough, he hadn't made a mistake. The Snow Emperor was definitely related to that person. Just looking at this pendant, the power on it was completely different from the Snow Emperor herself. It was definitely from someone else. The Snow Emperor's pupils constricted. Why do you want to know about him? I'm sorry, I cannot tell you that. NingYe shook his head. He absolutely could not expose the system task. He still remembered that once, just because he mentioned the task to an outsider, the system directly canceled it. After all the trouble of obtaining a task rewarded with a void engine, he couldn't lose it because of this. Gazing at NingYe, the Snow Emperor snorted lightly. Then I cannot tell you either. You are putting me in a difficult position. Looking at the resolute expression on the Snow Empress's face, NingYe frowned slightly. He just wanted to know the news and did not wish to have conflict with her, but now that she was uncooperative, it was difficult for him to proceed. The two of them fell into a stalemate, staring at each other in silence, with their attention focused on one another. In that moment of deadlock, a vague fluctuation rippled through the void, and the world power marks wielded by NingYe and the Snow Empress emitted a momentary black light before transforming into a normal golden glow. From an outside perspective, this special small space was already enveloped by an invisible force that was continuously tightening, not to mention information. Even the slightest bit of power could not be transmitted in or out. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Frost Giant clan, a bloody atmosphere pervaded. Watching Little Ling battling a large number of scorpions, the high priest, who held the wormhole crystal left by NingYe, quickly shouted, Little Ling, the wormhole left by the Lord is about to open. Come over quickly. Chapter 249. The world's calculation. Little Ling lightly clapped her hands, and a surge of icy power erupted, instantly freezing a large number of scorpions. However, the sheer number of scorpions was overwhelming. While one batch was frozen, another batch rushed in, and in even greater numbers. Struggling to fend them off, Little Ling shouted, Grandpa High Priest, how many clansmen are left outside? The High Priest paused for a moment, scanning the area. The entire clan territory was covered by scorpions, but with his unique eyesight, he could still see quite a few clansmen. However, Little Ling was undoubtedly the most important. She was the disciple of that lord. If anything happened to her, that lord would surely be furious. Thinking of this, the high priest continued to shout, Don't worry about that. Just come over. Hearing the high priest's response, Little Ling understood the situation. With a quick glance, she saw her clansmen trapped among the scorpions. Gritting her teeth, a phoenix pattern appeared above her head. and a powerful icy force erupted, freezing the scorpions that had rushed up in the blink of an eye. The icy power continued to spread, freezing all the scorpions within its range. In just a few seconds, the icy force had enveloped the entire clan territory, and all the scorpions were frozen, allowing the frost giants who survived the disaster to catch their breath. But they dare not stop for a moment. Taking advantage of this brief respite, they quickly ran toward the wormhole opened by the high priest. Watching her clansmen continuously disappear into the wormhole, little Ling smiled, but her eyes were filled with exhaustion. With her current abilities, using such a wide-ranging icy power was still very taxing. The head wolf also quickly leaped out from the frozen scorpions, leaning slightly to support little Ling. This is really interesting. Within this small tribe, there is such a powerful icy force. Just as little Ling was about to lean on the head wolf and head toward the wormhole, the figures of the Broken Ridge Scorpion and the Claw-Split Scorpion slowly emerged from the crowd of scorpions. Seeing their greenish forms, fear flashed in the high priest's eyes. Memories of a myth from the Frost's small world resurfaced in his mind. They were the second strongest beings in that world. A super soul beast that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, absolutely a force they could not withstand. Seeing that most of the clansmen had entered, the high priest glanced at little Ling, who seemed to be targeted. After a moment of hesitation, for the sake of the tribe, he made a decisive choice and entered the wormhole himself. With a soft rumble, the wormhole slowly shrank and then disappeared. Watching the high priest vanish, little Ling's eyes were filled with disbelief. Did Grandpa, high priest, abandon her? Seeing this scene, the Claw-Split Scorpion said with a faint smile, they ran away. The Broken Ridge Scorpion shook its head, its gaze fixed on little Ling. Let them run. They're just a bunch of useless people. The most important thing is this little girl. Suddenly abandoned, tears welled in little Ling's eyes, but looking at the two giant scorpions before her, she remained resolute. She patted the side of the head wolf, and the head wolf immediately understood, recalling the terror of that lord, and finally pounced. Little Ling also leaped up, quickly escaping into the distance. However, the Broken Ridge Scorpion and the Claw-Split Scorpion showed no urgency, leisurely pursuing the head wolf. With each small step, they closed the distance between them. I said I won't tell you anything, and you must leave this world. Looking at the determined expression on the Snow Empress's face, NingYe frowned slightly, just about to say something when a hurried alert sounded in his mind. Ding. Warning. Warning. The second disciple, little Ling, is about to break the last seal of the Frost Phoenix. Her life force has dropped to a dangerous threshold. Please support her as soon as possible. NingYe's expression changed instantly, his powerful computational ability operating at high speed. He reached out with his mind, but it felt as though he was locked by an invisible force. Before he could extend even a little, he was precisely struck. Boom! A faint trickle of blood oozed from NingYe's mouth, but the goal he aimed for was achieved, as he managed to connect with a ray of sunlight. In his eyes reflected an image. Little Ling's face was flushed, her body riddled with blood holes, while the head wolf beside her was in a worse state. Collapsed on the ground, struggling to breathe. Seeing NingYe's change, the Snow Empress was also startled. What happened? NingYe glanced at her, his palms slightly raised, and an extreme icy power surged forth, revealing the ice symbol. However, under NingYe's insight, he clearly saw a special hidden rule power entwined around it, obscuring his perception of the outside world from within. World power. Really impressive. NingYe's expression darkened as he reached out his hand, enveloping this rule power with his formidable computational ability and directly extracting it. NingYe's perception of the outside world was instantly restored. But looking at the increasingly overwhelming force surrounding this special space, as well as the sunlight continuously casting shadows into the Frost's small world, NingYe's brows furrowed tightly. This was the first and most serious mistake since he arrived in the Douluo world. He had been blinded to external perceptions. If it weren't for the system alert, he might have remained in a stalemate with the Snow Empress. Boom, boom, boom. Just as NingYe extracted the rule, the world no longer concealed its intentions. The enveloping power shattered, and the entire special space began to collapse. A series of earth-shattering roars echoed, and the already small space suddenly appeared riddled with many black holes, primarily concentrated around NingYe. An irresistible and powerful suction erupted from within, trying to draw the two of them into it for destruction. Seeing this apocalyptic scene, the Snow Empress's expression also darkened. She understood all too well. She had also been abandoned by the world, treated as bait to lure the outsider NingYe in, and then to be destroyed together. You think you can stop me like this? You're really dreaming. Looking at the surrounding black holes, NingYe snorted softly. The dark matter computer floated up, and its powerful computational ability surged forth, colliding with the invisible force that came rushing in from the world. However, this time, while NingYe's mouth bled again, the external frost small world emitted an indescribable roar, and the invisible force quickly receded like the tide. Feeling the two terrifying mental powers in the void that made her look up in awe, the Snow Empress gazed at NingYe in shock. That was a blow from the world. This werewolf's mental power was surprisingly not inferior to the world's. Moreover, after a battle, it was still the world that retreated. Such mental power is truly terrifying. While the Snow Empress was shocked, NingYe calmly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A glint of brilliance burst forth in his eyes, without any concealment, the eye of insight fully activated. Chapter 250. Shattering the void, the white pupils scanned this special space that was about to be destroyed. The entire space resembled an extremely massive data stream that had developed leaks and was continuously collapsing. NingYe did not think of saving it. He simply used his computing power to search for the best point of convergence with the frosty small world, so he could get out. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and in less than an instant, a smile appeared at the corner of NingYe's mouth. His right hand slightly lifted, lightly striking at a point in the void. The power contained within it shocked even the Snow Empress. The space seemed unable to withstand this tremendous force, constantly fracturing along the trajectory of his strike. Boom! His fist stopped at a certain point, and the entire space emitted a resonating sound, as if triggering a point. A small vortex slowly formed. Unlike a black hole, this small vortex was incredibly calm. That was the frosty small world. The Snow Empress exclaimed in surprise. Through that small vortex, she seemed to see the icy world. Looking at NingYe, her heart trembled like the earth shaking. This werewolf had actually punched out a passage. It should be known that opening a spatial passage is not something that can be accomplished solely by strength. It requires a stable space. Finding the points of convergence between two spaces, and then using the powerful forces of heaven and earth to draw these points closer together to open a passage. But now, leaving aside NingYe's terrifying power that could penetrate space and rival heaven and earth, just the condition of finding a stable space was already difficult, as this special space was on the verge of collapse. Finding that point of convergence was like searching for a needle so small it could not be seen with the naked eye in an endless ocean, under normal circumstances. It was simply impossible. Yet NingYe not only found it, but also seized the opportunity to open the spatial passage. What a terrifying and precise control that was. Keep up, don't die. As NingYe turned his head, his pure white pupils made the Snow Empress's heart tremble slightly. Without waiting for her to respond, NingYe pulled her, and her figure involuntarily appeared beside him. Then NingYe tugged her forward and entered the vortex. Boom! At the moment, the Snow Empress also entered. The entire space finally could not bear it anymore, emitting a creaking sound before completely shattering. As it shattered, the open spatial passage was also not spared. Endless destructive power surged through the passage. Inside the spatial passage, time seemed to lose all meaning, yet NingYe appeared to perceive everything, his gaze sharpening. In the midst of the Snow Empress's dazed state, with a hint of awareness, he threw a punch backward. It was just a casual punch, but the destructive force behind it seemed to meet endless resistance, momentarily pausing. But in that moment, the figures of NingYe and the Snow Empress had already disappeared into the passage. Without NingYe's support, the passage directly collapsed and was destroyed. Boom! Above the sky, there seemed to be a resounding sound. Steadying himself, the Snow Empress looked at NingYe beside her, her eyes filled with a hint of awe. After hesitating for a moment, she softly said to NingYe, "Thank you." Although if it weren't for NingYe, she wouldn't have tried to break through into that special space. After being abandoned, NingYe indeed saved her life. Without NingYe pulling her, she would have been left to wait for death in the special space, perishing along with it. Once enemies, now her teammate had betrayed her, while her enemy had saved her. Even the Snow Empress felt a complex mix of emotions. NingYe glanced at the Snow Empress. He saved her merely to obtain information. Furrowing his brows, he looked at the dark sky. Upon returning to this world, he truly felt the pressure from heaven and earth. His soul power was cut off, and his energy could not be replenished. He could not release his perception, leaving him unaware of Shaoling's situation. The solar power was obstructed, and his solar light super gene could not borrow even a trace of strength. Moreover, his body was constantly subjected to a gravitational pressure powerful enough to crush a tidal Douluo into paste. This pressure showed no signs of stopping. And even if NingYe changed his aura and simulated an identity, it had no effect. It was as if the world knew his identity from some aspect and had already determined it. But none of this mattered to him. Boom! Without saying much, NingYe stomped heavily on the ground, shattering the solid, icy surface, and the space seemed to crack under the force. With a loud bang, his figure soared upward, leaping and landing, quickly rushing toward a certain location. This was the only way he could move quickly and steadily. Although the wormhole engine could forcibly open a wormhole for him to jump, under the current circumstances where the world was targeting him, even NingYe did not dare to use this power casually. If he were disturbed during the opening process, the landing point could become an absolute dead end. Though he was not afraid, it would waste time. While in action, NingYe's mind was racing. The wormhole crystal had already been activated. After all, it was made by him, so he retained a passage to know the designated landing point. Xiaoling was most likely with them. Seeing NingYe move further away, the Snow Empress remained in place. She was not suppressed by the world. In fact, through the power mark granted to her by the world, a thought continuously conveyed to her. It informed the Snow Empress that NingYe's strength had been suppressed by about 70%. With the Snow Empress's strength plus the backing of heaven and earth, she could completely kill NingYe. As long as the Snow Empress took action, the world would bestow upon her immense power and recognize her as an acknowledged one. In the future, her cultivation would not encounter any bottlenecks, nor would there be any tribulations. She could steadily cultivate for 1,000,000 years and become a divine beast. A divine beast, a realm that countless soul beasts yearn for, just as soul masters long to become gods. After hesitating for a moment, the Snow Empress lowered her head, looking at the pendant that shimmered with a faint glow, her gaze firming as she rushed toward the direction NingYe had taken. Boom! Once again landing, the ground was shaken into a large pit. NingYe in the pit exhaled lightly, mobilizing his soul power to repair his severely damaged body. Jumping up again, he looked at the terrified frost giants in front of him, scanning around but not finding Xiaoling's figure. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and his cold gaze turned toward the high priest. The high priest was already flustered but quickly composed himself, approaching hastily. "My lord, you finally arrived." NingYe's eyes flickered with a faint light as he coldly spoke. "Where is Xiaoling?" The high priest, filled with sorrow, replied, "Xiaoling stayed behind to protect us." The scene fell silent, looking at NingYe's expressionless face. The entire Frost Giant clan fell into a long and fearful wait. Chapter 251. The Demise of Xiaoling finally. NingYe nodded slightly, turning his body without saying much, looking as if he was about to leave. Seeing that NingYe seemed to believe him, the high priest felt a slight relief in his heart. Crack! With a soft sound, all the Frost Giants watched as the high priest's figure shattered to the ground like a piece of glass. The many Frost Giants looked at NingYe with fear in their eyes, but NingYe's figure had already disappeared, leaving behind a single sentence. "If anything happens to her, your Frost Giant clan will accompany her in death." Swallowing hard, Lon Air sighed. The high priest truly made a mistake this time. He had no idea that the high priest would make such a decision. If he had known, he would rather die himself than let Xiaoling perish. Because here, only he understood the invincible power of that master. Everyone fell into silence, but their hearts were filled with fear towards NingYe. Even though he had killed the highly respected high priest of their clan, they felt no dissatisfaction. After a long while, the regret in Lon Yi's eyes faded. Looking at the lifeless expressions of his clansmen, he said firmly, "No matter what, we cannot sit idly by. While he is leaving, we should quickly relocate. The Frost's small world is so vast, he cannot possibly find us." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of them. Lon Yi instantly became alert and shouted, "Who?" But when he saw the figure, even Lon Yi stammered, "Your Excellency, Snow Empress." Although they had never seen the Snow Empress, everyone in the clan had grown up hearing stories about her. They were very familiar with her appearance. Looking at the high priest, who had become a pile of shattered remains, the Snow Empress furrowed her brow. Where did that person go? He went in that direction. Lon Yi swallowed hard and pointed in the direction NingYe had left, unable to fathom that NingYe had a connection with the Snow Empress. The Snow Empress looked in that direction, her gaze sharpening. What happened? Lon Yi hesitated for a moment and spoke. Our clan's territory was suddenly attacked by a group of scorpions, led by 2 Ice Jade Emperor scorpions under the Ice Emperor. That Master's disciple acted to protect everyone, but in the end, our high priest abandoned the Master's disciple, leaving her behind to fend for herself. It's over. The Snow Empress's brow furrowed tightly, and without any hesitation, she dashed toward the direction NingYe had left. Now she understood how terrifying NingYe was. So when she heard about the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpions, she knew trouble was coming. She could guess the Ice Emperor's motives, but that only made her heart more fearful. If the Ice Emperor killed that werewolf's disciple, the werewolf would not only want to kill the Ice Emperor, but could also destroy the world in his rage. At that moment, in the Ice Emperor's palace, looking at the little girl hanging there, covered in wounds and pale, the Ice Emperor's brow tightened. You really won't say anything? Cough, cough. Although the Ice Emperor didn't use any power, Xiaoling's body had already suffered serious injuries in battle. Coughing twice, blood trickled from her mouth. But looking at the beautiful green scorpion, Xiaoling still shook her head. I know nothing, therefore I cannot say anything. No matter what, even if I die, I will not leak any information about my master. Seeing the determination in Xiaoling's dim eyes, the Ice Emperor sighed. Alas, if that's the case, then I cannot keep you alive. As the words fell, the Ice Emperor's green scorpion tail struck Xiaoling. With a soft piercing sound, Xiaoling's consciousness slowly became hazy. But even in her final moments, her only thought was, I'm sorry, master, I will never see you again. NingYe, who was desperately rushing to the Ice Emperor's palace, suddenly halted in midair as a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding, the second disciple Xiaoling has suffered a fatal blow. Life force completely lost. Life signs have disappeared. Second disciple. Xiaoling. Silence, coldness. NingYe, who had jumped into the air, fell straight to the ground. His mind racing as he suppressed all his emotions to the lowest point, but images of the time spent with Xiaoling kept flashing through his mind. A single tear fell from his eyes. A blood vessel appeared in his pure white pupils. His heart felt like it was burning with endless rage. In the distance, the Snow Empress suddenly felt a threat of death, her body uncontrollably stopping in place. She looked at the figure that seemed so small in the vast snowy field. But she understood one thing. The Ice Emperor is doomed. This world no longer needs to exist. NingYe's voice slowly spread, resonating throughout heaven and earth. The Snow Empress's eyes widened in shock. Just as she wanted to step forward to dissuade him, she saw a crimson flame enveloping NingYe's body. NingYe's transforming werewolf form was slowly burned away. And looking at NingYe's original appearance, the Snow Empress was filled with horror. You are actually him. NingYe's cold gaze swept over the Snow Empress, his blood-red eyes piercing into her soul. In an instant, he saw the figure from the Snow Empress's memories. That person who looked exactly like him was smiling at him. Ding! The task to explore the mysterious existence has been completed. The Void Engine has been released. Normally, NingYe would feel joy and confusion, but at this moment, he had no thoughts on that. The blazing flames seemed capable of burning through everything. Even in the realm of rules, the chains restraining NingYe were burned to shreds. With each chain that broke, NingYe's overwhelming momentum surged higher. Looking up at the sky, NingYe's eyes held no emotion, only a faint gaze. I actually shouldn't have always considered you the core of the world. Once you are destroyed, the world will crumble, and these soul beasts will perish. Suddenly, the sky rumbled, dark clouds enveloping NingYe, within which countless bolts of lightning flickered, instilling fear in the Snow Empress. But NingYe merely raised his hand slightly, and in his palm, the symbol of lightning glowed with faint light. The radiance grew brighter, ultimately illuminating the heavens and the earth. Even the thick dark clouds could not obscure it. At the moment the light reached its peak, NingYe's cold, emotionless voice echoed throughout the world. Lightning destruction. The lightning symbol shattered. A beam of heavenly lightning shot straight into the sky, directly dispersing the dark clouds above before vanishing. In an instant, the dense dark clouds in the sky dissipated in the blink of an eye, and the flickering lightning seemed to have suffered a severe blow, directly shattering. Chapter 252, The Cost. With a rumble throughout heaven and earth, without any warning, a light drizzle began to fall. But if one looked closely at this light rain, it was mixed with specks of red, like blood. As the raindrops fell on them, all soul beasts in the Frost's small world, regardless of their strength, felt a tinge of sorrow rise in their hearts. It was as if some important existence had vanished, and they could no longer perceive that presence. As she watched this scene, the Snow Empress wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, but deep down, she understood that this world would probably never have thunder again, because thunder had been shattered by someone, forcing apart the authority of thunder that he controlled. NingYe also had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained chillingly cold. All who dared to act against her must pay the price. The Snow Empress seemed to sense something. Her eyes filled with intense anxiety as she rushed over. But before she could get within 100 meters of NingYe, she was pushed back by an invisible force. She could only watch helplessly as NingYe pulled 3 figures from the void. 3 scorpions of varying sizes, but the same color. The first one was drawn in by boundless power. The Ice Empress was still in a daze. But the cold voice had already reached her ears, and beside her, the body of the broken-horned scorpion exploded. The splattered flesh and blood fell on her, igniting her anger. But before she could react, the voice sounded again. The second one, the body of the clawed scorpion, also shattered. But now the Ice Empress couldn't afford to be angry. Her own body trembled continuously, wanting to escape. But it felt as if a pair of gigantic hands were pressing her down, leaving her to sway helplessly. Just as NingYe's mouth slightly opened to speak, the Snow Empress spat out a mouthful of blood, her solid body emanating a faint glow before slowly becoming somewhat ethereal. She began to burn her cultivation. The effect was evident. The invisible power released by NingYe was directly broken through. Her figure appeared beside NingYe in an instant, kneeling down and crying out, "Brother Yi, I beg you, spare the Ice Empress this once." Seeing this, the Ice Empress was filled with shock. She raised her head and carefully looked at NingYe's face, recalling her past interactions with that person. Feeling a bitterness in her heart and beginning to understand the Snow Empress's actions, NingYe's gaze shifted slightly, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar Snow Empress. And he shook his head lightly. "If I spare her, who will spare my disciple?" The Snow Empress's face instantly turned pale, her mouth opened. But she couldn't utter a word. After staring for a moment, NingYe's mind slowly surfaced with a few images, which seemed to be things he had experienced before, sealed by unknown power until now. However, NingYe's eyes remained resolute. Looking at the Ice Empress, he said softly, "For the sake of our past friendship and the little snow girl, you should take your own life." Having said that, NingYe's figure had already vanished from the spot and appeared in the Ice Empress's palace. Meanwhile, feeling the pressure on her body dissipate, the Ice Empress showed no intention of fleeing, because she knew that no matter where she went, no one could escape that person. She could only look at the Snow Empress with deep regret in her eyes. "Snow girl, I'm sorry for bringing you trouble. Binger, I'm sorry for you." The Snow Empress's voice was somewhat weak. The Ice Empress shook her head, sighed lightly, and her emerald green body slowly began to shatter. A cyan green light rushing towards the Snow Empress. The moment the green light landed on the Snow Empress, her weakened aura seemed to be replenished, rising once again. But the Snow Empress felt no joy in recovering her strength. She knew that the Ice Empress was transferring her cultivation to her, although it was just a small portion. The Ice Empress had been a super soul beast for nearly 300,000 years, enough to compensate for her loss from burning her own cultivation. Watching NingYe reappear slowly, he was holding a little girl, a girl who had already closed her eyes and had lost all signs of life. The Snow Empress hesitated for a moment and advised, "Brother Yi, the Ice Empress has already apologized. Can you please stop?" "Not enough." NingYe glanced at her lightly. "The main culprit must die. It's too dangerous." The Snow Empress's face turned pale, starkly contrasting with the blood-red soul rings floating above the Ice Empress's corpse. NingYe shook his head lightly, looking at the sadness hidden deep in the Snow Empress's eyes. His gaze firm. "Before that, I still need to do something." He looked towards the sky. Ever since he shattered the rules of thunder, it felt as if the world had died, and no one dared to disturb him again. But that was not what he wanted. NingYe slightly raised his hand, and Xiaoling's corpse slowly rose. Data flowed through his eyes, accompanied by sounds only he could hear. "Void engine, activate." The moment the sound rang out, it seemed as if the world had paused for a moment. The engine was fully activated and was analyzing the target. An invisible power quickly spread out, enveloping Xiaoling. Analysis complete. Target shows no signs of life. Redefining target life status. Definition failed. Redefining target life status. Definition failed. NingYe's dark matter computer had suddenly appeared, emitting a brilliant light. Xiaoling's body seemed to shine with a faint glow, but it flickered and disappeared in an instant. The halted world slowly resumed its operation, and the Snow Empress looked at this scene with a hint of confusion in her eyes. But the world felt an impending threat. Although it didn't know what NingYe was doing, if he succeeded, the entire world could be overturned. This was a price the world was unwilling to bear. In a hazy space, a blurred consciousness stirred slightly. The winds of heaven and earth ceased, the snow stopped falling, and all the rules and powers of this world converged into one, rushing towards NingYe. The Snow Empress standing in place, felt her hair stand on end as she glanced at the indifferent NingYe. After hesitating for a moment, she finally followed her instincts and retreated several hundred meters. Continuing to back away, she could sense that the area was about to face a devastating blow. The Snow Empress could only pray in her heart, hoping that NingYe had enough strength to withstand it. Redefining target life status. Definition successful. Just as the blood-red soul rings beside her kept flashing, seemingly in fear. A smile appeared on NingYe's lips. Modifying data modification complete. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. He reached out his hand slightly, and the blood-red soul ring was drawn towards Xiaoling, slowly entering her body. Energy source has been connected, beginning energy recovery. Chapter 253. The world crumbles. Boom! When NingYe completed this, the force of heaven and earth had already arrived, striking towards NingYe with precision, without any outward dispersion. Feeling the constantly pulsing death warning, the Snow Empress closed her eyes, unwilling to see the outcome. Roll! NingYe's light shout erupted with a surge of computational power, clashing with that rule's power, causing the entire world to seem a crash. Only the voice echoing in NingYe's mind remained. Repair complete. A beam of light shot straight into the clouds, penetrating countless rules, directly piercing into that hazy space. At this moment, on Douluo continent, a colorful light hung at the edge of the sky. A figure smiled slightly, looking up at the sky, while the rules of heaven and earth seemed to tremble, and this world appeared to be afraid of something. But for now, NingYe was unaware of all this. He only looked at the slowly opening eyes of Xiaoling, a slight smile on his lips. Xiaoling opened her heavy eyelids and stared at NingYe beside her, momentarily stunned. Teacher, am I dead? Why can I still see you in heaven? She remembered being pierced in the chest by that sharp scorpion tail and then losing all consciousness. Thinking of this, Xiaoling suddenly became alert and reached for her chest. But there was not a single mark. It was still. Xiaoling, it's okay. You're not dead. Everything is just fine. Seeing Xiaoling in a daze, NingYe gently patted her head, his insightful eye clearly perceiving her thoughts. Xiaoling's eyes were filled with joy, with a hint of tears, as she tightly hugged NingYe. Teacher, I'm really not dead. Aside from Xiaoling, the Snow Empress, who witnessed this scene, was also bewildered. She had seen Xiaoling just moments ago with a large hole in her chest, pierced by the Ice Emperor, and she was definitely dead. Yet now, she was alive and well. This was too incredible. Resurrection. The Snow Empress had never thought anyone could achieve this. Even her brother Yi, whom she believed to be all-powerful, she thought wouldn't be able to do this. After all, life and death are the core and most fundamental rules of the universe. If this rule were to be broken, then, boom, just as she thought of that outcome, the heavens and earth trembled, and suddenly, large holes appeared throughout the world, releasing a powerful suction that swallowed everything around it. The Frost Giant clan, who were migrating, were unfortunate enough to have a large hole appear beside them, pulling everyone in. The endless snowfields began to melt, dark clouds filled the sky, and the earth cracked continuously, as if the world was about to collapse. In a certain hazy space, a blurry consciousness felt everything in the world and finally looked at NingYe, who seemed to be raising his gaze slightly, as if making eye contact with it. Letting out a soft sigh, the fog-like body had already developed countless cracks, and finally, the space emitted a crisp sound of shattering. NingYe, who stood still, slightly furrowed his brow but did not dwell on it. He simply reached out, and the Snow Empress, who was feeling a myriad of complex emotions from afar, felt a pull and instantly appeared in front of NingYe, looking at the person who had caused the world to collapse due to resurrection. The Snow Empress felt indescribable feelings in her heart. As a naturally born spirit, nurtured by the heavens and earth, her love for this world surpassed that of anyone else. Now that this world was on the brink of destruction, it was akin to her parents about to die. Yet facing this enemy, she felt no hatred at all, because she knew that if the situation were reversed, this man would also turn the world upside down just to revive her. This world already has its own desires. It's not worth your attachment. The Snow Empress looked at NingYe, who suddenly spoke, remaining silent. NingYe slightly raised his hand, and the three figures vanished from their location. When they reappeared, aside from NingYe, the other two looked at the scene before them, filled with shock. It was like a painting depicting everything in this frosty little world. Looking at this painting, they seemed to feel all the magnificent scenery of the frosty little world. But at this moment, cracks began to appear on the painting, and the cracks continued to expand. NingYe's gaze sharpened, his insightful eye piercing through everything. Just as the painting was about to shatter completely, he slowly reached out, and the central fragment was caught in NingYe's palm. Although it looked like just a piece of shattered paper, NingYe's expression was extremely grave, as that invincible third-generation divine body from the divine realm had sustained injuries. And the injuries were continuing to expand. Watching NingYe's actions, the Snow Empress seemed to realize something, while Xiaoling looked at NingYe with deep concern. NingYe slightly raised his hand, and a dark matter computer emerged from the void, colliding with that fragment. Then, the fragment, like a drop of water, merged into the dark matter computer, causing a faint trace of blood to seep from the corner of NingYe's eye. In his mind, countless data points crashed into each other, constantly destroying his consciousness. But NingYe merely snorted, pulled Snow Empress and Xiaoling, and his figure flashed again. The next second, in the Douluo world, it felt like an earthquake, as everyone sensed the tremors from the heavens and earth. Watching the data flow, continuously filling in, that mysterious figure patted the box beside him, smiling lightly. The thing you hoped for has happened. Was this what you had anticipated? However, you, in your current state, have no power to cause mischief. He seemed to be close to uncovering the truth, and he needed to prepare well, as it was a serious matter. In his eyes, it seemed to contain all things in the universe, countless stars. The next day, cough cough, with 2 light coughs, NingYe finally awakened in a snowy cave. Looking at the worried expressions of the Snow Empress and Xiaoling, NingYe's lips were filled with a broad smile. If someone could see his attribute panel, they would notice that his soul power level and computational power had undergone some changes. In fact, the changes were not very significant. His soul power had risen to level 80, while his computational power soared to 100,000 points, equivalent to 10 million Milky Way computers. Although the world fragment had inflicted great damage on him, at the same time, NingYe's powerful computational power was also absorbing and analyzing this data, which was the source of his strength increase. Teacher, you finally woke up. Xiaoling was so worried about you. Seeing NingYe cough up a bit of blood, Xiaoling's face turned pale, and she hurriedly stepped forward to support NingYe, her eyes filled with concern. After the tremors of the heavens and earth, NingYe had fallen into a deep sleep, and no matter how much she called, he wouldn't wake up. If it weren't for Sister Snow saying that the teacher was fine, she would have been extremely worried. NingYe smiled gently, stroking Xiaoling's head, shaking his head, and looking at the Snow Empress beside him. She slightly trembled her lips and finally bowed deeply to NingYe, saying, "Thank you." This bow was not just for NingYe saving her life, but also for NingYe choosing to connect the world fragments here after the world collapsed. This allowed countless beings of the frosty little world to survive. Accepting the bow calmly, NingYe's eyes sparkled with a faint light as he began to inquire about the Snow Empress. Chapter 254, Departure, Hunting the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King 3 days later. In a small coastal town, NingYe slowly opened his eyes. The immense computational power covered everything in the town, capturing every detail in NingYe's sight. But in an instant, this computational power seemed to vanish, retracting back into NingYe's body. He exhaled softly, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The Snow Empress and Xiaoling had been arranged to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Although he hadn't gone there personally, holding the silver business card given by NingYe, he had also sent a message to his teacher through the communication pearl. So it was unlikely he would raise any suspicions. What he was currently pondering was the conversation he had with the Snow Empress that day. The memories of their acquaintance were too vague, and only a rough outline remained. After carefully inquiring with the Snow Empress, he discovered that according to her, NingYe had visited the frosty little world hundreds of thousands of years ago, found the still unformed little Snow Empress, and then provided some help, ultimately leading to the Snow Empress fully transforming and following NingYe thereafter, wandering in the frosty little world for hundreds of thousands of years. He finally bid farewell to the Snow Emperor after meeting the Ice Emperor. This alone left NingYe puzzled. He had only been in the Douluo world for 11 years and had never been to the frosty little world. How could he have existed hundreds of thousands of years ago? Coupled with the odd feeling he experienced after the surge in computational power from his golden finger system, NingYe couldn't help but suspect that there might be a hidden hand manipulating these events. However, despite his suspicions, he had not encountered any setbacks from this hidden hand so far. Moreover, this hidden hand had been helping him grow stronger. So, after some contemplation, NingYe concluded that he currently lacked the ability to investigate further. If he truly wanted to uncover the truth, he needed to strengthen his power. With this thought in mind, NingYe firmly established his future path in his mind, a glint flashing in his eyes, and with a slight movement, he vanished from the room. By the sea, An old man clad in a raincoat gazed at the vast ocean, letting out a soft sigh. He slowly waved his hand, and those around him, similarly dressed, both young and old, showed disappointment in their eyes, but did not hesitate to follow the old man as he began to retreat. Just as everyone was about to leave, the reluctant old man turned back for one last glance and saw a young boy standing at the edge of the sea. The old man's pupils contracted, but he did not hesitate and quickly walked towards the boy, shouting, "Young man, do not go into the water, it's dangerous." The boy seemed to hear the shout and turned his head. Splash! At that moment, the calm sea suddenly churned, and a massive fish, at least 7 or 8 meters long, leaped out, its eyes filled with fierce malice, opening its massive mouth wide to bite at the boy. Watching this scene, the old man felt his heart tremble, closed his eyes, and dared not look at what would happen next. The fishermen nearby were filled with sorrow and relief. If it weren't for the old man's lead in scouting, they too might have perished in the jaws of the giant fish. It was just a pity for the young lad. Crack! Just when everyone thought the boy was doomed, the giant fish's sharp teeth suddenly made a grinding sound as they hit something hard and then shattered. A torrent of blood gushed from its mouth, and the boy frowned, shifting his feet as he leaped out. Then, with a gentle push against the ground, the earth seemed to tremble, and the boy soared into the air, making no unnecessary movements, only lightly punching towards the giant fish. To the fishermen, it seemed impossible to withstand, but there was no time left. Before the punch landed, the fish's body appeared to be crushed by immense force, and then exploded, a cloud of blood mist turning the air red, large chunks of flesh splattering onto the ground. The entire seaside fell silent, but when the old man regained his senses, he found that the young lad had already disappeared. His lips trembled slightly, but he knelt down and deeply bowed to the sea, shouting, "Thank you, Lord Sea God, for your protection." The fisherman beside him also woke up, hurriedly kneeling on the ground and shouting in unison. Meanwhile, NingYe, who had killed the giant fish spirit beast, could hear the shouts of the crowd, yet he merely smiled slightly. He was already seated in a room that resembled one made of iron sheets. In front of him was a small screen flickering. If someone from the modern world were to watch from outside, they would realize this was a vessel similar to a submarine. NingYe's eyes reflected an image as he pondered for a moment, then tapped on the screen several times. The submarine hidden at the bottom of the deep sea quickly surged upwards, heading resolutely in one direction. 2 weeks later, on a small island somewhere in the deep sea, this island, long regarded as a sacred place by the sea spirit masters, was now enveloped in a tense atmosphere. In the central sea god temple, 7 individuals dressed in black looked at a woman clad in a red robe, their eyes filled with respect. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely be shocked at what event could have brought these powerful beings together for discussion. After all, aside from their identities as the black-clad lords of Sea God Island, each of them was a title Douluo-level powerhouse. Among them, the woman in red was the strongest among the title Douluo, not inferior to the peak Douluo Dalu, the grand offering of Sea God Island, Poseidon. But at this moment, Poseidon looked outside the great hall and sighed softly. The sea god previously sent word that the deep-sea demon whale king, whom he had blinded in one eye, has been killed. The black-clad figures looked at Poseidon in shock, their hearts filled with an indescribable terror. They naturally knew of the deep-sea demon whale king, a terrifying spirit beast that had survived a battle with the sea god. Now it had been killed. The strength of the one who did this must be even greater than that of the high priest. Seeing the astonished expressions of the others, Poseidon furrowed her brow. Moreover, the one who killed the deep-sea demon whale king is approaching our sea god island. What? The black-clad Douluos were startled. What was such a being coming to Sea God Island for? Were they friend or foe? And how should they respond? A few people looked towards Poseidon, knowing that since the grand offering mentioned this, there must be a way to deal with it. However, Poseidon hesitated for a moment before speaking. According to the sea god's wishes, we should treat him with courtesy first. If that person intends to attack Sea God Island, the sea god will not remain indifferent. His power constantly monitors Sea God Island. Chapter 255, Entering Sea God Island Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. If even the sea god said to treat him with courtesy, just how strong could this person be? Is he even human? However, with the sea god's words, they felt somewhat relieved. Observing the somewhat relieved expressions of the crowd, Poseidon sighed inwardly. As the sacred place of sea spirit masters, all those present were titled Douluos, yet they were worried about an unknown entity. If the outside sea spirit masters found out, it could cause panic. Just as Poseidon sighed, a voice echoed from within the hall, but I don't seem to sense his power. The black-clad figures tensed up, and Poseidon shouted, "Who? You were just discussing me. And now you ask who I am." NingYe's figure slowly emerged from the void, a slight smile on his face, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. The boy stood there as if he did not exist. They could not sense his presence at all. It should be noted that this was Sea God Island, where they were all empowered by the sea god, fully aware of everything happening on the island. Yet this person left no trace, and the implications of this made everyone present hesitant to think further. After all, that was divine power. Though shocked, Poseidon regained her composure quickly and took a step forward. "Respected guest, may I ask why you have come to Sea God Island?" Observing the tense expressions on the crowd, as well as Poseidon, who could garner the affection of both the ancestor of the Hautian sect and the grand offering of the Spirit Hall, NingYe smiled slightly and said, "Nothing much. I just want to ask the sea god for a favor. I won't trouble you." Poseidon fell silent, looking at the seemingly harmless NingYe, and finally shook his head. "I'm truly sorry. We have no way to summon Lord Poseidon." "Don't worry. He will appear," NingYe said lightly. Just as Poseidon and the others were puzzled about how NingYe would summon the sea god, a sudden statement made them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. "Come out, or I will directly flip over the Sea God Island. Do you believe it?" Ignoring the serious demeanor of Poseidon and the others, NingYe just smiled faintly and slightly raised his head, as if he could see some existence through the roof of the great hall. He did not exude any aura, looking just like an ordinary young man. But the more he acted this way, the more Poseidon and the others felt something was off, increasingly sensing that NingYe must be hiding something. Otherwise, how could he be so relaxed among them and dare to make such threatening remarks? After a long time, the great hall remained in a stalemate. Although Poseidon and the others were very dissatisfied with NingYe's threat, they did not grasp his strength and dared not act rashly. After all, the sea god's command was to treat guests with courtesy. But while they were in a stalemate, NingYe slightly raised an eyebrow and said impatiently, "It seems this threat is not enough. How about I shatter the divine position you've condensed?" At these words, Poseidon and the others were filled with shock. NingYe actually dared to directly threaten their sea god, and it was such a blatant threat. However, this time, although they were still wary, as devout followers of the sea god, they could no longer endure it. Just as Poseidon and the others prepared to act, a rumbling sound erupted from the sky, followed by a deep voice. "Wait, may I ask why my friend is here and what business you have with me?" As the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared before everyone. Although somewhat blurry, it was clear that this person was tall, holding a golden trident, with a natural majesty that inspired awe from the depths of their hearts. Looking at this figure, Poseidon and the others felt a storm of emotions, and without hesitation, they knelt down. "We pay our respects to Lord Poseidon." Their eyes were filled with deep reverence, but their fear of that young existence increased even more. He actually summoned the sea god with just a single threat. Moreover, the sea god was not angry and referred to him as a friend, which was too hard to accept. Looking at Poseidon, NingYe's eyes flickered with a glimmer, but he did not relent. "Now you know to show yourself." Although NingYe's tone was aggressive, Poseidon showed no anger. He only said with a hint of apology, "I was busy with something just now and didn't hear my friend's call." The kneeling crowd was already shocked beyond measure. After all, that was the sea god, a deity. Now he was apologizing to a human boy, which was simply unbelievable. He even brought a weapon. Was he going to fight me? As thoughts of Poseidon's data flashed through his mind, NingYe raised an eyebrow, looking at the divine artifact, the sea god's trident. With data flickering in his eyes, Poseidon shook his head, and the trident disappeared from his hand. "That's not my intention. It's just a precaution from the lower realm." The kneeling individuals trembled. Their sea god had actually taken a step back. If it weren't for the unique majesty of the sea god emanating from him, they might have doubted whether this was truly the sea god. Staring at Poseidon, NingYe waved his hand. "Forget it. I came with just one purpose. You need to open a passage for me to enter the divine realm." "That might not be possible." Poseidon hesitated for a moment and shook his head. Looking at NingYe, who seemed to frown, Poseidon inexplicably felt a sense of fear rising within him. To be honest, since discovering NingYe, he had felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He had explored his feelings but found no reason for this fear, ultimately concluding that it was a warning from his divine position. Indeed, he had seen the scene of NingYe hunting the deep-sea demon whale king. He understood the strength of his old adversary before he became a god better than anyone. Even he, without using higher divine powers, would find it difficult to kill the deep-sea demon whale king. Yet NingYe had done it with such ease, finding the deep-sea demon whale king, then restraining it, and finally using a black greatsword that even he found terrifying to pierce through the deep-sea demon whale king's tough skin, cutting it in half. This could be said to be the strongest sea soul beast in the Douluo world, and yet it was killed off like this. After that, he had also witnessed NingYe's incredible soul ring configuration, while his own soul power was still only at the level of an 80-level soul master. An 80-level soul master possessed strength that even he had to take seriously. Such a young man, Poseidon believed, would at least reach the level of a divine king in the future, perhaps even surpassing the divine king, which made him take it seriously. Moreover, during the investigation, he even felt that NingYe seemed to have noticed his probing, but simply couldn't be bothered to respond. Although this feeling was also inexplicable, Poseidon trusted his instincts. Chapter 256. Recruiting the sea god. Many thoughts crossed Poseidon's mind, but he continued explaining, "My friend, please do not be angry. It really is not possible. Although I am a first-tier deity, I am merely one of the 18 main gods in the divine realm. And above me is the divine realm committee formed by the 5 divine kings, so I do not have the authority to open a passage to the divine realm. Furthermore, even if a divine king opens a passage to the divine realm, my friend would still not be able to enter, as the regions of the divine realm are limited and can only accommodate a certain number of beings. Therefore, to enter the divine realm, one must have a position of their own. Without it, once detected by the divine realm's power, they will be expelled. And my friend, although your strength may even surpass mine, you do not possess a complete divine position." After hearing Poseidon's lengthy explanation, the kneeling individual's eyes sparkled. Aside from Poseidon's chosen one, who had some understanding of the divine realm, the others only knew about the sea god's immense power. They were completely unaware of these details regarding the divine realm. Now that they understood, although it was unlikely they would gain anything from it, at least it was a kind of insight that somewhat suppressed their pride as titled Douluos. After all, above them, there existed such a powerful entity as the divine realm. As they thought this, everyone unconsciously glanced at NingYe, their eyes filled with awe. If they could accept that NingYe had killed the deep-sea demon whale king, as it was merely a deep-sea soul beast, now, however, the sea god had clearly informed NingYe of these matters and even stated that he might not be able to match NingYe. This clearly indicated that NingYe's future would inevitably lead him to become a deity, and indeed one of the most powerful among the deities. Perhaps once he entered the divine realm, he would be among the top divine kings. Such an existence was something they could only look up to. NingYe narrowed his eyes. So the divine kings can open the passage to the divine realm? Regarding Poseidon's mention of the divine realm passage, he had indeed been unaware before. However, he did not care at all about Poseidon's friendly concerns. After absorbing the nearly million-year soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, his computational power had increased by another 10,000 points, and most importantly, the deep-sea demon whale king truly lived up to its status as a soul beast close to a god. The energy contained within it directly allowed NingYe to break through to level 85, and he could feel that the original rules of this world were becoming weaker for him. If it weren't for the fact that he was suppressing some of his power, it is likely that with just a slight movement, the space of this world would shatter. For an existence like him, it was expected to face the destruction of heavenly tribulations from the world. However, due to NingYe's prior actions, the heavenly tribulations could not affect him, putting him in a rather awkward situation. Nevertheless, this world could no longer accommodate his existence. After some contemplation, NingYe decided to head to the divine realm, to further enhance his strength, while also seeking answers to some lingering questions. Seeing that NingYe was persistent, Poseidon hesitated for a moment and nodded. Theoretically, it is possible. NingYe slightly nodded, a smile appearing on his lips. Just as Poseidon thought NingYe was about to leave, he suddenly laughed and looked at him. "I am about to head to the divine realm, since I am unfamiliar with it and lack a divine guide. Would you like to join me? In the future, that position of divine king could be yours." Gulp. As soon as these words were spoken, several faint sounds of swallowing could be heard in the hall, and the few people with their heads bowed were left in a daze, somewhat stunned. Was this young man trying to recruit Poseidon? The implication of this statement was akin to a force on their continent intending to recruit someone, and upon discovering a promising candidate, they would approach and claim, "Stick with me, and I guarantee you can become a title Dalu." But the problem was, this wasn't just any candidate. It was a deity. Even in the divine realm, he was considered a top-tier deity. Although this young man had impressive strength, those words were too arrogant. Poseidon, the party involved, maintained a calm expression, shaking his head. Friend, the divine realm does not encourage forming cliques. After staring at Poseidon for a while, NingYe waved his hand. Suit yourself. This recruitment was a spur-of-the-moment idea, and it didn't matter to him whether Poseidon agreed or not. After saying this, NingYe's figure vanished like a flash of light into a black hole, disappearing before Poseidon. Watching the black hole, Poseidon's eyes flickered with unusual light, speculating about NingYe's future plans. He unexpectedly felt a bit of joy, silently mourning for a certain deity who had been causing trouble for him. Lord Poseidon. As NingYe left, Poseidonia slowly stood up, walking to Poseidon's side, and respectfully called out with her head bowed. As the chosen host of the sea god, she also held significant power and could converse with him. Her previous kneeling was merely to show enough respect to Poseidon in front of NingYe. Poseidon glanced at Poseidonia, seeing a questioning look in her eyes, and lightly shook his head. It's nothing. He has already left. I can tell he is not unreasonable. Just be cautious and don't provoke him. I will return now. Watching Poseidon leave with the same imposing presence as when he arrived, Poseidonia slightly bowed. I bid farewell to Lord Poseidon. Immediately, a staff appeared in Poseidonia's hand, emanating a powerful aura as she issued a few commands to the slowly rising figures in black clothing. A few days later, in a town. The town seemed desolate, with only a few people occasionally passing by, all exuding a cold aura of don't come near. At this time, in a tavern at the center of the town, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the place. Watching the white-clad youth who had suddenly appeared at a table, a female server sitting at the counter narrowed her eyes and slowly approached. What do you need? Her figure was extremely slender, and her understated attire highlighted her already beautiful features even more, with a fiery figure that, while not overly revealing, was very eye-catching, causing people to linger on her. However, the white-clad youth merely squinted his eyes and did not respond. He stared at the short but slightly glowing pearl necklace in the center of his palm, his eyes softening a little. After all, he was about to embark on a long journey, so he had returned to the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. The entire sect was thrilled by his return, holding a grand feast for 3 consecutive days. His little follower, Ron, and a few others, upon learning of his intention to go to the divine realm, expressed no objections. Instead, they presented him with this necklace, claiming it was a collective gift for his safety. Although NingYe didn't believe much in this, he cherished their heartfelt gesture. However, the main point was that during this return, he did sense something was amiss within the sect, as if something had been overlooked. Chapter 257. The City of Slaughter. Just as NingYe was deep in thought, a burly man with a long scar on his face set down his drink and laughed. Look, is he scared, silly? He asked, just sitting there, dumbfounded and not saying a word. A thin man, resembling a skeleton, chimed in with a laugh. He might be a rookie. Looks like there is fun to be had. As soon as NingYe arrived, he attracted the attention of everyone, and the server, who rarely came out, surprisingly approached to serve him. The disparity in treatment was hard for the burly man, a regular at the tavern, to accept. In his view, although this young man looked decent, he had no imposing presence at all, clearly just a nobody who could be bullied. Hearing their remarks, the female server frowned slightly, but did not speak. NingYe had already embarrassed her, and it was just the right moment to see if this young man was all bark and no bite. The 2 mocking comments interrupted NingYe's thoughts. Watching the 2 men approach him, a flicker of impatience crossed NingYe's eyes. With a flick of his fingers, an overwhelming force extended from the void, and before anyone could react, the 2 men were sent flying as if struck by a huge truck, crashing through the wooden wall. They landed on the ground, devoid of any breath. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the tavern looked at NingYe with a mix of astonishment and newfound apprehension. The female server's eyes widened slightly as her sweet voice rang out. May I ask what the guest needs? As she spoke, her alluring body seemed to lean toward NingYe. Get lost. NingYe frowned, his words falling lightly. The female server's body felt as if struck by a powerful force and was sent flying out. All the patrons in the tavern were stunned, staring at NingYe, their pupils dilating in fear, because where NingYe had been sitting, there was now no one. The server, who had initially shown a hint of resentment, was now filled with horror. As if realizing something, she quickly stood up, rushed behind the counter, and pressed a button, revealing a passage large enough for a person to enter. Although the passage was dark and eerie, the female server showed no hesitation and dashed straight in. The remaining patrons looked at the black passage, their hearts filled with hesitation, but after a long while, no one dared to stand up. Their eyes filled with deep fear as they watched the passage disappear. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world filled with slaughter. Here, you can obtain everything you desire at the cost of your life. Huh. Listening to the sudden voice that appeared by his ear, NingYe raised an eyebrow. And a deep voice echoed, "Azura God, come out." After a long while, apart from NingYe, no other presence appeared. NingYe slightly narrowed his eyes, raised his head, and used his insight eye to scan the surroundings, shaking his head lightly. So it was just an echo? It seems this city of slaughter indeed does not pay as much attention as Sea God Island. Indeed, he was somewhat puzzled by the fate of Zhongtang San. After all, they were among the top figures in the divine realm. Although they were looking for a successor, their minds couldn't be focused on the lower realm for long, and they would likely pay attention only when something significant happened, such as the emergence of a champion from the Hell Slaughter Arena or someone attempting to challenge the Hell Road. However, it didn't matter. NingYe looked at a person not far away riding a tall warhorse, followed by a group of black-armored warriors, rushing towards him quickly, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't engage in the aforementioned activities, but there were certainly other significant matters. Causing chaos in the city of slaughter would surely attract the Azura God's attention. Moreover, this city of slaughter itself had no reason to exist. "Young man, you have violated the rules." As they approached NingYe, a deep voice came from the only person on horseback. "Where did these rules come from?" NingYe chucked it lightly. In the next moment, the leading knight's pupils constricted, hair standing on end, and 6 soul rings naturally emerged from his body. 2 of them shone brightly, and a black longsword appeared in his hand, striking directly at NingYe. But his speed was simply too slow. With that sword, NingYe had already moved to his front, slightly sidestepping, and the longsword glowing with sword light was deflected aside. The sharp sword energy swept out, carving a deep gash in the black earth, a power that could be considered extremely strong even among soul emperors. However, after dodging, NingYe merely threw a light punch. Before he even made contact, the knight's body was as if struck by a giant hammer, his chest caving in, and he was sent flying by the sheer force, crashing to the ground and splattering blood. Watching this scene, the nearby crowd following the procession to watch the excitement did not feel fear. Instead, their eyes held deep pity for NingYe. How dare he kill a member of the enforcement team? Truly bold and reckless. It must be said that his strength was indeed formidable. Even under the restriction of not using soul skills, he could still slay a soul emperor using soul skills. But no matter how strong he was, the enforcement team was not to be insulted, which meant challenging the King of Slaughter, perhaps in just 2 minutes. Real powerhouses from enforcement team would arrive. As their discussions continued, the group that had been brought over by the knight did not remain idle. Although they looked at NingYe with grave expressions, each summoned their martial souls, and their soul rings rose beneath their feet. The team consisted of about 100 members, all uniformly 4-ringed, and there were no mixed colors. Each was the best configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple. As they took a unified step forward, their rising momentum charged directly at NingYe. One of the onlookers looked at NingYe with disdain. "Don't say they're waiting for the enforcement team. He probably can't even handle this squad." The surrounding spectators nodded, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Although this group from the enforcement team were all only 4-ring soul masters, everyone in the city of slaughter knew that these individuals had undergone special training and possessed the ability to combine their strengths into a battle formation. 100 4-ring soul masters would unleash a power not inferior to a 7-ring soul sage without activating their martial soul true body. It was only because NingYe had taken out the leading knight in advance that, even with a soul emperor knight leading them, one would likely be defeated even if a soul sage activated their martial soul true body. Feeling the pressure of their momentum, NingYe smirked, his gaze sharpening. He did not release any soul power, but an immensely powerful aura surged upward into the sky, enveloping the entire city of slaughter. He was a formidable existence capable of opposing the world. Even without using soul power, he remained among the most powerful beings in this world, and no one could exert pressure on him through mere momentum. Chapter 258. This world is corrupted as that overwhelming aura appeared. The eyes of the onlookers flickered with fear as they looked at NingYe, their hearts already in turmoil. The pressure that had been directed at NingYe instantly collapsed, and the members of the enforcement team each broke into a sweat, their bodies trembling. If it weren't for their long-term training, their battle formation would likely have crumbled at that moment. Even without collapsing, they had completely lost their fighting spirit. Their eyes filled with fear as they looked at NingYe. In their view, NingYe was not even human. Not even the King of Slaughter possessed such a powerful aura. "Welcome, esteemed guest." A low yet sharp voice echoed from all directions. And as they looked at the figure appearing not far from NingYe, everyone who had focused on this aura felt as if their throats were being choked, mouths agape, eyes filled with awe. Feeling a slight gap in his own aura, NingYe raised an eyebrow, looking towards that position, at the tall figure in red who had spoken. As NingYe's gaze landed on him, the soaring aura seemed to condense into a giant fist, striking down directly on the red-clad figure. The red-clad figure trembled slightly, exuding a palpable killing intent. The entire ground of the city of Slaughter trembled slightly as waves of pure, terrifying killing intent surged in from all directions, merging with the red figure's killing intent. Moreover, 9 soul rings slowly rose from beneath the red figure's feet, the stacked momentum instilling fear in everyone. But under NingYe's pressure, he could only barely maintain his stance, struggling to speak. "Please, esteemed guest, restrain your domain." Silence. Everyone in the city of Slaughter felt a deep fear of NingYe. Even the waitress who had been crying to a faceless black-armored knight about her mistreatment by NingYe felt the situation and quickly covered her mouth, not daring to utter a word, because in the city of Slaughter, the king of Slaughter was the only true ruler. And now, even the sole ruler could not withstand NingYe. Who would dare to offend such an existence? Domain? Hearing the words of the king of Slaughter, NingYe was slightly taken aback, quickly recalling fragments about domains in his mind. After careful comparison, he found that his aura was indeed similar to domain-type skills. However, his aura existed within himself, and it was more about his strength rather than having any specific function. If he had to say it served a purpose, it was to overwhelm the enemy, allowing his mere presence to be unresistible. His aura could condense into substance. Creak. As NingYe pondered, the body of the king of Slaughter emitted sounds of dislocation, his pale face turning slightly red, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Forget it. Looking at the king of Slaughter's miserable state, NingYe raised an eyebrow and retracted his aura. Whoosh. With the retraction of his aura, the king of Slaughter's body slumped down, gasping for breath, looking like he had overexerted himself. But after all, he was a former king, a titled Douluo. After about 3 to 5 seconds, he struggled to stand up on somewhat weak legs and deeply bowed to NingYe. "Thank you for your mercy." Although he knew the identity of the king of Slaughter, NingYe did not intend to interfere much. He simply said lightly, "No more nonsense, summon the Shura god." His momentum erupted, which would definitely attract the Shura goddess' attention. After all, it was a domain he once possessed, and NingYe's aura far surpassed the power that the continent could hold. "I'm very sorry, but I don't have the ability to summon Lord Shura. However, Lord Shura has transmitted a divine decree to me, saying that as long as the guests go to the Hell Road, they can get what they want," the king of Slaughter said, placing himself in a low position, speaking in a deep voice. A divine decree. NingYe chuckled lightly, finding the Shura god's prestige somewhat amusing. The city of Slaughter could exist, but it should also be in its current form, which I consider returning the favor for helping me enter the divine realm. Without further communication with this group of weaklings in his eyes, NingYe's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving behind this sentence. Just as everyone was pondering the meaning of this sentence, the entire dark blue and purple Slaughterland suddenly lit up with a dazzling brilliance, causing everyone present to squint slightly and look towards the source of the light. They saw the purple moon in the sky igniting, like a scorching sun casting its light across the land, and every person illuminated by the light ignited a faint white flame. More than 60% of the people screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling around, trying to extinguish the flames, but to no avail. The white flames continued to burn until they directly incinerated these people to death. The remaining portion, although they felt varying degrees of burning sensations in their bodies, did not face life-threatening danger. In fact, this burning sensation made their minds increasingly clear, and they naturally emitted killing intent, but now this killing intent seemed to be purified, very pure, without any trace of malice. The one most severely affected by the flames was the king of Slaughter, dressed in red. He furrowed his brow tightly, but he could feel that some impurities within him were being burned away, and some of his suppressed, sealed powers were slowly returning. Just as the king of Slaughter's pupils constricted, a substantial killing intent naturally erupted from within him, his eyes suddenly clearing, a tear swirling in his eyes. The flames on him also spread, quickly engulfing the entire city of Slaughter, the air distorting under the high temperature. However, this high temperature did not harm the people or the buildings. It just kept burning. After a long time, The purple moon in the sky completely burned away, and the streetlights lost their glow, plunging the slaughterland into darkness. But at this moment, everyone inexplicably waited for something, looking up at the sky. Finally, a spark flickered in the sky, slowly brightening, but everyone felt a sense of light. Led by the king of slaughter, everyone knelt down, gazing at the spark that was continuously growing larger, their eyes filled with reverence. At this moment, NingYe stood on a circular platform about 5 meters in diameter, listening to the prompt sound from the system in his mind, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Ding! The purification of the City of Slaughter mission has been completed. Reward: 10 soul power orbs. Ding! Due to the devotion of the personnel in the Shura God's domain towards the host. Reward: 2 pieces of Noxstar War God gene fragments. These 2 tasks were issued by the system when he was at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After thinking for a moment, NingYe felt it was not difficult, so he casually accepted it. He directly used 10 soul power orbs in his storage space, feeling his soul power replenished significantly. As for the Noxstar War God fragments, NingYe glanced at them. He now had 3 pieces. Although his strength was basically invincible, it was still one of the 3 major divine creation projects. If activated, his power would also increase. After sorting out his strength, NingYe squinted slightly, staring at the path before him that emitted a faint golden light. Without any hesitation, he walked straight ahead until he reached the end. Chapter 259, The Final Task in the Shura Temple of the Divine Realm. A tall man dressed in dark red magic pattern armor, surrounded by a dark red glow, squinted his blood-red eyes. His cold aura made people feel unwelcome. If there were any divine beings present, they would respectfully refer to this man as the Shura God. At this moment, this god of slaughter, possessing the power to judge the gods, had a somewhat distracted mind, looking at the slightly trembling Shura sword beside him. His magnetic voice gently saying, "Old buddy, do you also feel something is off?" Ever since he discovered that person, he had a feeling in his heart. That person was worthy of his trust. He could trust him unconditionally and help him. He felt as close to him as a brother. But the entire divine realm knew that the Shura God had risen from the lower realm and had never had any relatives, so this feeling had no basis. Yet, the Shura God believed it, even willing to open a back door within the rules. "You're the Shura God?" Just as the Shura God was in a daze, a young man in white appeared before him, smiling. The Shura God snapped back to reality. Although he felt he shouldn't be so close to someone while distracted, he had no defensive intentions towards the young man in white. "I am the Shura God." Seeing the hint of closeness that flashed in the Shura God's eyes, NingYe raised an eyebrow. "Do you know me?" "I don't know." The Shura God shook his head, a rare look of confusion in his eyes. NingYe squinted slightly. He was not very surprised by this outcome. He could even confirm that the Shura God must have seen him before, just not knowing how long ago. He suddenly found it somewhat amusing. After all these years, he was the biggest secret. Meanwhile, within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, a mysterious figure seemed to see the scene of NingYe and the Shura God meeting, looking at the Shura God and sighing, "I really am an idiot. After all these years, I haven't even set up a system." He lightly pointed in the void, and a wave surged towards the divine realm. The rules that separated the 2 realms seemed to be nothing under this wave, disappearing for a moment. But in that moment, the black box beside him suddenly lit up, a mysterious wave flowing into the divine realm. Sensing all this, the mysterious figure merely smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that after waiting so many years, you would act so soon. It seems you have gained some support." The black box trembled slightly, its glow slowly dimming, returning to that ordinary box. Watching the smiling young man in the image, the mysterious figure's lips curled up. It's time for some trials. Within the divine realm, as 2 waves entered, the divine beings everywhere felt a slight sensation, with the strongest feeling coming from a powerful divine being in a certain temple. At the same time, the prompt sound from the system echoed in NingYe's mind. "Ding! The system has issued the final task. Task requirement: survive task reward." The Super God system will be fully opened. A brilliant light burst forth from NingYe's previously calm eyes. Was the system going crazy? Suddenly issuing a task and telling him to survive? What was going on? His mind raced with calculations, but before he could process for a few seconds, a deep, resonant voice sounded from outside the door. "The God of Shura, indeed, you still break the law." The confused gaze of the God of Shura suddenly dispersed, replaced by a heavy demeanor. A purple figure flashed and stood beside NingYe, who turned his head slightly. He saw that this person was wearing a large purple cloak, resembling how NingYe first saw Tang Hao, completely shrouded in the cloak, with only what seemed to be 2 groups of red light flickering within. emanating an incredibly profound aura. In an instant, NingYe recalled this person's identity, the god of destruction, one of the 5 members of the Divine Council. The second God King, looking at the god of destruction, even the god of Shura, became serious and retorted, "I have not broken the law. Everything is in accordance with the rules." The god of destruction scoffed, glancing at NingYe, the 2 groups of red light devoid of any emotional color, looking at NingYe as if he were nothing. NingYe, however, made no attempt to hide his intentions, his pure white pupils staring at the god of destruction while quickly analyzing his data. The more he analyzed, the more he felt something was off. The power of destruction was too strong. Even the god of Shura, in comparison to the god of destruction, fell short by a large margin, although not completely crushed. He could easily suppress the god of Shura. This was completely wrong. Among them, the god of Shura was recognized as the strongest combat force in the Douluo god realm. And now, with this situation, someone must have intervened. The only existence that could interfere with the god kings of the divine realm with such power could only lead NingYe to think of one being. No matter what, he should not appear in the divine realm. Sensing NingYe, the 2 groups of red light in the god of destruction suddenly brightened, and a fierce aura erupted. As he raised his hand, a 2-meter-long purple-black staff appeared in his grip, and a massive black lightning ball coalesced from the staff, shooting towards NingYe at close range. At the moment the god of destruction made his move, the god of Shura's expression changed. "Destruction, you have gone too far." Watching the blue-purple glow at the edge of the lightning ball, which contained infinite storms of destruction, he was already shocked. The Shura sword shot out, directly toward the lightning ball, causing the entire Grand Hall to tremble, erupting with pure, substantial killing intent infused into the Shura sword. But the god of destruction's sudden attack was too unexpected. Even the god of Shura, in his own temple, could not block it in time. As the ball was about to smash into NingYe, an endless light burst forth from his inside eye. He raised his palm, and the dark gold great sword flew out from the void. At that moment, NingYe felt the suppression from the divine realm. Countless rules surged in, sealing the dark gold great sword layer upon layer. Although it was quickly broken, it still caused a momentary obstruction. In that instant, the power contained within it was blocked, and the dark gold great sword fell without support. NingYe's body was also tightly bound by countless rules. The power of the divine realm's rules was incomparably stronger than that of the mainland. Even when NingYe reacted in time to explode with power to break through, he was still obstructed. Buzz! The lightning ball struck NingYe, and instead of a deafening explosion, there was only a slight tremor. But within that tremor, infinite destructive power rampaged. The black-silver armor that naturally emerged on NingYe's body touched the lightning ball, instantly vaporizing like high-temperature steam, directly dissolving. And the lightning ball was not hindered at all, colliding with NingYe's body. Chapter 260, The Gods Surround and Kill Cough. Sticking to the wall. A hole the size of a sea bowl pierced through NingYe's body, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. NingYe coughed lightly, looking at the seemingly puzzled god of destruction, who was surprised that he hadn't died, with a smile. "Destruction, you are quite impressive." He understood why the system had given him this task. It was clearly a joint battle against him by the world and these divine beings. Although he truly did not know why the world was so wary of him, and why the god of Shura, as one of the god kings, was excluded since the battle had begun, it would be rude not to reciprocate. With that thought in mind, NingYe's body had already begun to move. The large hole in his chest was quickly healing, and within a second, NingYe's body had returned to normal. At the same time, NingYe's figure stood before the god of destruction. Without any dazzling light, he simply swung the dark gold great sword that had broken free from the seal. The god of destruction's pupils continuously contracted as he felt the threat of death. Since gaining that power, he had not even bothered to pay attention to the god of Shura, but now this young man posed a real threat. It was terrifying. Indeed, this kind of uncertainty should be eliminated. As those thoughts crossed his mind, he did not evade. He knew he could not escape. He raised his right hand with the staff of destruction, infusing it with a tremendous aura of destruction to block NingYe's great sword. Feeling their powers, the god of Shura's heart was already in turmoil, especially the god of destruction. The power he suddenly unleashed was truly astonishing. Even he could not compare. This kind of power reminded him of an existence. The dragon god that once caused turmoil in the divine realm, whom 5 god kings had to unite to kill. Crack! The sword and the staff collided, intertwining, and suddenly the sky of the divine realm erupted with a thunderous roar. The god of destruction's eyes were filled with shock, for his staff, infused with powerful destructive power and one of the super artifacts of the divine realm, broke. With the sound of the crack, it was as if a common wooden stick had snapped and a section fell to the ground. The young man's great sword did not stop, nor did it show any cracks. Its power remained strong. Faced with such a situation, the god of destruction hesitated not at all. The purple cloak shattered, revealing his original appearance. He looked to be in his 30s, with short, dark red hair standing upright like steel needles, and 9 purple-black halos rose from beneath his feet. A tidal wave of destructive aura surged forth, materializing and directly breaking through the roof of the Shura temple, soaring into the sky. He let out a long howl, and his delicate hands, like those of a girl, revealed purple-black runes as they reached for NingYe's great sword. Boom! An earth-shattering sound resonated. The god of Shura watched as the god of destruction tightly gripped NingYe's great sword, although purple blood flowed from his palms. The god of destruction did indeed block it. At that moment, the god of destruction revealed a faint smile. Seeing that smile, the god of Shura instantly felt the threat of death. Around the hall, a low and mysterious chanting sound seemed to arise, and the god of Shura's expression changed instantly. A layer of purple light enveloped the entire Shura temple in an instant. Holding the great sword, NingYe raised his eyebrows slightly. In his insight, I instantly penetrated the hall, revealing the situation outside. He saw that the temple had long been surrounded by a group of divine beings of varying heights and appearances, all possessing more than 3 divine rings. The most eye-catching were the 7 leading divine beings in front of them, each adorned with 7 divine rings. This means that each of them is a first-level deity standing alongside the sea god. NingYe recalled his memories and understood their identities clearly. The 7 deadly sins gods: gluttony, lust, wrath, greed, sloth, envy, and pride, elite warriors under the god of destruction. As NingYe thought this, the 2nd and 3rd level deities gathered behind the 7 deadly sins gods and formed a special formation. As the core of the formation, the 7 deadly sins gods erupted with a faint purple-gray light, and deep voices echoed within the hall. The gods say, gluttony is a sin. The gods say, lust is a sin. As the 7 declarations of sin fell, the 7 leading deities shouted in unison, all worlds are illusions. The sin gods do not exist. Sin descends, heaven and earth perish. Boom! A violent and intense buzzing sound resonated. The sky of the divine realm seemed to tremble under this power. Colors emerged, transforming into a 7-colored mist that enveloped the entire Shura temple. A terrifying pressure descending like a blanket. Feeling this power capable of destroying a god king, the Shura god's expression changed dramatically. You actually activated the divine punishment formation, and this power has already surpassed the usual divine punishment. What have you done? Facing the Shura god's questioning, the god of destruction merely looked indifferent, gazing at the Shura god, whom he could never defeat in the past. With a hint of pity, just because of that little bond, the pitiful creature excluded from the elevation of the entire divine realm, he no longer regarded with any importance. Truly interesting. Suddenly, NingYe's voice rang out. The god of destruction frowned, looking at NingYe, who still wore a smile. With a flicker of confusion in his eyes, he admitted that NingYe's strength was indeed formidable. Even after his own enhancement, he could not compare. But the divine punishment formation that had already enveloped them was not something a deity could withstand. Even if he and the god of life worked together, they would likely perish under this divine punishment formation. NingYe simply could not win. Do not judge me with your feeble perspective. With that, NingYe's figure disappeared from his original spot and appeared atop the temple's roof. The 7-colored mist had already surrounded the entire Shura temple, and the 7 deadly sins gods had lost all normal emotions in their eyes. If one were to gaze directly into their eyes, they would find them filled with the sinful power they controlled. When NingYe's figure appeared on the roof, their positions shifted, with the god of sloth now at the core of the formation. The god of sloth was a large, fat figure, squinting his nearly invisible small eyes, emanating a faint green light. As he took charge of the formation, a similar lethargy appeared in the eyes of the other sin gods. At that moment, the god of sloth yawned, and the 7-colored mist seemed to be manipulated, transforming into a colossal hammer that struck towards NingYe. Chapter 261. The 3 divine punishment formations in the distance. All the observing deities watched the giant hammer, their minds gradually relaxing. with even some third-level deities closing their eyes and collapsing to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Below, feeling this special sense of lethargy, the god of destruction had a hint of weariness in his eyes, but seemed to sense something, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. Meanwhile, NingYe, at the center of it all, felt the lethargy most intensely. A voice seemed to echo in his mind, constantly calling, "Why fight? Fighting is so tiring. Why not lie down and sleep for a while? When you sleep, everything is in your dreams, beautiful women, power, the world in your hands. Why continue fighting? Isn't sleeping more pleasant?" This voice seemed to carry a special power, continuously hypnotizing NingYe's mind. For a moment, it felt as if his mind was being controlled, and his originally penetrating gaze slowly grew weary, his eyes beginning to close. His slightly raised hand, wanted to unleash power, also gradually sank. In the briefest of moments, it was as though NingYe had been completely hypnotized. Although he stood upright, his relaxed body and half-closed eyes indicated that he had lost all desire to fight. Boom! The hammer fell. The surrounding seven-colored mist dispersed, covering everything. A piercing sound was heard. Sizzle. No one noticed that at this moment. The time rules of the entire divine realm seemed to have changed, separating from the lower realm, speeding up rapidly. At this time in the Forbidden Land, the slumbering Golden Dragon King was suddenly awakened by a voice in its mind. As the mist dissipated, looking at the bizarre scene before them, many deities could no longer express their shock. It was beyond imagination. Below, the god of destruction watched this scene with a darkened face, power of destruction brewing in his palm. Before them, NingYe still stood steadily, though a fist mark had appeared on his chest. The disdain in his eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. Around him lay 2 or 3 figures, all renowned first-level deities in the divine realm. If it were merely this, it would not be enough to frighten the gods to this extent. The most crucial point was that NingYe held a small, two-ended black and white balance scale in his hand, and beneath his feet lay a young man in black clothing, whose sinister eyes made everyone aware of his identity. The evil god, one of the members of the divine council of the Douluo god realm, one of the 5 god kings. They could not understand why the evil god appeared there, but they knew of the evil god's strength. He was among the strongest individuals in the divine realm, and in that moment, NingYe had actually managed to turn the tables and kill him. Even the ultra artifact, the judgment scale, was seized by NingYe. Such power was terrifying. Some are too weak. NingYe toyed with the judgment scale in his hand, raising an eyebrow slightly. The power of the divine punishment formation was indeed formidable. But the last thing one should do was use lethargy as an emotion against him. Not to mention that with his mental power, he would not be controlled by such emotions. Even if he were controlled and fell into a state of sleep, his body would still automatically revert to its programmed combat mode. His dark matter computer would operate autonomously, calculating the entire battle with high intensity. Perhaps by the time he woke up, all the deities before him would have already collapsed. As for the evil god, he had merely sensed something was off and had indeed been injured a little while prepared. The judgment scale in his hand was quite good, releasing its power and amplifying the suppression of the entire divine realm. In that instant, he felt his power was sealed, followed by a fierce strike from the evil god under the influence of the drug. Is that so? Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook, the words seeming to emanate from the universe itself. The god of destruction in the hall below looked on with a hint of pity, his figure seeming to be moved by the entire world, naturally vanishing from his spot, then standing 100 meters away from NingYe. At the same time, a faint blood light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the Shura god, without any expression, picking up the Shura sword and standing by NingYe's other side. Similarly, all the deities of the divine realm found themselves in a daze, their consciousness slowly fading, the several rings of divinity around them shining with unusual light, making them appear like marionettes. The figures flickered, and the entire world seemed to amplify their presence. Even the speed of a third-level deity was comparable to that of a first-level deity under normal circumstances, and in just a few moments, they stood where they were supposed to be, feeling the dense deities around him. NingYe furrowed his brows. His insight I swept over, penetrating the external disguise and reaching the essence. He saw one deity after another, their divine positions shining with a blood-red glow, and above the glow, thin red threads of rules connected them, extending in one direction. Following the threads, NingYe seemed to see a figure, but it was not quite human. It was surrounded by darkness, as if trapped in a closed, dark space, its entire existence sealed by an invisible force. It seemed to sense NingYe's probing, but did not react. Only the red threads began to flicker rapidly. Meanwhile, outside, if any deities were still conscious, they would notice that the usually sparsely populated Azura temple was now filled with deities of all ranks, from second and third levels to first level and even divine kings, all gathering here. Moreover, in the center, on NingYe's left side, the 5 great divine kings held their super artifacts and formed a special formation, while on his right, the 7 deadly sins had already set up the divine punishment formation. Behind NingYe, 7 first-level deities, the 7 elemental gods, also arranged themselves into a large formation. The 3 formations surrounded NingYe, and waves of explosive power combined through the formations, each converging to forge an indescribable divine sword, dimming the entire world beneath the weight of these 3 swords. At that moment, in the Forbidden Land, the Gold Dragon King, deemed dangerous in the divine realm, slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes had become completely hollow, devoid of any emotional color, reflecting the arrival of a certain figure. Without excessive movement, it merely stirred slightly, and the chains on its massive body snapped apart. The divine patterns that bound it seemed to lose their power at this moment, naturally dissipating. The Silver Dragon King, slightly smaller than it and entirely silver, wore a similar expression, though he was a bit better off, his eyes carrying a glimmer of spirit. Led by the Silver Dragon King, they began to chant an obscure dragon language that was impossible to remember along with the Gold Dragon King, who had lost its sanity. Chapter 262. The Collapse of the Divine Realm. NingYe's origins. As NingYe's mind turned, the 3 giant swords above him emitted boundless might. No matter which sword faced any deity, none could survive. Not even divine kings were exceptions. Yet at this moment, NingYe had no worries. He felt a special thrill in his heart, as if these 3 swords had some relation to him, though he couldn't pinpoint what that relationship was. Buzz, NingYe contemplated, but the attacks from the multitude of deities did not cease. In an instant, the 3 divine swords floated down lightly, but the entire divine realm paused for a moment, then shook violently, with the space tearing apart continuously. Even the divine realm, such a high-level plane, could not withstand the overwhelming power of these 3. As the target of the divine swords, the core NingYe felt the endless power of rules around him, sealing and compressing his soul power and body. All his strength was completely suppressed at that moment. His calculations warned him, telling him that when these 3 swords fell, his chance of survival was only 0.0001. But NingYe looked at that figure with a smile, making no effort to resist. Finally, NingYe's body exploded like a brilliant firework, and the Azura temple below collapsed directly. The expressionless deities showed no sign of relaxation. Led by the 5 divine kings, they quickly shifted positions. The 3 divine formations slowly combined together, and the 3 flying divine swords intertwined continuously. Ultimately, a golden light surged forth. It seemed not to be a sword, yet it resembled one, as if it contained all weapons and powers of the world, unmatched by anything. As this existence coalesced, the faces of all deities turned pale, and the divine rings shining on them dimmed. Boom! This sword materialized, having no target, and crashed down directly above where NingYe had just stood. The world trembled. The entire Azura temple had turned to ashes, revealing a golden barrier that had shattered significantly. The figure seemed to hesitate for a moment, but gradually became resolute. It absorbed the experience, ensuring that no existence had any opportunity, and the red threads flickered. In front of the 5 divine kings, they twisted, gathering different colored lights that traced patterns, ultimately coalescing into 5 small crystals. These were the emblems of the 5 divine kings, symbolizing their status and serving as the control keys of the divine realm's core. But at this moment, the 5 keys emitted a faint glow before shattering. Brilliant lights rushing outward. The entire divine realm trembled, and the divine realm's core at the top of the divine council lit up before shattering. Waves of powerful mental energy surged forth, breaking the red threads, yet the figure revealed a faint joy, while the one beside it had a mocking look in its eyes. As the threads broke, all deities regained their normal color, but sensing everything around them, they turned pale. The world trembled, and the divine realm collapsed. They realized their memories were problematic, knowing they were seemingly manipulated by an invisible force. But at that moment, they could no longer afford to think about it. The divine realm was about to collapse, and these deities would perish here. The 5 divine kings wore extremely grave expressions. Even they had never faced such a crisis. Even back then, facing the dragon god was merely a crisis within the divine realm. But now, The divine realm itself was crumbling. The fourth-generation divine body was indeed remarkable. Just as the 5 divine kings pondered, NingYe's figure suddenly appeared. Looking at NingYe slowly coalescing from a void. The shock in the eyes of the 5 divine kings was beyond description. That was the 3 divine punishment formations, any one of which could kill a divine king. Or even a super divine king. Just now, all 3 divine punishment formations had been used. The power unleashed would have been enough to slay even the dragon god from back then. Moreover, afterward, under the control of that invisible force, they had fused the 3 divine punishment formations, and the explosive power would have severely injured the entire divine realm. Yet NingYe was still alive. It seemed he was completely unscathed. This was impossible. NingYe looked at the divine kings and smiled lightly, saying, "Now it's time for me to settle the score with you." Wait. Just as he was about to raise his hand, the evil god shouted. But NingYe did not pause at all. His palm pressed down, and an overwhelming force pinned all the deities to the ground, their bodies shattering apart. A cold glint flashed in NingYe's eyes. He did not care whether these deities were being controlled. He only cared that he had indeed faced certain death moments ago. If he had not been prepared and evolved his divine body, he would now be dead, leaving no trace behind. If you want to vent your anger, you can kill us 5, but please save the divine realm. Just as NingYe was about to strike with his second palm, the goddess of life coughed up blood. Her eyes filled with a plea. They had indeed worked together to injure NingYe, and it was no problem for him to kill them. However, the divine realm could not collapse. If the divine realm fell apart, it would mean the death of endless lives. NingYe chuckled lightly. What does it have to do with me? He pressed his palm down again, and the bodies of the 5 great divine kings were directly sent flying, while the other divine beings were pinned to the ground, unable to move at all. At that moment, all the divine beings felt a chill in their hearts. But it was of no use, because what NingYe said was indeed true. He was not from the divine realm. If the divine realm was destroyed, what did it have to do with him? Suddenly, the sea god remembered something and shouted, "If you do not save the divine realm, the lower realm will also disappear along with its collapse." His head was pressed to the ground, eyes looking up at NingYe. NingYe was a person from the lower realm, and his feelings for it were undoubtedly deep. Looking at the sea god, whom he had encountered once, NingYe raised an eyebrow and walked over to his side. "I will separate the divine realm from the continent. It will not be affected." During his speech, a small black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, but NingYe's hand moved slightly, and a force directly struck the black hole. The black hole instantly expanded, but as if the power was too great, it could not be sustained and dissolved. Watching this scene, the sea god's expression darkened. NingYe's strength was something even the entire divine realm could not withstand. If he wanted to isolate the 2 planes, it would be entirely possible. "Don't you want to know your origins?" At that moment, the Shura god seemed to recall something and spoke up. "My origins?" NingYe's eyes sharpened. His piercing gaze seemingly turned into a solid force that sent the Shura god flying a bit, crashing to the ground. However, the Shura god smiled at the corner of his mouth, and the other divine kings seemed to understand something, looking at NingYe with indescribable expressions in their eyes. Chapter 263. The 5 great divine kings submit. Yes, there's been a story circulating in our divine realm, but we have never been able to confirm whether it is true, because the power of the characters within it is too terrifying for us to believe. However, after seeing your resurrection just now, we are beginning to believe it. Seeing NingYe's interest, the Shura god's eyes glimmered with joy. NingYe's insight, I pierced through the Shura god and found that he was not lying, his expression stiffening. "Do you intend to use this story to threaten me?" The Shura god immediately shook his head. "No, I just want to tell you that if the story is true, then the divine realm has a great relationship with you. And because of the harm caused by being manipulated before, we are willing to compensate." The other divine king's eyes lit up slightly as they looked at NingYe. Their eyes also filled with pleading. Although many divine beings were filled with doubts, seeing this scene, they felt a sense of sadness in their hearts. In their divine realm, as a high-level plane, the divine beings were always lofty, never like they were now, begging. But reality forced them to admit that they needed NingYe's help. Even if he would propose enormous conditions, they would have to grit their teeth and accept. Compensation? NingYe chuckled lightly. The entire divine realm was on the brink of collapse. What could these people possibly offer him as compensation? Even if they had something, would he even want it? Those super artifacts they regarded as treasures were not even as good as his dark alloy great sword. What else could be of value? Feeling NingYe's disdain, the many divine beings fell silent. In the end, the Shura god and the other divine kings exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They said in a deep voice, "As long as you are willing to save the divine realm, the 5 of us are willing to submit to you. From now on, whatever you say goes." Upon hearing this, disbelief and sorrow filled the eyes of all the divine beings. The 5 divine kings were the pillars of the divine realm. Each one provided immense help to the divine realm and had always been regarded with the utmost respect. Yet now, they were actually willing to submit to NingYe. A sense of humiliation rose in their hearts, but no one spoke, and their gazes towards NingYe were filled with complexity. Looking at the 5 divine kings, NingYe's expression hardened, and he said, "Then you should first strip yourselves of your divine positions." The entire place fell silent, and those complex gazes began to take on a hint of hatred. Anger was accumulating in their hearts, and some divine beings were even thinking of fighting NingYe. Divine positions, apart from being inherited or through death, were almost impossible to strip away, even if the 5 divine kings had some secret method to strip their divine positions. It would undoubtedly have a huge impact on their bodies, and in their current state, if they really stripped them away, they would be on the brink of death. NingYe was asking for the lives of the 5 divine kings. All right, but upon hearing NingYe's request, the pressure on the 5 divine kings lightened, and they felt relieved, showing a hint of a smile. Since NingYe was willing to make a request, it meant he was agreeing. For the survival of the divine realm, what would they sacrifice matter? Without any hesitation, they stood up and began to chant an ancient and obscure incantation. Soon, they could see square jade tablets of various colors, but similar shapes, emerging from their bodies. As the jade tablets floated out, their expressions became increasingly grim, yet the smiles at the corners of their mouths grew stronger. Crack! Led by the Shura god, the 5 divine kings lightly swept their palms across the jade tablets, spitting out a mouthful of blood, causing the entire divine realm to tremble. The jade tablets slowly flew out and landed in front of NingYe. Meanwhile, the 5 divine kings had collapsed to the ground, though still breathing. Their pale faces and weak breaths indicated that their condition was extremely poor. Looking at the jade tablets, NingYe felt the slightly resentful gazes around him and smiled faintly. With a gentle point of his finger, the 5 jade tablets shattered. The many divine beings who were glaring at him were instantly dumbfounded, confusion flashing in their eyes. These were the divine positions of the 5 divine kings. If someone could obtain them and accept the divine positions, they could become one of the 5 supreme gods of the divine realm. They thought NingYe wanted these divine positions for himself, but now, what was he trying to do? Just as they were puzzled, the colors of the shattered jade tablets dispersed, and then they completely shattered, 5 groups of light mist shooting out from within, quickly escaping in all directions. But how could NingYe, who had long been prepared, let them escape? He slightly clenched his palm. The 5 groups of light mist continued to move in a straight line, but the divine beings were shocked, because in their eyes, although the 5 groups of light mist were moving straight, it seemed that the space was being distorted, and they were inching closer to the 5 divine kings. Buzz! In an instant, the 5 groups of light mist had already rushed to the front of the 5 divine kings and dove into them. The pale faces of the 5 divine kings instantly turned rosy as they felt the power surging into them, quickly closing their eyes. Watching this bizarre scene, the many divine beings were bewildered. What was NingYe doing? After hesitating for a moment, the sea god stepped forward. "What is this, my lord?" NingYe's eyes flicked slightly. The divine positions contain some special things that can be used to control you. Although that link has been severed, there might still be some means to reconnect. The combat power of the 5 divine kings was still quite impressive, and their character could be seen from the previous scene. He didn't mind accepting it and then using it to guard the entrance of the 7 treasures glazed sect. No one knew NingYe's thoughts. If they did, they would probably think he was a fool. After all, they were the 5 great gods, capable of being top-tier combat forces. And NingYe actually wanted them to watch the door. Seeing that NingYe wasn't angry and even responded, the sea god swallowed hard, his eyes showing a hint of joy. Listening to NingYe's explanation, the expressions of many divine beings became complicated. Under the lead of the sea god, they deeply bowed to NingYe. "Thank you, my lord." At that moment, no divine being had any dissatisfaction with NingYe. Sensing the change in everyone's emotions, NingYe snorted lightly. "Don't be too happy. Although I erased that thing, I added a little something new. Now, as long as I think about it, they will all die. Believing in someone is one thing, but ensuring control is another. The 5 great gods must be kept under control, otherwise." He couldn't rest easy letting them guard the door. Before the sea god could speak, The evil god opened his eyes. This is only right. Several gods beside him also opened their eyes, stood up, and bowed to NingYe. If they were forced to do so before, now they genuinely thanked NingYe. NingYe raised an eyebrow. You are quite perceptive. What does my lord plan to do? The gods walked to NingYe's side, looking at the world that had already collapsed a large number of buildings. What had just happened took only a few minutes, but in those few minutes, the destruction of the divine realm was extremely severe. Chapter 264. The Dragon God Descends. The Azura Temple here, as the place of the Azura God, had previously chosen a very stable space. But just now, black holes appeared, which meant that the speed of the divine realm's collapse was too fast. If no measures were taken, the entire divine realm would be completely destroyed in at most 3 hours. What to do? First, deal with a little mudfish. NingYe raised an eyebrow, his gaze looking into the distance. Following his line of sight, the divine beings saw an astonishing scene. A crack was drawn in the void. Unlike the black holes caused by the collapse of the divine realm, this crack extended outward on both sides and rapidly expanded. In just a few moments, the crack widened to dozens of meters, and within it, beams of colorful light emanated. Although it was just light, it emitted a chilling aura, causing the pupils of several gods to constrict. Roar. A loud roar sounded, which was a dragon's roar, sending the nearby divine beings flying due to the shockwave. Looking at the huge claw protruding from the crack, the expressions of the gods darkened completely, and they all thought of one term: Dragon God. The greatest disaster in the divine realm, a power surpassing any god. Thinking of this, the 5 great gods glanced at NingYe, seeing him only smile slightly. They exchanged glances. Their figures flashed, transforming into streaks of light surrounding the crack, wielding super divine artifacts. Although NingYe had helped them lift the control of their divine positions, their powers had not yet recovered. Their current state was less than 1% of their peak. But their eyes revealed determination as they began to chant obscure incantations, the super divine artifacts in their hands radiating brilliant light. Meanwhile, the god of destruction glanced at the goddess of life, his eyes filled with reluctance, but also determination. With a low grunt, his expression quickly returned to normal, and an endless aura of destruction erupted from him, rivaling his peak. The power of destruction intertwined with the other 4 beams of light, and a great sword seemed to be brewing in the sky. The 5 great gods once again used the divine punishment formation. But watching this scene, tears welled up in the eyes of the goddess of life, and the surrounding 3 great gods remained silent. The many divine beings watching this scene were filled with sorrow. The god of destruction in this state was completely consuming his life force. Even though he was a god-level being, after this, he would probably need millions of years to recover. However, the threat of the dragon god had to be eliminated. Boom! At the same time, in the distance, the sound of the earth cracking echoed, and dark clouds swept through the sky towards this side. Looking at the distant dense and overwhelming tide, the ferocious beasts of the divine realm surged forward, seemingly intelligent as they arranged themselves in formation. Beast tide. Seeing the scene, many divine beings were slightly startled but showed no hesitation, each leaping into the air, led by a first-level divine being heading towards the beast tide. Although each was injured, their auras suddenly erupted, their faces flushed. Clearly, they had also used some secret methods. Bang! Just as the divine punishment formation of the 5 great gods was about to take shape, another giant claw reached out from the crack, slamming into the void with a muffled sound. The expressions of several gods changed, an immense force spreading out in all directions, and in an instant, the great sword above the crack halted its condensation, and the already formed faint sword body appeared cracked. Immediately afterward, 2 giant claws used the void as a pivot, exerting tremendous force. The space that was grasped showed signs of cracking, and in the next moment, the continuously extending crack shattered, and a colossal creature flew out from the crack. The expressions of the 5 great gods changed drastically, and they spat out a mouthful of blood, their bodies feeling as though they had been struck by a massive force, crashing to the ground and creating huge craters. The judgment sword above also shattered, and that colossal creature was revealed to be a giant dragon, shimmering with colorful light. Its scales appeared somewhat irregular, but had a special sense of coordination, emanating an incredibly powerful aura. Looking at the 5 large craters, its eyes showed disdain. The divine beings who were staving off the beast tide felt this change, their faces completely drained of color. Only by truly encountering it could one understand how powerful the dragon god was. The current combined strength of the 5 great gods couldn't withstand even a fraction of its power, making it nearly invincible. Who else could resist it? In their thoughts, everyone unconsciously shifted their gaze to that figure, their eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. If it was him, perhaps he could withstand it. NingYe stared at the dragon god, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Interesting. The power of the dragon god was terrifying, surpassing the level of the gods. And its life state was somewhat strange, resembling both life and death, like a living corpse. You're quite impressive as well. The dragon god's gaze shifted to NingYe, its vertical pupils looking at him with a hint of wise light. With your strength, you are qualified to stand on equal footing with me. Why don't we join forces? The divine realm, the lower realm, and the endless worlds will all be ours. Hee. NingYe chuckled lightly. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that the existence that planned this matter is quite impressive. Using you to buy time, even if I really have the means to resurrect, with your power, you can hold me off for a little while. Moreover, your power will also accelerate the collapse of the divine realm. Before NingYe could finish speaking, a cold light flashed in the dragon god's eyes. Sensing NingYe's threat, it hesitated not at all. A special force emanated from its giant claws. A purer aura than the god of destruction's destructive power, seemingly capable of annihilating everything. Boom! The giant claw descended, and the ground of the divine realm trembled for a moment, while NingYe's voice resonated in the void. However, you're still thinking too beautifully. NingYe's radiant eye of insight stared at the dragon god, as a vast amount of data flashed through his mind, accompanied by a mechanical voice. The void engine activated. Target analysis in progress. Roar. Sensing something, the dragon god let out an angry roar, causing the heavens and earth to shake, and various elemental powers erupted around it, tearing the ground apart. With a gentle wave of its wings, a fierce wind swept up, and its figure seemed to teleport next to NingYe. Within the astonishing giant claw lay boundless destructive power, and with its roar, NingYe felt a surge of elemental force around him, transforming into a light ring that tightly confined him. Feeling that boundless might, the divine beings engaged in a fierce battle in the distance turned pale. This power could likely kill even the divine king. In the pit, the divine kings watching this scene gritted their teeth. Even from such a distance, they could feel the terrifying power of the dragon god. Although it seemed simple, any one of them, even in peak condition, would perish under this claw. Chapter 265. The Death of a Dragon God, Crisis in the Divine Realm, but NingYe raised an eyebrow. It's too noisy. He slightly lifted his finger, and everyone in the divine realm felt their hair stand on end, watching the small lightning ball that gathered at his fingertip, a sense of death threatening them. However, the divine beings showed signs of joy on their faces. Perhaps NingYe could block the dragon god strike. With NingYe's control, the lightning ball flew out and collided with the giant dragon claw, and the ensuing scene left all the divine beings dumbfounded. With a thunderous boom, the collision ended, and the dragon god's massive body seemed paralyzed by that small lightning ball, freezing in midair. It remained in a pose of raising its claw, appearing like a sculpture. But the continuously trembling dragon body, its furious gaze, and the soaring aura all told everyone that it was the dragon god. How is this possible? Swallowing hard, the evil god looked at the dragon god, now controlled by lightning, with disbelief in his eyes. After all, it was the dragon god, the most powerful existence in the divine realm. NingYe's strength was indeed formidable, but in their view, it was at most on par with the dragon god, who also possessed a resurrection secret technique. However, the scene before them warned them that NingYe's power far exceeded their imagination. Even the dragon god could be easily suppressed. The good god revealed a hint of complexity in his eyes. I truly believe that story now, from the world where gods and demons danced. The goddess of life's pupils contracted. If the story is true, then isn't that being still alive? But we haven't sensed its presence in the divine realm. However, if that being truly lived, its power would have surpassed our imagination. It is normal that we cannot detect it. The god of destruction shook his head, looking at NingYe with complexity. I suddenly feel that submitting to him is not a disgrace. Rather, it may be a kind of honor. Yes, the king of the world will eventually return. The Azura god nodded lightly, being the most emotionally stable among the group, showing no surprise, as if everything happening now was within his expectations. Analysis complete, erasing data existence. At this moment, the mechanical prompt of the void engine echoed in NingYe's mind, his eyes holding a sense of indifference as the sun in the divine realm, radiating light, suddenly brightened a little. With the Void Engine, his power had leaped to another level, facing enemies as if launching a dimensional strike. As long as there was an analyzable existence, the sunlight provided him with enough energy to modify the opponent's data, turning them into garbage, or even directly erasing their existence. Sensing the arrival of death, the dragon god's body trembled even more, and with great difficulty, it let out a dragon roar, transmitting a thought: "Don't kill me. I am willing to tell you who revived me and who plotted all of this." Watching the invincible dragon god, now begging for mercy from a human, the emotions of all the divine beings were complex. Within the group of divine beasts, some creatures had already gained intelligence, and after the dragon god was controlled, they temporarily gave up their attacks. Observing their most powerful dragon god, now pleading with a human, they felt their faith shattered. It turned out that their dragon god could also lose and die. "No need, I will find him." As the words fell, the dragon god let out a painful roar, its body fading like a painting. Watching this scene, the god of destruction sighed. The dragon god, whom we regarded as a great enemy, is like a clown before him, easily erased. Strength is the root of everything. Looking at the calm-faced young man in white, everyone felt this truth rising in their hearts. Boom! Just as the dragon god's body became nearly invisible, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. The dragon god's eyes no longer held the clarity and wisdom of before, but were filled with destruction and hatred. "Since you want me dead, then let's die together." As it spoke, its faint body suddenly erupted with a seven-colored glow. Seeing this scene, all the divine beings changed their expressions, and the 5 divine kings soared into the air, rushing toward the dragon god. "Not good. Quickly stop it." The dragon god was about to self-destruct in a last-ditch effort. As the second strongest known life form in the divine realm, the dragon god's self-destruction would far exceed everyone's imagination. Most importantly, the divine realm was already in a state of collapse. If the dragon god exploded, it would likely shatter directly, leading to the destruction of the entire divine realm. "Let's perish together with the divine realm." Looking at NingYe, the dragon god let out a roar, a hint of pleasure in its eyes. Although this resurrection did not allow it to dominate the divine realm again, being able to drag NingYe down with it was still seen as completing the task, repaying the favor from that existence long ago. The speed of the dragon god's self-destruction was incredibly fast. The divine kings were still some distance away, and despair began to show in their eyes. At that moment, NingYe raised an eyebrow slightly. A frog at the bottom of a well still wants to turn the world upside down. How ridiculous. In an instant, the dragon god's wildly destructive power seemed to be struck by an invisible blow, stabilizing. Under the impact, the power within the dragon god slowly dissipated, and in the blink of an eye, its aura dropped to the level of a divine king, a first-level divine being. About 2 seconds later, when the divine kings arrived, the dragon god's aura had weakened to the point of being nearly undetectable. Even a soul master from a continent would be stronger than it. Feeling all of this, the 5 divine kings were filled with shock. Before they could say anything, the dragon god's figure had completely vanished. Everyone looked at the young man with raised eyebrows, unable to help but swallow hard, their sense of awe growing stronger. If it were just death, the divine beings would not fear it. It was just a matter of whether consciousness existed. But NingYe actually had the ability to strip away power. If anyone provoked him and ended up stripped of their strength, living yet becoming the lowest existence in the lower realms. That was something the divine beings absolutely could not tolerate. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens and earth of the divine realm trembled, and the surrounding space seemed increasingly unstable, with cracks and black holes appearing intermittently. Everyone suddenly came to their senses, but no one moved. They simply stared at the young man, standing in the void, their hearts filled with a sense of reverence. The divine beasts watched the demise of the dragon god, but there was no sadness among them. They slowly knelt down under the lead of several prominent beasts. Observing the devastation around them, NingYe's lips curved into a faint smile as he gazed ahead. With the eye of insight activated, he scanned the entire world in an instant. As he slightly raised his finger, all beings could sense a power brewing. The sun in the sky seemed to shine even brighter, and warmth flowed into everyone's hearts. Chapter 266. The Crisis of the Continent Under the Blood Moon. The sun's light had become quite dim. On the continent, everywhere was filled with slaughter, and blood had stained the earth red. In the central region of the continent, the original territory of the 7 Treasures glazed sect had disappeared, replaced by a city with walls towering several dozen meters high, made of an unknown material, and various technological weapons were stationed on it. Even a title Dalu would easily reap lives here. At this moment, the technological city was under siege. The attackers were a group of bizarre creatures, neither human nor beast, most of them large in size, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, with cruel, bloodthirsty eyes, charging at the city walls. Although most of them were killed by various technological weapons before they could reach the base of the walls, not a single creature retreated. Under the overwhelming numbers, the sturdy walls had begun to show signs of damage. On top of the city walls stood 2 young women. One appeared to be around 20 years old, with an exquisite face and long black hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a noble aura with every gesture. The other was slightly older, looking about 23 or 24, with short dark blue hair and a cold complexion, her eyes revealing a hint of determination. The two possessed distinct and beautiful qualities, but most importantly, they radiated an aura surpassing that of a title Dalu. These 2 powerful young women were none other than NingYe, the current leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, and her disciple NingYe. However, at this moment, there was a hint of sorrow in their expressions as they gazed into the void ahead, where several dark shadows flickered, each one exuding an aura that exceeded what the continent could bear, yet they seemed hesitant to attack directly. NingYe's eyes showed concern. Teacher, the ammunition reserves in the city are already below 10%. Although we are speeding up production, our raw materials are running low, and the external passage has been obstructed, making it impossible to go out and search for supplies. How are Zhu Qing and the Snow Empress doing? NingYe nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. Apart from their 7 treasure glazed tile school, there are 2 other large strongholds for humans on the continent, both composed of the former Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Since the war began 5 years ago, to ensure safety, she who took over the sect sent the members of the Haotian sect within the sect to Star Luo, while the Snow Empress brought back by NingYe, along with her old subordinates from the extreme north, went to Heaven Do for support. NingYe shook her head. The situation is not good either. It seems that the Abyssal Plains have mobilized their entire forces this time. Although the offensive from Heaven Do and Star Luo is not as fierce as ours. According to intelligence, at least more than 20 Abyssal Emperors of different levels have been deployed. NingYe fell silent. After 5 years of war, the continent has already understood the levels of the Abyssal Plains. Those who can become Abyssal Emperors are at least title Dalu level. And there are even deeper Emperors with even greater strength. There are quite a few Super Dalu and Ultimate Dalu. Such a force, if it were in the past, would have directly destroyed all other forces except for the Spirit Hall, which could resist somewhat. Still, do you think we still have hope this time? The few low-ranking Abyss Emperors outside are already stirring, and although it hasn't been made clear, I can also sense that the Abyss Saint Emperor has arrived here. Looking at the fatigue in my teacher's eyes, NingYe sighed inwardly. No matter what, we cannot yield to the Abyss Plane. It will only be a fight to the death. The creatures of the Abyss Plane, apart from the Emperors, are completely devoid of intelligence. All they know is slaughter. Once they yield, the entire continent will be washed in blood, and the last 3 strongholds of humanity will extinguish. I also know that I'm just a bit scared. Scared of the possibility that my father will be destroyed by my 7 Treasures Glass sect. My teacher has already done her best. Feeling NingYe's sorrow, NingYe stepped forward to embrace her, her eyes filled with a hint of pain. Ever since the old sect master passed away 3 years ago after an ambush, the 16 or 17-year-old NingYe has shouldered the entire responsibility of the 7 Treasures Glass sect. The various troubles during this time have felt heavy for her to bear. Yet her teacher has accepted them all and has done well. I fear that I may not see him again. Hearing NingYe's soft murmur, NingYe's figure trembled slightly. It has been nearly 10 years. That person has seemed as if he has died, disappearing from everyone's sight. Just then, in the distance, a pair of emotionless eyes suddenly appeared in the void. No need to wait any longer. The aura of the divine realm has vanished. There are no variables. Let's end this. The figures of several Abyss Emperors trembled, without a hint of hesitation. They charged towards the 7 Treasures Glass City. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, dark clouds rolled in, and several low-ranking Abyss Emperors revealed a bloodthirsty look in their eyes. Even before they arrived, their imposing presence had already shattered the heavens, causing the disciples engaged in battle to change their expressions. A wave of unstoppable, destructive power surged toward the city walls, where NingYe and NingYe instantly regained their fighting state. NingYe slightly opened her right hand, and a brilliant 9-colored light flashed across the heavens and the earth like lightning. The impending destructive force vanished into thin air, and when it reappeared, It was charging towards the monsters on the ground. With a thunderous explosion, a large portion of the monster horde was cleared away, and the remaining ones were also significantly injured. Watching this scene, many hidden disciples felt invigorated. Their sect leader's 9-color divine light was unstoppable. As long as it didn't exceed her limits, they were basically invincible. Boom! The teacher had already made a move, and NingYe naturally did not slack off. In her hand, the snake-headed staff appeared, but it seemed that this snake-headed staff had undergone some changes. 7 gems were embedded in it, and as the first gem lit up, a beam of light shone from the front of the staff, drawing in the surrounding soul power, condensing into a beam of light that shot out directly. Boom! The speed was so fast that a deep abyss emperor leaping over had no time to react. After a sharp piercing sound, a large hole appeared in the chest of the deep abyss emperor, comparable to a tidal Douluo with dark blood flowing out. Although he had not yet died, his fierce gaze was filled with intense pain. The great battle officially began, and for a moment, outside the city walls, brilliance and darkness intertwined, and immense power continuously clashed against each other. At this time, the 2 major strongholds of Douluo and Doulu were no different. Outside Doulu, snowflakes were falling, and numerous ice-type soul beasts and monsters were fighting together. At times, astonishing sword lights flickered as the Snow Emperor and Shaoling, exuding an extreme icy aura, battled against a group of deep abyss emperors alongside the swordbone Douluo. Meanwhile, outside Douluo, under various brilliant lights, elemental powers surged continuously, with massive hammers crashing down. Thunder and fire intertwined on the battlefield, and a lightning figure wielding a long spear was constantly weaving through the deep abyss emperors. Chapter 267. It turns out I was already a god. Final chapter. Suddenly, outside the 7-treasure glazed tile city, NingYe spat out a mouthful of blood, her body trembling as she looked at the figure draped in a black robe, standing in the void. With translucent, shimmering white hair, a fair complexion, and handsome features, he looked as elegant as a scholar. However, his pitch-black pupils, devoid of whites, appeared as heavy as an abyss, and staring into them for too long sent a chill down one's spine. I admire the people of your continent. Your spirit of resistance is something I've never seen before. However, those connected to him must be erased. Cut the nonsense. NingYe and NingYe spoke in unison, and even in the face of the abyssal Saint Monarch, the strongest being from the abyss realm, their eyes, though serious, showed no sign of fear. The 7 gems on NingYe's staff lit up simultaneously, instantly creating what seemed like a black hole that sucked the soul power from the heavens and earth, forming 2 black spheres that flew toward the abyssal Saint Monarch. Meanwhile, NingYe's 9-color divine light followed suit, its brilliant radiance enveloping the abyssal Saint Monarch. If someone could see through the light, they would notice that the 9 divine colors had transformed into a prison, trapping the abyssal Saint Monarch. Boom! When the 2 black spheres collided, the heavens and earth trembled. Even though the battle took place in midair, the ground was shattered by the boundless destructive force, and countless monstrous bodies were obliterated. However, as the smoke cleared, the abyssal Saint Monarch remained unfazed, his expression calm, not a hint of injury on him, not even a scratch on his black robe. NingYe and NingYe's faces grew increasingly grave. Boring. As the abyssal Saint Monarch uttered this word, a weapon resembling a Fong Tianhua sheath appeared in his hand. Entirely blue-purple, engraved with strange patterns, each one seemingly imbued with an extraordinary luster, dense and resembling scales of a long spear. The moment this spear appeared, the heavens seemed to tremble, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Everyone present felt a threat of death, and the abyssal creatures below displayed reverence, ceasing their attacks and kneeling down. Iran controlled the situation. Before NingYe could respond, NingYe's figure had already vanished from her spot. In the sky, a 9-colored light flashed like lightning, sweeping across the long spear. But the next second, NingYe's face contorted in pain as a phantom of the long spear appeared in her palm. A closer look revealed it to be the phantom of the spear. Yet even as a mere phantom, her hand bore deep scratches, as if the natural power emanating from it was damaging her body. Overestimating oneself. Sensing part of the power of the heavenly saint splitting abyss spear dissipating from his hand, a flicker of disdain flashed in the abyssal Saint Monarch's eyes. This was a super divine artifact. Even among the divine realm, it was a top-tier existence. How could someone who hadn't even reached the divine level withstand this power? His body moved, merely gripping the spear in his hand as he approached the city wall. The continuous bombardments and beams of light had no effect on him. His black robe shimmered, as if those attacks were simply absorbed. Watching this scene, despite being seasoned warriors, despair rose in the hearts of everyone in the seven-treasure glazed tile city when faced with such an enemy. The sect master, NingYe, could not spare any strength to aid them, and NingYe's beams were ineffective against him. Their highest combat power was unable to resist. Feeling this despair, the abyssal Saint Monarch felt a surge of delight, recalling the promise made to him by that existence. His overwhelming aura soaring to the heavens as he drew the heavenly saint splitting abyss spear across the city wall. The wall, which countless monsters could not breach, was directly torn apart, and the hidden warriors fell down. The abyssal creatures below needed no orders, their eyes filled with cruel bloodlust as they lunged toward the disciples. In an instant, chaos erupted on the ground, blood and light dancing together, while the abyssal Saint Monarch, who caused this scene, wore an indifferent expression. He merely turned around to look at NingYe in midair, his figure flashing as the long spear aimed for her head. NingYe's body was already beyond her control. Her face pale, all her strength was being used to resist the phantom's attack, and she was simply unable to block this thrust. Teacher, below NingYe, already entangled by several abyssal emperors, had tears shimmering in her eyes. With a whoosh, an abyssal emperor seized the opportunity, slashing a long sword across NingYe's waist. Although she ultimately dodged, a deep, gaping wound appeared at her waist, blood gushing out. Her face turned extremely pale, unable to summon her strength. Bang! Just as the long spear was about to pierce through, a loud sound rang out as the abyssal Saint Monarch was sent flying backward. Looking at the figure in midair, NingYe's eyes were filled with surprise, and the several abyssal emperors attacking her sensed a tremendous threat and hastily fled. But it was futile in their escape. Their bodies exploded, turning into a mist of blood. At this moment, NingYe, held in someone's arms, had tears at the corners of her eyes, leaning gently, her face full of joy. Master! Three figures flashed, the evil god, the god of destruction, and the god of Shura stood beside NingYe, bowing slightly. Although NingYe appeared calm, they could all sense the boundless rage simmering within him. As the saying goes, when the emperor is angry, 100,000 corpses lie in the wake. And now, NingYe, as the ruler of the divine realm, his wrath was merciless. Hearing NingYe's cold words, the three god kings trembled slightly, nodded, and without hesitation, the three immediately dispersed, one heading towards the Heaven Do stronghold, and another towards the Star Luo direction. The god of Shura, left behind, wore a grave expression, not because the enemy was strong, but because he needed to quickly complete the tasks assigned by NingYe. The Shura sword appeared in his hand, the void trembled slightly, and with a gentle slash in midair, the earth was directly torn apart, extending for dozens of miles. And this power seemed targeted, aimed solely at the abyssal creatures. How could the abyssal creatures on the ground withstand such immense power? They were crushed to ashes. After completing this task, the god of Shura did not dare to delay and rushed toward the abyssal Saint Monarch, who had been sent flying. Before long, the sounds of battle echoed from afar, but the disciples, as if in a dream, looked at the distant fight and clearly saw that the once invincible abyssal Saint Monarch was being toyed with. At this moment, the situations in Heaven Do and Star Luo were similar. However, without the abyssal Saint Monarch, the battle had already been concluded by the two god kings. Brother Yi, hearing this familiar call, a gentle look appeared in NingYe's eyes. I already know, it was my mistake. NingYe shook her head. Looking at the still youthful NingYe, as if recalling something, she chuckled softly. A cold glint flashed in NingYe's eyes. He truly hadn't expected that since his arrival in the divine realm, the flow of time between the two realms had changed. Coldly, he said, "Aren't you coming out yet?" His words echoed throughout the heavens and earth, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, not understanding what NingYe meant. But with a soft sigh, the ensuing scene left everyone dumbfounded. Suddenly, a figure appeared before NingYe, holding a black box, wearing a helpless smile. Most importantly, he looked exactly like NingYe. This, NingYe, who was held in an embrace, was momentarily stunned. Two younger brothers, Yi. She looked them up and down carefully. But aside from the suddenly appeared NingYe being taller and looking like he had fully matured, their appearances were clearly carved from the same mold. Welcome back. Adult NingYe smiled, but NingYe shot him a glare and pointed at the black box. Give it to me. Hey, be gentle with it. After all, You've been with it for so many years, there's an emotional bond. Adult NingYe glanced at the black box, but seeing NingYe's determined expression, he sighed and handed it over. That's your business. NingYe snorted lightly, his palm gently gliding over the black box. Suddenly, the world trembled, and cracks appeared in the space, as if it were the end of the world. Although everyone was unaware of what was happening, adult NingYe saw clearly that NingYe had erased the existence within the box. He silently mourned for the thing that had accompanied him for many years and smiled. Aren't I just you? NingYe snorted again, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. In the previous life, I had no right to say that. From the accounts of the Azura god and others, he learned that there had once been a very powerful existence in the world, and the current world was created by that existence. However, for unknown reasons, that existence died, but such a powerful being wouldn't easily perish. Instead, it would reincarnate. According to the speculations of the Azura god and others, NingYe was the reincarnation of that existence's third life. Upon hearing NingYe's words, adult NingYe raised an eyebrow. Well, at least I've accompanied you for so long and trained you to this point. Dog system, using my own power to fool me. NingYe glared at him. After fully mastering the system, he sadly discovered that he was indeed that third reincarnation. And he possessed immense power at the time of reincarnation, but it had been sealed by this trash in front of him, who also created a system to deceive him. Boom! Just as the previous life was about to retort, a loud noise suddenly erupted, and the sky was torn apart. The already cracked space couldn't withstand such destruction and shattered. You plotted against me. NingYe uttered this phrase, and a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Void engine activating. Meanwhile, the previous life had a hint of a smile, but upon closer observation, his figure was becoming increasingly blurry. 3 years later, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City returned to being a sect, and the two great empires flourished once more. However, everyone knew that on this continent, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect was the greatest pillar, because of the presence of that person, the creator who saved the world during its destruction. At this moment, this creator was looking embarrassed, watching as NingRong led a group of girls to pressure him into marriage. Finally, as if realizing something, he hurriedly shouted, Xiaoling, what are you making a fuss about? Summary. Unexpectedly transported to the Douluo continent. Became a sickly child adopted by the Sword Douluo. Thought he could live a mundane life relying on the old man's reputation. Who knew? He actually awakened a system. Sigh. It seems I can only walk the path of an invincible powerhouse.